I clearly awakened as the SSS tier Sun Wukong the Fighting Buddha. Yet the academy still judged me as a useless waste. Not only did teachers and students throughout the school ridicule me as a scrawny monkey, but even the Phoenix Clear Moon Goddess, a divine beast, abandoned me. All because the Qitian Dashang who fought battles in the heavens in a previous life was regarded as the lowest being in the divine beast rankings in this world. However, as a transmigrator, I knew better. This waste label was merely because we hadn't truly grasped the essence of the monkey. At that moment I was walking home, the images from this morning's awakening ceremony still fresh in my mind. I never expected that the awakening ceremony on my first day at university would ruin me. I had been known as a top student throughout high school, but now my reputation had plummeted. All titles like talented elite and student representative were gone, replaced only by the identity of an awakened animal type, specifically the lowest F-tier monkey. Lost in thought, I unwittingly arrived home. But as soon as I entered, I found an unwelcome guest with a grim expression. And even my father Li Weigua had to step aside. This was after all my own home. As I pushed the door open, the man sitting in the center of the room, Lu Zhongyan, looked at me disdainfully and asked, Li Weigua, this is your son? Yes, my father stepped forward, glanced at me and said, Li Yen, come over and meet your Uncle Lin. Out of respect for my father, I stepped forward and greeted the man. Standing before this defiant man, I could guess the reason for his visit. It was obviously about my relationship with Lu Qingyue. Handsome lad, but a pity about the talent, Lu Zhongyan commented as he stood up, bracing himself on the armrests, and walked over to me, looking me in the eye. He said, I know you and our Qingyue have something going on privately, but listen to me, cut it off. Someone like you doesn't deserve her. You were there at the awakening ceremony. Our Qingyue awakened as a phoenix, and you, a mere F-tier monkey. He then turned his back to me and added, don't take it the wrong way, but this is reality. The weak can't choose love. I didn't say much, only asked, does Qingyue know? Whether she knows or not doesn't matter anymore. You're no longer the genius you once were. Do you think she would still like you? I'm not here to discuss this with you, but to make you accept it, understand? Caught off guard by how a single awakening could bring such melodrama upon me, I simply replied, fine, then we break up. Clearly Lu Zhongyan hadn't expected me to agree so quickly and was momentarily taken aback. After a moment he scoffed and left. At that point my father, who had remained silent, patted my shoulder and said, I'm sorry, your father is useless. This isn't your fault, Dad. I'm going to my room, I said, and started upstairs. But as I began to climb the stairs, I turned back and added, the dignity that was lost, I will reclaim it myself. Once in my bedroom, I lay on my bed staring out the window. Is there really no hope for a monkey? Oh monkey brother, you were once the great sage equal to heaven on a journey to the west. Just as I was lamenting, 3 notifications popped up in front of me. Achieved journey to the west entry fusion increased by 0.1%, achieved Qitian Dashang entry fusion increased by 0.2%, note, you can activate up to 3 entries per week. Suddenly, my eyes widened and I sat up sharply. Achieving these entries could actually increase my fusion rate. In this world, everyone is seeking to enhance their abilities. There are 2 key factors to consider: one's level and the degree of fusion. To increase one's level, awakeners must find opportunities for breakthroughs. However, the divine beast known as the monkey had not been accessed by anyone for many years due to the achievements associated with its magnetic strip. It turns out that experiences from past lives, such as those from the journey to the west, can trigger these. No wonder the people of this world have not been able to fully tap into the monkey's capabilities. To test this hypothesis, I used my last entry attempt, when Sun Wukong defeated the White Bone Demon. My fusion degree increased by 0.2% to reach 0.5%, awakening the identity of Sun Wukong. Instantly the little monkey in my mind transformed, evolving from an ordinary small monkey into a large 1-inch, its fur shimmering with golden light. Seeing this, I felt as though I had entered a completely new world, even believing that I might pioneer the monkey legend in this world. Knowing the pathway to increase my power, I did not dare to slack off. I hurriedly went downstairs, where Li Weigua, seeing me in haste, quickly approached and asked, Son, are you going out? Yes, Dad, I might be back late, I replied without much explanation and left, leaving Li Weigua with a face full of concern. I ventured into a primeval forest, prepared to harness the powers bestowed by Sun Wukong now that my fusion degree had reached 0.5%. The Sun Wukong effigy in my mind had already started to transfer some power to me. Now it was all about internalizing this power. I removed my shirt, revealing a well-built physique, and after a brief warm-up I began to practice punches on a huge ancient tree. As time passed, I could clearly feel my strength augmenting. However, while I was absorbed in my training, several spiders that had been residing in the tree awoke. They chirped noisily as they climbed down the tree. Suddenly realizing something, I looked up and got a fright. I immediately grabbed a stick from nearby and struck one of the spiders, smashing its head and causing liquid to splatter. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before me: fusion degree increased by 0.01%. This works too, remember Sun Wukong also fought spider spirits, I thought excitedly. This was practically free experience being handed to me. Fight beat them all, as many as come. Elsewhere, the fair-skinned long-haired Lu Qingyue was summoned today by the town lord and her uncle. She arrived at the elders' hall to find her father already seated in the main chair. And her uncle Lu Zhongyan, watching her with satisfaction, couldn't help but say, "This is our Qingyue, so young yet already awakened to the S-level phoenix, far surpassing that Li family's son. Qingyue, today your uncle has made a decision for you. I've made Li Yin give up any fantasies about you. After all, you deserve better." "Okay, Uncle Lin," Lu Qingyue responded, seemingly unbothered by this matter, as if it held no emotional weight for her. Then the town lord spoke: "Qingyue, North River University has sent news. Seeing that you've awakened an S-level divine beast, they're willing to provide you with an additional trial opportunity every month." The town lord continued: "Jolie is now no big deal. You wasted 3 years in high school there. Don't make the same mistake at North River University. Focus on enhancing your strength, understood?" Lu Qingyue nodded respectfully, "Yes." Back in the primeval forest, as I continued to eliminate the primitive little spiders, my fusion degree steadily increased. Suddenly the familiar mechanical prompt sounded again. "You have killed 50 primitive little spiders, fusion degree increased to 1%, you have obtained the first art of Wukong, human form change." Simultaneously, the Sun Wukong effigy in my mind underwent another transformation. A clever divine power converging in my mind, finally allowing me to grasp it. Without hesitation, I shouted, "Change!" In the next second, the original me disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged man, Li Weigua. A few seconds later, I reverted back to myself, marveling at the subtlety of this new ability. Quite interesting. With this, I became the first awakener to break the F-level monkey's shackles and acquire the art of Wukong. As the sky darkened, I adjusted my breathing on the spot and then headed home. The second day dawned at Beihai University, marking the official start of the academic year. The awakening ceremony from the day before had concluded, leaving a mix of joy and gloom among the students. Interestingly, Li Yin was still seen at the university gates, the former high school prodigy. "Hey, isn't that Li Yin still coming, huh? Quite brave to show up after awakening to an F-grade power. I'd be too embarrassed," someone remarked. Despite the whispers, Li Yin ignored them, aware that these were the same peers who couldn't surpass him in high school and were now seizing the opportunity to humiliate him. He headed to his assigned classroom, designated for the F-grade students, known informally as the hopeless class. The class was in disarray, with the homeroom teacher Chung Tian often absent and only about 20 students in attendance besides Li Yin. The students were evenly split between males and females, none particularly remarkable in appearance. Some, like Li Yin, were still striving, unwilling to give up, while others were rich businessmen's sons, merely passing time. One of the merits of Beihai University was its impartiality. Whether one was a scion of a wealthy family or a commoner, class placement was solely based on capability, with no shortcuts for the affluent. "Are you Li Yin, the very same one everyone's been talking about outside?" A chubby boy approached Li Yin, his expensive clothes denoting his affluent background. "I'm Qinli Pang, want to be friends?" he said, extending his hand in a gesture of respect. Surprising Li Yin, the surprise came from the acceptance he felt from Qinli, and oddly his name. Why Qinli instead of Shirley or Bailey? Li Yin thought. Shaking hands, they quickly became friends. Li Yin inquired, "You guys got here before me, right? Where's the homeroom teacher?" "Playing hooky as usual. With a class like ours, she probably feels it's beneath her dignity. We might not see her often this semester," replied Qinli Pang. Just as Qinli finished speaking, a mature woman appeared at the classroom door, stating, "Indeed, I do find it beneath me to be here." It was their homeroom teacher, Lu Qian. Without heeding the students' stares, she walked up to the podium, leaned on it, and said, "I know this might be hard to hear, but that's the reality. An F-grade class in a school like Beihai University is essentially pointless, wasting resources and manpower. I have more important tasks to attend to, and you would do better to explore the humanities, which would be beneficial for both parties. After all, no one wants to struggle on a path with no visible outcomes." Lu Qian spoke at length, making it clear she disliked leading the F-grade class. She seemed coerced by her superiors to take up the role and suggested that the students try their luck in the humanities instead, as the status of F-grade students and humanities scholars was nearly the same. Nowadays, teacher, isn't it possible that there might be someone in this class who could still make it big? Li Yan finally spoke up, challenging the bleak outlook. Li Pangpang, though not particularly concerned about strength, couldn't stand seeing a teacher look down on his own class. He spoke up, fine, I'm willing to invest my efforts in teaching this class, but only if my efforts are met with corresponding rewards. Teacher Lu Qian responded, you all know that at Beihai University there is a performance evaluation at the end of each term. The better the class performs, the higher the salary for the homeroom teacher. If you don't end up last in the opening competition next week, even second to last would suffice. I'll acknowledge that you have some capabilities and I will fulfill my responsibilities from then on. That's how realistic I am. After saying this, Lu Qian walked off the stage without waiting for any reactions, leaving the class in a somber mood. She didn't even cover the basics for new students, like what to pay attention to at school, how to use the cafeteria card, or when the armory room was open. Actually, it wasn't entirely the homeroom teacher's fault. She was the daughter of the school's president and possessed considerable talents herself. She really shouldn't have been assigned to our class. Li Pangpang looked around and said, the real question now is, how can we achieve at least the second to last place in next week's opening competition? Otherwise, I'm afraid we're never really going to learn anything substantial in this class. In these times, whether you learn something at school or not really depends on how tough you are. The classmates were silent, and even Li Yan didn't speak up. Li Yan had never imagined that one day, competing to avoid the last place would become a goal. We're the only F-grade class in the entire grade. It's tough not to end up in last place, a girl said cautiously, then started to complain to herself, clearly I have no talent for martial studies. Maybe I should just listen to the homeroom teacher and switch to liberal arts. Another student agreed, I feel like I've hit a dead end. If it weren't for my dad insisting, I wouldn't have come here. What should I do? My liberal arts grades aren't good either. Is my career over just like that? Several other students expressed similar concerns. For a moment, the classroom was filled with panic and lack of confidence. Amidst this, Li Pangpang surprisingly seemed to have the best attitude. He approached Li Yan and asked, what about you? What are you planning to do? The class was already in disarray on the first day of school, and he joked, if you all leave, I can't just be a class by myself. Don't worry, I'm not leaving, Li Yan said firmly, his resolve drawing the gaze of some students. They couldn't understand why Li Yan was so determined, his expression not as frantic as theirs. Li Yan continued, I want to give it a try. After saying this, he turned and left. He didn't have much time to waste. Since the homeroom teacher was not taking action, he would have to depend on himself, starting by understanding the conditions at Beihai University better. Upon seeing Li Yan's determination, Li Pangpang instantly felt that this friendship was set in stone. He hurriedly followed. At the Lin household, the city lord Lin knew today was his daughter's first day of school and personally took her to the school's main gate. Upon hearing of the city lord's arrival, everyone, including the principal, came out to welcome them. Students gathered around the school entrance, all eyes on the city lord and his beautiful daughter Lin Xingyue. All right, I won't go in, just message me if you need anything, Lin city lord said, ignoring the excessive attention from the students. Understood, Dad. Lin Xingyue nodded, walking into Beihai University with confident strides as the teachers standing on both sides of the gate cleared a path for her. Just then the city lord remembered something and called out to Lin Xingyue, oh, you are, I heard from the principal that there's an opening competition next week. Try to get a good ranking. Lin Xingyue turned back and replied, don't worry, Dad, I'll take first place. The city lord smiled and watched his daughter walk away. The others, hearing Lin Xingyue's confident claim, had no doubts but instead admired her. So that's the city lord's daughter awakened with the S-grade Phoenix Beast. Securing the first place in the opening competition will be a breeze. The first place is pretty much reserved already. It looks like we can only vie for second, someone sighed. Oh, how I wish I had her talents. Forget about it, you might as well try to surpass her. Surpass her? Even Li Yan, the top scholar back then, couldn't surpass her, and you think I can? Li Yan, what's he now? He's already been defeated. At that moment, Li Yan and Li Pangpang happened to pass by near the school gate. Li Pangpang, spotting something, tapped Li Yan's shoulder and pointed towards Lin Xingyue at the opposite gate. Look, who's that? Li Yan followed his gaze and saw Lin Xingyue, who also looked over. However, Lin Xingyue quickly shifted her gaze away as if she no longer recognized Li Yan. What's with her? Wasn't she one of your admirers back then? Li Pangpang, sensing the situation, tried to console Li Yan. It doesn't matter anymore. Li Yan shifted his gaze away, not taking it to heart. His current focus was solely on becoming stronger. After familiarizing themselves with the basic layout of the school with Li Pangpang, Li Yan headed to the school's back courtyard. This area was designated for students to practice alone, featuring beasts trained by the school and a student arena. However, participating in the arena required an application with the school teachers, something Li Yan couldn't be bothered with. Instead, he chose to pick beasts to fight, selecting creatures like spider spirits and yellow wind monsters, yellow-furred weasels, which would help enhance the integration with Sun Wukong, while verbal recounting of experiences could only trigger the integration 3 times a week. Actual combat practice had no such limits. The extent of integration improvement depended on the strength of the beast challenged. Indeed, there was a surprising discovery. Li Yan quickly found around 100 yellow-furred marmots in the back campus area. Thinking of the potential gains from defeating all of them, Li Yan was eager to try. Noticing his interest, a senior student approached him and said, "Hey junior, looks like you're going for a hunt. Let me tell you, these yellow-furred marmots are not easy to beat. If something goes wrong, it won't be easy to handle. What level are you? What have you awakened?" "Just a regular divine beast." Li Yan did not want to disclose too much about his level. "Just a regular 1-inch, huh? Even regular should be at least E-class," the senior continued. "Go fight 1 or 2 to get some practice first." A few F-class students from previous years tried to take on this challenge and it cost them their lives. "The school is quite strict about this now. I'm responsible for approval and registration." "Which class are you from?" Since it had come to this, Li Yan had no choice but to admit F-class. "What, F-class?" The senior's face changed drastically as he stood up. "No, that won't do. Don't challenge this. Go over there and practice with some butterflies instead. Yellow-furred marmots are not something you can handle. Weren't you hesitant just now? Didn't you see the sign over there saying F-class students proceed with caution? Are you looking for trouble?" Frustrated, Li Yan's gaze drifted away from the yellow-furred marmot challenge area to a nearby low-level insect challenge area. He thought to himself, how belittling. Caution doesn't mean impossibility. Li Yan definitely didn't want to waste his time on butterflies. After all, they were just minor creatures, mere insects, practically harmless. Even if he couldn't gain any fusion power from them, they wouldn't serve any training purpose. "So, you insist on fighting?" The senior frowned, clearly displeased at encountering such a stubborn freshman. "All right then, sign this agreement first. If anything happens, it's not on me. Every year, there are always a few fearless freshmen." Just then, another senior passed by. "Yo, Lu, got a live one here. That's rare." Lu, the senior, handing out the agreement to Li Yan, he shook his head. "I tried to warn him." The passing seniors then addressed Li Yan. "Maybe you should listen to Senior Lu. He's been through it. If you're from the F-class, it's best not to fight. It could really end in disaster. Don't let their small size fool you. If these marmots go berserk, not just you, even we would be scared." Taking the agreement from Senior Lu, Li Yan asked, "So has there really never been a successful F-class challenge?" "Not exactly," replied a senior. 3 years ago, there was one who made a deadly exchange and managed to kill 15 in a row, but that was an exception." The senior's question was stark. "Do you really think you are the capable one?" Clearly he did not believe Li Yan was such a person. Without responding, Li Yan signed the agreement and prepared to start his training, while the seniors seemed to anticipate an intriguing show, watching intently from the sidelines. Although the enthusiasm of the new students was a bit overwhelming, as a senior accompanying freshmen to the hospital was still within my duties. We wouldn't want people to say we seniors are too slick, right? Amidst everyone's gaze, Li Yan confidently entered the yellow fur mink challenge zone. In the darkness ahead, the yellow fur minks lurking in the corners seemed to sense the arrival of a human. Pairs of red eyes glowed in the dark. In an instant, the whole challenge zone was filled with a dangerous aura. It was truly reckless to directly enter the central area of the challenge zone, agitating all the yellow fur minks at once. Senior Lu, grimacing with a toothache, spoke as if he were looking at a dead man. He turned to his friends beside him and said, "All right, keep an eye on him. I'll go call the manager. It's better to get someone before things escalate." "No, wait a moment," he added. "Wait." Senior Lu suddenly noticed that the expressions of his 2 friends were off. He turned back to see Li Yan. In just a blink, his eyes narrowed sharply. Around Li Yan, 10 yellow fur minks already lay defeated. How could this be possible? In the brief moment of their conversation, he had defeated 10. Senior Lu's mouth hung open, incredulous at the sight of Li Yan. The other seniors were also shocked. "Did you catch his movements just now?" "No, it was too fast to see clearly." "Is he really an F grade?" "Integration rate plus 0.02%. Integration rate plus 0.02%. Integration rate plus 0.02%. Integration rate plus 0.02%. x10. As Li Yan's fist struck down, a series of notifications appeared before him. The blood of The yellow fur minx stained his face, slowly sliding down his nose. He ignored it, a smile of excitement gradually appearing on his face. They're not that hard to kill. Deserving of the yellow fur minx, a 0.01% higher integration rate reward than the little spiders. Well then, I won't hold back. Having resolved in his heart, Li Yan seemed to let go of everything else, fully immersing himself in the battle. Another punch fell, followed by a rewarding notification sound. It was exhilarating. Who said F-grade students couldn't kill? It was nothing special. With a loud shout, when facing the king of the yellow fur minx, the power of the Monkey King converged in his hand. He swung his arm and smashed down. In an instant, dust billowed and the ground shook, causing surprise among all the students in the school's backyard. What was happening in the yellow fur mink challenge zone? Why was there such a huge tremor? A student in the Great Snake Challenge Zone was astonished. Really, is another F-grade student taking on a challenge? But that couldn't be right. What F-grade student could deliver such a terrifying punch? It must be at least an E-grade. Let's go and see. Curious, the students moved toward the yellow fur mink challenge zone to see which new student possessed such capability. Impressive, truly, my brother Yan. Out of nowhere, when Li Yan personally dealt the final blow to the king of the yellow-haired ferrets, Qianli Pang Pang appeared beside Senior Lu. Like Senior Lu, he was astonished watching Li Yan and finally couldn't help but exclaim. Overcome with emotion, he even patted Senior Lu on the shoulder and said, "Did you see that? He's from our class. Our class is the F class. His name is Li Yan, my buddy." Senior Lu and the other two seniors didn't speak. They thought to themselves that they had known all along. Li Yan, standing atop the den of the yellow-haired ferret king, glanced at his current fusion rate with Sun Wukong, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He paid no attention to the students rushing towards the scene, waved his sleeve, leaped over the hill, and disappeared at the peak, leaving behind only a lingering shadow. Is he gone? A girl who had hurried over didn't manage to get a clear look at the person who had just left from the peak and turned to ask Senior Lu what just happened here. Who was that person? See for yourself. Senior Lu took a deep breath, feeling sentimental. Looking around, the entire yellow-haired ferret challenge area, including the yellow-haired ferret king, had been annihilated by Li Yan. This feat was unparalleled. Only now did the girl notice that so many yellow-haired ferrets had been killed at the scene, surely a cause of distress for the school. His name is Li Yan, my buddy, shouted Qianli Pang Pang as he ran off, for Li Yan's departure had been too cool. How could he resemble the stunned crowd at the scene? Li Yan, isn't that the name of someone I know? The girl felt the name was familiar but couldn't recall exactly who it was. Regardless, she believed that this incident would definitely make the school news tomorrow. After all, a newcomer had just spectacularly cleared the yellow-haired ferret challenge area. The next day, in the office of the president of Beihai University, President Lu Tianqing sat at his desk, frowning, displeased with the document approved by the higher-ups. It showed that Beihai University's overall performance had dropped from second to fourth place compared to last year, nearly falling to the bottom of the top 5 schools. This was unacceptable. President Lu Tianqing took a deep breath and set the document aside, deciding to spend more time on campus affairs to improve the school's ranking before the next year's evaluation. As he contemplated this, a pair of black high heels clicked at the doorway. Hearing them, he looked up and saw his daughter Lu Qian entering. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lu Qian, looking upset, walked up to his desk and said, "Dad, why did you assign me to teach Class F? You know I've been trained by you and I'm among the top faculty. Shouldn't I deserve a better class? You've always taught me that efficiency is key, and I believe I could make a greater impact in a better class. Stop trying to pretty up your words. In essence, you just don't want to teach the lower-level classes." Lu Tianqing interrupted his daughter ruthlessly. "Ever since you were young, you've had a bad habit. Being impatient, disobedient, and always thinking you're far superior to others. Do you know that's not good? If I don't put you in a lower-level class to temper your character, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to stay at the school. You wouldn't want to take the huge risk of working outside, would you?" Lu Qian fell silent, but after thinking it over, she stubbornly said, "But at least it should be a Class E, right? Isn't Class F already considered a dropout class in our school? Who told you to say that?" Lu Tianqing's face changed upon hearing this. "You are a teacher at Beihai University, and as a teacher you should take the corresponding responsibilities. Even if the class you teach is low-level, you should not dismiss it." Just as Lu Tianqing raised his voice, there was a knock at the door and 2 students appeared. Seeing this, Lu Tianqing didn't feel like arguing with his daughter any longer. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Lu Chan, knowing it was inappropriate to continue the discussion in front of the students, turned and left on her own. The two students who had just arrived thought they had come at a bad time and stood at the door hesitant to move. "It's okay, come in," Lu Tianqing said. The two students then dared to enter. These two were members of the Beihai University News Department, one being the head and the other the deputy head. Usually, they handled and published news about events at the school on their own. However, if there was a significant incident, they had to report it to the relevant school directors. But today, the director responsible for news happened to be away on a trip, so they had no choice but to come to the president, who also had the right to be informed. "It seems something significant has happened at the school, for better or worse?" Lu Tianqing asked. The head of the news department immediately handed Lu Tianqing a news file. "President, this is what happened yesterday. The Yellow Mink Challenge Zone was soloed by someone and it caused quite a stir." "Soloed?" Lu Tianqing's expression froze as he took the file. "Are you saying that the 116 newly bred yellow minks were soloed by a student? Haven't I told you all before? Higher-level students should not keep bullying those lesser creatures. They are meant for the lower-level students. To solo all 116 inch at my age, this could literally be the death of me. Do you know how much money it costs to breed 116 yellow minks? Oh, why don't you students ever listen?" Just then Lu Tianqing had just found out that Beihai University's ranking had dropped from 2nd to 4th place. This meant even less funding would be allocated each year, given the already high expenses. These students not following the rules and taking on the designated monsters in the backyard were causing a wasteful extravagance. "No, President, it wasn't the higher-level students who did it." Li Tianqing widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the head of the news department. "You're saying it wasn't a student from the advanced class?" he asked incredulously. "Could it be?" "Yes, it's from Class F, but I'm not sure of the specifics," the news department had replied. "How should we handle this news? Should we make it public?" "Of course we should. Why wouldn't we publish it now?" Li Tianqing's face, previously marred by complaint, suddenly lit up with excitement, all traces of his prior disappointment vanishing. "Just think, a student from Class F single-handedly defeated 116 yellow-furred minks, including the yellow-furred mink king. Could this be an ordinary person? Carefully selected and nurtured, another outstanding student might emerge from Northern River University. Compared to this, the loss of 116 minks is trivial. After all, an excellent student can count as a performance bonus. Quickly find out what this student's name is, right away, principal." The news department members nodded and left. Li Tianqing then plopped down on the couch, lost in thought. Though defeating low-level creatures like the yellow-furred minks doesn't compare to the achievements of top students, such an event hasn't occurred in many years. Who could this be? Time passed. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, students eating their meals were suddenly alerted by message notifications on their phones. Shocking, a tough character emerges from Class F. Click to find out more. What's this? Curious, a student clicked on the link only to be stunned. The school's news bulletin showed a student in black attire standing atop a mountain, right fist clenched, foot on the yellow-furred mink king, his body covered in blood and his dark pupils emitting a faint golden light. A weak aura lingered around him, giving off a fierce, handsome vibe. His side face wasn't visible, clearly a candid shot. Wow. So someone from Class F did this. Is he a freshman? I have no idea, I was just eating when this popped up. He looks a lot like Li Yan, doesn't he? Li Yan? Which Li Yan? The cafeteria buzzed with speculation. Over in the dormitory area, it was fortunate that Qianli Pangpang and Li Yan shared the same room. When Qianli Pangpang saw the news on his phone, he jumped off his bed. "Whoa, Li Yan, you made the school news." He rushed over to Li Yan, who was still washing up. Li Yan merely glanced at the phone and didn't comment. "There's something about you," Qianli Pangpang said, retracting his phone and looking at the handsome silhouette of Li Yan in the photo. "I knew it, a scholar is always a scholar." And the day of return will come. At the Lin household, congratulations were in order. "Congratulations, Lord Lin, I heard your daughter has awakened an S-class phoenix. With such outstanding results, shouldn't Lord Lin host a banquet to celebrate?" Indeed, Lord Lin awakening a phoenix, a mythical beast, is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Miss Lin is truly intelligent and talented. Thank you all. When Lin Qingyue returns, we'll definitely notify everyone to come over for a drink and celebrate. Lin Zhongyan politely responded to the business owners who had come personally to congratulate him, trying his best to send them off. After all, in Huaxia everyone knew these were just formalities. After the bosses departed, Lord Lin emerged from the room. he turned to look at Lin Zhongyan. Lin Xingyue should be back around this time, right? Yes, she took the day off to come home, Lin Zhongyan replied as he pulled out his car keys. I'll go pick her up myself. Although Lin Xingyue was his elder brother's daughter, she was currently favored by all the elders in the Lin family. After all, who would ignore such a talented young lady? No need, uncle. Unexpectedly, Lin Xingyue's figure appeared at the foot of the stairs. The moment they saw her, both Lord Lin and Uncle Lin Zhongyan broke into smiles. Good, you're back, said Lin Zhongyan. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Xingyue confidently ascended the stairs and walked into the house. Lord Lin followed behind and curiously asked, didn't the semester just start? What brought you back so suddenly? Did you forget something? You could have just called me, no need to make the trip. It's some personal stuff, Lin Xingyue replied briefly, indicating she was heading straight to her room. Just then Lord Lin couldn't help but ask another question. By the way, how are the preparations going for the school competition? Aren't you confident in your own daughter? She replied, which made him chuckle. That's true, Lord. At that moment a young man burst in from the outside exclaiming, Lord, I have news about Li Yan whom you asked me to monitor. The sudden announcement changed the expressions on both Lord Lin and Lin Zhongyan's faces. The young man, realizing Lin Xingyue was also present, paused awkwardly, unsure whether to continue. Sensing the young man's discomfort, Lin Xingyue helped him out. Go on, it's all right. Encouraged, he continued, there's news from North River University about Li Yan. He went alone into the Yellow Weasel Challenge Zone on his second day of school and single-handedly defeated 116 yellow weasels, including the king. Are you sure it was Li Yan? Despite the news, Lord Lin was still skeptical. In his mind, Li Yan, who once pursued his daughter and whose spirit beast was a mere monkey, shouldn't have been capable of such feats. Now, someone can actually solo kill 116 yellow-haired minks, including the boss, by himself. The young man immediately took out his phone and handed it to Mayor Lin. Mayor, see for yourself. Although you can't see the face from the back, it should be him. Mayor Lin wasn't familiar with Li Yan, so he passed the phone to Lin Zhongyan. However, before Lin Zhongyan could take a firm hold of it, Lin Xingyue snatched it away, glanced at the screen, and finally declared, it's definitely him, but only the truly weak need to use such lowly monsters like yellow-haired minks to prove their existence. Without waiting for a response from Mayor Lin or Lin Zhongyan, she stuffed the phone into her uncle's arms and left. Lin Zhongyan took the phone, looked at it and said, Lin Xingyue is right, it is him. But what of it? Only the truly weak seek ways to prove their strength with such creatures as yellow-haired minks. Son, when did you get back? The moon was dim, and originally Li Weiguo was just casually looking outside the door when he suddenly spotted his son Li Yan standing in the distance. Disbelieving, he asked, you're back? To hide for a couple of days? Hide for a couple of days? Were you bullied at school? Hearing this, Li Weiguo hurried over and grabbed Li Yan's hand. Let's go, we'll talk to your teachers about this. Our family might not have much money or influence, but we won't be bullied by just anyone. Li Yan just smiled without saying a word. Li Weiguo was startled. Could it be the Lin family? To hell with them, are they bullying us like this? They must be pushing me to my limits, but I'm willing to fight this battle to the end for justice. No, Dad, it's something else. Li Yan was touched by his father's readiness to defend him. It's just that there's been a lot of news about me at school recently. I came back to catch a breath. Your news? Yeah, I killed some yellow-haired minks, and for some reason, the school's news department started calling me all sorts of titles. I couldn't be bothered to listen to it all, explained Li Yan as he walked towards the house. Also, there's this chubby roommate who keeps following me around, and I'm not quite used to it. I see, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. Li Weiguo sighed in relief. He was curious about how many yellow-haired minks his son had killed to make the school's news department take notice. Back in the forest, since he was on leave, Li Yan didn't just sit idle at home. With the school competition resuming in 3 days, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Now, with the temperature being warm, Li Yan sat cross-legged at the center of the forest. As he breathed in and out, there was a rhythm to it, and gradually he delved deep into his heart, unlocking the sea of wisdom in his mind. In this mental sea, he encountered the mythical figure, Sun Wukong. Trust me, you won't be buried in the sands of history, he muttered softly. Li Yan slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the mental image of Sun Wukong, a golden energy emanated from its surface, lightly floating towards Li Yan. Sitting on the ground, Li Yan suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of air burst out around him. Is this the power that comes with a 3.32% integration rate? I didn't expect that even an F-rank Wukong would possess such strength. Feeling a surge of emotion inside, Li Yan stood up from the ground. Without Hesitation, he gathered all his strength and smashed towards a dirt rock wall in front of him. Instantly, the center of the wall was blasted into a huge crater with cracks swiftly spreading around, dust swirling and birds in the forest flapping away in shock. After class, the students quickly gathered here, especially the senior students. For them, watching the freshman opening competition was a great pleasure. The platform was packed, even the principal himself was there, a rare sight indeed. Yes, leaders and teachers from various new freshman grades were also present. Only Lu Qian from Class F was missing. Lu Qian? Isn't Lu Qian the principal's daughter? Yes, but somehow she was assigned to teach Class F, which must be tough for her. It's normal for the principal's daughter not to attend if she's teaching Class F. Rumors have been flying that Lu Qian is dissatisfied with Class F and wants to switch classes. So, do you guys think anyone from Class F will show up? After all, even the class teacher doesn't care. Who knows whether they come or not? It's all the same, always at the bottom. What's there to look forward to? Below the platform, the students discussed among themselves. All teachers were in place except for Lu Qian from Class F. Principal Lu Tianqing, seated on the platform, also noticed his daughter's absence and inwardly scolded, "This child." Then he couldn't bother asking other school leaders to explain the rules of the opening competition, so he took the stage himself. He picked up the microphone, stood up, and addressed the multitude of new students below. "Good morning, students and teachers. I am the principal, Lu Tianqing. I am delighted that you could all participate in this year's freshman opening competition this morning. As you all know, the opening competition is a unique event at our North River University, and the allocation of resources for the next month will also be based on its results. The higher the ranking, the more training resources you will be allocated. The rules of the opening competition are simple. Each class will draw a certain number of people to participate in the contest. Victory in the contest means victory for the class, so I urge all classes to fully prepare the members who need to participate. The method of determining the winning ranking is also simple: win and you stay, lose and you must leave the battlefield. Finally, the overall ranking will be based on the number of victorious rounds. The more victories, the higher the ranking. That's it. Just as Principal Lu Tianqing's words over the microphone ended, a distinguished person appeared behind the platform, leading a group of people. Were those the people from the Lin family? The students below were surprised and pointed it out. Turning around and seeing the people from the Lin family, the principal immediately greeted them respectfully. "Oh, I didn't expect the Deputy City Lord to also take an interest in coming to our school to watch the freshman opening competition. It's an honor, truly an honor. Please, come this way, have a seat." Although Lin Zhongyan was not the city lord, the principal held him in high regard. After all, the identity of the Deputy City Lord is there. Lin Zhongyan waved his hand and chose a seat next to the principal. "Mr. Principal, please don't mind me sitting here. After all, I'm not a school teacher and all the various commands of the school still rely on you. Consider me just a spectator here. Please continue without minding me." "Oh, and Xingyue." Lin Zhongyan turned his head to look at Lin Xingyue, who was not far behind him. As his gaze shifted, everyone's attention also turned to Lin Xingyue, feeling slightly shaken inside. From any angle, Lin Xingyue's figure was remarkably outstanding. Coupled with her awakening as an S-class phoenix beast, she was now the prized gem of North River University and the Lin family. Anyone who saw her would hold her in higher regard. "Come here, my niece, you can get a better view of the competition field from here," Lin Zhongyan said. "No need, uncle, I have to participate myself in a bit," Lin Xingyue replied. Lin Zhongyan slapped his forehead. "Oh, look at my memory. Just be careful not to hurt the other students when you start." "I will, uncle," Lin Xingyue said, turning to leave, which made Lu Tianqing also breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, he had to be cautious with any member of the Lin family around, even if he was the principal, as the Lin family could easily override his decisions. "My God, is that Lin Xingyue? She's really beautiful." "Yes, and she's awakened an S-class phoenix beast. Only someone extremely talented could awaken such a beast. She truly is the daughter of the city lord Lin. If she continues to grow, she might even surpass her father," the students whispered among themselves. As Lin Xingyue walked down from the podium, the students around commented, "Look at that, Lin Xingyue is walking over here." Principal Lu Tianqing didn't hesitate and felt it was about time to start announcing the commencement of the new student opening competition. "Everyone get ready," he declared. Lin Xingyue walked back to her classic, capturing everyone's attention. Ideally, someone of her S-class caliber should be assigned to Class S, but the number of S-class individuals was too few. In the whole of North River City, she was the only one so far, hence she couldn't form a class by herself and had to be merged with Class A. Just her presence alone made her the most dazzling person there. The class teacher also welcomed her warmly. We're honored to have you as our representative team leader, Lin Xingyue. It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to be the team leader, Lin Xingyue responded, then looked towards the other 4 selected members of her team. Just be careful later. Other 4 immediately understood Lin Xingyue's implication and said, don't worry Lin Xingyue, we definitely won't hold you back. Whatever you ask us to do we'll do, even if you just have us stand by and watch you fight alone, that's fine. Yes. Now, Class A can be described in one word. For Lin Xingyue unapologetically said, good, then just stand by and don't act unless I call for you. Understood. The 4 agreed unanimously. It was at this moment that someone noticed something and mentioned to their teacher, hey look, Class F actually has someone this year. This remark drew many curious glances towards Class F, discovering indeed that there was someone there. Wow, there's actually someone from Class F this year. That's rare, they usually have no one, a student said with a smirk, recalling how students from Class F had historically ranked last in previous years. Embarrassment was one factor, but the sheer impossibility of reversing their fortunes was another. Attending was equivalent to not attending at all. Thus, under normal circumstances, even if the school did not explicitly discourage their participation, they would not wish to attend. At North River University, it had become an unspoken rule. Surprisingly, however, no one expected Class F to show up today, and with the entire class no less. Wasn't that Li Yan? Someone recognized him. Li Yan, wasn't he Lin Xingyue's ex-boyfriend? Now he's in Class F, quite the fall from grace. Lin Xingyue did the right thing by breaking up with him. How could he ever match up? A Class F monkey and a Class S phoenix, these 2 mythical beasts just don't mix. Class F, a small class of just over 20 students, was now a unit of its own. As they followed Li Yan and Qianli Pangpang onto the field, the students felt extremely anxious and nervous. They could clearly see the disdainful looks from others, as if to say you shouldn't even be here. Consequently, one of the girls in the class voiced her concerns. Qianli Pangpang, should we really be participating in this? I asked previous Class F members and they never participated. It never changed anything. Another girl added, look, it's already this late and our teacher Ms. Lu Chen hasn't shown up. She's clearly given up on us. If our own teacher doesn't care, why should we keep trying? I feel like everyone is looking at us like we're fools. It's so embarrassing. Shall we just leave? Hey, are you also thin-skinned? Qianli Pangpang, walking in front next to Li Yan, overheard their complaints and concerns and couldn't help but scold. We live for ourselves. Why care so much about what others think? Besides, Li Yan hasn't even said a word. Can't you all just be quiet like him? Even if our teacher looks down on us, we should still respect ourselves. How will we know if we don't try? As long as we're not the second to last, that's already making history at North River University. Understand? Qianli Pangpang said loudly, not caring about the onlookers. This caused the students of Class F to gradually quiet down. Unfortunately, the surrounding onlookers just laughed, addressing the members of Class F. This year's Class F is interesting, huh? Not aiming to be the second to last, that's your goal? Why not aim for first place in the whole school? That's too much, huh? Even aiming for the top 10 would be impressive. Top 10, you really dare to dream, huh? Actually, there's no need to embarrass yourselves like this. In a corner, a student responsible for cleaning the field shook his head in resignation. He was from a previous Class F, and now watching his juniors being mocked by other classes, he felt powerless. He couldn't understand why this unchangeable reality was still being ridiculed. Why do these juniors insist on trying? Isn't it better to just be a low-key average student who quickly finishes school? After consoling his classmates, Qianli Pangpang approached Li Yan, who was sitting at the front. Li Yan, it looks like it's just the 2 of us competing from our class. Are you ready? He asked. Li Yan nodded. I'm ready. Good, but I'm still quite worried. Qianli Pangpang whispered, I can't fight. I'm just there to make up the numbers. It's basically just you fighting. Sigh, the others in the class still don't quite believe in us, but if we succeed just once, it will get much better, said Li Yan. Qianli Pangpang nodded. All right, then don't worry about me during the fight. No matter how badly I get beaten, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you survive the first match. Understand? If we get through one match, we won't be the last. Then Lu Chen has to keep her promise to our class. We must make a stand, or else we'll be stepped on like the previous batches during our entire university life. So Li Yan, it really depends on you now. I know it's a lot of pressure, but as long as you succeed once, more people from our class will dare to try in the future. Qianli Pangpang sighed. If only I hadn't been so playful before, maybe I could actually help you now. Li Yan smiled and gently placed his hand on Qianli Pangpang's shoulder. thanks, but for a rich second generation like you to even think this way is already beyond expectations. There's no choice, it's all for our class, otherwise you all would leave and I'd have to leave Beihai University," Chinli Pangpang chuckled. Li Yan released his hand and faced the competition stage, his eyes showing determination. "I understand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students, we have now obtained the list of representatives from each class and the competition will begin shortly." On the stage, the principal, holding an additional list of representatives, announced. "But before we start, I must clarify that this year's freshman start of term competition is different from previous years. Our Class F also has representatives." The audience instantly buzzed with discussion. It was clear that almost all the students were surprised that Class F had representatives. "And these representatives are Li Yan and Chinli Pangpang." The principal announced the names of the class representatives. The moment these names were announced, the crowd was surprised once again. This was the third time Li Yan's name had been mentioned. The first was at the awakening ceremony before the official start of school, and the second was a few days ago at the Solo 116 Yellowford Marmots event. Of course, more people knew him because of another reason. Li Yan was once the boyfriend of Lin Xingyue. It's just killing some low-level monsters, what's there to be proud of? He dares to join the start of term competition, a male student from the audience said, if he encounters me later, I'll give him a punch and teach him a lesson. At first, I really didn't understand why Lin Xingyue would choose him. She overlooked someone like me and instead picked an F-grade nobody. I sighed, thinking, if you've already taught him a lesson, what's left for me to do? I say we should just team up against him later. After all, there are only 2 people in Class F and the other one is just a chubby guy with no chance at all. I knew that chubby guy. He was a rich second generation who came to Beihai University just for fun. He's quite loyal, but unfortunately he lacks real strength, otherwise I might actually consider making friends with him. So, does that mean the true representative of their class is only Li Yan? Yes, beating him would be straightforward. Despite the excitement among the audience, Principal Lu Tianqing formally announced the first matchup list from the stage. He declared, since this year Class F has a representative, according to the rules, lower classes may challenge higher classes. Let's start with Class F against Class E. He then asked all the Class E students which class is willing to accept the challenge from Class F. Upon hearing this, representatives from all 3 Class E classes raised their hands, each willing to accept the challenge from Class F. Seeing this, Lu Tianqing sighed and said, well, there's nothing to be done then. Please, the 2 from Class F come up to the stage and challenge all of Class E. Upon hearing this, Li Yan and Chinli Pudgy didn't hesitate and stepped onto the stage. The audience watched with great interest. At that moment, Lu Tianqing secretly called his daughter Lu Qian from the chairman's stage. Your classmates Li Yan and Chinli Pudgy are going to compete. Are you sure you don't want to come and watch? Sorry, Dad, I'm not feeling well. Lu Qian casually made an excuse, but Lu Tianqing, who knew his daughter well, saw right through it. Lu Tianqing responded, come on, I know you better than you think. The vice mayor is here today. How can you be absent? It would look terrible. Come here right now. I'll be waiting. After saying this, Lu Tianqing hung up before his daughter could object. Lu Qian then rolled her eyes, showing her annoyance, and hung up the phone to head over. Standing on the stage, Li Yan and Chinli Pudgy took their positions, looking ready for the challenge. I wonder where they get their confidence from. I'll go alone first. You guys don't need to move yet. Then Wei Dasheng from Class E1 stepped onto the stage, facing Li Yan and Chinli Pudgy. Isn't that Wei Dasheng from Class E1 the class leader himself? He's actually coming out to compete personally. Isn't this a bit too much for them? But then again, it was Class F who asked for it. After all, Wei Dasheng is just one person. Not going all out is already showing them a lot of face. This is indeed rare. Actually, I was kind of hoping that Class F would win one for a change. It would be too boring if it just ended outright. Just think about it. Have you ever seen a Class F that could win before? Challenging Class E is already their limit. As Wei Dasheng took the stage, many students whispered among themselves, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the contest. Meanwhile, on the main stage, Principal Lu Tianqing and Vice Mayor Lin Zhongyan watched intently. They were curious to see what splash Class F could make this time. On the side of Class A, the S-grade mythical beast Lin Xingyue also cast her gaze towards the competition stage. No matter what, Li Yan was someone she once knew. She wanted to see how far this person she had once cared for could go now. Are you sure it's just you? Chinli Pangpang asked Wei Dasheng upon seeing his opponent. Unexpectedly, Wei Dasheng just smiled and responded, do I really need to call up all the representatives from our class? Make sure you know who you're up against. You're facing Class F, you got that? he continued. Let's face it, Class F at Beihai University has always been the designated dropout class. Haven't you noticed? Your class teacher Lu Qian hasn't even shown up yet because she's embarrassed. You talk too much. I was just asking, interrupted Qinli Pang, adding, moreover, you seem to have misunderstood something. We also have just one person. I never said I would join the fight. I'm just here to make up the numbers. After saying this, Qinli Pang turned his head towards Li Yan and said, Li Yan, I'm rooting for you. He then looked towards the judges and asked, can we start now? The judge observed the atmosphere between the two and felt it was about the right time, raised his hand and then sharply chopped it down. Alright, the contest begins now. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Wei Dasheng moved towards Li Yan, formally announcing his name. Class E1 Wei Dasheng. Class F, Li Yan. Responded calmly. The next moment, Wei Dasheng's muscles under his feet swiftly contracted and he rushed towards Li Yan like a gust of wind, his movements so fast that they were hard to see clearly. The audience was amazed by Wei Dasheng's speed, never expecting a Class E class leader to possess such ability. No wonder he was the class leader. Suddenly, in a burst, Wei Dasheng appeared right in front of Li Yan. Everyone could visibly see his hand transform into a sharp knife aiming at Li Yan, creating a strong wind, however. With a snap, Li Yan, whose eyes had been quickly tracking every move, had somehow already caught the incoming right palm. His right hand delivered an uppercut. Let's test you with a punch. Instantly, Wei Dasheng felt as if his jaw was about to shatter, as if a bolt of lightning had split his brain from his forehead, leaving his mind blank. In the eyes of the spectators, he was already sent flying by that punch, tumbling backwards. With a thud, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Screaming in pain, his nose bleeding, his appearance was drastically altered, utterly disheveled. At this sight, Principal Lu Tianqing stood up abruptly from his seat. How is this possible? He exclaimed. Beside him, Lin Zhongyan slightly furrowed his brow and remained silent. Below the stage, the multitude of students at that moment tensed up and the scene fell eerily silent. The homeroom teacher of Class E stood with her mouth slightly open, her expression quickly turning sour. Class A's Lin Xingyue was also perplexed, unable to understand why Wei Dasheng had been so careless to allow Li Yan to exploit an opening. On the way to the sports field from a distance, everything seemed to have calmed down. The homeroom teacher of Class F, Lu Qian, followed everyone's gaze and was shocked to see on the stage Li Yan standing tall and superior in front of Wei Dasheng. Looking at him indifferently, his face serene. Did he win? Lu Qian thought incredulously, quickening his pace. Laughter erupted from the quiet scene. Ha ha, well done Li Yan. I knew you could do it. The sudden laughter from Qinli Pang brought everyone back to their senses. Wei Dasheng, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? What happened? Suddenly lying on the ground, missing 3 teeth too. Qinli Pang walked over to Li Yan, both looking down at Wei Dasheng. Now with the upper hand, he continued to taunt. Looks like your Class E leader isn't much after all, taken down by our Class F's Li Yan in less than a round. Seizing the perfect opportunity to vent, Qinli Pang wouldn't let it go. He squatted down in front of everyone, patting Wei Dasheng, who was about to pass out, and said, Wei Dasheng, you think you can challenge our class's Li Yan? At these words, Wei Dasheng fainted from anger, motionless, looking at Class E below the stage. It seemed their faces turned green. Now let us officially announce, the winner is Class F, Li Yan. Lu Tianqing from the presiding desk picked up the microphone. Still in disbelief as he continued, although it's hard to believe even now, this truly breaks the historical record of Class F. Let's congratulate Class F and Li Yan. As these words were spoken, the janitorial staff on the sports field, who were alumni of Class F, looked stunned. After a long moment, they snapped out of it, quickly sharing the exciting news in their dorm group chats and various F-class social circles. This year's F-class freshmen really did it. They actually won against Class E. Because of that message, the alumni of Class F became excited. Replies came flooding in. Really? Are they still on the sports field? I'm heading there right now, an alumnus replied. Yes, really, come. Seems the guy is named Li Yan. Soon unnoticed, many alumni of Class F gradually gathered around the sports field. After so many years, they finally witnessed a capable junior in this class, truly a proud moment for Class F. You didn't know how handsome he is. He used to be Lin Xingyue's boyfriend, but they broke up. Good for us, it's her loss. The seniors from Class F stood at a distance discussing. Meanwhile, Class E1 lost a match due to their class leader's arrogance, which caused Class F to no longer be the last in ranking. The homeroom teacher of Class F, Mr. Lu Qian, looked at Li Yan Gao with renewed respect and a sliver of hope, albeit a small one. The homeroom teacher of Class E1 felt too ashamed to face anyone, as it was his class that had broken the record of being the first to lose to Class F. This incident lowered their status significantly. It was this event that made the homeroom teacher realize a big mistake. He should not have placed so much trust in their class leader Wei Dasheng. He also felt ashamed of his own ability to predict outcomes, having underestimated Li Yan. He never anticipated that Li Yan could single-handedly defeat Wei Dasheng. The fault is mine, the Class E1 teacher sighed deeply as he slowly moved away from the crowd. At the same time, the next representative from Class E2 stepped up, with the lesson learned. From Class E1 they were much more cautious and had higher expectations of Li Yan's abilities. Li Yan, be careful, cheered Xinli Pangpang, showing no signs of fear. He trusted Li Yan completely. Relax, even if you lose to Class E2 now, it's not shameful, we're no longer the last. Li Yan, with a calm expression, faced the 5 representatives from Class E2 and said, ever since I started school, being last has never been my pursuit. Ha, that's enough for me, Xinli Pangpang said joyfully as he patted Li Yan on the shoulder. Brother, go for it. Li Yan smirked, exactly my thought. Nearby, the referee, sensing the mood, immediately signaled the start of the match. This time Li Yan didn't wait for his opponents to attack first. His eyes sharp as an eagle, he suddenly stamped his foot on the ground, propelling his body forward like a shadow, and swiftly moved to the side of the group. His right foot kicked up a fierce wind as it swept towards a chubby young man. With a loud thud, the young man hadn't even reacted before he was sent stumbling backward in shock. The speed and power, how is it possible? Before he could land, Li Yan's elbow was already at his chest. The elbow struck directly and the young man, caught midair, was smashed down, cracking the floor upon impact. On the main stand, Lu Tianqing's grip tightened as he struggled to contain himself from standing up. How could an F-class have such strength? With that move, Li Yan had already reduced the E-class team by 1 member. The remaining 4, seeing his ferocity, didn't dare to move. Even Lin Zhongyan was baffled by Li Yan at this moment. This kid was supposedly just an F-class monkey. Awakened, how could such a monkey possess this strength? It shouldn't be. A Class 1, Lin Xingyue's expression turned slightly strange as she seemed to gradually sense that familiar aura from Li Yan. Could he be coming back? Impossible, how could an F-grade nobody? Meanwhile, Lu Qian had not yet recovered from the shock of defeating Class E1, and now Li Yan's rapid strikes had stunned him. Could it be that he had underestimated Class F? If Class F could produce such a person, what did that say about her previous statements? On the competition platform, seeing their teammate instantly defeated by Li Yan and unable to move, the remaining 4 teammates felt uneasy, almost cursing out loud. What kind of strength-enhancing drug did this jerk take? How could he possess such monstrous strength? Nearby, their class teacher seemed to perceive their nervousness and immediately gave them a serious look. The team leader realized they couldn't back down, so they charged at Li Yan. 4 of them rushed towards Li Yan together. But in the blink of an eye, they were tossed aside like discarded trash, their fate no better than the first chubby youth. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Finally, a student couldn't help but gasp. He just took down people from 2 E-class teams in one go? Is this really the F-class I know? Other students also whispered among themselves. Defeating 1 E-class might be luck, but 2 in a row and in a 5-against-1 situation? Li Yan must really be something incredible to see Class F overturn the situation twice in a row. Those 2 E-classes won't be able to hold their heads high in other classes now. It's hard to say for sure what will happen next, but the judges didn't understand Li Yan's ability to end the fight so quickly, and it took a while before they announced the results. When Lu Tianqing got the results and announced them, the entire place erupted, especially the new students from Class F. They were utterly thrilled. Now, looking at Li Yan's silhouette, their eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. They had never expected that joining Class F would bring someone who would stand up for them. To defeat 2 E-classes consecutively, and this was just the beginning of the school competition. Damn, Li Yan, you're truly awesome. The most admired person was Xinli Pangpang, who had accompanied Li Yan on the platform. He realized that following Li Yan was a very correct decision. This was a friend he was determined to keep and splurge money on. Seeing Li Yan win twice in a row, Lin Xingyue's feelings shifted slightly. However, she quickly calmed down again. After all, she was a talented player who had awakened an S-grade divine beast, and no matter how many victories Li Yan achieved, he couldn't possibly be her match. The limit of an F-grade divine beast was clear. On the stage, Lin Zhongyan, seated next to Principal Lu Tianqing, shared the same thought. It was just a minor ripple caused by an F-grade monkey, he murmured his Heart gradually calming. Li Yan, you won, you actually won another match. On the contest platform, Chinli Pangpang ran up to Li Yan excitedly. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have hugged him right there. You're really wild, both from E-grade classes. He turned to look at his own F-grade class. Look at how happy our F class is now. Li Yan glanced in the direction of his class. We can't get too excited yet. In some ways E-grade is just a bit better than F-grade. I know. But you are already amazing. Okay, Chinli Pangpang said with a smile. You should know you're the first in Beihai University to break the record. I guess the school news can't hide this tomorrow. Li Yan, keep it up. At this moment a girl from the F class cheered for Li Yan from below the stage, with her leading the other excited F class. Members joined in shouting, yes Li Yan, keep it up, keep it up. The members of the F class suddenly united and saw hope through the cracks. They saw hope in Li Yan. In the distance Lu Qian, who was standing in a corner, silently walked out. Without speaking he stood behind the F class at this moment. All of this was witnessed by Li Yan, strengthening his resolve even more. After the shock of the scene, Lu Tianqing picked up the microphone to announce the next class contest. The first two classes, having lost the remaining E-grade class 3, felt unprecedented pressure. They never imagined that they would one day feel pressured because of F class. The 5 representatives of E-grade class 3 took the stage and took Li Yan very seriously. They even arranged their formation ready for battle. Chinli Pangpang, unable to fight, silently retreated behind Li Yan. Under everyone's gaze, Li Yan silently stepped forward. With the referee's signal, the two sides charged like soldiers in war, except it was a 5-against-1 scenario. 5 minutes later, all fighting ceased. Li Yan, dressed in a black robe, stood atop 5 bodies, panting heavily. His dark eyes were filled with ferocity, emitting a chilling sharpness. At that moment a breeze blew by, causing his flowing hair to surge upwards. His mind cleared from the fight and he took a deep breath, his chest heaving slightly. His fists unclenched and he stepped away from the defeated bodies, each step resonating heavily. It was as if he was stepping directly on their hearts, shattering all their previous illusions. Li Yan, breaking 3 records. Amidst the surprise and shock, Chinli Pangpang's voice thundered through the sky. In an instant it stirred everyone present. Who else, which other F-class member could achieve this? All the pent-up emotions inside burst forth from Chinli Pangpang's mouth. It seemed to tell the whole school, our F class is not a throwaway class. We have talents, we have fierce people, we have masters. Why did you laugh at us before? After saying this, Chinli Pangpang felt extremely exhilarated, standing proudly in the middle of the contest platform, regardless of whether the people were his to defeat or not. In his heart, Li Yan had long been considered a brother. Beneath the stage, the members of Class F erupted in cheers upon hearing the news. My God, we won 3 victories in a row. What kind of dream am I having today? Our Class F actually beat 3 Class E teams in a row. Li Yan, you are my hero. Li Yan, I love you. Amidst the excitement and cheers, no one cared about the specifics of what was being said. Anything that could express their emotions was blurted out. Even Lu Qian, who was quietly standing behind Class F, was momentarily moved. It seemed as if he saw hope in these children. Sorry, Lu Qian murmured quietly. On the main stage, Lu Tianqing, who had been observing his daughter, noticed the change in her expression and muttered, "That's more like it." He couldn't help but turn his gaze back to the competition platform where Li Yan stood tall and proud. This kid is truly a miracle worker. Having been the principal for so many years, this was the first time Lu Tianqing had seen Class F unite like they did today. It seemed his decision to not disband Class F was the right one. Often it is in the most adverse conditions that extraordinary individuals emerge. After defeating 3 Class E teams in a row, the faces of all the teachers and students from Class E were less than pleased. They even felt that continuing to stand there was a disgrace. After all, being defeated by a Class F with a total score of 11-1 and without any breaks in between, could you believe it? A student who knew of Li Yan's academic prowess whispered, "Is his former glory returning?" Slowly, she lifted her head to look at Li Yan on the competition platform. All she saw was an unfathomable figure. Because Li Yan had shattered everyone's expectations with his actions, no one dared call him arrogant or conceited anymore. All that was left was admiration, surprise and astonishment. Even Principal Lu Tianqing found himself liking Li Yan more and more as he watched. Amidst this atmosphere of complete astonishment, a young man holding a square halberd stepped onto the competition platform, one step at a time, quickly drawing the attention of the entire audience. Clearly, the next match was about to begin. It must be said, Li Yan, your name will be remembered for a long time. a student from Class F who could continuously challenge representatives from 3 Class E classes on the competition platform was truly unexpected, but unfortunately surprises are just that, surprises. The young man with the square halberd stood tall and imposing on the competition platform just like Li Yan, his eyes sharp and filled with determination and ferocity. He turned his head to look at Qianli Pangpang, who was nearby. Yo, remember me, fatty? Didn't you just ask who else there was? Well, I have, Yang Jian. At the moment Qianli Pangpang recognized the newcomer, his mouth opened slightly in surprise. What, you know him? Li Yan turned to ask. Qianli Pang nodded. Yeah, when I went to the ancient battlefield I hired a bodyguard who, unexpectedly, also studies at our school. Li Yan didn't know what the ancient battlefield Qianli Pang mentioned was, but he understood that being a bodyguard for a rich second generation meant the person had some real skills. I'm glad to make quick money from your dad. Let me know if you need anything else in the future, Yang Jian remarked, shifting his gaze from Qianli Pang back to Li Yan. All right. That's between him and me, let's continue. Wait a minute. Before Li Yan could speak, Qianli Pang interrupted, addressing the referee. Yang Jian is from Class D. Isn't this a match across 2 levels? Is that even allowed? The referee replied, it's allowed, but not recommended. Jumping 2 levels is the maximum allowed by our school, so you should ask Li Yan if he wants to fight, not me. Li Yan, I think we better not fight. Qianli Pang turned to Li Yan. This guy Yang Jian is different. Have you seen the halberd he's holding? It's a relic left by the ancient war god Lu Bu. Ordinary weapons can't compete with that. Plus, he's from Class D. There's no need for us to show off. We should know when to stop. And you were all bluster just now. Easy for you to say when you're not the one in pain. Li Yan smiled helplessly. It's fine. Since I won't be the last anyway, I don't care about winning or losing. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Yang Jian nodded, liking Li Yan's attitude. This is also why I asked to come up here alone. I'm different from them. I respect my opponents, so I consider fairness. If I lose, it only means my own skills aren't up to par. But note, I'm not representing our class. This is an extra match. Still, are you willing? Li Yan clasped his hands in a fist salute. I'm in. Yang Jian then turned to look at the referee. My homeroom teacher has agreed you should too, right? The referee holding his forehead side up. Why do you all like to ask me? Shouldn't this be directed to the principal? Then to the principal. Can we? Yang Jian's boldness was clear, shouting directly to the high platform. Principal Lu Tianqing of course heard him and was about to refuse on the microphone, considering it a waste of everyone's time. You can settle this privately on the arena if you want to test each other. However, Lin Zhongyan interrupted him. Principal, don't rush to refuse. Young people should be like this, a bit combative is normal. Besides, principal, you also want to see what Li Yan's limits are, right? Given the deputy city master's words, Lu Tianqing agreed to Yang Jian's impromptu request. In fact, Yang Jian's move wasn't unpopular. Even students from other classes wanted to try. If not for the rule limiting challenges to 2 levels, Class C would have had applicants. Look, the principal agreed, Yang Jian said smirkingly to the referee. The referee nodded. Then let's start. Yang Jian swung the halberd in his hand, pointing the tip at Li Yan. Li Yan, don't say I'm bullying. This weapon is also a sign of my respect for my opponent. Li Yan took his stance with seriousness, feeling distinctly that the aura emanating from Yang Jian, the man before him, was entirely different from before, calm yet powerful. Armed with the ancient warlord Lu Bu's weapon, Yang Jian might indeed pose the greatest challenge Li Yan had faced thus far. Interesting, murmured a student from the audience, witnessing the start of what seemed to be a thrilling duel. An F-grade student stepping up to challenge Yang Jian, a D-grade fully armed with the mighty halberd, was a sight to behold. Down below the stage, as the duel was about to commence, Qianli Pangpang wisely hopped off. An F-class girl immediately leaned in and asked Qianli Pangpang, why does Li Yan still want to fight, including this one? He's already fought 16 people in a row, and now he's up against Yang Jian from the D class. Another girl chimed in, actually winning against 3 E-class students was already impressive. There's no need to continue. Getting injured would be terrible. Standing behind his classmates, Lu Qian remained silent. Qianli Pangpang frowned. I've told him to, but he wouldn't listen. When Li Yan meets a strong opponent, he gets even more excited. Look at them now, both are eager to start. Really, is he sure about this? The Qianli Pangpang had felt confident about Li Yan's earlier battles against the E-class, seeing potential in him. However, having personally interacted with Yang Jian, he knew this was no simple opponent. He feared for Li Yan's safety, especially since Yang Jian was from the formidable D class. Up in the A-class stands, Lin Qingyue and many other students watched the arena from a distance. Particularly Lin Qingyue, whose gaze subtly shifted, wondered if Li Yan had underestimated the strength of the D class. perhaps his consecutive victories had made him overly ambitious, likely to be put in check by Yang Jian, speculated a student standing next to Lin Xingyue. Maybe, but it doesn't concern me, Lin Xingyue murmured, trying to appear indifferent about Li Yan's fate. On the stage, as the distance between Li Yan and Yang Jian widened and the referee gave the signal, Yang Jian thrust his halberd forward with a gust of wind parting to either side. The fierce airflow caused their garments to flutter dramatically, a dazzling scene of light and shadow. Indeed, the speed was beyond Li Yan's expectations. Li Yan pressed down with his feet, his body spinning 90 degrees sideways in a graceful arch to dodge the halberd. Unfortunately, Yang Jian had a follow-up move, as Li Yan dodged the upper strike. Yang Jian swept his leg towards Li Yan's left side. With a muffled thud, Li Yan was pushed back 2 meters. See, he's already at a disadvantage in just one round, remarked the A-class student. On the stage, Lin Zhongyan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that the limit is just this, not so outrageous. Lu Tianqing also sighed. It seems too difficult for him to fight Yang Jian by jumping 2 levels. I knew it. On the other side, the plump student from Class F, Chinli, expressed his worries lightly. From the first round of the clash, he could see that Li Yan facing Yang Jian was extremely tricky. He might not last long. What to do? The girls clasped their hands tightly together, praying as they watched the stage. Yang Jian indifferently retracted his halberd and said to Li Yan, "If that's all you've got, it seems I won't be too entertained." Li Yan exhaled a turbid breath and slowly approached. "Don't rush, it's just the beginning." As he spoke, Li Yan began to mutter some phrases incomprehensible to others. Sun Wukong fighting the Red Boy. Sun Wukong causing havoc in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the heavens. A series of notifications popped up before Li Yan. You have used up your quota of terms for this week. Integration plus 0.5%, integration plus 0.2%, integration plus 1.0%, total integration 5.02%. Li Yan saw these prompts, but others were clueless about what was happening. His opponent Yang Jian furrowed his brow, thinking this guy wasn't seriously fighting but mumbling something to himself. Li Yan slowly halted his steps and gently closed his eyes. In his mind, the integration reaching over 5% caused another transformation in the statue of Sun Wukong. Li Yan noticed that Sun Wukong now held a wooden staff in his hand. It wasn't the Golden Cudgel, but holding it felt uniquely significant. Could it be? Li Yan thought of something and mentally reached out to grab the wooden staff from Sun Wukong's hand. Then he immediately opened his eyes and exited his mental realm, only to find that he indeed held a wooden staff in his hand. Indeed, Li Yan held the wooden staff, feeling its effects. However, those around him were baffled. Where did this wooden staff come from? Is this your divine weapon? Yang Jian asked in surprise. But isn't this divine weapon a bit too cheap? Usually after awakening a divine beast or deity, the weapon that comes with them is called a divine weapon. However, acquiring a divine weapon requires a certain level of integration. Yang Jian never expected Li Yan to have already acquired a divine weapon, especially since it was just a wooden staff. It must be because his divine beast level is low, thought a student. A wooden staff, don't blame me if my halberd accidentally breaks it during the fight. Yang Jian didn't waste more time. Seeing that Li Yan was ready, he charged forward, his halberd slicing through the air towards Li Yan's head. He believed that Li Yan, even with the staff, wouldn't be much stronger than before. Li Yan's eyes, previously tightly shut, slowly opened. What he saw was the halberd furiously chopping towards him, carrying a ferocious aura. Li Yan remained calm, a spark of light flashing in his dark pupils. His wooden staff cut through the air, heading straight for Yang Jian's chest. Bang! A collision sound echoed. Before the halberd could touch Li Yan's cheek, Yang Jian's body was sent flying backward. Yang Jian quickly planted his halberd into the ground to stop himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this wooden staff too light, thus faster than me? He murmured. Before he had time to rest, he saw Li Yan confidently approaching with a wooden stick in hand. Casually spinning the stick with his right hand, Li Yan made it whirl around his side a few times. As the stick's motion created a blur to confuse the eye, Li Yan suddenly bent down and lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Yang Jian. With one strike, the far end of the stick lifted from below upwards, striking Yang Jian's chin. Forced upwards, Yang Jian's head jerked back, nearly causing him to lose grip on his halberd. Before he could react, Li Yan had already leapt into the air. Suspended mid-flight, he gripped the near end of the stick tightly while the far end came crashing down vertically towards Yang Jian. 2 strikes. Damn it! This scene terrified Yang Jian, who quickly turned his head to dodge, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Nonetheless, Li Yan's stick still struck his shoulder. Originally kneeling on one knee, the impact forced Yang Jian to kneel fully, his left hand clutching the halberd planted into the ground to stabilize himself. Under the force of this blow, dust rose from the platform, swirling in the air, and cracks spread from beneath Yang Jian's feet until with a loud crash the platform caved in, forming a depression before finally stopping. The crowd gasped, eyes glued to the scene. Yang Jian's face was pale. He felt the bones above his left collarbone shatter under Li Yan's strike. Now, it was only his willpower that enabled him to continue gripping the halberd. 3, Li Yan slowly uttered, and upon hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes widened drastically. He shouted, "Wait, I concede." "You concede?" Li Yan gave a sly smile. "Sorry, but the monkey triple strike is my rule." "Li Yan, stop!" "Li Yan, please stop." Many teachers below the stage turned pale upon hearing this, all trying to stop Li Yan, but they were too slow. At this moment Li Yan was already gripping the stick, his gaze fierce, his right arm holding the stick steady. He breathed evenly and powerfully. Visibly, a golden energy sphere slowly emerged from his right palm, winding around the stick. In an instant, slight changes appeared on the surface of the stick. Seizing the moment, Li Yan raised his hand, rotated his body 180 degrees sideways, and struck directly at the blade of the halberd Yang Jian was holding. Clang! The clash echoed like steel striking steel, sparks flying everywhere. The force knocked the halberd from Yang Jian's hands, sending it across the sky to embed itself in the wall below the main stage, creating a large crater and spreading cracks all over. This stunned everyone present into silence. "Is this really Li Yan?" a girl from Class F murmured, stunned. Li Pangpong's eyes revealed satisfaction and excitement. "That's my Li Yan." Lu Tianqing, Lin Zhongyan, Lin Qingyue, and Lu Qian, among others, were all momentarily dumbfounded, taking a long time to recover. And on the platform above, Li Yan stood with his stick, looking down at Yang Jian from on high, turning around, his back facing him as he walked away step by step. Only a voice lingered, "You two have failed." Yang Jian's body shook, his eyes fixated on Li Yan's retreating figure without uttering a word. Eventually, he let his useless left arm dangle weakly. "Thank you." He was grateful that Li Yan didn't strike a fatal blow, instead choosing to clash his wooden stick against Yang Jian's halberd, which was sent flying by the impact. Li Yan snapped his fingers and the wooden stick disappeared from his hand. He walked down from the dueling platform step by step, his presence commanding respect from everyone around. No one dared to cast a strange glance his way. All that existed was admiration and excitement, especially his classmates from Class F, who seemed ready to lift Li Yan up to the heavens, cheering joyously around him. Only the class teacher Lu Qian stood silently behind them all. At that moment, Li Pangpong didn't rush to celebrate with Li Yan, but instead approached Lu Qian. He had noticed Lu Qian earlier. "I told you before, our class does have capable people. Now, does Li Yan count?" Li Pangpong spoke without mincing words. A blush of shame flickered across Lu Qian's face as he nodded. "It's my mistake. From now on I will do my best to lead the entire class." "That's the spirit. After all, we are all human and we need to work hard. Being a rich second generation doesn't mean you can get away with anything, even if you are the principal's daughter," he said before joining the group celebrating Li Yan, who was the happiest at the scene. It definitely was him. Li Yan, my god. Time, 10 a.m. Li Weigua had just left the vegetable market when he bumped into an old friend with whom he used to carry bricks. "Old Li, your son Li Yan was admitted to Beihai University, wasn't he? How is it going?" his friend asked. Li Weigua's expression darkened slightly as he slowly exhaled a breath of air. "There has been a mishap." "A mishap?" His friend frowned. "That kid is smart and hardworking. I remember him studying all the time when I visited your house. He managed to get into Beihai University smoothly just recently. What went wrong? Is that rumor true? Did Li Yan awaken an F-grade beast?" Hearing about the F-grade, Li Weigua's expression grew even heavier, but he couldn't deny it. "Yes, how can it be?" His friend was clearly surprised, lagging behind with the news. "That shouldn't be. From what I see, the kid should be at least B-grade. How could it be F-grade?" Seeing Li Weigua's discomfort, he thought for a moment and decided not to probe further, comforting Li Weigua instead. "Let it be. Entering Beihai University as F-grade might still hold opportunities. Beihai University is one of the top 5 prestigious schools in our Huaxia country. Come on, let me buy you a drink. It's been days since we last met. Let's not talk about this anymore." Li Weigua stopped, knowing his friend was just trying not to make him feel sad. "I'm fine, really, let's go." Li Weigua refused his friend's generous invitation, lifting the vegetables in his hand to show him. "Look, I've also bought vegetables, can't let them go to waste." He sighed. "You don't have to worry about me. I know there might not be much hope. You know, even though it's Beihai University, a top institution, Class F is on the verge of being abolished." But that's how it is being a father. No matter how bad the school is or how poor the grades are, as long as my child wants to study, I will do everything I can. This statement silenced my friend momentarily, and finally he patted Lee Wegwo on the shoulder, saying, "You're right." Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted him. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," my friend informed Lee Wegwo, and then took out his phone to answer. "Dad, what? You lost? Who, was it a C class or a B class?" From the other end of the line, Yang Jian's voice came through. "Neither, it was an F class." "An F class?" Yang's father was baffled. Which F class could have defeated his son, a D class? "What happened?" Li Weiguo asked, noticing the shocked expression on his friend's face. Yang Wanchuan decided to put the phone on speaker, as Li Weiguo was an old friend. My son was defeated at school by someone ranked F class," he explained somewhat exasperatedly. "Dad, who are you talking to?" Yang Jian asked over the phone. "Who else but your Uncle Li, the one I've mentioned before, whose son also attends the same university as you. Remember Li Yan, the one who excels in his studies?" "Li Yan?" Yang Jian was stunned. "Dad, the one who beat me was Li Yan. How could you, a D class, lose to an F class?" "What, you said it was Li Yan who defeated you?" Both Yang Wanchuan and Li Weiguo were taken aback. Yang Wanchuan immediately inquired, "Are you sure his name is Li Yan?" Yang Jian was certain. "Yes, Li Yan. He's very strong. He alone has fought against 12 people at school and hasn't lost a single match, breaking the historical record at Beihai University." Upon hearing this, Yang Wanchuan burst into laughter, completely disregarding his son's defeat. He turned to Li Weiguo and exclaimed, "Look at that, your son is quite impressive. My son can't even beat him. Well done, well done. Come on, I'll buy some wine and we'll have dinner at your place." Li Weiguo was still processing the news, and Yang Jian on the other end of the phone was bewildered, especially Yang Jian, who thought, "Dad, what do you mean? You're happy your son got beaten?" Son losing to Uncle Li's son is no disgrace. It's alright, you should make good friends with Li Yan. Got it?" Yang Wanchuan hung up the phone, not at all heartbroken but rather delighted, and headed straight to Li Weiguo's house for a celebratory dinner. Yang Jian was utterly perplexed. As soon as he stepped into Li Weiguo's home, the atmosphere became lively, with Li Weiguo and Yang Wanchuan chatting and laughing as they headed to the kitchen to cook, stirring up dishes like fried intestines reminiscent of their youthful days. They were carefree when it came to discussions about their sons, unconcerned about the private squabbles and their outcomes. While Li Weiguo was happily cooking, Yang Wanchuan turned on the TV in the living room. "Li, how many years has it been and you still haven't thought of replacing this old TV? Where's the remote?" he asked, searching around the sofa as Li Weiguo directed him while continuing to chop vegetables, his mind a mix of joy and surprise over his son's actions. Yang Wanchuan, chuckling, finally found the remote and switched the channel, only to stumble upon a news program broadcasting major headlines. "Emergency notice, Yendu time 10:15 a.m. flashed on the screen, followed by, "A historic earthquake has occurred in our southeastern sea region, and after expert assessment and intervention by special forces, it is suspected that a major demon is causing chaos." The news continued. The National Department has issued orders urging coastal areas to be vigilant, focusing especially on regions like Donghai and Beihai. Li, come quickly, something terrible has happened," Yang Wanchuan shouted back towards the kitchen. Hearing the urgency, Li Weiguo hurriedly dropped his knife and rushed out. "What happened? It seems like there's major demon trouble nearby. Look at this." Yang Guang pointed at the TV, which was broadcasting hot off the press news about the calamity. Li Weiguo's brow furrowed, deeply aware that such disasters usually led to loss of many civilian lives. "Why can't this menace stay put in the southeastern sea? We have lots of schools here in Beihai. Our children could be in danger." Yang Wanchuan expressed his concerns. "Now we must see how the National Execution Department plans to handle this." No sooner had Li Weiguo spoken than both his and Yang Wanchuan's phones buzzed with the same alert message, confirming the news's authenticity and urging all city residents to stay safe. Meanwhile, preparations were underway by the Beihai City Execution Department to take necessary precautions. At this moment at Beihai University, following the subsequent competitions, Li Yan was unable to participate, having left the sports field after his matches against Class E and D, including Yang Jian. Li Yan had thought that defeating all of Class E would suffice, but unexpectedly a Class D student named Yang Jian had stepped up to challenge him. Fortunately, this encounter helped Li Yan achieve a breakthrough in his fusion rate at a crucial moment, earning him the divine artifact of the Monkey King's son, Wukong. Although the artifact that emerged in his sea of consciousness was merely a wooden staff, Li Yan internally speculated that finding the actual Golden Cudgel might be up to him. Back in his dormitory exhausted, Li Yan first took a shower and then lay on his bed to rest. Suddenly his phone on the desk rang. He reached out, saw it was from Li Weiguo and answered without hesitation. Dad, Yan, did you see the news? What's your school planning to do? What news? We're currently in the middle of our school opening competition. Li Yan was confused, but before Li Weiguo could explain further, the dormitory door burst open. Li Yan, big news. Li Pangpang rushed in, handing his phone to Li Yan. Big trouble, there's a sea demon causing chaos in the southeast. Even our school opening competition has been disrupted. Check your phone quick, there's a notification in the group. I was just talking to my dad. Though he said this, Li Yan, still puzzled, exited the call screen to check the group messages. Within moments, over 100 messages popped up in the group chat, each expressing surprise. Damn, a demon has appeared near the East Sea. It's huge. Did you see the news? What's happening? The school suddenly went into full alert because a demon appeared. The East Sea is very close to our Tianping County in Beihai. What does our city lord say now? I don't know. Wasn't the deputy city lord Lin Zhongyan at the school for the freshman opening competition? What did he say? The deputy city lord, he's been urgently recalled, and even our principal is confused. Messages kept refreshing and Li Yan couldn't read them all, but it was clear that something significant had happened near the East Sea. Dad, I think I know what's going on, but there's no official notice from the school yet. I'll talk to you later, Li Yan said. Okay, just be safe. I'll stay at home and not go anywhere, Li Weiguo replied before hanging up, sitting on his couch at home anxiously staring out the window. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy rain had started to pour outside. Li Yan, on his part, started searching for news about the East Sea incident on various online platforms using his phone. It seemed that the demon had been confirmed that very morning. It was no minor threat, having already killed residents near the seaside of the East Sea. The enforcement troops had intervened, attempting to track it down. However, the response hadn't been good, as the news reported several enforcers had already died at the hands of the demon. What do we do now? Asked Li Pangpang, knowing Li Yan had a rough understanding of the situation. What can we do but wait for the school's notice? Li Yan replied, then lay down and closed his eyes to rest. After facing more than a dozen opponents, he was exhausted. Besides, this was not something for students to meddle in. It was enough that the enforcers were there to protect them. Meanwhile, at the Lin household in the council hall, City Lord Lin sat in the chief seat, his brow furrowed deeply. The ticking clock on the wall echoed in the silent room. Impatient, Lord Lin finally spoke. Has the deputy city lord not returned yet? City lord, he is on his way back, and he has also brought the young miss with him, a subordinate replied. Just as the subordinate finished speaking, indeed, two figures briskly entered the council hall. It was Lin Zhongyan and Lin Qingyue rushing back from Beihai University. You're finally back. Good, let's begin, said Lord Lin, signaling Lin Zhongyan and Lin Qingyue to take their seats. Once they were seated, Lord Lin officially began. While you were at Beihai University for the freshman opening competition, after 10 o'clock this morning, a demon was spotted causing havoc near the East Sea by a journalist. As the journalist investigated further, it was discovered that many residents of the East Sea had been brutally killed in their homes, with the death toll currently standing at 106. An urgent order was swiftly issued by our superiors, instructing our Beihai City Executive Department to dispatch support immediately to Tianping County due to the critical and unique situation. Initially, I sent 100 enforcers hoping to stabilize the situation, but the frontline quickly relayed devastating news. 56 of the enforcers had been sacrificed, leaving only 44. What? The news shocked everyone sitting in the council hall. 100 enforcers were sent out and 56 perished just like that? What kind of demon possesses such power? For many years, our squad leaders in Beihai City had never encountered a single monster capable of so easily claiming the lives of 56 enforcers. Should we consider pulling the remaining 44 enforcers back? Lin Zhongyan proposed. Pull them back? And what about the civilians? Someone asked. Civilians? If I remember correctly, not many people live near the coast, and with over 100 already dead, there aren't many left, Lin Zhongyan countered. Turning to look at the speaker. Do you have any idea how much money and effort it takes to train an enforcer capable of entering the battlefield? Here in Beihai City, we are entirely self-sufficient. We cannot afford to lose more enforcers. Do you understand what it would mean if Beihai were to fall? There was silence until Lin Qingyue spoke up in place of the man. Uncle, I know how important enforcers are to our Lin family, but almost the entire country is watching us now. If we appear too indifferent, we will inevitably face public condemnation. I think we should keep the enforcers there. Lin Xingyue was right, as the main counter-strike force Beha needed to consider its image. Not only will I not withdraw those 44th, the Lord of Lin City declared, I need everyone here to provide their support and completely annihilate that demon. So who among you is willing to take the lead? The Lord of Lin City surveyed the council hall filled with many squad leaders, yet no one dared step forward immediately. The reason was simple. Given the extent of the demon's havoc, this was not a minor skirmish, it was a deadly affair. Seeing no one volunteer, the Lord's brows furrowed slightly. It was then that his daughter stepped forward. Dad, I'll go. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xingyue. As the darling of the Lin family, she had volunteered to fight it. Seeing everyone surprise, Lin Xingyue explained, although I've awakened the S-rank phoenix, the strongest divine beast our Lin family has ever had. No matter how powerful a divine beast is, real battlefield experience is essential to becoming a true warrior. I believe I am no less capable than anyone else. Are you saying you want to go yourself? Before the Lord of Lin City could respond, Lin Zhongyan, her uncle, quickly objected. No, how can you go yourself? If anyone should go, it should be me first. Lin Xingyue shook her head. Uncle, you're only B rank and this monster doesn't need you to personally step in. She looked around at the other squad leaders. The grades of their own beasts or generals aren't very high, and even with years of integration it's still quite troublesome. I've awakened an S rank and need the experience now. Dad, you have to trust me. A heavy sigh escaped from Lord Lin Chang as he mulled over the opportunity for his daughter's training. Despite his concerns for her safety, he decided, all right, you can go, but you must be accompanied by your uncle. Lin Xingyue agreed readily. At the North River University, in the principal's office, Lu Tianqing and his daughter Lu Qian were having a conversation. Lu Tianqing casually inquired, so the Lin family has already sent someone? Initially, they dispatched 100 executors and later a leader brought another 100, he was informed. Lu Qian, pouring tea for her father, responded, the leader of the group is their daughter Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue? Lu Tianqing's eyes widened slightly before he remarked, Lord Lin truly is generous, allowing his own daughter to rush to Tianping, but upon reflection, if neither Lin Zhongyan nor Lord Lin himself intervened, then indeed only Lin Xingyue, who was an S rank, would be apt for the task. He then asked, by the way, what is Li Yan up to now? I find that lad quite interesting. Keep an eye on him. According to Qinli Pangpang, he's currently oversleeping in the dormitory. Lu Chen nodded. You're right, that boy is quite intriguing. When everyone, including myself, had no hope for Class F, he proved us wrong with his actions. It's possible that he's now the darling of Class F. Just before I left, a few girls wanted to bring him something. Lu Tianqing laughed, finding it amusing. Here I am yet to make an official announcement and all the teachers and students are anxiously waiting, yet there he is, comfortably sleeping in his dorm. Interesting. Saying this, Lu Tianqing moved to his computer to make an official announcement regarding the school's upcoming plans. After serving her father tea, Lu Qian left, no longer troubled about whether to teach Class F or not. With interesting students in Class F, time passed. Outside the dormitory building, many students from Class F gathered, eager to see Li Yan, but unfortunately Qinli Pangpang blocked them. Please, this is the boys' dormitory. What are you girls doing here, stirring up trouble? Qinli Pangpang had never seen such frenzied girls. Despite knowing they couldn't enter the boys' dormitory, they were willing to wait outside. Qinli Pangpang, why isn't Li Yan coming out? What is he doing? Someone asked. Sleeping soundly. Sleeping? Oh my, is he unwell? Your imagination really amazes me. In the whirlwind of romance and confusion, Qinli Pangpang felt an immense pressure as the school's official arrangements were still up in the air, leaving the students with little to do but wander around. Their aimless wandering led them to Li Yan's place. Qinli Pangpang was truly exasperated. I'll go wake him up, he muttered. Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. When they realized that the newcomer wasn't from Class F, there was a palpable sense of surprise. Yang Jian. From a distance, Qinli Pangpang recognized him, his eyes flickering with surprise. You're here too? Why surprised? Yang Jian stopped in front of Qinli Pangpang. Since the school hasn't decided whether we should continue classes or prepare to flee, I might as well visit your dormitory and make friends with Li Yan. You think a loser like me wants to befriend Li Yan? Qinli Pangpang inhaled sharply. So you even acknowledge Li Yan now, huh? Yang Jian retorted, what? In your mind, can't opponents become friends? Besides, you might not believe this, but my dad and Li Yan's dad are old friends. Oh really? Then my dad and Li Yan's dad should be brothers. You think I'd believe that? Qinli Pangpang was unapologetically frank, knowing Yang Jian, who had once protected him entering the ancient battlefield as his bodyguard. Just when it seemed the two were merely boasting, a young man in black with tousled hair stepped forward from behind Li Pang, saying he's telling the truth. Li Yan, damn Li Yan, you finally came out, been waiting for you. Are you feeling unwell after so many fights? I've got money, I can buy you something to help you recover. Really? But Li Pang turned to look at Li Yan. How do you know? My dad just mentioned it. Yang Jian's dad, Yang Wangchuan, is good friends with mine. Li Yan, ignoring the others, walked straight up to Yang Jian. So if I'm not mistaken, this is your dad's idea, right? For us to get along? Yang Jian smiled and nodded. That's exactly his intent, but even if he hadn't said anything, I'd still have sought out a chance to befriend you after our fight. Same here. Li Yan also held a deep respect for Yang Jian, asking, may I ask, is your awakened spirit a war deity? No, then your halberd. It's crafted from fragments of the legendary warlord Lu Bu's defective weapon that I found on the ancient battlefield, Yang Jian explained. I see. Li Yan nodded, understanding. So, is it a mythical beast? Let me guess, is it the howling celestial dog? How did you know? Yang Jian was astonished, his mythical beast having been correctly guessed for the first time. Did my dad tell you? Li Yan shook his head. Just a guess, because your name resembles someone I know. Alright, now that I've just woken up, what's the situation with the school? What about the Southeast Sea? Li Yan turned to ask the crowd, looking for someone who might know. However, it seemed everyone was struck by a sense of admiration, so engrossed in watching him that they hadn't paid attention to his questions. Perhaps the thrill of winning the opening school contest had them overly excited. The school's directive is to suspend regular classes and have all students on alert, ready to follow further instructions in case of emergencies. Just when Li Yan thought no one would answer, teacher Lu Xian slowly emerged from the front. She continued to speak. As for the situation at Donghai Tianping, Master Lin's daughter Lin Xingyue has already taken 100 enforcers there. I believe the issue will be resolved soon. The sun gradually set over Tianping County. On the wooden planks, red blood soaked into the wood, dried and cracked from the prolonged exposure to the harsh sunlight. To the left of the planks lay the motionless bodies of a man and a woman. After a long time, a group of armed individuals arrived at the scene. The leader sighed as he looked at the two bodies and then turned to two of his teammates behind him, instructing them to move the bodies, bury them. He then looked at the others. Have we received any news from the city lord? No, and if this continues, we'll face even greater casualties. Maybe we should retreat, Captain, one of the teammates suggested. Exactly, Captain. It's clear that Master Lin doesn't want to send reinforcements. They're just sending us to our deaths, another teammate, overwhelmed by fear after seeing the bodies of the civilians and their fallen comrades, exclaimed. You've seen how outrageously powerful that monster is. Of the 100 enforcers, less than 30 remain. I think the city lord has already abandoned us. Why should we continue to obey blindly? This sentiment had been brewing within the team, only now erupting into the open. As they had traveled from the center of Beihai City to Tianping, these enforcers had witnessed too much life and death. Children, the elderly, women, and even their own comrades, they had seen them all killed by the monster, and the feeling of helplessness was unbearable. They couldn't stand to endure anymore. If they stayed, they felt they might go mad. As someone voiced these thoughts, emotions flared, and unwittingly, the other teammates stopped in their tracks, looking towards their captain. The captain knew he alone couldn't restore their confidence. So, do we really need to disband? Why isn't there someone powerful to help keep order? If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Just then, a female voice came from above them. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Xingyue, who had unexpectedly appeared on the broken rooftop, looking down at them. Miss, at the sight of her, the color drained from the faces of those who had come to support Tianping County. They had expected someone else but never imagined it would be Lin Xingyue from the Lin family. Her presence might change things. After all, she had awakened an S-rank divine beast, making her more formidable than anyone else present. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xingyue freely fell from the top of the building, and when she was just over 10 meters from the ground, she twisted her body and lightly landed on her feet. Despite the gentle nature of her landing, it demonstrated her considerable strength. I heard someone wants to leave, right? Lin Xingyue walked confidently toward the captain with her gaze fixed forward. Everyone here can leave. I won't stop you, but it will disappoint me. She stopped walking as she reached the captain and looked at him. Isn't that right? The captain remained silent, unsure of how to respond. A team member immediately spoke up. I know we shouldn't leave, miss, but you haven't seen that monster. It's far stronger than anything we've faced before, not to mention it appears and disappears like a ghost. Look back at those bodies. Those were our teammates. And what about the headquarters? They've been delaying reinforcements for so long. Isn't this just letting us fend for ourselves here? Why should we do something akin to sending ourselves to death? Why can't we leave? Gazing out at the coast where the number of survivors was fewer than their team of executors, he added, why should the lives of many be sacrificed for the few? Lin Xinhua didn't punish the executor for his words. Instead, she said, so I say now, those who choose to leave can leave. Turning her head, Lin Xinhua looked at the dwindling group of executors, now reduced to just over 30. I just didn't expect that the executors trained by our Lin family would flee because the enemy is too powerful. Just then a long spear descended from the sky, its force compressing the air and becoming more potent as it neared the ground. The executors could feel its power as it embedded itself into the earth, sparks flying from the friction resonating with a thunderous clang. Lin Xinhua drew the spear toward her with her left hand, and in the next moment it lifted from the ground, the handle flying into her firm grip. Holding the spear was a signal. In an instant the 100 executors she brought along appeared atop high buildings and leaped down like warriors ready for death. Even the deputy city lord Lin Zhongyan now stood on the rooftop, his figure erect and face determined, resembling a leading general. He had a clear view of everything that had happened below. Look, the deputy city lord is here too. Not just the miss, but the deputy city lord himself, along with these 100 executors. That monster is surely doomed. I'm not leaving, I want to stay too. It killed my brothers, I will have my revenge. As more and more support troops jumped down from the buildings to the surroundings, the previously dwindling group of 30 plus suddenly became excited. The fear that had enveloped their hearts vanished completely, replaced by a desire for revenge, a sight Lin Xinhua hoped to see. Seizing the moment, she stood on high, her spear glinting in the sunlight as she waved it. She shouted, I know the pain and hardship everyone has gone through, but trust me. I, Lin Xinhua, will personally take down that monster. We will avenge our brothers with its blood. The atmosphere ignited instantly, and now all the executors had dismissed the idea of fleeing. They all wanted to stay and fight alongside Lin Xinhua to the very end. He somewhat resembles Big Brother in his younger days. Atop the building, Lin Zhongyan, who was not yet in a hurry to jump down, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Lin Xinghua's courage, which inevitably reminded him of the times he fought alongside his elder brother on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the excitement of the crowd, a scaly claw slowly emerged from the window of a nearby decrepit room. How foolish! Beihai University. Following the latest announcement from the school, Li Yan and Qinli Pangpang stayed in their dorm room, going nowhere. Qinli Pangpang lay on his bed, utterly bored, holding his head and sighed. Hey, when can we go to an ancient battlefield for a fight or watch a monster battle live? It's so boring staying here. You want to feed the monsters until they're fat? Li Yan asked. Qinli Pangpang serious said, I'm not joking with you, didn't you get my point? When can our class F join the battlefield like those in the advanced classes? Qinli Pangpang continued, look how cool your ex-girlfriend Lin Xinhua is. After she went home, she immediately led 100 executors to Tianping County. Now even if the monster is formidable, it's probably dead, especially with a vice mayor following right behind. Yeah, but even if it was our turn to go to the battlefield, you wouldn't be chosen since your basics are lacking. Going there would just feed the monsters. Li Yan casually glanced at Qinli Pangpang and added, first take care of yourself. As Li Yan stood up to leave, Qinli Pangpang asked, where are you going? Didn't the school say not to go out? Just because it says I can't go out doesn't mean I will listen, provided it knows I'm going out. Qinli Pangpang gave a thumbs up. Cool. Taking advantage of being stuck in school, Li Yan sneakily climbed over the school walls to practice in the forest. Curious, Qinli Pangpang followed him, and bored, he rigorously learned and practiced alongside Li Yan, inadvertently experiencing the pleasure of increased strength. Gradually he too became immersed in training. Time swiftly passed, and in the afternoon a shocking news spread throughout Beihai City. Mayor Lin urgently summoned all relevant city officials to the city hall to devise appropriate strategies. This massive and sudden call disturbed every citizen's peace as they tried to grasp the situation through various means. At Beihai University, Lu Tianqing was also summoned by Mayor Lin at the first instance, and Lu Qian, concerned for the students' safety, came to the class for roll call and discovered Li Yan and Qinli Pangpang missing. What? Lin Xinhua was seriously injured? Vice Mayor Lin Zhongyan lost an arm? And what about the 100 or so executors who went with them? How are they? Dead, all dead. This couldn't be possible. Inside the Lin family hall, when the results of the battle were relayed by Mayor Lin, everyone was shocked. It should be noted that although Lin Xinhua had only recently awakened her divine beast and become an S rank, her uncle Lin Zhongyan was a mature B rank. Despite both of them personally leading the team, they failed to defeat that monster. What kind of creature was this monster? Where were the young miss and the deputy mayor? Are you sure this is true? This can't possibly be happening. A middle-aged man couldn't help but question Mayor Lin. Mayor Lin's face darkened and he glanced up sharply. Are you questioning me? The man immediately shut up, thought for a moment and then said, no, it's just that if the situation has already escalated to this extent, then this great demon is not something our little North River City can handle on its own. We should apply for support from higher authorities immediately. I've already applied, Mayor Lin said calmly, but it will take some time for people from other cities to arrive. Meanwhile, the demon could reach the center of North River City. Mayor Lin continued with a steady voice, it has far exceeded my expectations. It must have obtained some kind of divine artifact in the Eastern Sea to dare to cause such chaos among humans, mocking our city for its lack of defenders. In that case, I will go and meet it myself. A demon requiring the mayor's personal intervention. It had been many years since such a situation last occurred. It seemed that it was time to send an expeditionary force from the Eastern Sea to suppress these demons and remind them that the human borders are off limits. Hearing that Mayor Lin was going to take action personally, everyone in the hall gasped. They had all witnessed Mayor Lin's strength before. Indeed, all of Lin's family members combined might not match up to him. While the difference between a deputy mayor and a mayor might only seem a matter of title, the gap in strength was immense. As the mayor, his intervention signified the grave danger posed by this demonic disturbance. In fact, the situation was as dire as it sounded. The great demon had already breached the borders of Tianping County and entered its heart, forcing many citizens to evacuate quickly. It boasted loudly in Tianping County that no one was left there and even taunted the human strength of North River City. After making a firm decision, Mayor Lin, concerned for the safety of the citizens of North River City, ordered all remaining enforcers to distribute themselves across various locations to gather and specifically protect the citizens. He himself would go alone to Tianping County to suppress the demon personally. As the meeting was about to adjourn, someone slowly walked into the room, step by step. It was Lin Zhongyan, who had lost an arm. His appearance reaffirmed the formidable strength of the great demon. Be careful, Mayor. With the aid of someone's arm, the pale-faced Lin Zhongyan carefully sat down and described the encounter with the great demon. This demon is no ordinary creature. Judging by its appearance, it must be from the lineage of the black dragons of the Eastern Sea. It has a full set of golden scales and its dragon horns are well developed. More importantly, it wields a deadly weapon of unknown origin, extremely tough and sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Both Lin Xingyue and my weapons were broken by it, which was a major reason for our defeat. If we talk about pure strength, it couldn't match mine. A deadly weapon. Mayor Lin and the others puzzled over this revelation. Lin Zhongyan nodded. Indeed, this powerful weapon is entirely red and seems to possess properties that amplify the user's speed and strength. The key is that the longer it is exposed to sunlight, the greater the enhancement of its abilities. If it is fully deployed, it turns gold. At that time, it becomes difficult to defeat. Lin Xingyue and I barely managed to corner it here, but ultimately we suffered due to lack of information, so Master Lin must be cautious. After advising, Master Lin instructed others to leave until only Lin Zhongyan remained. He gently pressed on Lin Zhongyan's shoulder, assessing his current injuries. You've lost an arm, but don't worry, I will help you avenge this, Master Lin said. I'm okay, but it's Lin Xingyue who took a direct hit to the abdomen from the monster's dragon knee, and she's currently unconscious. I don't know what to do. Lin Zhongyan sighed, blaming himself for not being able to protect her. It's not your fault. The monster was unexpectedly powerful, he added. Meanwhile, in Tianping County, a black dragon sat atop a corpse, tapping a red knife handle against the corpse's head, scoffing. How boring, these are the human executors that the elders talked about? Their strength isn't much, a bunch of senile old fools, still stubbornly adhering to the old agreements after all these years. He grabbed the corpse's head and, swinging his blade, kicked the head away as if it were a ball. It seems no one in Tianping County can fight now. I should head to the center of Beha City to see. In Beha City, the news of Lin Xingyue and Zhongyan's failed expedition to suppress the monsters in Tianping had spread throughout every street and alley, causing widespread panic. The situation at Beha University wasn't much better. Following Master Lin's orders, the university's president was now organizing students to evacuate the school and gather at a designated location for concentrated protection. Li Yan and Xianli Pangpang were also called out from the forest behind the mountain. Concerned about his family, Li Yan called his father to ask where he was. Yes, lots of executors have come to our district saying we should hide in castle number 3. Li Weiguo answered the phone. After hanging up with his father, Li Yan said, "Wait for me, I'll come home and help you." With the whole city receiving the directive from the city lord, not only did the school students need to enter special locations for protection, but families could also choose to enter safe castles together. These safety castles, built long ago in Beha City, were once thought to be merely for show, but now their true purpose had become evident. "Pang Pang, you better head home too, no need to follow me," Li Yan said as they left the school gates. Xinli Pang Pang, being the son of a wealthy businessman, knew his father would be extremely worried about him as the sea monster chaos was about to sweep through the center of Beha City. "Alright, take care," he replied. Xinli Pang Pang bid farewell to Li Yan. Finally disappearing down the corridor, without hesitation Li Yan turned and left, making his way home. One advantage of attending university in the city was the proximity to his home. Li Yan walked briskly and soon arrived home. His father Li Weigua, relieved to see him return safely, helped him with his luggage. As they moved the luggage inside, Li Weigua spoke of the town's recent troubles. "People say that monster is fierce. Our deputy mayor of North River was even slashed, losing an arm," he said while handling the bags. The incident with the sea monster had stirred up so much talk that it left the city in an uneasy state. The citizens were shocked to learn that the deputy mayor Lin Zhongyan had sustained such severe injuries, and Lin Xingyue, he continued, was hit directly in the abdomen by the sea monster and hasn't woken up since. "Son, let's not talk about her anymore." Li Yan paused briefly, then added, "Although the deputy mayor is a Class B awakener, perhaps you've forgotten that he hasn't been awakened for long and his integration is not high. To be honest, he's only slightly better than the other squad leaders. As for Lin Xingyue, she has just started awakening to a Class S beast and her integration hasn't seen much improvement." Li Weigua murmured, then decided to push these worries aside. As a mere mortal, such matters were beyond his concern. However, he sternly warned Li Yan, "Don't be like Yang Wanchuan's son, clamoring to fight that sea monster. That's no different from courting death." Li Yan's eyes flickered with surprise. "Yang Jian is going to fight the sea monster?" "Yes, old Yang would die before letting him go, even just to have a look." Li Yan nodded in agreement. "Alright, I won't go back there. Let's head to castle number 3 first." They packed their luggage and short-term living supplies and carried them downstairs before hailing a taxi. After loading everything into the trunk and car, they set off towards castle number 3. On the way, Li Weigua gazed out the taxi window at the chaotic streets stirred up by the sea monster incident and sighed, "If only there were no monsters in this world." Turning to Li Yan, he asked, "What will we do if the sea monster can't be stopped?" "Many people will surely die, right? The sea monster is strong, but our Huaxia enforcers are not to be trifled with. We must trust the officials," Li Yan replied. "Besides, I believe Mayor Lin is likely taking action himself by now, and he must be quite confident." He respected Mayor Lin's strength, despite not being fond of his daughter. After all, as the leader of a city, if he appears powerless in the face of disaster, he shouldn't be mayor. Their casual conversation continued until the taxi reached the crowded outskirts of castle number 3. The area was packed with people and vehicles honking incessantly. Li Yan and Li Weigua struggled to squeeze in with their luggage, only to realize they had not prepared enough essential water supplies. Li Weigua stopped and said, "Yenna, stay here and guard our supplies. I'll go out and buy some water. It's hard to find water now with such high demand." "Dad, let me go," Li Yan suggested, apprehensive about leaving his father to handle it. Li Weigua patted Li Yan on the shoulder reassuringly. "It's okay, I'm just going nearby. Plus, I'm a bit too big to squeeze in there. You go ahead with the luggage, get into the hall, and follow the official arrangements." With those words, Li Weigua turned and left, leaving Li Yan to carry the luggage into the castle alone. Once inside, he found the crowd even larger than expected. In search of a spot to place his luggage, Li Yan headed to a corner, settled his belongings, and then sat down quietly to wait. Bored, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, diving into his sea of consciousness. In his mental realm, Li Yan stood on a vast ocean, seemingly endless. At the center of this oceanic expanse, a golden statue of Sun Wukong stood resplendent and imposing. Integration rate, 6.32%. Li Yan glanced at the notification. These were the fruits of his diligent efforts over the past days, his total integration rate having finally surpassed 6%. His physical strength had reached unprecedented levels and his speed and agility had also improved significantly. However, Li Yan felt it was still not enough. For instance, he wasn't sure if he could win against an S-rank like Lin Xingyue. Even with a lower integration rate, her S-rank foundation was formidable. It was conceivable that someone with a mere 1% integration rate could defeat Li Yan's 6% F-rank integration rate. Meanwhile, Li Yan's thoughts were constantly plagued by doubts about The notorious Eastern Sea demon wreaking havoc unchecked in Tianping County. As reported in the news, this demon had relentlessly forced Lin Zhongyan, Lin Xingyue and hundreds of enforcers into perilous situations, causing severe injuries and prompting a massive evacuation of Beihai City's populace. At this moment, in the heart of the grand gates of Beihai City, Mayor Lin personally took up the mantle to bid farewell to the people and head to Tianping County to eliminate the Eastern Sea demon and restore peace. The crowds that heard of his departure gathered to see him off, much like sending off a general into battle. Today, in front of everyone, I promise to slay this scourge of a demon and restore peace so that everyone can return to their lives, working, earning and living as normal. That's all, no need for more words, declared Mayor Lin, waving to the people before stepping into a black car. The engine roared to life under the driver's hand and the car started its journey. Behind him, with the mayor leading personally, all operational units of Beihai City were on standby. Not long after the car rolled away, Mayor Lin adjusted his mindset for the upcoming confrontation. However, just then a dark cloud ahead caught his suspicion. Stop! Realizing something was amiss, Mayor Lin shouted. The driver, startled, slammed on the brakes and turned to look at Mayor Lin. What's wrong? It doesn't look good. Even someone as composed and steady as Mayor Lin furrowed his brows deeply at the sight of the oppressive cloud formation in the sky. He felt that a storm was about to break here. You shouldn't stay here, hurry and escape. The city lord. Lin spoke to the driver, then pushed open the passenger door and got out. Sensing something serious from Lin's expression, the driver gripped the steering wheel, floored the accelerator and turned around to leave. Meanwhile, team leaders from the Northern River City's enforcement department gathered behind Lord Lin. They dispersed the citizens to hide in the castle within the city, ready to face the unwelcome visitor along with Lord Lin. It seemed that the enemy had taken the initiative to come first. One of the team leaders stuck out his tongue with a determined look. They really underestimate our Northern River City. Lord, let me join the fight later. The deputy lord and Lin Xingyue couldn't deal with him. Just do your duty and protect the citizens. Lord Lin refused, his voice gradually lowering. Shortly after, he saw a figure plummet from the dark clouds above, stirring up a fierce airstream like a cannonball, rushing swiftly towards Lord Lin. Even from a distance, Lin could see his all-black appearance. Indeed, just as Lin Zhongyan had said, it was a black dragon. Murmuring, Lord Lin waved his robe and a commanding aura emanated from his mouth. Humph, a mere sea demon. You think Northern River City has no one? Old man, you are nothing special. The black dragon in the sky sneered, not intimidated by Lord Lin's aura, instead showing an excited smile. As the dragon descended closer to Lord Lin, Lin timed his move, slightly stepping back and clenching his right fist, then launched an uppercut. A blue energy ball erupted from the center of his fist, forming a ring around it, and then broke through the point of explosion, shooting a sharp spike into the sky. Humph! The black dragon sea demon smirked disdainfully, and from nowhere a red long sword appeared in its hand, slashing down at the incoming blue energy ball in midair. When the forces collided, the exploding energy sphere spread across the sky and the black dragon's descending body was forced to stop, flying backwards more than 10 meters in midair. This is interesting. The black dragon hadn't expected this. Grinning, it landed directly on the ground, finally seeing someone worth fighting. The enforcers sent before were all trash, not a match for my single blade. Hee. Licking its lips, the black dragon lunged forward, legs pushing off in a sweeping arc. Seeing the demon's strong defense, Lord Lin in the blink of an eye summoned his awakened god general, Xiaodan. A golden phantom stood behind Lord Lin, his fiery great sword resting on his shoulder, his eyes emitting a dense golden light, coldly watching the black dragon sea demon charging at him. Simultaneously, Lord Lin materialized a great sword identical to Xiaodan's in his hand. Timing his strike, he slashed furiously at the center of the black dragon. A stream of fiery red flames surged forward from in front of Lord Lin, directly attacking the black dragon, which could not dodge in time and had to use the red long sword in its right hand to block. However, despite this, its figure was still blown away by Lord Lin's fiery slash, crashing into the distance. How could this be? Midair, the black dragon sea monster felt a slash across his chest, a sign that his dragon scales had been breached and blood was continuously flowing from the wound. He knew he needed to stop the bleeding first. Indeed, the lord of Beihang City was not on the same level as those he had faced before. Realizing he was no match, the black dragon decided to abandon his invasion and return to Tianping County to recuperate. Thinking of escape, Lord Lin of Beihang City would not miss this perfect opportunity to strike. He pursued the black dragon relentlessly, driving him into a residential area. The black dragon was cunning. he figured that Lord Lin would not dare to cause too much chaos in crowded areas of the castle. If he couldn't escape, he might as well drag the civilians into this, using them as a threat. Lord Lin quickly grasped the Black Dragon's plan. He turned to the head of the executioner's squad, ordering them to guard the surroundings of the castle and advising the civilians to hide within the castle walls and not to venture out. He continued his pursuit of the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, near Castle Gate number 3, Li Weigua was puzzled by the vendors' high prices for water during such desperate times. After agreeing to buy water for Li Yan, after several rounds around the area, he finally purchased some at a steep price. Carrying the water bucket on his shoulder, Li Weigua prepared to head back. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept across the sky above him. He looked up instantly, his eyes widening. Was that the great demon of the Eastern Sea, the Black Dragon? Li Weigua shuddered, not expecting to encounter such a creature while fetching water. Fortunately, the creature did not regard him as a threat and flew over his head. Without lingering, Li Weigua hurried back to Castle Gate number 3. On the rooftops, the battle between Lord Lin and the Black Dragon paused intermittently. Lord Lin was surprised that even after slashing the Black Dragon's chest, the beast still possessed such formidable combat strength. No wonder his brother and daughter could not defeat it. You're forcing my hand. In a moment, the Black Dragon's red knife glowed brightly, reminding Lord Lin of something Lin Zhongyan had once mentioned. He hastily retreated temporarily to avoid disadvantage. Unexpectedly, the Black Dragon merely used this to intimidate him, quickly turned around and seized a little girl from the ground, threatening Lord Lin with the knife at her neck. Old man, let me go. Otherwise this little girl dies. I know you might not care about the life of a little girl, but you surely care about the image of a lord. There are so many people watching you now. Why must you push me to desperation? If pushed too far, we might both end up dead. Do you really think you're worthy to perish alongside me? Lin Chengzhu sneered as he caught up again, though he made no move to strike, clearly concerned about what He Long had just said. Surveying the surroundings, indeed many people were hidden in the corners watching, and many enforcers were alert. If he, as the city lord, were to act recklessly, it would tarnish the image he had cultivated over the years. But He Long was a troublesome foe, and Lin Chengzhu was not about to let him escape. He wanted to delay to allow more enforcers to encircle them, but that could put the little girl in real danger. Die with you! Suddenly a size 42 boot kicked from the side, landing squarely on He Long's face. Li Weigua swiftly grabbed the little girl from He Long's grasp and made a quick escape, spinning on the ground before running off. This action shocked everyone present, including Lin Chengzhu. Who was this civilian so daring? In a moment of shock, even the sea demon He Long was stunned, not expecting a mere civilian to dare kick him in the face under his very nose. He Long twisted his neck angrily and charged at Li Weigua. Regretting his actions, Li Weigua thought about how he was just carrying a large bucket of water heading back to Castle number 3 when he saw the girl being captured. He couldn't control his body as he threw down the bucket and kicked He Long in the face. It was madness, he thought, but he couldn't just stand by and watch a little girl be murdered. Never. Lin Chengzhu snapped back to reality and hurried after them, but he was slightly too slow. He Long was already close to Li Weigua, grabbing him by the shoulder with a clawed hand, gripping tightly. Run, I'll show you running, He Long snarled menacingly, pulling Li Weigua back. Seeing the situation worsening, Li Weigua seized the moment to throw the child towards Lin Chengzhu, who barely caught her in time. Now He Long's hostage had changed from the little girl to Li Weigua. Realizing further delay would be dangerous as the surrounding enforcers were about to close in, He Long knew he had to break through immediately. Damn you, I'll make sure you suffer. With his plan disrupted by Li Weigua, He Long gripped Li's neck and soared into the air, attempting a breakout. At this critical moment, He Long was forced to use his powerful red long knife. As Lin Chengzhu watched, the blade turned completely red and its power increased tremendously. He Long cleaved upwards, sending a red crescent slicing through the air and splitting a skyscraper in half. Without hesitation, He Long dragged Li Weigua through the split building to escape. He's getting away, aren't we chasing him? Asked a squad leader of the enforcers, jumping down from a building nearby. Handing the little girl to him, Lin Chengzhu's expression darkened and he coughed lightly before speaking. Now that He Long has utilized that mighty weapon, even if I could defeat him, the cost would be too great, let alone for you squad leaders. That guy just split a skyscraper in half. That's what he's capable of, but he had abducted a civilian. It was useless, the Black Dragon had gone completely mad. He could kill him at any moment, and even if we caught up, we would likely meet our demise. It would be better to meet up with the other enforcers and set up a large encirclement to capture the Black Dragon once and for all. Mayor Lin stated, "I bet the Black Dragon, having struggled to conquer Tianping County, will not give up easily. Once the enforcers from other cities arrive, we will all strike together and eliminate him completely." The squad leader remained silent, silently watching as Mayor Lin departed. He couldn't quite understand. Now was the perfect time to pursue the Black Dragon, yet Mayor Lin seemed hesitant and did not chase after him. What the squad leader didn't know was that Mayor Lin looked somewhat pale at the moment. He was old now at this time. In the corner of castle number 3, Li Yan emerged from his mindspace, looking around to find that his father hadn't returned. How could it take this long? He had a vague sense that something was amiss. Frowning slightly, he asked an elder brother nearby to watch his luggage. Now he had to rely on others. If the elder brother proved unreliable, there was nothing he could do, as his father was more important. Li Yan squeezed through the crowd, but as he reached the gate, an enforcer stopped him, saying, "What are you doing? Stop, you cannot leave the castle now. I'm going to find my dad." "Doesn't your dad have legs? He will come back on his own. Stay here quietly, or else if you go out, we'll have to exert a lot of effort to rescue you." The enforcer's eyes showed his annoyance. Clearly he had dealt with many such cases before. "Just stay in the castle, talk after half an hour." Li Yan bit his lip and eventually muttered a reluctant okay, slowly retreating back into the crowd. Then, taking advantage of the enforcer's distraction, he leapt up, grabbed a rod on the ceiling, and swung out. "Damn it, really asking for death, aren't you?" The exasperated enforcer cursed, unable to stop him, and didn't chase after him, feeling he had done his duty. If that person wanted to throw his life away, it was out of his hands. On the streets, Li Yan ran wildly, unable to find Li Weiguo, but he did see many signs of fierce battles on the streets. "Where is everyone?" Li Yan ran and searched, moving further and further away from the castle, almost searching every place that sold water, but his father was nowhere to be seen. At this point, real panic began to set in inside Li Yan. "Hey, why are you running around alone? Didn't you get the notice from the mayor? Hurry and hide in the castle." From a nearby alley corner, an enforcer checking for injured people happened to see Li Yan. "I'm looking for my dad. He's not in the castle," Li Yan said. "Your dad? Where did he go then?" the enforcer asked. "I don't know, he said he was going out to buy water and now he's missing." It was dangerous indeed. The lord of the city had just battled a black dragon. "Wait, what does your father look like?" the executor suddenly asked. Li Yan struggled to describe his father. 45 years old, with a fairly regular face, wearing black clothes today, probably a bit dirty, with a long scar on his left hand from an injury. "A scar? It's him. Your dad was taken away by the black dragon," the executor realized, rushing over to Li Yan's side. "He was taken as a hostage in place of a little girl he tried to save, and now I fear." The executor wanted to say he might already be dead, but noticing that Li Yan was still a student and might not be able to handle it, he left it unsaid. However, Li Yan had already figured it out, his face turning serious. "Impossible. Where is the black dragon? Who does he think he is taking my father? He's asking for death." Now Li Yan didn't care about the consequences. He swore that the black dragon must die. "No way, the black dragon isn't so easy to deal with. You're walking into death." The executor tried to stop Li Yan. "Come, follow me back to the main city first. Lord Lin is currently discussing how to completely annihilate the black dragon." "Then hurry." Li Yan didn't refuse. He wasn't foolishly angry. He knew the limitations of individual power and understood the necessity of finding allies. The two rushed all the way to the main city where Lord Lin and his family resided. Li Yan had always held a certain grudge against this place due to his relationship with Lin Xingyue, but now for his father's sake he had to swallow his pride and seek help. Now, impossible. Inside the Lin family's council hall, Lin Zhongyan, who had lost an arm, gave Li Yan a dismissive look. He had never liked the young man. "Forget about whether we dispatch troops now. Even if we did, your father would already be dead by the time they arrived. See this arm? It was severed by the black dragon. If I ended up like this, what chance would you, a newly awakened F-grade talent, have? Listen clearly, get as far away as you can before I lose my temper." Previously, to sever the ties between Li Yan and Lin Xingyue, Lin Zhongyan had personally visited Li Weiguo's family, and in front of Li Weiguo forced Li Yan to break up with Lin Xingyue. From that moment, the relationship between Li Yan and Lin Xingyue was completely severed. Lin Zhongyan would not intervene on Li Yan's behalf again, nor would he allow such a low-level talent to associate with Lin Xingyue again. The Lin family, with Lord Lin as the city lord of Bay River City, already held official status. Li Yan hadn't expected that the people of Bay River City, facing difficulties, would come here seeking help only to find no assistance from an executor and furthermore be dismissed on the spot by Lin Zhongyan, the deputy city lord. This was clearly a case of personal vendetta becoming involved. "Where is Lord Lin?" Li Yan asked in a final attempt, wanting to see the attitude of the city lord himself. Lord Lin, since when can ordinary people demand to see the city lord so directly? You march into our council hall shouting to see the city lord as if it's your right, Lin Zhongyan said with disdain. And who might you be? Li Yan's face darkened at these words, and seeing this the corner of Lin Zhongyan's mouth twitched into a smug smile. Beside him an executor bowed his head without looking up, clearly showing that there were those among them who wanted to step out and help Li Yan. However, under the pressure from Lin Zhongyan, they dared not reveal anything. They feared that the deputy city lord might dismiss them, not to mention enforce the executor's regulations. Taking a slow breath, Li Yan understood the urgency of the situation and knew that lingering here was pointless. He turned and left, since no one would help him. He would rely on himself. Are you sure you want to go? It's no different from seeking death. Li Yan had not walked far when he heard a girl's voice behind him, familiar yet strained. He knew it was her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Xingyue with a troubled expression descended the stairs and approached Li Yan. It's the black dragon from the East Sea with formidable strength and a deadly weapon that can slice through iron like mud. Both my uncle and I have suffered at his hands. Actually, my father doesn't avoid seeing you, but he just had a tough fight with the black dragon. Though he gained the upper hand, it took a lot of effort and he hasn't fully caught his breath yet. Even under the fierce attack of my father, General Xiaoho, the black dragon was wounded in the chest, yet he still possesses the power to strike back fatally. We are all at a loss with him. What can you do if you go? Li Yan paused his steps and didn't turn back. By your logic, if your father were captured by the black dragon, would you just stand here doing nothing? That's not what I meant. Enough. Lin Xingyue. Li Yan called out. His feelings for this girl completely faded. He resumed his steps. Goodbye. Thinking back, I advised you out of concern for your impending doom. Do you think I still care about you? Lin Xingyue's expression changed. You're going alone? It's my father. What does it matter if I'm alone? Determination flashed in his eyes. Today Li Yan had forsaken life and death, his eyes solely on the black dragon. He must die today. Foolish. After Li Yan completely disappeared from the hall, Lin Zhongyan spoke disdainfully, then turned to Lin Xingyue. Why even talk to him? He's not the person he used to be. Come on, your wounds haven't healed yet, go back to your room. Lin Xingyue nodded without hesitation and turned back to her room. Meanwhile, Li Yan's rapid arrival at the main city with that executor had drawn considerable attention. Now, as Li Yan left alone, many eyes were fixed on him, unsure of what had transpired. But seeing Li Yan's current demeanor, it seemed he was heading out of the city. His face was filled with a murderous intent. Was he going to confront the black dragon? This child, does he no longer value his life? Currently, the castle was temporarily safe, and an old man hiding there remarked anxiously as he watched Li Yan leave the city alone. Didn't Lord Lin send anyone with him? I remember his name, Li Yan, right? Isn't he a student from Beihai University? Yes, I know him. He's from Beihai University. Good heavens, don't the teachers at Beihai University care, letting him leave the city alone? Quickly notify the principal or the homeroom teacher. What exactly are those enforcers doing? Are no children allowed to leave the city? The crowd was abuzz with conversation. Similarly, inside the castle, Lu Qian noticed Li Xian's movements from afar and quickly followed him. As a homeroom teacher, although it wasn't class time, she still needed to keep an eye on her students. This child. Principal Lu Tianqing also noticed and followed, finally catching up to Li Yan. Are you planning to leave the city? Where are you going? Lu Qian asked. Unexpectedly, it was homeroom teacher Lu Qian who approached, but Li Yan was in a hurry. He didn't stop, so Lu Qian had to run alongside him. Li Yan said, my father has been captured by the black dragon, I need to save him. What? The moment this answer came out, Lu Qian's eyes widened. Finally catching up, Lu Tianqing said, the black dragon captured your father? What does he want with him? Child, listen to me, it's dangerous for you to go. What about the Lord of Lin's city? Didn't they send anyone to help you? They mock me rather than help, Li Yan replied grimly. This bunch of bastards. Lu Tianqing thought for a moment, then grabbed Lu Qian. Daughter, stay behind. Don't follow him, I will go with Li Yan. Dad, you're too old to fight, let me go with Li Yan. Lu Qian disagreed. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment Li Yan was gradually distancing himself from them. Finally Li Yan waved his hand and a wooden staff magically appeared in his grasp. Angered, he extended the staff and used it to vault over the rooftops, disappearing from everyone's sight. Tianping County, the Chaos Burial Ground. This place was littered with the bodies of over 100 enforcers, a testament to Black Dragon's victories. Now a long spear stuck through the chests of two bodies standing upright with a chain wrapped around it, binding Li Weiguo, who was kneeling beside the spear. With his left leg broken by Black Dragon, Li Weigua couldn't stand up or escape, only able to watch the piles of bodies and the menacing Black Dragon helplessly. He wondered how his son was faring. At this point, Li Weigua was no longer afraid. He was prepared to die, but he couldn't stop worrying about his son whom he had been with for over 20 years. So he went to Tianping County alone. Inside the master bedroom of Lin City's lord, after hearing his brother's recount, he said, "Yes, what can I do if he wants to court death? Besides, with Black Dragon's temperament, his father is probably long dead. His going there is pointless." Lin Zhongyan said nonchalantly, "Right, how are the troops gathering? The neighboring Jiangnan city has already sent people. It's time to move. Go and gather our men. You will lead the team again this time," said the lord of Lin City. All right, Lin Zhongyan didn't refuse. Despite having lost an arm, he knew that with the enforcers from Jiangnan City he wouldn't need to fight personally. He would simply coordinate with the local enforcers from Beihai City. "I'm also coming," said Lin Qingyue, appearing at the doorway as Lin Zhongyan was about to leave. "Is your injury healed?" asked the lord of Lin City. "All right, Dad." Lin Qingyue walked in and said, "Let me go. I want to see what special abilities the executor from Jiangnan City next door has. Moreover, I want to witness the death of the Black Dragon sea monster with my own eyes." The sky was a dark gray filled with the stench of blood. Li Weigua's eyes slowly closed. Across from him, the Black Dragon sea monster, bleeding from the chest, was not in a hurry to kill him. It tore a piece of cloth from a pile of corpses, then ripped open his own chest clothing, revealing the wounded scales and flesh beneath. "That old man really isn't easy to deal with. It's the first time someone has managed to wound me." As the Black Dragon staunched the blood, it looked up at Li Weigua. "And you, it's bizarre, you're clearly so weak, yet you still provoke me. Using your human words, is your brain filled with water? Why don't you answer?" Throwing aside the cloth in its hand, the Black Dragon stepped on the pile of dead bodies and walked step by step towards Li Weigua. "Have you already seen your own death? Yes, your end will be just like the corpses under your feet, dead but worthless. If I were to follow the old city lord Lin's thoughts, I would have killed you by now, but I won't kill you. I want to see if the bonds among you humans are really as the rumors say, that you won't abandon any of your kin." Hearing this, Li Weigua, who had his eyes closed, gently opened them and smiled. "I'm glad you think that way, but unfortunately, I'm not an important person. They wouldn't sacrifice more for a mere mortal like me. Is that so?" "What a pity then." The Black Dragon bent down slightly, picked up the long red saber in his hand and said, "Let's kill you now then, since keeping you is useless anyway." Li Weigua closed his eyes again. At this moment, the Black Dragon felt a momentary respect for the mortal's courage, but it did not deter his determination. He swung the saber, aiming it at Li Weigua's neck. "Goodbye, son," Li Weigua said in his heart. "Dad!" Suddenly a loud explosion erupted from behind Li Weigua. A wooden pole several tens of meters long burst through the air, passing beside Li Weigua with a fierce gust, and struck the incoming red saber heavily. The red saber trembled, and the Black Dragon holding the saber stumbled backward in disbelief, staring at the long wooden pole that had suddenly flown in. "Damn, didn't you say no one would come to save you?" To stabilize itself, the Black Dragon, enduring the severe pain in its chest, thrust the saber's tip into one of the corpses at its feet to anchor its body, quickly scanning the area ahead. In a blur, a young man in a black robe rapidly descended next to Li Weigua, grabbed the long spear stuck in the corpse, pulled it out and rescued Li Weigua. "Yenner, how is it you?" Li Weigua couldn't believe the person who came was his son and exclaimed in fear, "What are you doing here? Go on, leave me be, no one can escape." Black Dragon couldn't bear listening to the father and son bickering anymore. Gripping his red long sword, he charged at them. Scram! Li Yan quickly stowed away his long staff and struck the incoming Black Dragon with it. The dragon, caught off guard by the staff that could change length at will, was flung against a nearby wall. Already bleeding from the chest, his injuries now worsened. "What the hell is this staff, stretching and shrinking so freely?" he cursed, realizing he'd need to be more cautious in the future to avoid further losses. He must have a very weak aura, probably awakened at F grade. Black Dragon propped his long sword against the wall, bent his knees and pushed off the wall, charging forward. "You're just like your father, pretending to be strong when you're actually weak. Dad, wait for me." Li Yan shortened the staff back to its original length, twirling it twice in his hand before gripping it tightly and dashing forward. Li Weigua slightly widened his eyes. In his view, Li Yan moved in an arc, leaving behind a trail of golden afterglow, clashing harshly against Black Dragon's dark, evil aura. Transform. As they split apart from the impact, Li Yan's shape shifted to mirror Black Dragon's exactly. Seeing this change, Black Dragon was momentarily stunned, but that moment was all Li Yan needed. his staff quickly enlarged, becoming as massive as a pillar, which he grasped firmly at the base before swinging it down with all his might. A dark shadow loomed over the sea demon Black Dragon. What kind of ability is this? Not only can the staff stretch freely, but he can also transform too. Look just like me. Black Dragon had never encountered such an adversary before. He might have suffered a minor setback, but it didn't worry him. He believed in his strength to cleave through the massive staff descending upon him. Wood is ultimately just wood. It cannot surpass my red long sword. With a fierce shout, Black Dragon swung his sword upwards, unleashing a red slash that collided violently with the descending staff. However, to his surprise, the slash that could split floors failed to cut through the staff. What's going on? A stunned Black Dragon quickly noticed a faint golden glow around the staff. What is that glow that can suppress my red long sword? Unable to do anything else, Black Dragon dodged to the side, but Li Yan wouldn't miss this opportunity. His eyes sharp as an eagle's, he locked onto Black Dragon's form, precisely controlling the massive staff descending from the sky. Today, whether I live or die doesn't matter. I'll show you that you're not fit to touch my father. With a mighty swing, Li Yan's hands, already bleeding from the friction against the staff, directed it fiercely towards Black Dragon's body. The staff continued to grow larger as it fell, making it impossible for Black Dragon to dodge. What kind of incredible technique is this? Could this really be from an F grade? Black Dragon could hardly believe it. Even Lin Cheng, the city lord, hadn't managed to catch him, and now he was being overpowered by an F grade monkey with a ridiculously large staff. As the earth-shattering blow descended, Black Dragon had no choice but to brace himself, using his body to withstand the hit. He had underestimated the seemingly unremarkable wooden staff, which turned out to be the heaviest he had ever encountered in his life. The moment they touched, his feet were forced to sink into the ground and the bones in his arms cracked with a sudden noise. Even now, Black Dragon couldn't understand why his red blade failed to cut through metal like mud and didn't deliver its usual devastating impact. Why was it suppressed by the opponent's golden light? The pressure was immense. The wound on Black Dragon's chest, previously inflicted by Master Lin of the city, reopened, bleeding profusely. At this moment, Black Dragon was astonished to find a trace of fear in his heart, the fear of death. How could this be? The opponent was merely a student, an F-level monkey. Could he really kill me? With this thought, Black Dragon, enduring the severe pain in his chest, unleashed his primitive power and managed to withstand Li Yan's attack. Through the sensation transmitted back through his arms, Li Yan knew that the adversary was not yet dead. He quickly retracted the wooden staff. After all, if it couldn't deliver a finishing blow, he needed to engage in close combat. In a swift move, the large wooden staff was withdrawn, allowing Black Dragon a moment to breathe. At this point, he looked extremely disheveled. Not only was his chest bleeding, but his eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale, and his arms hung limply by his sides. Only his eyes, filled with both hate and fierceness, glimmered as they fixated on Li Yan. Li Yan, always decisive, did not hesitate to strike at an enemy who dared to harm his father, regardless of how bad the opponent's condition was, showing no trace of mercy. Leaping into the air with his staff, he struck down at Black Dragon once more. Black Dragon countered with his knife. Despite his current poor state, his inherent strength was undeniable. Even though his powerful red blade was not at its peak condition, suppressed by the mysterious golden light emanating from Li Yan, his combat abilities were still formidable. Black Dragon's reaction speed matched and at times even surpassed Li Yan's, but the accumulating injuries on his body slowly but surely allowed Li Yan to regain the upper hand. Li Yan knew about the injuries Black Dragon had sustained from the previous battle with Master Lin, but to him an enemy of his father was an enemy regardless. Die as quickly as possible, he thought. Suddenly a message resonated. Detection of missing piece in the golden staff. Detection of missing piece in the golden staff. Detection of missing piece in the golden staff. Upon another impactful strike, Li Yan frowned. A missing piece from the golden staff? Where could it be? His gaze shifted back and forth over Black Dragon's figure, finally settling on the red blade that Black Dragon was holding. The red blade? No wonder. From the moment he first encountered Black Dragon, Li Yan was curious why the formidable enemies that the Lin family spoke of appeared so disheveled under his staff. Initially, Li Yan attributed it to the injuries inflicted by Master Lin, but now it seemed that there was more to it. The problem lay in the red longsword in his hand, Li Yan realized internally. Across from him, the Black Dragon, who had caught his breath, noticed Li Yan's focus on the red longsword in his hand and said, "What's the matter? Scared by my big sword? It's normal. Who else brings a wooden stick to a sword fight?" "Where did this sword come from?" Li Yan asked, but as soon as he spoke he realized it was a foolish question. The black dragon, a sea demon, had never left the Eastern Sea before. This red longsword could only have come from the seabed of the Eastern Sea. "An ancient sealed item. Why should I tell you?" retorted the black dragon. "Now tell me, why does the faint golden light emanating from your body suppress my sword?" At this point the black dragon didn't mind revealing his weakness. "If it weren't for that faint golden light you would have been slain by me long ago. Are all the great serpents from the sea as arrogant as you?" Li Yan provoked. The black dragon's face darkened instantly. "What did you call me?" Li Yan smiled. "A great serpent? Oh. Nope, a black great serpent. Your mother is a big serpent, your whole family are big serpents." Fuming, the black dragon hated being called a serpent instead of a dragon, and without further ado he charged with his sword, forgetting his injuries. "If we're fighting, I'm ready," Li Yan said, not afraid of the other fleeing and intentionally using words to infuriate him. The opponent's condition was deteriorating, and with Li Yan's agility he could wear him down. "Transform." With a silent command Li Yan's body shifted, and as he envisioned a golden dragon in his mind his body morphed into a golden dragon in the blink of an eye. This was the result of his fusion level, with Sun Wukong breaking through 6%, no longer limited to just human form transformation. As long as he could visualize the needed change and had enough mental power his body could transform. Roaring as a golden dragon, Li Yan controlled the dragon's body to dive down from the sky and let out a thunderous roar at the black dragon, who stiffened up instantly. Even Li Weiguo, watching from a distance, was stunned. "Is this really my son?" Li Weiguo was internally shocked. "Father." The black dragon stiffened, his eyes widening as he couldn't distinguish if the golden dragon before him was Li Yan or his father. But in a blink of an eye images of Li Yan flashed in his mind and he quickly realized it was Li Yan's trick. "How could it be his father, you idiot?" The black dragon, hating to be emotionally deceived, immediately swung his longsword at the golden dragon in mid-air. But the dragon spun in the air, dodging the red longsword and with the golden light suppressing, it swiftly moved behind the black dragon. Not good. Realizing Li Yan was near, the black dragon turned, but in the next moment his pupils dilated as he saw a wooden stick flying towards his forehead. With a blink, the black dragon's body was knocked backward, and without hesitation Li Yan swung the wooden stick, bouncing up and striking the black dragon's chest with a 180-degree swing, monkey double stick. With a thud, as the stick fell, the black dragon's chest caved in and bounced back, but a clear sound of breaking bones could be heard and more blood flowed from the wound on his chest. The black dragon lay atop a corpse, continuously coughing up blood. He had never imagined that there would come a day when he himself would be lying among the dead. Impossible, a mere monkey. He still struggled, trying to speak despite the blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, but he was interrupted by Li Yan, who looked down at him from above. "Monkey, I'm the one you should be calling brother monkey." After saying this he smashed his staff into the black dragon's throat. The throat shattered, ending the black dragon's life for good. Thus, the scourge that had troubled Tianping County and parts of North River City, the evil spirit of the Eastern Sea, was finally laid to rest. Success in killing the Eastern Sea demon. Fusion degree plus 0.3. Li Yan didn't pay much attention to the fusion degree increase, but was more concerned about the red longsword that black dragon clutched in his hand. Even in death, he bent down and gently took the red longsword from black dragon's grip. The frequency of these enhancements indeed increased. Detected missing piece of the Golden Cudgel. The red longsword turned out to be forged from a fragment of the Golden Cudgel. No wonder. Li Yan, closely examining the sword, sensed its origin and finally understood why the golden glow emanating from him was able to suppress the black dragon, preventing his red longsword from reaching its peak potential. Since the red longsword was crafted from a fragment of the Golden Cudgel, Li Yan speculated that melting down this sword would likely release a fragment of the Golden Cudgel, thereby increasing his fusion degree with Sun Wukong. Therefore Li Yan took nothing else but the red longsword from black dragon's grip. "Yenner." From a distance Li Weiguo, who had lost his left leg, struggled to kneel up, his eyes filled with worry as he looked at Li Yan while also concealing his astonishment at his son's actions. "Dad." Li Yan gripped the red longsword in one hand and quickly ran over to help Li Weiguo. Seeing that his father couldn't stand on his left leg, the murderous intent in Li Yan's heart stirred once again. He had lived for over 20 years, and never had he seen his father so humiliated. "I'll carry you." Without a second thought Li Yan gently crouched in front of his father. Seeing this, the aged eyes of Li Weiguo slightly reddened, knowing his son had grown up. "All right then." Li Weiguo managed to squeeze a smile on his face, for a man must not show pain on his face, especially not in front of his own son. Li Yan reached around the back of Li Weiguo's knees, lifted him up, and step by step they walked down from the pile of corpses, both hearts heavy with emotion. Li Yan, behind them on the open ground, Lin Xingyue, Lin Zhongyan and several enforcers arrived, along with nearly 100 others who had come from Jiangnan City. When they arrived they saw no black dragon, only 2 men, one younger carrying a red long sword supporting another man on his back, moving heavily step by step down a pile of corpses. The scent of blood permeated the air as a breeze swept across the young man's forehead, causing his bangs to flutter elegantly. Hearing a noise behind him, the young man with dark pupils glanced back and responded, "Do I know you?" Lin Xingyue's expression froze, and before he could reply, Li Yan continued to step away from the pile of dead, gradually disappearing into the distance. "Look, there's the body of the black dragon," shouted an enforcer who had rushed over from Jiangnan City, quickly drawing the attention of others. Lin Xingyue and Lin Zhongyan turned to look and were shocked to find the black dragon now silent. In death, bleeding profusely from the chest, head, face, mouth and nose, his appearance disheveled and his death gruesome. Everyone at the scene was astonished by this sight. "That's the black dragon, we traveled all this way for him and now he's dead without a sound." Was it Li Yan? Impossible. Lin Xingyue, who had personally fought the black dragon, quickly approached the body and discovered that the black dragon had not died from any blade or similar weapon, but seemed to have been beaten to death with a club reminiscent of the wooden stick that Li Yan had revealed during the school's opening competition. It was him who killed the dragon. Beside her, Lin Zhongyan, although equally shocked, said he was just holding the black dragon's red long sword and looking at the remaining traces of the battle here. It's very similar. In Lin Zhongyan's eyes, the remnants of the battlefield were stirring the deep pits as if smashed by a stick from the sky. "It seems our support from Jiangnan was superfluous after all." The captain of the enforcer team from Jiangnan City slightly curved his lips in a smile, remarking, "It seems the younger generation of Beha City still has a few notable figures." "Haven't you Beha enforcers noticed?" Lin Zhongyan and Lin Xingyue fell silent. With the black dragon gone, this quiet little city of Beha gradually began to stir again as people slowly emerged from the castle. Far away in the suburbs, Li Pangpang also returned, heading straight to Beha University to find Li Yan. However, after searching the entire university, he couldn't find Li Yan and, in desperation, grabbed a teacher who had just returned to the school, asking, "Where's Li Yan?" "Li Yan? Who's that?" "Oh, you mean the guy who went alone to save his dad?" The teacher expressed surprise, not originally familiar with the student named Li Yan, but Li Yan had attracted much attention when he alone left the gates of Beha City, and now many were concerned about his whereabouts. He went to save his dad. Was his dad captured by the black dragon? Didn't the Lin family send any enforcers? Why did he go alone? Li Pangpang was puzzled and cursed the Lin family's enforcement division for their ineffectiveness. "They're bastards, not a single enforcer was sent to help." Hearing this, the teacher became angry. "Our principal and his daughter both went to Lord Lin's, yet did nothing, and now many are criticizing them. He won't be the city lord for much longer." Li Pangpang murmured softly to himself, not wanting to linger any longer. After bidding farewell to his teacher, he left the school intending to visit Li Yan's house. However, as he passed along the street, he was drawn to a crowd that had gathered. Curious, he squeezed through to see what was happening, and abruptly his eyes widened in shock. Li Yan, covered in blood, Li Yan's black robe was stained crimson on one side, a red long sword hung at his left, and he carried a middle-aged man on his back. Each step he took was heavy, resonating powerfully with the onlookers. To those watching, it seemed not as if Li Yan had struck down a mere black dragon, but rather that he had struck at their very hearts. He actually killed the black dragon. It was evident to the astute onlookers that the weapon in Li Yan's left hand was the black dragon's weapon of choice. Additionally, the fact that Li Weiguo on his back was alive and had been rescued single-handedly by Li Yan was astonishing. An elder man, surprised by the scene, stood up from his wooden stool. Despite his age and graying hair, he knew he had to remember this young man who single-handedly defeated the sea monster of the Eastern Sea. The expressions of others varied, but most were struck dumb, unable to speak amidst their extreme shock. Li Yan, however, did not pause to soak in the atmosphere. His focus remained solely on his father, whose legs were broken. He knew he needed to take Li Weiguo to the hospital, wanting nothing more than to return home and wash off the blood that coated him. After all, in this world, aside from his father's selfless dedication, who else had lent him a helping hand? It was all on him. Li Yan. He had no intention of stopping until a figure blocked his path. with blood in one eye making it difficult to open. Li Yan could only slowly lift his gaze with his right eye to see a slightly plump figure before him. "Are you alright? You look so tired." Unlike the others, Qianli Pangpang read not joy but bloodshed, heaviness and exhaustion in Li Yan's face. "Give me your uncle, I'll help you carry him." Qianli Pangpang stepped forward to offer help, and at that moment something shifted slightly in Li Yan's heart. As Li Yan and his group slowly departed, hidden among the crowd were the principal, Lu Tiancheng and Lu Qian, whose hearts were subtly stirred. He had really done it. The next day, as Li Yan and Qianli Pangpang stood guard outside Beha Hospital, news reached the Lin family's main city, where the city lord sat in the council hall, his expression slightly uneasy. The reports brought back by Lin Xingyue and Lin Zhongyan, along with the discussions among the townspeople, confirmed that the sea monster Black Dragon, which had once troubled Tianping County, had indeed been slain by Li Yan. The task he had failed to accomplish had been achieved by this young man, and now the people's trust in him was waning. Actually, it wasn't entirely Li Yan's credit for slaying the Black Dragon. If it hadn't been for the city lord using the divine statue Xiaoho disregarding the backlash to slash the Black Dragon's chest, Li Yan would have had no chance of killing it. Lin Zhongyan, unwilling to acknowledge Li Yan's role, argued that the main credit should still go to his elder brother for the prior injuries inflicted on the Black Dragon. "My attack on the Black Dragon certainly helped a lot, but even a wounded Black Dragon is not easy to deal with," he said. Lin Zhongyan turned to the city lord. "You had mentioned before, in times of grave danger it would employ the special abilities of the Red Long Knife, a weapon so formidable that even I dare not underestimate." Hearing this, everyone in the council hall fell silent. "That weapon, I still haven't figured out exactly what it is." The city lord sighed, then remembering something he asked, "It is said that this weapon is now in Li Yan's possession." Lin Zhongyan nodded. "Indeed. What do you want to see it?" "It's not difficult. The spoils of battle earned by someone's strength aren't something you can just take. It's against the rules." "No problem, he can't handle it, although the city lord didn't say it." Lin Zhongyan and the others already had their designs. Considering even their city lord feared the weapon, how could they not be tempted and leave it peacefully in Li Yan's hands? On a different note, a severe leg fracture required a lengthy treatment period, and during this time, the patient's family needed to gather enough money for the surgery. This was communicated by the doctor at the hospital entrance. The reality of medical expenses was a pressing issue, and Li Yan was gradually falling silent. "Looks like I'll have to sell some valuable things from home," he muttered under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, Qianli Pangpang casually waved his hand, slapped his chest, and told the doctor, "No worries, I'll pay for it. Just go ahead with the surgery, and I warn you, don't mess around. Use the best medical equipment and services for Li Weigua. I can afford it." Both the doctor and Li Yan turned their heads in surprise. Li Yan said, "Thank you. Is this a loan? I might not be able to repay it anytime soon." "Oh, stop fussing, it's just some money for treating a broken leg. My pocket money is enough." Qianli Pangpang chuckled, speaking like a true rich second generation. Hearing that someone could pay, the doctor promptly left. Qianli Pangpang, not minding the doctor, continued to speak to Li Yan. "Li Yan, your reputation in Beihai City is really growing, kind of like back in your high school days, only now even the old ladies on the street have heard of your name. So Li Yan, I'm not trying to take advantage of the situation, but I do have a small favor to ask of you. Of course, if you don't want to, no worries, you don't have to repay the medical expenses I just covered." Seeing Qianli Pangpang was serious, Li Yan tentatively asked, "What is it?" Qianli Pangpang said, "Have you heard of the ancient battlefield? I've heard about it a few times from Yang Jian. Do you want to go there?" Li Yan asked. Qianli Pangpang nodded. "I want to go, so I was hoping you could serve as a bodyguard. Are you willing?" "Just like Yang Jian back then, I feel now you give off more of a sense of security." "It wouldn't be good if Yang Jian heard you saying that." Li Yan then asked, "Are we going to the ancient battlefield to look for fragments of a divine general's weapon?" "The ancient battlefield is full of rare items, not just these divine fragments," Qianli Pangpang explained. "Just tell me if you agree or not. While acting as a bodyguard, you'll be paid 10,000 a day. What do you say? I know it might be a bit low, but I don't expect you to risk your life for me. Just do your best." 10,000 a day. Li Yan thought to himself that this was more than enough. When had he ever earned such a salary? "All right, I agree." Li Yan agreed so quickly, not just for the salary. He was also genuinely interested in the ancient battlefield. He wanted to see what was truly in this ancient battlefield that made so many people vie fiercely and fearfully. However, he made it clear, "If there's a task from the school or teaching content, I will prioritize that." Li Yan added, "And before we actually head to the ancient battlefield, I think I need to improve myself to avoid both of us dying there. TSK." Don't say such ominous things, Chinli Pang Pang chided Li Yan. Of course you'd complete school tasks first, we're still students in the same class even so I understand. Don't worry, I've requested my dad for permission to enter the ancient battlefield next month. Good, Li Yan nodded. In a month his father's injuries would also heal significantly. He wondered how he managed it. In her bed Lin Qingyue tossed and turned, unable to understand how Li Yan had managed to defeat the Black Dragon. Knowing that, although her fusion with the Phoenix wasn't perfect and she had S-class potential, she was unable to defeat the Black Dragon, yet Li Yan did it, which was almost unbelievable. For some reason Lin Qingyue was gradually feeling the same sensation from Li Yan that she felt back in high school. Could it be that he was really coming back? Outside, the sky gradually darkened, turning to dawn in no time. After a few days, the teaching tasks at Beihai University finally resumed. Normally, under Principal Lu Tianqing's arrangement, the opening competition that was halted was to continue today. Award certificates were to be distributed. At the campus playground, Lu Tianqing gathered the new student teams, sat on the platform, grabbed the microphone, and addressed the crowd below. I know that due to the Black Dragon's disturbance, our opening competition was interrupted, but today we continue. Based on the original competition results, we now have the accurate rankings of each class, and there's one very shocking result. Our previously unnoticed Class F. I'm pleased to announce that Class F is now ranked 10th overall. What, 10th? In the audience, a student was astonished. He still remembered how Li Yan had stood out back then, though only by beating all the E-class and one D-class student Yang Jian, which led him to question how Li Yan could possibly rank 10th in the entire school. Could that be too high a rank? He felt it was actually too low. Nearby, another student dismissed the first student's doubts. Sure enough, Louis Tianqing on the high platform explained, I know everyone is quite puzzled as to how Class F managed to enter the top 10 and break a historic record. The reason is simple. Our Class F's Li Yan, representing Class F, recently killed a black dragon that crossed over from the Eastern Sea. As per our school's tradition, significant contributions to society earn special nurturing benefits. Thus Li Yan's achievement boosted Class F into the top 10. Louis Tianqing continued. As for the authenticity of killing the Black Dragon, I believe everyone here has heard about it, so there's no need to elaborate. So that's it, a student murmured from below, clearly not entirely familiar with the school's rules. Others gradually began to understand, realizing that if they could also create similarly compelling beneficial events, they too could receive such support. However, could they really achieve something on the scale of what Li Yan did? With a light clap, Chinli Pang Pang patted Li Yan on the shoulder, smiling. I'm not surprised by your words, right Li Yan, you're really amazing. You don't know how worried we were when you went out of the city alone that day, a female classmate said. Sorry, we couldn't help at all. It's okay, Li Yan replied politely. In that case, you guys have far exceeded the initial expectations I had set for you. Beside them, the figure of their homeroom teacher Louis Qian appeared. She looked at Li Yan with a relieved expression, especially pleased with Li Yan. You really surprised me. I'm sorry. Louis Qian turned to the others. I apologize for what I said before. Our class is indeed very outstanding. I've already applied to the principal, and from now on our Class F will be considered above average in the school, receiving the appropriate nurturing resources and even potentially opportunities for external training. Yay, that's great. Thank you, teacher. Don't thank me, thank Li Yan, Louis Qian said. Alright, thanks Li Yan. In that moment Class F was filled with joy, everyone continuously expressing their gratitude to Li Yan, who usually so composed found himself slightly overwhelmed and tried to hide behind the bulky figure of Chinli Pang Pang, away from some overly excited girls. On the high platform, seeing that the students were no longer concerned about Class F's ranking, Louis Tianqing continued to present the awards for the start of school competition. As expected, Class A with Lin Qingyue clinched the title of top newcomer. Yet for some reason, they didn't seem as thrilled as Class F. It felt like they had received a consolation prize. After the assembly, Li Yan and Chinli Pang Pang headed back to their dormitory together. Li Yan felt that Chinli Pang Pang was actually a pretty good guy, sometimes even serving as a shield. Next month is when the ancient battlefield opens, and we need to boost our cultivation as much as possible before then, Li Yan mentioned. Yang Jian and I have been there once before, but we only dared to skim the outskirts and never ventured into the central area. On their journey, Chinli Pang Pang shared a piece of advice. Monsters are rampant in the central area and awakeners are fiercely competitive over rare items. It's not uncommon for such disputes to lead to deaths. Once you enter the ancient battlefield, don't underestimate any awakener, they might deliver a fatal surprise attack. What's the overall strength of most of these people? Li Yan inquired. It's rare to see anyone below sea level, Chen Li Pangpang replied. As you know, it's not just about the awakening level but also the integration degree with their awakening items. Those who can enter the ancient battlefield usually have a high integration degree. In the ancient battlefield, it's common to see fighters defeating others above their level, so never get too comfortable with your own level, Chen Li Pangpang said with a smile. Of course, that doesn't apply to us at F level. Li Yan was silent for a moment before asking. School has just started at Beihai University and under current circumstances external training isn't allowed. If we want to enhance our strength before the ancient battlefield event next month, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Do you know of any places near here besides the primitive forest behind the school where one can train? The more monsters the better, but within a manageable range. Leveling up by grinding monsters, Chen Li Pangpang gave a look that suggested Li Yan was inexperienced. That's too slow. Haven't you heard of the Deep Space Combat Network? It's a great place. It uses virtual networks to simulate battlefields. As long as you dare, there's no difficulty level you can't simulate. It's not directly under the control of any city's lord but is independent under our Huaxia's Deep Space Cultivation Department. The people there are among the best of the best. There's a saying, isn't there? A fighter who hasn't come out of the Deep Space Combat Network is incomplete. You can imagine how the predecessors praised the status of the Deep Space Combat Network. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with seriousness. Can I specifically simulate combat against certain enemies within the Deep Space Combat Network, like a bunch of spiders or a bunch of yellow-haired martins? Chen Li Pangpang laughed. Piece of cake. Not just simulating enemies, you could even simulate a deserted ancient city or an A-level fully integrated fighter. But so far no one dares to challenge that. It's like reviving a mythical beast or a divine general. Who could possibly beat that? Alright, let's not get too carried away. If you're really interested, you could try to secure a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network first. Chen Li Pangpang patted Li Yan on the shoulder earnestly. I'd stake my name on it. Getting a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network is not easy. In the early days, I was very interested in getting a spot and even had my father try all kinds of methods, but to no avail. I realized then that it's not about money but real strength. Li Yan asked, does our Beihai city have a specific assessment for this? Beihai. Chen Li Pangpang seriously recalled but eventually shook his head. No, I don't remember any. Our Beihai city is a small city. You'd have to go to the larger neighboring Jiangnan city. So have you decided to participate? Chen Li Pangpang looked at Li Yan. I really trust you, but Li Yan, I must tell you, it's really difficult. Even in our Beihai University, which is one of the most renowned for its martial prowess in Huaxia, many students from Class A couldn't make it. Only those rare talents like Lin Qingyue from Class S are more stable. Li Yan understood what Chen Li Pangpang was trying to say, but he smiled and said, my father once told me this, even if you find yourself in darkness, there are things you must try. Without trying you will lose out. This doesn't only apply to love but to life as well. Unlike the confined space of Beihai City, Jiangnan City, situated on the plains below the western mountains, witnesses the sunset every day. In its bustling streets stands a towering skyscraper, particularly prominent, inspiring a sense of admiration in anyone who passes beneath it. This building is the headquarters of the Deep Space Combat Network, a name both glorious and symbolic. At this moment, at the top of this building, a middle-aged man in a white t-shirt leans on a railing, gazing down at the busy roads below while holding a phone to his ear. He says, City Lord Lin, next week marks the assessment period issued by the Deep Space Cultivation Department. Have you selected the list of participants from Beihai City? From the phone, City Lord Lin's voice responds, President Liu Tianqing of Beihai University has already briefed me on this, and we will be sending 15 participants, including my daughter Lin Qingyue. She's an S-class Phoenix talent, quite promising. The man in the white t-shirt nods, but sending only 15 participants might be too few. Look, if there are others from the community who want to try, don't stop them. Let them come, otherwise I won't meet my quota. Alright, Minister Huang, Lin replies. After hanging up, Minister Huang's gaze shifts away from the bustling street below, becoming indifferent amidst the twilight. Huang Luoqing, the head of the Jiangnan City branch of the Deep Space Combat Network, holds the authority to decide on the allocation of positions. Whoever comes to him for assessment, if not approved by him, even if they pass the assessment, they won't get a slot. Stepping into the elevator, Huang presses for the ground floor. About a minute later, as he steps out, he coincidentally meets several business owners he knows. Minister Huang, what a coincidence. One of the businessmen immediately steps forward to shake his hand. You've been busy lately. It must be the quota assessments, right? But you know, Minister Huang, you shouldn't worry too much. the standards for the assessment are clear. Those who pass pass and those who don't, well, there's nothing to be done, and frankly having even 10 qualify this year would be good. Huang Luoqing looked grim as he mentioned 10 candidates. Mr. Wang really underestimates my assessment standards, whether it's Beast City or our Jiangnan City. The list of candidates submitted was far from ideal, fearing it wouldn't meet the standards. Mr. Wang and other employers slightly changed their expressions upon hearing this. It seemed likely that this year there wouldn't be many who could pass the evaluation in Beast City. Today was a weekend and both Li Yan and Xinli Pangpang were not in school. They had two plans. First, to visit Li Weigui in the hospital, and second, to find a weapon smelting shop in Beast City. You want to smelt a weapon? Xinli Pangpang only now realized Li Yan's intention to find a weapon smelting shop, a look of confusion appearing on his face. I've been wanting to ask since the beginning, what weapon are you carrying on your back? A secret, Li Yan replied, then counter-asked, do you know where I can find a shop nearby? Follow me, Xinli Pangpang said without further question, knowing that he would find out soon enough anyway. Following Li Yan's request, Xinli Pangpang led them to a rather secluded steel smelting shop. It was there that Li Yan reached behind his back and pulled out the weapon tightly wrapped in a black cloth. As he unwrapped the cloth layer by layer, the handle covered in red scales was revealed. Both Xinli Pangpang and the smelter watched intently. When Li Yan gripped the handle and swiftly pulled out the sword, both Xinli Pangpang and the smelter saw that it was an entirely red longsword. The handle was covered in scales, and under the dim light the blade was not only red but occasionally emitted a subtle golden glow, cleverly winding around it like a dragon's aura. The smelter, experienced in his craft, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the sword. He asked Li Yan, what sword is this? Not sure, Li Yan responded, unable to disclose that it was the red longsword of the Black Dragon. You boy. Understanding the rules, the smelter knew many customers preferred to keep their weapons' origins undisclosed, as many were acquired through dubious means. As a smelter and forger, he knew better than to pry. This discretion was why he had successfully run his shop for so long. Since Li Yan was not willing to reveal more, the smelter proceeded to smelt the red longsword alone, but not before cautioning, I must warn you, if this sword is really smelted and tempered, it won't return to its original sharpness or attributes. It's a good sword. That would be a waste. Li Yan indifferently replied, no matter, I don't need this sword. After smelting, you can collect the residual smelting water to forge a new sword. I believe it will also be a good one. I only need the faint golden substance. What? The smelter was surprised by Li Yan's generosity in leaving the smelting water for him. Delighted, he exclaimed, all right, but remember, that's your word. With Li Yan's words, whether he received payment or not seemed irrelevant. The smelter was filled with an unending zeal, almost impatient to see a brand new blade forged by his hands. He knew that the golden material Li Yan wanted to take was more important, but it didn't matter anymore. The remaining blade itself was already quite valuable. It was not an exaggeration to call it the highlight of his shop these past few days. Nearby, Xinli Pangpang pulled Li Yan aside to a corner far away. Xinli Pangpang had a guess and asked Li Yan, is this from the Black Dragon? Such a fine blade, and you don't want it? Why not give it to me? It's from the Black Dragon. Li Yan trusted Xinli Pangpang. I only need the golden material inside, I have no use for the rest. As for giving it to you, frankly speaking, with your wealth, why don't you just buy it from the smelter? He's going to forge a new blade anyway, and it will probably have good attributes. Time passed, and when Li Yan and Xinli Pangpang left the forge, a brand new shiny silver blade was in Xinli Pangpang's hands. He swung it around casually, very satisfied with it, and said to Li Yan, it changed from the original red to shiny silver, and the scale handle turned into a dragon coiling around it. It truly has a dragon-slaying vibe. Hey Li Yan, what should we name it? Consider it a gift from you. A name? Li Yan thought seriously for a moment, then said, well, let's call it Xinli Pang. Are you serious? Xinli Pangpang chuckled, then asked, by the way, what was that golden material? It was just in your hands a moment ago, where did it go? Xinli Pangpang noticed something and asked Li Yan, I've hidden it. Well, this isn't the place to bring it out, you'll know in the future. Li Yan made up an excuse, but at that moment several lines of information had already appeared before him. Received fragment of the Golden Cudgel, integration plus 1.3%, total integration 10.52%. Successful breakthrough at 10%, variety of transformations in the 72 changes increased, physical attributes, strength, agility, speed, etc., increased. At peak, one strike can deliver 16,000 gene. The wooden cudgel evolves. Li Yan slowly closed his eyes, and within his sea of consciousness he indeed saw the weapon of the divine figure's son Wukong evolve. Although still a wooden cudgel, it now had golden steel embedded at both ends, hinting at the essence of the Golden Cudgel. Li Yan knew it was not comparable to the real Golden Cudgel, but being able to strike with the force of 16,000 jin was beyond his expectations. Looking around at the current state of North River University, it was rare to find someone like him, and as his strength increased, so would this weight. Elsewhere, Li Yan could clearly feel changes in his body. His veins, bones and muscles had enhanced and transformed, making him stronger overall. A breeze passed by, and in Qianli Pongpong's field of vision, Li Yan's body suddenly burst forth with a formidable presence, stunningly imposing. Qianli Pangpang took a step back, somewhat surprised. "What's happening?" he asked. "It's nothing." Li Yan opened his eyes, came out from his sea of consciousness, and slowly retracted his aura. Li Yan parted ways with Qianli Pangpang at the intersection and noticed he still had some time, so he decided to return to the hospital to visit his father. Thanks to the financial support from Qianli Pangpang, Li Weigua had already undergone surgery and was now in the process of a safe recovery. It was only a matter of time before he got better. However, he was troubled by nightmares every night, where he would dream of the black dragon breaking his legs and tying them to a gun, kneeling over a pile of corpses. These scenes were distressing, and he would wake up from his dreams sweating profusely, especially anxious when he couldn't see Li Yan. "Dad, I'm here," Li Yan said, guessing from Li Weigua's worried eyes that he had had a nightmare and trying to comfort him. "You're here? Didn't you have school arrangements today?" Li Weigua sighed deeply. "Today is the weekend," Li Yan replied. "Oh, look at my memory." Li Weigua sighed again, then glanced at the clock on the wall opposite. It was 6 in the evening. Remembering something, he turned back to Li Yan and said, "Yener, can we talk about something else?" Seeing his father's serious expression, Li Yan, realizing it might not be something pleasant, nodded and said, "Of course. After the incident with the black dragon, I realized that power truly dominates this world," Li Weigua began. "At my age, there isn't much hope left for me." He looked into Li Yan's eyes. "But you have a long road ahead of you. What exactly are you trying to say?" Li Yan, rarely hearing his father speak from the heart, felt a bit anxious at this moment. "What I want to say is, if you have your own plans, go ahead without worrying about me," Li Weigua continued. "Whether it's traveling far or participating in some activities to enhance your skills. When I was as young as you, I too had ambitious dreams of wandering the world with a sword, but as white hair grew over my head, I ended up confined by the need to make a living," Li Weigua added. "What was your dream? I will fulfill it for you," Li Yan said earnestly. "I had many dreams, too many to remember now." Li Weigua replied, touched by having such a filial son. "But there was indeed one when I was your age, to secure a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network, though that was impossible." A day later, on Monday at Beihai University, Li Yan and Qianli Pangpang returned to their classroom. The class was supposed to start at 8, but instead of the teacher, the whole school heard an announcement from the principal, Lu Tianqing, over the broadcast. For those who have been following the Deep Space Combat Network, you might know that in 3 days it will be the assessment time in Jiangnan City. Just yesterday, our Mayor Lin issued an official notice stating that aside from the school recommended spots, there are no limits. If you are confident, you could also try, including but not limited to current students. As the principal's voice faded from the broadcast, the classroom erupted in excitement. As the awakened ones, these students were always keen on the prospects of participating in the Deep Space Combat Network, a competition previously limited to students currently enrolled in the school. It was well known that only those who passed rigorous assessments and came recommended, typically from the elite class, ever got the chance. So the lifting of these restrictions brought a wave of joy to the other students, now given an opportunity to participate. The selection criteria for the Deep Space Combat Network are incredibly tough. After the principal submits the list, it seems like only about 15 of our students make it, one student commented. "Difficult, yes, but it's better than having no chance at all. I'm definitely going to try. Even being cannon fodder is worth it to see the prowess of the top students," another piped in. "The officials should have opened this up sooner, then my brother could have tried too. He's been working outside for years, but competing in the Deep Space Combat Network has always been his dream," laughed another. The students engaging in lighthearted chatter, excited by the sudden news yet daunted by the stringent selection process. Everyone knew that the pass rate for Class A wasn't exactly stellar. Meanwhile, in Class F, the homeroom teacher Lu Qian entered the room, her expression calm as she listened to the same broadcast, the voice of her father. The reason for the calm in Class F was simple. Despite being ranked 10th among new classes school-wide, thanks to Li Yan's efforts, the overall capabilities of the class were among the lowest in the school. Competing for a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network was hardly a concern for them, so excitement was scarce. It's okay, just because it's not possible this year doesn't mean it won't be in the future, Lu Qian unusually encouraged them. Then she turned to look at Li Yan and singled him out, leading him away from the classroom. Li Yan followed, puzzled. In the hallway, Lu Qian spoke softly, from your expression I can tell you want to try, right? Li Yan didn't deny it, nodding in agreement. Okay, come find me in 2 days and I'll drive you there myself. For some reason, ever since she witnessed Li Yan overcoming a difficult situation, Lu Qian had grown confident in his potential. Elsewhere, the news had spread beyond the school. Did you hear? Yesterday, Mayor Lin and the officials from North River University announced that even we, the working folks, could compete for a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network, one person exclaimed. Really? Work for the Deep Space Combat Network? My goodness, isn't the selection incredibly hard? And now they've opened it up, another replied skeptically. Oh come on, don't get too excited, this might just be them trying to meet some quota, look at how many actually pass each year, a bystander commented, dismissing the hopeful chatter. Yeah right, us mere workers dreaming? If anyone's lucky enough, they must be a hidden master among the common folk. Disheartened, the crowd eventually dispersed from the notice board, resigning themselves to the reality that such dreams were out of reach, though some considered attending the event just to watch. Behind them, Li Pangpang stood there, quickly pulling out his phone to call Li Yan. Hey Li Yan, why haven't you come out yet? Didn't you say you were going to give it a try? I've arranged a private driver for you. No need, I've promised to meet the head teacher. Li Yan's voice came through the phone before it hung up. Such a disloyal guy, Li Pangpang muttered, then told the driver no need to wait, let's head straight to Jiangnan City. Young master, are you going to see someone compete for a spot in the Deep Space Combat Net? Honestly, there's nothing interesting to see there, it might even dent your confidence. Enough chit-chat. I'm not participating, it's for a buddy of mine. Meanwhile, Li Yan had already contacted Ms. Lu Qian, the head teacher, and gotten into the car. Ms. Lu was dressed quite youthfully today, which made Li Yan feel a bit unfamiliar with her. Let's go, make sure your seatbelt is on, Miss Lu reminded Li Yan, then started the car, releasing the clutch slowly and driving off the road. During the journey, Ms. Lu roughly explained to Li Yan about the types of people who participated in the Deep Space Combat Net in previous years, their skill levels, the assessment criteria, and the pass rates. Li Yan, having somewhat understood, asked her head teacher, according to the principal, the official recommendations from our Beihai city are all students, a total of 15, all from our school, right? From which class? The A class, led by Lin. Ms. Lu paused here, seemingly aware of the current relationship between Li Yan and Lin Xingyue. She decided not to continue on that topic. Anyway, they are all from our A class. You and Yang Jian are exceptions. This morning when I mentioned this to my dad, he was astounded that you both were participating. He was just following orders from his superiors to pass on the message, not really expecting anyone to actually go, and here both you from F class and Yang Jian from D class are going. Ms. Lu chuckled, of course, if you're just going to familiarize yourself with the atmosphere and understand the gap, then forget what I said. In the main city of Beihai, at the Lin family's residence, as Lin Xingyue was about to depart for Jiangnan City, the city's lord Lin Cheng personally came out to see her off. Under the somewhat puzzled gaze of Lin Xingyue, he called someone to bring a long spear. Holding the spear, he gently handed it to Lin Xingyue and said, "This was once found by your father on the ancient battlefield. Although it's not as powerful as a true divine artifact, being only forged from a quarter fragment of the original divine artifact, its power should not be underestimated. Consider it a gift for you today." Lin Xingyue's face showed surprise as she gently took the spear. It was a replica of General Zhao Zilong's dragon spear, forged from fragments found on the ancient battlefield, but he felt the name dragon spear was not quite suitable for a daughter, so he had the blacksmith rename it to Bainiao Chaofeng. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Bainiao Chaofeng spear, what a good name. In front of Lord Lin, Lin Xingyue swung it a few times generously, feeling very pleased, and happily said, "Dad, don't worry, with this spear your daughter will definitely secure a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network." Lord Lin smiled, "I have always believed in you." He patted Lin Xingyue on the head and continued, "So since my daughter is so outstanding, her future son-in-law must be even more exceptional, and certainly not just some greenhorn." Lin Xingyue's cheeks flushed red as she exclaimed, "Dad, all right, let's get off here, there are many people today, we should go line up." In Jiangnan City, after parking the car, Lu Qian said to Li Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Li Yan nodded, opened the door and got out. Together, they headed to the Deep Space Combat Net qualification venue to line up. Since the event was open to the public, there were a lot of people. Li Yan and the others had to wait in a long line before finally meeting the examiner. State your name and age, and if you are a student, mention your school as well, the examiner instructed. Li Yan responded. Li Yan, age 18, a student at Beihai University. From Beihai University, huh? There was also a guy named Yang Jian just now, but he was rank D, also participating. I don't know what he was thinking, the examiner muttered, then asked Li Yan, and you, what's your rank? Rank F, rank F. The examiner widened his eyes, wondering if he had heard wrong. Rank F, and you're here to make up numbers? Don't you know that rank F doesn't qualify to obtain candidacy here? Go on, get back, there's a long line behind you. Li Yan didn't leave. Instead, he retorted, may I ask the examiner, is it clearly stated in the announcement that rank F cannot participate, or is there a notice posted nearby displaying this? What's the point of rank F participating? It's purely a waste of everyone's time, isn't it? The examiner had blocked many rank FS before, but it was the first time encountering someone who challenged this. His face darkened. Just now there was Yang Jian from Beihai University. Even if he is rank D but rank F is there a necessity? You ask everyone behind you, do they agree? As the waiting became too long and too tiring, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes. Young man, this isn't your place, there's nothing for you here, let someone who's at least rank C take over. Right, is that your sister next to you? It's not just you siblings. Everyone understands, everyone wants to try, but it must be said rank F has no hope. Look at the other rank FS. They automatically step aside to be spectators. Why bother coming here to make up the numbers? As Lu Qian was drawn into the conversation, unlike what everyone expected, she calmly walked up to the examiner, gently taking out her teacher's ID from her backpack and showing it to him. I am a teacher at Beihai University, Lu Qian. With just a glance, Lu Qian retrieved her teacher's license, and at that moment the attitude of the examiner toward Lu Qian and Li Yan had noticeably shifted. Lu Qian placed her teacher's license down, her expression cold, and continued, if subordinates do not faithfully execute the directives of their superiors, any official position has the right to report them. The lightest penalty is dismissal from their current job, while the more severe may involve disciplinary action. May I ask you, examiner, since the higher authorities have not explicitly stated that F level cannot compete, what personal right do you have to obstruct? The examiner's face gradually paled. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent today, someone who understood the rules well. Fearing more for his position than the embarrassment, the examiner did a complete 180 under the gaze of the onlookers. Oh, I apologize, it was my mistake. The officials indeed did not specify that F level cannot participate, the examiner said. Immediately the examiner stepped aside, his demeanor becoming humble. Please, this way. Inside, accompanied by Lu Qian, Li Yan entered the Deep Space Combat Network examinee qualification room. Upon their arrival, Li Yan encountered a familiar friend, Yang Jian, who was also surprised by Li Yan's presence and quickly came up to greet them. How did you guys get here? Yang Jian asked. I should be the one asking you, Lu Qian replied with a smile, her silent arrival unnoticed, looking confidently composed. This isn't something that confidence alone can achieve. People outside have mythologized me, but I am here just for a duel among experts, Yang Jian admitted openly. Of course, being able to train with them also boosts my motivation, as the path of cultivation is never smooth, he added, turning to Li Yan. Right? Li Yan smiled, appreciating Yang Jian not just for his strength, but for his ability to remain composed in failure and to work even harder afterward. You've been here a while, right? Can you give me a brief overview of the rules here? What are the conditions for obtaining the Deep Space Combat Network examinee qualification? Li Yan asked. It's simple, just report your rank and empirical data, and once you meet the standards, you can obtain the qualification, Yang Jian explained, turning and pointing to a testing device in the corner of the Deep Space Combat Network examinee room. Although the method was old-fashioned, it was indeed the quickest and most direct approach. My rank is D level and my empirical data is 8.0. Surpassing 7.0 is the standard, he said. Hearing this, Lu Qian's expression suddenly changed. Although she had never taught an A-level class, she knew reaching 8.0 in strength was no small feat. Many students in A-level had not passed. Yang Jian, now in D-level, however, had managed to achieve 8.0. Do you want to give it a try now? Yang Jian asked. Nature, having come all this way, Li Yan certainly wanted to give it a try. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Yang Jian, Lu Qian, and many others, Li Yan slowly approached the strength tester in the corner. Without hesitation, he controlled his force and threw a punch at the designated spot. Beep! In an instant, green lights lit up in the room and an announcement played. Actual strength data is satisfactory, value is 7.6, 7.7, 7.8. The numbers climbed steadily, finally stopping precisely at 8.0, another 8.0. Someone in the room thought to themselves. Haha, I knew you could do it, kid. Seeing that his own score was matched, Yang Jian quickly walked over, congratulating Li Yan. I told you when we fought, I felt that your strength was on par with mine. How could this strength tester possibly stump you? Come on, let's report your data to the interviewer. Li Yan didn't say anything and followed Yang Jian, but Lu Qian behind them clearly sensed something, silently admiring Li Yan's high emotional intelligence. Arriving in front of the interviewer, Li Yan presented his rank and actual test data. This time, the interviewer was not as difficult as the assessor outside and merely advised Li Yan, saying, so far you are the only candidate with an F grade rank and I suspect it will remain so. However, your actual test data is impressive. Even so, are you still willing to participate? Li Yan nodded. Yes. Take good care of your candidate certificate. It won't be replaced if lost. The interviewer handed Li Yan a candidate ID which bore the number 108 indicating he was the last one, and also displayed his personal information. Thank you, Li Yan took it, expressing his gratitude to the interviewer. Very well, now you can also participate in the assessment. Maybe we'll end up opponents again. Yang Jian congratulated him, then led Li Yan into the core assessment area. Outsiders were not allowed here, so Lu Qian did not follow. However, she had other ways to observe the assessment area. Using her identity as a teacher at Beihai University and the daughter of Lu Tianqing, she successfully entered the examination monitoring room. From there, she could see every candidate through the cameras. Easily locating Li Yan and Yang Jian in the assessment area. Already in the waiting area, Lu Qian murmured, in the assessment area. Accompanied by Yang Jian, Li Yan entered the waiting area. It was along about 15 minutes later when a middle-aged man in a white t-shirt holding a microphone slowly walked onto a high platform across from them. It seemed that everyone but Li Yan recognized him. Seeing Li Yan's confusion, Yang Jian explained, the man on the stage is Huang Luoqing. He's the head of the Deep Space Combat Net's Jiangnan City branch. He has the decisive vote and is also the examiner and host for the yearly candidates. Figured as much. Li Yan said, his gaze fixed on Huang Luoqing. This man's actions surprised him as he took the microphone and stood directly on the stage, saying, I've always disliked rules, so I set as few as possible. Any questions can wait until after the assessment. Huang Luoqing waved his hand and a towering iron fence over 10 meters high slowly rose from the ground, enclosing the area in a circle. This was the setting for the Beast Brawl. To date, 108 candidates had participated in the Deep Space Combat Network assessment, including the last one who was ranked F. Here he announced, I don't care about your ranks or what secret weapons you've prepared. Your task is to defeat your opponents and last for more than an hour. The last 54 standing will advance to the next round of assessments. Therefore, you should understand that after this assessment there should be 54 people left standing. Finally, you can be knocked down, but taking a life is not permitted. In the control room, Lu Qian's expression gradually darkened. Soon after, Huang Luoqing appeared outside the door of the monitoring room. Seeing Lu Qian, he walked over immediately. Minister Huang, you are? Huang Luoqing was not used to seeing new faces in the monitoring room, especially a woman, which slightly furrowed his brow. I am Lu Qian, she said, the daughter of Lu Tianqing from Beihai University. What brings you here? Do you find pleasure in watching the candidates fight? Minister Huang smiled. I like that idea. It means we share the same interests. How about dinner together tonight? Lu Qian glanced at him and replied, enough, I'm not here to flirt. Minister, why did you publicly declare that all 108 candidates are of F rank? Aren't you aware that this will make candidate number 108 a target for everyone? Minister Huang was unfazed by Lu Qian's serious questioning. He casually walked to his favorite chair, poured himself a cup of tea, and after gently sipping it responded, Li Yan, the student from Beihai University, right? Yes. If an F-ranked candidate decides to participate in the assessment, he must be either a real tiger or a rat hiding in the ditch. Huang Luoqing's face turned serious. This is the Deep Space Combat Network assessment, not a marketplace. The moment he decided to participate, he should be ready to fight for his life and face opponents stronger than himself. The battlefield shows no sympathy for the weak. Only by earning the respect of your enemies can you survive. Moreover, I think this will quickly make things interesting. I admit there's some truth in what you say, but it feels like your last statement is what you truly believe. Lu Qian felt helpless. Even if she complained, she knew well the kind of person Huang Luoqing was, and he was unlikely to change. Unfortunately for Li Yan, his ordeal had just become significantly tougher. After Huang Luoqing announced there was an F-ranked participant, the other candidates would surely target him first, and Li Yan's F-rank status couldn't be hidden for long. Someone had seen him testing his strength in the combatant certification room. So Li Yan, what will you do, Lu Qian? Murmured to herself with a hint of worry, watching Li Yan on the surveillance screen. At the examination site, chaos erupted the moment Huang Luoqing announced the start of the assessment. Among the 108 candidates present, a frenzy ensued. Those who were acquainted quickly formed their own small teams, creating a mini encirclement, and then targeted their opponents, starting with the weakest. Unfortunately, among these candidates, Li Yan only knew Yang Jian and Lin Xingyue, but the latter was no longer an option. Thus he could only temporarily team up with Yang Jian. Are you sure you want to team up with me? I'm just a D grade and I have lost before, so I can't guarantee much, Yang Jian said, scanning the surrounding competitors. He noticed that the smarter ones were trying to join teams stronger than themselves. Only Li Yan and he, the lowest ranks, ended up together. I think we'll soon become the primary target for most people here. Are you scared? Li Yan spoke calmly while casually waving his hand. A wooden stick with golden ends appeared, ready to face any sudden changes. When have I ever been afraid? Yang Jian smirked, revealing an excited expression. Let's fight a good battle today. Even if we lose, it's worth it. We might not lose, Li Yan replied with determination in his eyes, never expecting that, in this strange world, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian would stand on the same battlefield. And perhaps sensing the moment, the system unexpectedly increased Li Yan's integration rate plus 0.2%, integration rate plus 0.3%. In the center market of Jiangnan City, to satisfy the citizens' curiosity about the assessment, Huang Luoqing allowed a live broadcast of the event. Upon receiving the notification, Beha City also hurriedly set up a connection, opening the visuals to the main and central markets. Upon hearing this news, the citizens, braving the hot sun, gathered excitedly in front of the screens. Hey, that's my son, that's my boy! One of the citizens shouted joyfully. In the crowd, Yang Guangchuan also searched eagerly, and finally spotting a familiar figure, he too shouted, Hey, my son Yang Jian. Old Li, look, your son is there too, right beside him. I see, keep it down, Li Weiguo. Unlike Yang Guangchuan, was more reserved and worried about Li Yan's current situation, knowing well that Li Yan had awakened only the most basic mythical beast. At the Lin family's residence, the town's Lord Lin Changju watched his daughter on screen, standing tall and holding the Bai Niao Chao Feng spear with a slight smile. Beside him, Lin Zhongyan chuckled and said, Lord, rest assured, with the Bai Niao Chao Feng and Lin Xingyue's own S-grade Phoenix abilities, she can surely secure the Deep Space Combat Network spot. Hopefully, the town's lord replied modestly, knowing it was likely a sure win but preferring to remain humble. Back at the examination site, after more than 10 minutes of self-organization, the situation with the candidate teams had mostly stabilized. As Li Yan had predicted, the weaker candidates tried their best to seek refuge with the stronger ones, while the stronger candidates plotted how to quickly eliminate the weaker ones. While observing, Li Yan felt a chill coming from behind. He and Yang Jian turned around to see a tall examinee with a large saber approaching them. D-grade Yang Jian, F-grade Li Yan, am I right? The tall examinee stopped about 5 meters in front of them. It was clear he intended to be the first one to initiate combat on this battlefield. I know it might seem a bit ruthless, but this is an elimination competition. As the weaker ones, you're bound to be the first to leave the stage, he said calmly. From the moment you entered the exam site, I've been watching you, the tall examinee continued. What surprised me though was that you didn't seek protection from stronger candidates like other weaklings. Instead you grouped together. Tell me, isn't that just giving me an opportunity, or did you come here just to add to the numbers and wish to leave the assessment early? If it's the latter, I can fulfill that wish right now. The others around noticed the tall examinee's actions, all waiting with anticipation, clearly pleased that he was doing what they had all thought of doing. Once he engaged in combat, the entire battlefield would be set ablaze. So you plan to be the first challenger? Seeing someone confronting them so quickly, Yang Jian was not about to hold back. He reached out and grasped the fragment of the weapon of the god of war Lubu, the Fengtian Huaji halberd, and pointed its tip at the tall examinee. So what if I am? The tip of the Fengtian Huaji was inches away, yet the tall examinee didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked disdainfully at Yang Jian and said, just a D grade, you can't even summon the weapon of the divine general himself, can you? You're using just fragments from ancient gods on the battlefield. But that should be enough. Yang Jian's expression darkened as he launched the first attack. A bright light flashed and the Feng Tian Huaji slashed directly towards the tall examinee's cheek. The tall examinee narrowed his eyes, quickly focused on the incoming halberd, and then rotated his right hand, sweeping his large saber upward. A fierce gust cut through the air, lifting from below. Yang Jian quickly retreated, sensing the formidable force carried by the saber. Even though the tall examinee seemed to have held back, it was still potentially lethal. The Feng Tian Huaji pressed down, grinding against the oncoming saber, allowing Yang Jian to retreat fully back to Li Yan's side. Breathing heavily, Yang Jian frowned deeply and turned to Li Yan. "This guy is really something. I'm having a tough time handling him. Be careful." "Let me try," Li Yan said, not stepping back but rather stepping forward, holding his golden-framed wooden stick. At this moment, not only were those in the monitoring room like Lu Qian and Huan Luocheng watching, but so were the many citizens in front of the live city broadcast, and even Li Yan's father Li Weigui in Beha City. They all turned their attention to Li Yan at the same time. Huan Luocheng's mouth curled slightly, his hands crossed each other and his elbows rested on the desktop as he watched with interest, looking forward to the scene that was about to unfold. Although he knew that Li Yan had some skills during the school opening competition, this was the Deep Space Combat Net assessment. The strength of the competitors was not as formidable as before, and Lu Qian's face showed a look of concern, seeing his son Yang Jian struggling in his first encounter. Yang Guangchuan's face also turned sour, worriedly saying, "Oh Li, this doesn't look good. If it's like this from the first match, how are we going to continue?" Li Weigui had also noticed the previous situation and watched with concern. Yang Jian is tough to deal with. Will our Li Yan be able to? On the side of Beihai University, a live broadcast was also underway. The students of Class F, upon seeing this, expressed their worries. At this moment, a student from the neighboring Class B shook his head and said, "It's hard to imagine what these two students from the lower level classes were thinking. The people from Class A didn't go, but one from Class F and one from Class D actually volunteered. Isn't this purely asking for trouble? Do they really think that just because their strength test data is over 8.0 inch they are the chosen ones? Young people these days are just too energetic. After this match, they will settle down," another person commented. In the screen, Yang Jian and Li Yan, whom they all recognized from the school opening competition, indeed had the overall strength to surpass others in lower level classes. However, once compared with higher level classes, it was a different story. No matter how strong you are, there are limits, and that's why it's baffling that they would meddle in the Deep Space Combat Net assessment, they reasoned. In his office, Principal Lu Tianqing had his own dedicated livestream. He watched Yang Jian and slowly furrowed his brow, both surprised and worried. Surprised that this boy had dared to participate alone, a feat requiring great courage, especially since many students from classes A and B lacked such confidence. Worried because Yang Jian had awakened as the God General Yang Jian, but for some reason he had not yet been able to summon any weapons or divine beasts related to Yang Jian. Unlike other awakened beings, Yang Jian was a unique fusion of a God General and a divine beast, the latter being the howling celestial dog. It was only when both were fully awakened and merged that the God General's abilities could be maximized to produce unexpected effects. Lu Tianqing now saw that Yang Jian was still wielding a replica fragment of the God General Lu Bu from the ancient battlefield, a weapon too domineering and ill-suited for him in this fierce beast brawl where it was easy to be at a disadvantage. At the Lin family residence, someone took the initiative to approach Li Yan and Yang Jian. Lin Zhongyan's mouth curled into a smile, seemingly having anticipated this. "This is the result of being overly arrogant," he said, his gaze fixed on Li Yan as if remembering something, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "And there's also the matter of the red long knife." Unlike him, the Lord of Lin City kept his eyes on his daughter, clearly placing great importance on this opportunity in the deep space Combat Net. At the assessment site, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Li Yan stood tall in front of a towering candidate. The giant candidate did not show much emotion at Li Yan's approach, thinking instead that Li Yan was somewhat foolish. "You're an F grade, what can you do when even a D grade can't gain any advantage?" he said, his eyes filled with disdain. "So Li Yan, what will you do?" In the monitoring room, Huan Luocheng watched Li Yan intently, eagerly anticipating the young man's next move. This was the first provocation. If it couldn't be resolved, there would be no need to continue the fight, and the chance at the deep space combat slot would slip through their fingers. Unlike Yang Jian, Li Yan didn't utter another word. He spun his gold-framed wooden stick 180 degrees, bringing a gust of wind with it. His body dashed over the ground, and in a blink, the wooden stick accurately struck the giant candidate's forehead. A powerful current of air lifted dust several meters into the air. The pressure felt like an oncoming tide. In an instant, the clothes of people within 10 meters fluttered like silk in the wind, swaying uncertainly. When the dust settled slightly, people discovered that under the golden-framed wooden stick, the giant candidate already had his eyes wide open, standing dumbfounded, his long knife uncontrollably clattering to the ground. It was like a sudden fierce storm, a deafening roar of a dragon, soul-shatteringly terrifying. Just when everyone thought it was over, a loud boom resonated. The entire assessment venue suddenly shook. Abruptly, a stunning crack opened swiftly beneath the giant candidate's feet, making a cracking sound extending up to 20 meters before stopping at an iron fence. "Quick, move aside." The candidates standing on that line were scared into jumping to the sides to avoid it, then gasping for breath from a distance as if they were watching a fearsome beast. In the monitoring room, Wang Luoqing, who had been sitting with his arms crossed and a calm expression, suddenly stood up, incredulous at the scene. A stick that broke the ground for 20 meters, could an F-grade really do that? He must have held back his strength. Otherwise, the giant candidate would have been dead. Beside him, Lu Qian, equally shocked, gained a new level of respect for Li Yan. This student is truly remarkable. Behind Li Yan, Yang Jian watched the figure holding the golden-framed wooden stick standing tall and straight, and for a moment thought he was seeing things. Was this the Li Yan he knew? How on earth did he manage such strength? Around them, the audience also began to react, witnessing the shocking scene after the stick fell. Their faces filled with disbelief. How could an F-grade achieve this? It's unbelievable. I dare say if that stick had really struck down, the giant candidate would undoubtedly be dead. What a surefire way to meet one's end. Just look at the crack that formed behind him and the dust that was raised at the scene. He was turned into mincemeat. From a distance, Lin Xingyue, wielding the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, watched as Li Yan displayed his incredible abilities without even lifting a finger. Her usually calm heart began to stir slightly. How has this man improved so drastically? She murmured, feeling as if she no longer knew Li Yan, while also sensing that she would soon face a formidable opponent. Old Li, your Li Yan is really something. What a divine move. In the center of Beiqing's marketplace, Yang Guangchuan watched Li Yan's earth-shattering strike and became excited. He shook the arm of Li Weiguo continuously while speaking. His demeanor was as if it was not Li Yan but his own son Yang Jian who had executed the move. Li Weiguo, who had not expected such a level from his own son and had come to watch despite his leg injury, finally showed a long missing smile. Perhaps he thought his son really had a chance to fulfill the dreams he once had in his youth. How can this be? At the Lin family residence, the same scene was transmitted. Lin Zhongyan's mouth fell open slightly, his face showing surprise. Such a shocking move. I fear even Lin Xingyue couldn't match it. This child will definitely be a great enemy in the future. The city lord of Lin, with a grim expression, connected this scene to a previous one where Li Yan had slain the black dragon. He felt that Li Yan could no longer be allowed to grow unchecked. Opportunities must be found to limit him. After all, he had tacitly agreed to send Lin Zhongyan to force Li Yan to break up with his own daughter, well aware that he was trampling on a man's dignity, and now that man was about to reclaim the dignity he had lost. Find an opportunity. I understand, big brother. Not only will I make him disappear, but I'll also take the red long knife he obtained from the black dragon. Lin Zhongyan interjected before the city lord could finish. But this kind of thing can't be done openly, it must be known only among us two brothers. Let me handle it personally, big brother, Lin Zhongyan added. The city lord nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Haha, this kid is quite interesting. At Beiqing University, upon witnessing Li Yan's move, President Lu Tianqing couldn't help but laugh. He reached for his tea on the desk, intending to take a sip, but before he could drink it, the office outside the playground vibrated with various sounds of excitement. Hey, did you see that? My goodness, a strike that tore the ground apart for 20 meters. Wasn't that tall examinee all full of himself just now? Now look how he's been scared stiff. Is this really Li Yan, worthy of someone who could slay the black dragon? His strength should no longer be at F grade, right? Could it be that his integration rate has already surpassed 10%? Very likely. Oh my, we're all freshmen and I'm not even at 1% yet, but he's already over 10%? That's our classmate Li Yan. I knew he could do it. Listening to the excited students on the playground because of Li Yan, Principal Lu Tianqing continued to sip his tea in the office. He swallowed, gently set down his teacup and remarked, truly a child who captures the whole school's attention. Jiangnan City. Since he wasn't a tester, Chanli Pangpang brought a personal driver and could only wait outside the central city. But But just as he stepped out of the car, he saw hundreds of people suddenly cheering and jumping, drawing his attention. Quickly, and he suddenly saw, in the scene, Li Yan stood facing his opponent, his wooden stick with a golden frame slowly retracting from his opponent's face, his expression cold as he told the opponent, "The strike of mine is enough to shatter you to pieces. You're not worthy to test me." With a thump, as if carrying a certain majesty in his words, the tall tester's legs weakened upon hearing this, and he knelt down with a pale face staring blankly at Li Yan. Li Yan, uninterested in entertaining him further, turned around and thrust the end of the stick with the golden frame into the ground. Casually uttering the word "change," the stick visibly grew in size before everyone's eyes, and when it reached a certain size, Li Yan hooked one hand around the edge of the stick. As the stick continued to elongate vertically, he was lifted upwards. Eventually Li Yan controlled the stick to stop at a certain height, and by then he was sitting cross-legged at the top of the stick, his eyes revealing a profound and absolute darkness that was intimidating to behold. "I'm sitting here on this golden framed stick. Anyone disagrees?" he said lightly and plainly. After speaking, Li Yan slowly closed his eyes, waiting for those who dared to challenge him. Indeed, now they could only challenge him, not just test him. "Truly, that is my Li Yan." Seeing this scene, Xinli Pang laughed, slapped his personal driver on the shoulder and pointed at the screen, featuring Li Yan telling the driver, "See that? Just by sitting there he scared everyone silly. No one dares to make a move." "Tell me that's not impressive." "Somewhat impressive," said the driver. "Somewhat? Oh, truly impressive." In fact, just as Xinli Pang said, now that Li Yan was sitting atop the golden framed stick, those who had thought of testing or dealing with him first had now retreated, especially after seeing his formidable strike earlier. "Ha ha ha, what a spirit!" Seeing Li Yan so ambitious and spirited, Yang Jian on the ground also let go his Fang Tian Huaji, stabbed into the ground, and he sprung up, leaping next to Li Yan, overlooking the various testers below. "Anyone who disagrees, come." "Haha, this year's testers are interesting." In the monitoring room, Huang Luoqing was so excited that he wanted to go to the scene himself. Each on their own in this game of chess, one black and one white. It seemed black would fall, but white was unexpectedly counterattacked. Well, unexpected indeed. Indeed, just when everyone thought they were the easiest to bully in the examination hall, they ended up intimidating the entire place. No one dared to move for a moment. Lu Qian mentioned that she couldn't help but go to the scene to watch. Under Yang Jian's wild roar, both the audience and the candidates were shaken, and it took a long time for them to recover. At that moment, they fully understood that although the two on the golden-framed wooden bar had lower ranks, their strength was not inferior to others, and they were not easy to bully. With 108 candidates initially, it was clear that the tall candidate who had been frightened by Li Yan's strike had been eliminated, leaving 107. They looked at each other and for a moment gave up the idea of attacking Li Yan and Yang Jian first. As someone boldly made a move, the scene plunged into chaos. Li Yan and Yang Jian just watched everything calmly from the golden-framed wooden bar. In the fierce beast brawl mode, once the real fighting started, eliminations happened very quickly. The strong grew stronger and the weak weaker, and within just 15 minutes a group had fallen seriously injured. Probably only about 60 were left. Just hold on a bit longer. Back at the city center market of North River City, Yang Wangchuan, motivated by his son Yang Jian and Li Yan's momentum, was boiling with enthusiasm. He didn't expect that no one would dare to disturb them, and this wave had passed dozens of people. Now, there were still about 60 people standing at the examination site. If they could last 10 more, his son and Li Yan would pass the first round of the examination. This was the first round of the Deep Space Combat Network quota, a quota many candidates failed to survive each year, and even if defeated later, they could claim they lost in the second round. However, it wouldn't be that simple. Li Weiguo took over the conversation, his gaze also fixed on the screen. With so many eliminated, it would only get harder to eliminate more as desperation set in, and someone would eventually target them, especially since they were already dissatisfied with two low-level candidates being so arrogant in front of them. But that was arrogance based on strength. Haha, Yang Wangchuan was more open-minded. He didn't expect Yang Jian to secure the quota, he just wanted to see if he could survive this first round of the assessment, and that alone would be enough for him to boast about later. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Luoqing had appeared on the assessment platform, clearly unable to stay in the monitoring room, finding it more comfortable to watch the scene in person. Along with him was Lu Qian, both relieved to see Li Yan and Yang Jian standing proudly on the golden-framed wooden bar, never expecting today's scene. Especially Lu Qian, who was initially worried, now breathed a sigh of relief. "This is a good sign," Lu Qian said. Unfortunately, that good sign was about to disappear. Huang Luoqing had noticed a man in gray clothes with thick claw blades on his arms walking step by step towards Li Yan and Yang Jian. This man had a vertical scar on his left face extending to his eyebrow. That's Lu. Xian quickly looked over, finding him somewhat familiar but couldn't recall his name at that moment. The prairie wolf killer that's been emerging in your North River City, Huang Luoqing hinted. Right, that's it, I thought he looked familiar, she replied. Lu Qian recalled that ever since the Black Dragon Sea monster swept through Tianping in the center of Beihai City had always maintained a private network of news and intelligence. This network occasionally exposed emerging talents in society. She had paid attention to a man known as the Prairie Wolf. Like Vice Mayor Lin Zhongyan, he had awakened the spirit of a lone wolf famous for his speed. It was said that in an instant anyone who entered his range without special protection could be immediately killed by him, his claws striking directly at their throats, causing unstoppable bleeding. Some time ago, the Dark Department of Beihai City had even sent people to monitor him, and being clever, he had restrained his actions a lot after realizing that he might have attracted official attention until now when he appeared in the Deep Space Combat Network quota assessment. His name was Ho Zhoubiao, and such a man, if I did not explicitly forbid killing the exam venue, would turn bloody. Huang Luoqing looked serious. It seemed he had set his sights on Li Yan and Yang Jian, so the real test for Li Yan and Yang Jian had arrived. Lu Qian remained silent. At this moment, Ho Zhoubiao's actions had already attracted the attention of others. Both the audience and the initially confronting parties in the exam venue paused briefly to look at him. Is that Ho Zhoubiao, the Prairie Wolf? My God, he's actually taking part in the assessment, and it looks like he's targeting Li Yan and his team. Has someone finally dared to challenge Li Yan? How could he participate in this? Doesn't Minister Huang know that this guy kills without blinking? Lu Tianqing murmured internally. As the president of Beihai University in Beihai City, he had certainly heard of this character known as the Prairie Wolf, especially his notorious whirlwind move. Countless lives had been lost to it. The Prairie Wolf, I've encountered him once. His strength is not much inferior to mine, said Lin Xingyue gently beside the exam venue. When it comes to one-on-one combat, she could win by leveraging her higher level, but once outside Beihai City, entering the real primitive battlefield, even someone like her wouldn't dare to provoke lightly. After all, the opponent had survived in real battlefields with rich killing skills, decisive and ruthless only with her current weapon, the 100 birds towards the Phoenix Spear. Could she confidently win? So there's no need for the young lady to take action herself. Li Yan has people to deal with him, said a bodyguard who was always stationed by Lin Xingyue's side. Obviously, such a dangerous situation would naturally require a protector to be arranged by the city lord to ensure Lin Xingyue's safety at all times. Tisk, what is all this about? In such a huge assessment venue, no one dares to touch a grade F and a grade D. Isn't that embarrassing to say out loud? Ho Zhoubiao stopped in his tracks, standing upright at the base of a gold-framed wooden bar, looking up at Li Yan with interest. His words immediately stirred up the surrounding candidates. More than their mutual standoffs, what they found harder to accept was seeing two lower-level individuals acting arrogantly in front of them and being unable to do anything about it. Now that Ho Zhoubiao was about to take action for them, they were naturally welcoming. Wait a minute, brother, it doesn't matter who loses between us, but it would be really embarrassing if we lost to those two low-level guys over there with the sticks. One of the contestants paused the fight and said, how about this? Let's see how Ho Zhoubiao helps us clean up first. Agreed, I've been waiting for someone to make a move, his opponent responded, also turning his head to look towards Ho Zhoubiao. Then recalling something, he suggested, how about we make a bet, betting on winning or losing? Sure, I bet those two kids are done for now. That's no fun then. If you're betting they lose, what should I bet on? The opponent is Ho Zhoubiao. Obviously you're going to win 100%. The laughter and banter continued. The appearance of Ho Zhoubiao caught the attention of the remaining 60-plus contestants, who were not in a hurry to confront each other but instead turned their gazes towards Li Yan and Yang Jian. Li Yan was not disturbed by these gazes. He turned to look at Yang Jian beside him, and the next moment his eyes slightly narrowed. He noticed Yang Jian's palms and forehead were sweating and his expression was not very calm. What, you know the guy under the stick? Li Yan asked. Yang Jian's chest heaved slightly and he exhaled slowly through his nose, gripping his halberd and nodding. I know him, Prairie Wolf Assassin. I saw him once on the ancient battlefield. He's very fast and strong. Are you sure? Li Yan asked again. No, but it doesn't matter. Yang Jian gradually stabilized his emotions as if he had made a significant decision in his heart. He stepped forward to the edge of the wooden stick, staring down at Ho Zhoubiao. I learned something from you, let's try it. As he spoke under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Jian leapt high from the wooden stick, his hair and clothes tousled by the chaotic airflow. Mid-air he clenched the handle of his halberd, gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce, and with an arc he thrust at Hojo Biao's face. "Ha, the defeated subordinate of the ancient battlefield, do you still remember me?" Facing Yang Jian's fierce attack with all his might, Hojo Biao's face showed disdain. In a moment his feet lifted and his figure vanished from Yang Jian's sight. What? Yang Jian knew the opponent was fast, but he didn't expect him to disappear so quickly. His body not yet landed when the opponent had already vanished from his sight. This isn't good. Oldly, my son is in danger. Watching this sudden change, Yang Wangchuan's eyes flashed with worry, his hand unconsciously grabbing Li Weiguo's arm. Li Weiguo also comforted him by grabbing his hand. Don't worry, let's watch and see. This prairie wolf guy is so fast. Yang Jian and Li Yan might be in danger. Inside Northern River University, a student from Class F commented on the scene. Truly worthy of being a lone wolf like me, his speed is somewhat like mine. Far in the main city of Northern River, Lin Zhongyan murmured, aware of prairie wolf. He chuckled. Li Yan, oh Li Yan, if you really get beaten by this kind of material, that would be no fun. I'm still waiting to take you on myself later. That prairie wolf guy is actually here, exclaimed chubby Chen Li, also watching the scene from the city center of Jiangnan. The guy known as Prairie Wolf knew him too. When he first entered the ancient battlefield, he employed Yang Jian as his temporary bodyguard. Yang Jian had encountered him once at the edge of the ancient battlefield. After a brief exchange of moves, Yang Jian was defeated in just an instant. Therefore Chen Li Pang understood why Yang Jian was so nervous about encountering the Prairie Wolf again. With a flash and a clang, the halberd collided harshly with the claw blade. Yang Jian's face lit up with joy, thankful that he had anticipated the opponent's move at the last moment, saving his own life. However, before he could rejoice, a surge of force transmitted through the halberd's shaft numbed his arm, and at that moment he was sent flying backward, crashing into the massive gold-framed wooden bar behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Well, you've managed to block my claw after half a year, not bad at all," the prairie wolf remarked nonchalantly after sending Yang Jian flying with a swipe of his claw. Losing interest in Yang Jian, he lifted his gaze towards Li Yan up above. "Kid, should I come up or will you come down? If I come up, you're probably going to lose badly. I haven't lost yet." With a grimace, Yang Jian stabbed his halberd into the ground to prop himself up, then pulled it out and started walking towards Ho Zhou Biao. "Before I admit defeat, you're not worthy to challenge Li Yan. Who do you think you are?" Growing tired of Yang Jian, Ho Zhou Biao initiated an attack. His figure flickered like a shadow, quickly moving to Yang Jian's right side. Yang Jian's pupils dilated as he instinctively swung his halberd in defense. Too late. Ho Zhou Biao feigned a strike with his claw blade, and as Yang Jian swung his halberd, Ho immediately retracted his blade, switching to a heavy elbow strike to Yang Jian's chest. Yang Jian felt a sudden pressure in his chest, and his body was once again hurled backward, this time crashing directly into an iron railing. "Son," Yang Wangchuan, seeing this, was horrified, wishing he could immediately rush to Jiangnan City to help Yang Jian. Li Weiguo's face gradually turned pale. Yang Jian, being a grade D, was already struggling severely under Ho Zhou Biao's assault, and Li Yan. Indeed, when faced with a real master, defeat was inevitable. On the assessment field, one of the candidates chuckled. "Yang Jian, why aren't you standing arrogantly on top of the wooden bar anymore? Why lie down on the cold ground?" The others couldn't help but laugh, finally seeing the outcome they desired. "Think about it, you low-level, why shout in front of us, Yang Jian?" From the high platform, Lu Qian silently watched Yang Jian, murmuring worriedly. Though Yang Jian wasn't his student, he was still concerned internally. "It seems this is as far as he goes." Wang Luo sighed next to him. "I thought I'd see some special performances, but it looks like he can't even pass the first round of the assessment. Hopefully Li Yan will perform better." Yang Jian, stand up, don't be a coward. Chen Li Pang, somehow worried for Yang Jian, his former bodyguard, encouraged him. "Still breathing, huh? So who are you trying to impress by acting tough, buddy?" Seeing Yang Jian struggle to stand up again after being knocked down twice holding his Fang Tian Huaji, Ho Zhou Biao was truly annoyed. He decided that this time he would make sure Yang Jian couldn't get up again. "I might as well lie down and play dead now," he thought. Suddenly a flash of blade light swept through as Ho Zhou Biao, serious now, used his killer move Biaofeng and instantly appeared in front of Yang Jian, his blade claw striking towards Yang Jian's throat. "Ho Zhou Biao, what are you doing? Stop!" Huang Luoqing exclaimed in shock, realizing that Ho Zhou Biao could no longer suppress his impulsive heart. This strike would surely take a life, but his warning seemed a bit too late. Yang Jian was in danger. Out of nowhere, a golden-framed wooden staff sliced through the air like a fierce dragon passing by Hojo Biao's side, and with a snap, it perfectly blocked Hojo Biao's claw strike. What? Hojo Biao's eyes widened, still unable to react when the golden-framed wooden staff with the force of 1,000 caddies swept him to the side and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The scene instantly drew everyone's attention. In the dim light, Li Yan was already standing on the ground, the golden-framed wooden staff retracting back into his left hand. He walked step by step towards Yang Jian and stopped right in front of him, extending his hand indifferently and said, "Hand over the Fangtian Huaji." Yang Jian was startled and everyone else looked on in confusion at Li Yan. Without waiting for Yang Jian's hesitation, Li Yan took the Fangtian Huaji from him, then turned to look at Hojo Bia, who had been pushed away by his golden-framed wooden staff. As he walked towards Hojo Bia, he said over his shoulder to Yang Jian, "Watch closely, Yang Jian, I will only teach this once." A golden aura slowly emerged around Li Yan's body, his clothes and hair fluttering with the circulating air currents. Li Yan's eyes, tightly shut, suddenly opened, revealing deep, dark pupils locked onto Hojo Biao. With a press of his right hand on the Fangtian Huaji, it vibrated and spun in front of him, taking flight. In a blink, Li Yan's silhouette darted forward, his hand gripping the staff of the Fangtian Huaji, and with a forceful motion he swung the Fangtian Huaji upwards in a sweeping 180-degree arc, directly slicing towards Hojo Biao. The fierce airflow split to either side, and the majestic aura caused Hojo Biao's heart to falter. He was startled by the sudden attack and couldn't react in time. Damn it, isn't this man supposed to use a wooden staff? How is he fiercer than Yang Jian? The last of his consciousness forced Hojo Biao to dodge, but he still underestimated Li Yan's speed. The slicing Fangtian Huaji seemed to have calculated his escape path precisely, and even though he dodged, it still managed to cut his arm. With no other choice, Hojo Biao had to sacrifice the claw blade on his left arm to save his limb. With a clang of metal, their forms collided, and with the force of a heavy rock, Hojo Biao's body, even though he tried to avoid it by shifting to the side, was pressed down by a powerful force, causing him to stumble to the ground. It was a battle of dragons in the wild. Conversely, Li Yan did not show any courtesy. After making Hojo Biao fall with one strike of the Fangtian Huaji due to the heavier spear tip, he quickly kicked the spear, causing the spearhead to rise. Taking advantage of the Fangtian Huaji suspended in midair, he moved close to it, lifted it as if it were a wooden staff, and spun it 360 degrees. Then with a gust of wind he struck Hojo Biao again. The end is nigh. With a swift enlargement in the pupils of the watchers, the Fangtian halberd struck with astonishing speed, leaving the crowd stunned and worried for Hojo Biao. Hojo Biao himself hadn't anticipated that in this man's hands the halberd could be manipulated like a mere wooden stick, powerful, swift and striking with incredible precision. Forced into defense, Ho could only block with the claw blades on his right arm, which under the relentless assault shattered one after another. As he considered when he had ever been in such a dire situation, a massive wave of force erupted at the moment of impact, kicking up dust and obscuring the battle from the onlookers who watched intently, unsure of the outcome. As the dust settled, the crowd was shocked to find that Li Yan was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" someone exclaimed in surprise. The audience quickly scanned the area, expecting that after such a dramatic strike Li Yan would surely reappear as the dust cleared. Yet as the dust dissipated, Li Yan remained missing, and Hojo Biao lay on the ground, his claw blades broken, his face mirroring the confusion of the crowd. Hojo Biao's brows twitched wildly, realizing that the sudden disappearance of his opponent might pose even greater danger. He shakily rose to his feet. "Look over there," someone suddenly shouted, pointing. Following the direction of the shout, the crowd noticed a towering pillar several meters high that hadn't been there before. Atop the pillar, Li Yan stood with the Fangtian halberd in hand, his eyes closed, tuning into a change within his body's energy. The spectators were baffled by his actions, wondering what he could possibly be planning. On the high platform, Minister Huang Luoqing, sensing something significant, fixed his gaze on Li Yan, murmuring to himself about what might come next. Beside him, Lu Qian remained confused. "Just watch," Huang Luoqing said, not elaborating further but internally amazed by Li Yan's capabilities. On the ground, Yang Jian also watched in confusion, hand on his chest, slowly standing up. Then, in a moment of quiet, the sound of Li Yan's fingers tightening around the Fangtian halberd resonated. As he grasped it, the natural fall from the wooden pillar stirred the air around him, tousling his hair and clothes. Just as everyone thought he would thrust the halberd downward toward Hojo Biao, Li Yan turned mid-air, released the halberd, and with a sideways posture his long leg swept across, kicking the tail end of the halberd's shaft. The move called Soaring Tiger Leap propelled the halberd through the air with ferocious speed likened to a fierce tiger pouncing downward, causing Ho Zhoubiao's pupils to dilate in sheer panic. Seeing this, Ho Zhoubiao stood rooted to the spot, surrendering to his imminent defeat as he muttered in awe of the superhuman feat. Is this even possible by human standards? It defies nature. The Fang Tian halberd then pierced through Ho Zhoubiao's leg and struck the ground behind him, causing a metallic clash and a tremor throughout the testing field. Around the area, the audience felt as if a sweeping earthquake had struck. Their bodies quickly shook and each one hastily grasped the armrests of their seats to steady themselves, then looked towards the stage in amazement. My goodness, what kind of move is this? Domineering. This is far more powerful than anything Yang Jian has ever used. It's not even on the same level. Look, Li Yan has stopped and what stands on the field is his original golden-framed wooden staff. People turned their gaze to Li Yan, who had now steadily landed on the ground. With a casual grasp with his left hand, the golden-framed wooden staff standing behind him automatically retracted and shortened, returning to his left hand. Without sparing a glance at the stunned Ho Zhoubiao, he turned and walked towards Yang Jian. Wait, Ho Zhoubiao called out to him, his face filled with confusion. Your move was splendid, but it seems I'm unharmed? Did you spare me because the rules of the exam prohibit killing? Li Yan paused in his steps, not turning around but glancing sideways at him. What about your leg? As soon as Li Yan finished speaking, visibly to the naked eye and under everyone's watchful gaze, Ho Zhoubiao's right leg, which seemed fine before, was suddenly severed, blood splattering as his body uncontrollably tilted to the side. Only then did Ho Zhoubiao, whose eyes bulged as if they would pop out, scream in incredible pain, drawing everyone's attention. This scene shocked the audience once again, but Huang Luoqing breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, good thing he held back. At that moment, Lu Qian also came to his senses, his emotions hard to contain. This kid really scares me to death. Li Yan, you're so cool, man, I love it. Outside Jiangnan City, a chubby enthusiast Chen Li was excitedly shouting, and his private driver immediately pressed down on his shoulders, telling him, young master, don't go overboard, this Li Yan is getting stronger. Across the exam venue, Lin Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly. The pride she always held inside her now mingled with worry. Old Li, did you see that? Your son is incredible. Outside the center of Beihai City, watching the live feed, Yang Guangchuan, seeing Li Yan defend his son so splendidly and take down Ho Zhoubiao, was overwhelmed with emotion. He turned and grabbed Li Weiguo's hand. That's Ho Zhoubiao, known as the Prairie Wolf, and now your son has just cut off his right leg with a single strike. This wolf won't be running on the prairies anymore. Well done, Yener, my boy, hiding so much from me, making me worry unnecessarily. Li Weiguo breathed a sigh of relief, understanding more about his son's capabilities. He never imagined that Li Yan, whom he had once casually mentioned his own youthful dreams to, would actually participate in the deep space combat quoted exam, and it looked like he might even survive the first round. At North River University, the admiration for Li Yan from the students of Class F surged once again as he took down the person known as the Prairie Wolf. Their adoration, envy, and respect grew, especially among the female students who found Li Yan's silhouette increasingly charismatic. In the office, Principal Lu Tianqing also nodded silently, praising Li Yan. Very good, very good. This is the caliber of student we have at North River University. With this performance, perhaps next time when the ancient battlefield opens, we could recommend him for the assessment area. As Ho Zhoubiao exited the scene, the atmosphere became electric with discussion. In Jiangnan City, both the media center and the North River City's covert operations started to gather all sorts of information on Li Yan. The reason was simple: he had managed to defeat Ho Zhoubiao, who had once roamed freely outside. Meanwhile, Minister Huang Luoqing, in charge of the operations, nodded silently, already certain that Li Yan would pass this first round of assessments. Very impressive, he thought. Li Yan is the first from Class F to pass the Deep Space Combat Quota assessment under my watch. I will remember this name, Huang Luoqing said, as he began his journey back to the monitoring room. Following closely was Lu Qian, walking beside him. This kid has surprised me 3 times already, and today was the most unexpected. Just as Huang Luoqing had anticipated, Li Yan's consecutive impressive performances made the other competitors rethink their strategies. Li Yan and Yang Jian managed to safely navigate the remainder of the time on the battlefield until the number of standing candidates dropped below 54. These 54 individuals successfully passed the first round of assessments. Upon hearing this news, Yang Guangchuan, Li Weiguo, Lu Tianqing, and others were delighted. The students from Class F, including Qianli Pangpang, were filled with admiration and envy, wishing they could rush into the assessment area and lift Li Yan in celebration. After they First round of assessments. According to Huang Luoqing's arrangement, the remaining 54 candidates were not rushed into the second round but were allowed to rest overnight in Jiangnan City. The competition would resume the next day to better replenish each individual's energy. Hearing this, Qinli Pangpang was overjoyed and waited right at the entrance of the assessment venue for Li Yan. From afar, he saw two familiar figures slowly walking out of the main gate. In excitement, Qinli Pangpang hurried towards them shouting, excuse me, you're blocking my way to Li Yan, hey, I'm here, see me, I'm here." As Qianli Pangpang struggled to squeeze through the crowd, Li Yan and Yang Jian walked out supporting each other's shoulders. Yang Jian's breathing was noticeably unstable, he needed to rest. He asked Li Yan, "The second round starts tomorrow. Where are we staying tonight?" "I don't have much money on me." "I don't have much either," replied Li Yan, somewhat embarrassed. "Your dad, Uncle Yang, knows my dad. We're just an ordinary family, so..." Yang Jian let go of his shoulders and sighed. "Are we going to have to sleep on the streets tonight?" "That won't be necessary," replied Li Yan, who then flashed a grin at Yang Jian as if he had discovered a treasure and said, "I have a mobile wallet and it's on its way here." Just then Li Yan finally noticed Qianli Pangpang, who exclaimed joyously, "Li Yan, oh, you finally noticed me. I've been calling you for so long. You were absolutely amazing. You totally crushed the prairie wolf." Thousand-Mile Pudgy finally squeezed his way to Li Yan, but there was no need to pity that guy. After all, he was still wanted by the authorities, having secretly killed countless innocents. "Huh, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Li Yan chuckled. "No, it's not that. Pudgy'd book us a couple of rooms." Thousand-Mile Pudgy became flustered and hesitated nervously, saying, "Isn't this a bit rushed, brother? I'm not really good at this. I'm afraid you might hurt me." It was a dark and windy night, around 8 in the evening, inside a luxurious hotel. Li Yan, Yang Jian and Thousand-Mile Pudgy checked into a lavish suite with the expenses, of course, covered by Thousand-Mile Pudgy, the walking wallet. Lying on the sofa, Pudgy breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me there. So that's what you meant. What's the assessment tomorrow? Did Minister Huang mention anything?" "No," Li Yan replied as he prepared to shower. Grabbing his clothes, he turned back to look at Pudgy and Yang Jian. "By the way, have you guys heard any strange noises?" Strange noises? Upon hearing this, Thousand-Mile Pudgy and Yang Jian pricked up their ears, quieting down to listen intently, but they heard nothing. Pudgy gave up and said, "There are no strange sounds. This is a high-class hotel in Jiangnan City, well known and free of any messy disturbances. You're just overthinking it." Even so, Li Yan kept his gaze fixed on the window, feeling as if there was something outside, like the sound of claws clinging to the glass, very faint. Without further hesitation, Li Yan went into the bathroom to shower. The water, steaming hot, cascaded down his smooth body while steam rose around him. Suddenly, with a soft click, the ceiling cracked open and a huge hairy claw lunged at Li Yan with incredible speed. Startled, the person in the shower bolted out, running naked and screaming wildly, "There's a wolf! A wolf's claw! A wolf is trying to kill me!" Wait, wasn't the person in the shower Li Yan? Inside the bathroom, a figure stood puzzled, looking at the person who had just run out. He was sure he had seen Li Yan enter the bathroom to shower. Why did a stranger who looked like a waiter run out instead? Surprised, you should be. Hearing the commotion, Thousand-Mile Pudgy and Yang Jian, who were originally sitting on the sofa, stood up and rushed to the bathroom, looking at the intruder who had burst in, attempting to kill Li Yan. Pudgy exclaimed, "As expected of my brother Yan, always one step ahead." No sooner had Pudgy finished speaking than the real Li Yan, step by step, walked out from behind them, his expression calm as he faced the assassin. To his surprise, this man was Lin Zhongyan, the awakened lone wolf and the deputy city lord of contemporary Beha City. When Lin Zhongyan realized he had been recognized, he didn't really mind. What puzzled him was the situation at hand. His surprise only grew when the real Li Yan appeared. Seeing this, Qianli Pangpang explained to him, "It's quite simple. Our Li Yan had noticed someone outside the window long ago and just played along with you for a bit of drama." Deputy Chief: "Impossible, I'm certain I wasn't mistaken. The one who entered the bathroom looked exactly like Li Yan," Lin Zhongyan asserted earnestly. Li Yan, not wanting to delve into explanations, interrupted. "Deputy Chief Lin, you come in the dead of night. Is it my life you're after?" At Li Yan's question, Lin Zhongyan laughed out loud, a laugh unmasked and unrestrained. Since it had come to this, he didn't bother to conceal his aura any longer. Instead, he released the imposing pressure of the lone wolf from within him, declaring to take the life of a dog. "Why would I need to explain myself to the dog? Tomorrow is the second round of assessments. With you dead, your team's path in the assessments will end completely. Moreover, the red longsword you obtained from the Black Dragon will also be mine." Just then a powerful aura no less shocking than that of Lin Zhongyan burst forth from Li Yan. In his dark pupils twin flames of golden yellow flickered from the corners of his eyes, swaying like the frayed edges of a garment fluttering in the wind. Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian, who stood on either side of Li Yan, were so startled by this aura that they staggered back, their eyes wide as they watched Li Yan. They even had to use their hands to steady themselves against the involuntary retreat their bodies made. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, Li Yan slowly closed his eyes and reached up to his left ear, drawing out a small wooden stick that gradually elongated and grew larger, radiating a more and more domineering golden energy. At a certain moment, when Li Yan reopened his eyes, the golden-framed wooden staff was floating beside him. His expression firm and his gaze steady, he looked at Lin Zhongyan, who had lost an arm, and said, "As the deputy chief of Beihai City, you come to a hotel in the middle of the night to put me to death. Very well, it seems like something you would do, but I am not afraid. Small-minded people, why should I care whether your methods are fair? Once you're dead, who will know?" Lin Zhongyan, provoked by Li Yan's words, shouted back, his face burning with anger. He flung his sleeves back, and the image of the lone wolf faintly rose behind him, its pressure intensifying seemingly enough to overshadow Li Yan. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Know this, it's your fortune that I personally deal with you. Be grateful in your next life." Sudden claw. The lone wolf behind him howled, its gaze releasing a red light, locking onto Li Yan in front of it. The colossal wolf's claw struck forward. The aura it released was like a tidal wave mixed with the lethality of a scythe, a divine beast's power unleashed. Li Yan knew very well that Lin Zhongyan's lethal move was not something to be recklessly countered. He ordered Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian to move to the sides while he himself quickly retreated backward to dodge the attack. To ensure that Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian were not dragged into the fray, a gleam flashed in Li Yan's eyes. The wooden staff floating beside him lengthened as he grasped it, and the end of the staff swiftly extended to press against Lin Zhongyan's chest, as if to say, "If we're going to fight, let's take it outside." With a thunderous crash, the glass of the hotel's high-rise shattered as a figure smashed through it, sending fragments pelting down to the street below. Lin Zhongyan clung desperately to the wooden staff embedded in his chest, unwilling to let go despite his body being blown horizontally outside the building by the fierce icy wind. "This guy's abilities are really convenient," he muttered to himself, looking down at the ground far below, his heart whispering worries. But in the next moment Li Yan also leapt from the shattered window, and thus, the two of them each holding an end of the staff, plummeted downward together, inside the hotel. Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian, who had witnessed the scene unfold, rushed to the broken window, their faces filled with horror. "Li Yan," Qianli Pangpang shouted, his hand now unknowingly clutching a sharp long knife. "I've even brought out my Pang Qianli knife." They jumped down together. "This is a lack of trust in us. Never mind that, let's go downstairs and check," Yang Jian said, knowing they dared not fall from such a height as Li Yan did. Midair, Li Yan and Lin Zhongyan continued their rapid descent. Li Yan was not worried. He had a way to survive the fall, but Lin Zhongyan was different. He had to act fast. When they were less than 20 meters from the ground, Lin Zhongyan quickly released the wooden staff and invoked the lone wolf idol to protect and envelop his body, crashing heavily onto the ground like a massive stone, causing a loud thud. He had chosen to endure the impact directly. Li Yan, on the other hand, didn't need such drastic measures. He vertically extended the wooden staff until it touched the ground, then slid down it, controlling his descent and landing safely on the ground. Since it was nighttime and Lin Zhongyan did not want too many people to know that he was personally involved in a fight over a red long knife and some old grudges, he aimed for a quick resolution. Li Yan knew too that even though Lin Zhongyan had lost an arm, he was still the deputy city lord of North River City, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Thus a tense standoff ensued. Lin Zhongyan, using his speed advantage, did not retract the lone wolf idol but instead used it to charge at Li Yan, seemingly aiming to catch him with the idol's jaws. Li Yan's eyes narrowed and he enlarged the wooden staff in his hands to block the wolf's mouth. However, it seemed that Lin Zhongyan had anticipated this, as he manipulated the lone wolf to clamp down on the staff, dragging Li Yan along as he leapt across rooftops under the moonlight, apparently intending to shift the battleground. Understanding Lin Zhongyan's intentions, Li Yan did not resist. Fighting in the city could be cumbersome and might harm innocents. It was better to go along with Lin Zhongyan's plan. And where are they? No sooner had they left than Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian appeared on the first floor of the hotel, only to find a mess of broken glass and no sign of Li Yan or Lin Zhongyan. Yang Jian furrowed his brows, lamenting the shamelessness of Lin Zhongyan. Here was a deputy mayor picking on a mere student. A new day dawned. As the sun rose from the east, a fresh morning unfolded just like the day before. The assessment for the Deep Space Combat Network slot proceeded as scheduled, with Huang Luoqing arriving early at the site. Today the audience was even larger than before. Many from society had squeezed in through connections, eager to witness the event firsthand. Huang Luoqing picked up the microphone and addressed the 50-some candidates who remained. Firstly, congratulations to those who passed the first round yesterday. As you know, the second round involves pairs working together, which you can form on the spot or have pre-arranged privately. We have 54 people, which will be divided into 27 teams, but only 7 teams, meaning 14 individuals, will pass this round. However, these 14 will not automatically earn a spot in the Deep Space Combat Network. They must also pass my stress test. Many candidates fail at this stage, and statistically, only about 4 might succeed each year. While Huang Luoqing explained the rules for the second round, Yang Jian, armed with his halberd, pulled out his phone and called Qinli Pangpang. "How's it going, fatty? Did you find him? I'm about to start the second round, and without Li Yan, it looks like I might have to go solo." From the other end, Qinli Pangpang replied, "No luck yet. Lin Zhongyan has taken him somewhere, and despite using all my family connections, I've found nothing. Just hang in there alone until Li Yan returns. Otherwise, this whole assessment will be for naught. The thing is, if Li Yan can return safely." Yang Jian voiced his concern. Lin Zhongyan, under Black Dragon's command, may have broken an arm, but he's a B-level power and his integration rate has exceeded 30%. Li Yan might be in real danger. Then should we just skip the assessment and go help Li Yan? Yang Jian suggested. "No way," Qinli Pangpang instantly vetoed. "I know Li Yan. He values this assessment greatly. Don't panic. I believe in him. He'll make it back." "All right, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee anything given the caliber of these remaining competitors," Yang Jian replied. With that, the call ended. Meanwhile, Qinli Pangpang, accompanied by his hired bodyguards, ventured into a dense forest, searching for any signs of a fight between Li Yan and Lin Zhongyan. Though he spoke confidently, deep down he was acutely aware of Lin Zhongyan's capabilities and couldn't help but worry for Li Yan. "Li Yan, oh Li Yan, you must hold on. Your buddy's coming to save you. Just hang in there and don't die," he thought worriedly as they delved deeper into the forest. Back at the assessment site, the atmosphere was tense, awaiting the next developments. Quietly, someone noticed something was off with Yang Jian's side. Realizing that his partner Li Yan was missing, this sparked curiosity among the crowd. "Where's Li Yan? Didn't he come today? Now that you mention it, wasn't he always together with Yang Jian? It's strange he isn't here today." "Yeah, without Li Yan, how can Yang Jian compete by himself? I remember Huang Luoqing saying that the second round was for pairs, and if one loses, both are disqualified." Yang Jian's performance yesterday was mediocre at best. Alone, he'll be eliminated quickly. The surrounding audience was buzzing. Clearly more people were noticing Yang Jian's absence. On the high platform, Huang Luoqing also noticed and turned to look at Lu Qian. "Didn't Li Yan come? Didn't he rest in Jiangnan City last night?" Lu Qian frowned. "That shouldn't be the case. I contacted him last night. They even stayed in a luxury hotel. Could it be that he hasn't woken up? I'll give him a call." Lu Qian tried calling Li Yan, but as Huang Luoqing had anticipated, no one answered the phone. Back in Beihai City, where his parents were keenly following their son's progress, Yang Guanchuan and Li Weiguo also noticed Li Yan's disappearance. Yang Guanchuan furrowed his brows and asked Li Weiguo, "What's going on?" "My son Yang Jian is still standing in the examination field." "Old Li, where's your son Li Yan?" Li Weiguo's face showed worry as he shook his head. "I don't know." Li Weiguo felt a nagging sense of foreboding, as if something bad had happened. At North River University, the principal, Lu Tianqing, also noticed the situation and called his daughter Lu Qian. Learning that she too was unaware, he grew anxious. There had been instances of attacks during assessments before, and Lu Tianqing was not at ease. He urged Lu Qian to use all her connections to find Li Yan. The Class F students were also surprised that Li Yan was absent the next day, leaving Yang Jian to face the assessment alone. Huang Luoqing seemed to guess something. Sabotage for a spot in the competition had happened under his watch more than once and had never ended well. He said to Lu Qian, "Go ahead and search for him, but as I must inform you, the assessment at Deep Space Combat Net will not halt for the absence of one person. If Yang Jian loses, Li Yan will also lose his qualification spot." Lu Qian's expression darkened as she turned to leave. She needed to find Li Yan before Yang Jian was defeated, otherwise their efforts would be in vain. More than anything, she was worried about Li Yan's safety, as Class F had gradually emerged under his leadership. Without Li Yan, the class would revert back to its former insecure and timid self, making it unworthy of her time. as Huan Luocheng had mentioned, the assessment would not stop for Li Yan's sudden absence. The second round was about to start and the field was divided into 27 groups, leaving Yang Jian alone in one group, facing opponents stronger than himself. Yang Jian's hands trembled as he gripped his weapon, the Feng Tian Huaji. If Li Yan can do it, so can I, he comforted himself internally, determined to challenge his limits. Yang Guangchuan could read the tension on his son's face and he himself was filled with anxiety. This won't do, he thought, even one opponent is stronger than my son, let alone two against one. Beside him Li Weiguo remained silent, his heart fluttering with panic because he had no idea where Li Yan was, nor did he know where to start looking. Yang Jian, right? Where's Li Yan, the one who's supposed to be with you? Why didn't he come today? As expected, with Yang Jian missing a teammate, he quickly became the primary target among many candidates. The young man speaking was named Wang Shiyu, known for his fierce demeanor, looking down on Yang Jian with disdain. What's it to you whether he comes or not? Knowing that he wouldn't receive any kindness from his opponent, Yang Jian wasn't about to indulge him. Ha, a D-level trash who almost got killed by Hojo Bia yesterday, you think you can bark at me? Wang Shiyu patted his shoulder, shrugged and strode towards Yang Jian. I've seen many like you before, good a simple practice to stretch my muscles. As Wang Shiyu moved to strike, Yang Jian gripped his Fengtian Huaji, halberd, tightly ready to react, yet he still underestimated Wang Shiyu's capabilities. His opponent, who only appeared to have a slightly higher level of talent, moved with a speed that far surpassed his own, closing the distance like a cheetah in a blink. Wang Shiyu threw a punch straight at Yang Jian's chin. In a critical moment, Yang Jian looked up and swung his halberd, but his move was effortlessly dodged. Wang Shiyu's expression turned stern, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he signaled his teammate. Both launched an attack together, sandwiching Yang Jian from front and back, overwhelming him instantly. Yang Jian couldn't withstand the blows from both sides and struggled to keep up with his first set of opponents. From a distance, Lin Qingyue watched silently. Her rich combat experience told her that Yang Jian wouldn't last even against his first opponents. The difference in strength was too large, especially in a 2-against-1 scenario. Merely a buffoon, why would the young miss worry about such a person? A young man guarding Lin Qingyue chuckled. As long as we are here, those people wouldn't dare to easily strike at the young miss. Even if they tried, they would have to go through us. In a moment, Yang Jian staggered back through the dust, planting his halberd into the ground to draw a long line and force himself to a stop. Upon closer inspection, his face was pale, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and his body was devoid of strength. He knew this was the end for him, but thinking of Li Yan, who had yet to return, if he lost now, the entire assessment would be for naught. His failure might be insignificant, but not Li Yan's, such as the silent agreement between men. Come on again. At that moment, a fierce gleam flashed in Yang Jian's eyes as he burst out in a roar. Unbeknownst to him, amidst his angry shout, a vertical eye momentarily appeared and then vanished between his eyebrows. His emotions blazed like wildfire within him. All Yang Jian wanted now was to buy time, to keep from falling at all costs. This fighting spirit subtly influenced those around him. Even his father, Yang Guangchuan, who was in Beihai City, had never expected his son to exhibit such steadfastness. Good, it's not a shame to lose, son, just charge ahead. Yang Guangchuan's face wrinkled with excitement and emotion, and only then did the people around realize that Yang Jian was his son, turning their gazes towards him. Meanwhile, Li Weiguo's thoughts were still clouded with worry for Li Yan, his emotions not as stirred. In the examination arena, Wang Shiyu saw the cornered Yang Jian still displaying such fighting spirit and grew annoyed. He decided to end the battle once and for all, aiming to be the first to secure victory for his team. Making eye contact with his teammates, Wang Shiyu took the initiative to strike. His knuckles, hardened like iron spears, thrust forward with a gust of wind towards Yang Jian's face. Yang Jian, quick as an eagle, shifted his gaze downwards and locked onto his opponent. Without hesitation, he lifted the halberd in his hand swiftly upward, its tip gleaming as it slashed towards Wang Shiyu's side. You underestimate my power. Facing the counterattack, Wang Shiyu merely extended his left hand to block the halberd's shaft, while his right fist accurately smashed towards Yang Jian's chin. This strike was potent enough to severely injure Yang Jian, possibly even piercing his chin with the sharp knuckle. However, Yang Jian dodged with all his speed, the punch merely grazing past his chin, the sharp knuckle leaving only a shallow wound on his face. Despite this, the brief exchange left his mouth smeared with blood, feeling an unprecedented pressure. This is the gap, muttered a spectator nearby, horrified by the scene. Yang Jian is still far too lacking. Wang Shiyu's punches come like torrential rain, each one deadly. I feel like he's even holding back, another commented, on the high platform. Huan Luoqing's expression was subtly pensive, tinged with regret. Couldn't hold out till Li Yan returned. Huh, what a pity, I quite liked both Li Yan and this Yang Jian. After so many years, it's rare to see a low-level candidate perform so well, but it seems this is his limit. Hang in there, Yang Jian, you must hang in there. Students from classes F and D of Beihai University who knew Yang Jian inwardly voiced their support, though they knew it might be difficult. The principal Lu Tianqing squinted slightly as if foreseeing an inevitable outcome. At this moment Yang Guangchuan couldn't muster excitement either, a sudden worry overtaking him as he watched intently. Looks like someone will soon clinch the first group victory. Well, that's a start, chuckled a young man beside Lin Xingyuan, nonchalantly watching the injured Yang Jian from afar. I told you, without Li Yan this guy wouldn't survive the first round, another added. No, you're wrong too. What difference would Li Yan make? Against our young lady he's just a slightly stronger cockroach, nothing more, the first young man continued. Our young lady now has the 100 birds toward the Phoenix enhancement personally given by the city lord, and her innate S-level talent, not to mention her ample real combat experience. What can that kid bring to compare? Still want to fight? Well, don't blame me if I can't stop my hand. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as Wang Xiyu faced Yang Jian, an unexpectedly formidable opponent, which stirred a surge of emotion within him. No longer holding back, Wang Xiyu decisively made his move, pushing slightly off with his left foot clad in a black combat boot. He swiftly moved to Yang Jian's side, his fingers clenched into a fist. He struck towards Yang Jian's right side. At that moment Yang Jian had just regained his balance. Seeing the incoming punch, he gritted his teeth and raised his left arm, attempting to block the blow using his muscle strength. Thud! The iron-like fists mercilessly pierced into his flesh. Enduring the pain, Yang Jian mimicked a move taught by Li Yan, a kick of the halberd's blade, swiftly lifting the halberd's blade while twisting his fingers, forcefully swinging the halberd back towards Wang Xiyu's left arm, inflicting a similar wound. To prevent the halberd from slicing through flesh and bone, Wang Xiyu quickly ceased his attack and stepped back, breaking contact. Yang Jian took this moment to catch his breath, but just as he thought he had a moment's respite, a long needle pierced right through the base of his thigh, skillfully avoiding the bone but penetrating all muscles and blood vessels. Caught off guard, Yang Jian cried out, not anticipating another assailant. Biting down on his pain, he lunged forward, pulling out the needle and turned to strike Wang Xiyu's ally with his halberd. However, the backlash from his injured thigh caused him to falter, and he began to fall towards the ground. Not yet, realizing that falling would mean defeat, Yang Jian bellowed and thrust the tip of his halberd into the ground, kneeling on one knee to stabilize himself. His face pale and breathing heavily, blood still oozing from his mouth, cheek and thigh. In that instant one could see the spirit of an ancient warrior unwilling to accept defeat in him. What a man, a spectator commented. Win or lose, I respect him. But alas, you've kneeled, aren't you going to admit defeat? Wang Xiyu, however, was not moved by Yang Jian's plight. He smirked smugly and advanced towards him. Seeing this, everyone knew that the end was near. Is this the end? Huang Luoqing watched from above, silently observing Yang Jian to see if he would rise, though unsure what he could possibly do even if he did. It lasted about 2.5 minutes. Couldn't even make it to 3, scoffed a young man guarding Lin Xingyuan, disdainfully watching Yang Jian. He shouted so loud I thought he might actually do something impressive, but he's just going to lie down. Facing Wang Xiyu's approach, Yang Jian slowly closed his eyes, regulated his breathing and prepared to draw his halberd at any moment. Though he couldn't stand, he was ready to strike his adversary at close range. You don't deserve my surrender, stubborn to the end. Wang Xiyu was too lazy to continue the conversation. With a quick stride forward, his fist swirling with a fierce wind, smashed towards Yang Jian's forehead. On the other hand, Yang Jian's gaze hardened as he summoned the last of his strength to pull out the Fangtian Huaji, aiming its tip at his opponent in a final act of defiance, daring anyone to challenge him. Penetration. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ceiling of the examination venue, causing the entire area to quake. Cracks formed, and the light illuminated the whole scene. A fiery blaze shot through as a golden-framed wooden staff, enveloped in golden dragon and tiger auras, pierced through the air. The overwhelming pressure and fierce wind forced an intense presence crashing into the ground under everyone's watchful eyes. With the end of the staff nowhere in sight, only the broken ceiling and the rising aura indicated that the man had returned. This shocking tremor brought the scene to a deathly silence until a painful scream awakened everyone. Turning their heads, they saw Wang Xiyu's leg had been crushed by the golden-framed wooden staff that had suddenly descended from above, pinning him accurately to the ground. Unable to free himself, conversely Yang Jian across from him remained unscathed. Recognizing the familiar golden-framed staff, Yang Jian, kneeling on one knee, sensed something and slowly lifted his head to look towards the other end of the staff. He really made it back. Huang Luoqing also looked in that direction, only to see the end of the golden-framed wooden staff slowly retracting. After a moment, a blood-covered young man with torn clothes and 3 claw marks across his chest, his eyes still flickering with a murderous intent, appeared following the staff. Pressing one hand against the end of the staff, he floated across the air under the astonished gazes of the crowd, his cold and fierce aura enveloping the entire examination venue. It seemed like every examinee felt his presence and averted their gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Li Yan, God, he actually made it back. But how did he get so severely injured? A student from Class F noted. Having just survived a life and death situation, what on earth happened? Huang Luoqing furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss, muttered internally while also being shocked by Li Yan's intense aura. Oldly, your Li Yan seems to have been seriously injured, Yang Guanchuan commented from the city of Beihe. I know. Li Weiguo's eyes were fixed on the wounds on Li Yan's body, especially the wolf claw marks on his chest that were still bleeding. His emotions simmering, he was determined to settle the score with whoever had hurt his son. In everyone's sight, Li Yan landed steadily in front of Yang Jian. By now, the golden-framed wooden staff had been shrunk and held in Li Yan's right hand. He paid no heed to Wang Shiyu, whose leg he had broken with the staff, and turned around, walking over to extend a hand to the kneeling Yang Jian. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm glad you're not dead. Yang Jian showed a faint smile, as if the pain in his thigh had vanished at that moment. He took Li Yan's hand to slowly stand up and then sat down on the ground. The rest is up to you. Without any hesitation, a light flashed in Li Yan's dark pupils as he gripped the golden-framed staff and stepped towards the rest of the examinees. Don't even think about it. Wang Shiyu's teammate rushed over from the side. However, Li Yan acted as if he hadn't seen him, staring straight ahead. His right hand, holding a wooden stick, suddenly extended, pinning the man against the wall and creating a deep dent. In that instant, the stick shrank back into Li Yan's hand, while the man's eyes widened, stuck to the wall as if every bone in his body had come apart, slowly sliding down in disbelief. The audience, including the other candidates, were instantly stunned, especially the candidates who felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from Li Yan at that moment. Interesting. Huang Luoqing's lips curved slightly upwards, as if he had anticipated the exciting scene that would unfold next. Hey. Li Yan, what do you mean by this? Take one more step and we'll make a move. At that moment, a young man guarding Lin Xingyue noticed that Li Yan seemed to be heading their way and shouted loudly. Nevertheless, Li Yan, as if deaf, continued forward with a grim expression, each step forceful, his upper body blurred with blood. Seeing this, many of the candidates swallowed hard, wondering what had provoked Li Yan to seem like he was about to kill them. Even if the assessment was tough and unfair, it shouldn't be like this, right? No, this man really seemed intent on killing. As Li Yan approached, Huang Luoqing, who had initially been eager to watch the drama unfold, now sensed a dangerous aura and quickly left the high platform, heading towards the assessment area. Meanwhile, as Li Yan got closer to Lin Xingyue, there was no choice left. Entrusted by the city lord of Lin, the young men guarding her no longer hid their identities, and one by one they dashed out to stop Li Yan. Move. Li Yan paused, softly uttering the word with his eyes fixed only on Lin Xingyue. However, these young men took no heed and launched an attack on him. So be it. With a click, Li Yan's fingers gripped the golden-framed wooden stick, and 2 strands of golden-yellow fiery energy intertwined, aimed at the first young man who rushed towards him. With an upward thrust, 1. The young man had only taken 2 steps when his chin was lifted by the stick, his heels off the ground, balance lost, and he toppled backward. 2. A flash of light in his eyes, Li Yan pivoted, the golden-framed stick sweeping across another on his left, sending him flying. 3. This time, without needing to rotate his body, Li Yan used the momentum to push back, the stick hitting the chest of a young man behind him, sending him flying with a thud. 4. The last one. Li Yan slowly turned around, not rushing to act, his gaze sweeping down from a height. The man who intended to charge at him suddenly hesitated, looking at Li Yan as if he were a fierce beast, his steps involuntarily stopping. I surrender, he said. Li Yan's gaze left him, turned back, and continued towards Lin Xingyue, while those around him stood with their mouths agape. What on earth had Li Yan experienced to make him fight with such ease? Is it really 1 strike per person? The last one was so scared that he dared not make a move. Wait, why does he keep trying to get close to Lin Xingyue? Could it be that he wants to challenge Lin Xingyue? Lin Xingyue is the daughter of the Lord of Beihai City, possessing the S-rank Phoenix talent. Has Li Yan lost his mind? What's gotten into him? Does he no longer care for his life? His impulsiveness is getting the better of him. Lin Xingyue is currently out of his league. Old Li, what exactly is your son Li Yan up to? What has happened to him? Yang Wenchuan worriedly said. Where did those injuries on him come from? Why has his temperament changed so drastically? I've been right here with you and I don't know either, Li Weiguo murmured. Li Yan, I warn you, take one more step forward and do not blame me for being ruthless. Watching Li Yan defeat her guards one by one, continuously closing in on her, Lin Xingyue could no longer tolerate it. She pointed the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear gifted by Lord Lin directly at Li Yan's nose. The fierce aura around her signaled to Li Yan that she was indeed ready to strike. Do the people of the Lin family have kindness? Li Yan halted his steps, looking indifferently at Lin Xingyue, this girl he had not contacted since their breakup, who could attempt to kill me with the black dragon's red long knife in a hotel at midnight. Well, worthy of a deputy city lord, your dear uncle. Saying this, he pulled out a wolf mark from his clothing and threw it in front of Lin Xingyue. He's dead, I killed him. If you want revenge, I am ready any time. These seemingly calm words from Li Yan's mouth exploded like thunder in Lin Xingyue's mind and in the minds of everyone present at the scene. Deputy Lord Lin Zhongyan was killed by Li Yan. How is this possible? Visibly, as Lin Xingyue heard from Li Yan that he had killed her uncle, her pupils contracted, her mouth opened wide, and then anger immediately replaced her shock. Her hand wielding the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear pointed directly at Li Yan. I will kill you. On the ground, the lone wolf mark reflected light under the sunlight, a symbol unique to her uncle. With this mark no longer on his body, it meant that Li Yan's words were true. Her uncle had indeed been killed. This sudden change surprised the surrounding crowd. What's all this about? Li Yan really killed Lin Zhongyan, and from the sound of it, Lin Zhongyan, a generation's deputy lord whose power far exceeded that of ordinary awakened ones, was bent on ruthlessly pursuing Li Yan over a leftover piece of the black dragon's red long knife. Even though there were some grievances with Li Yan, surely it didn't have to go this far. Principal Lu Tianqing slowly exhaled through his nose, thinking that Lin Zhongyan was far too proud and he had overdone it. The black dragon's red long knife was indeed rare, but to disregard the status of a deputy lord to bully the less powerful, not to mention damaging one's reputation, would make it difficult for him to stay in Beihai City even if he survived the exposure. This was something Lu Tianqing had never anticipated. In Beihai City's main castle, having witnessed this scene, Lord Lin's face was terribly grim. For one, his brother Lin Zhongyan's actions had been exposed, and secondly, Lin Zhongyan had actually died at the hands of that youngster Li Yan, which was utterly inconceivable. Li Yan must have used some special tactics. How dared he kill our deputy lord? Inside the council hall, waves of murderous intent surged as news spilled from Li Yan's mouth, and the rage of the Lin family's small team leaders soared. They couldn't believe it. Even if that Li Yan was formidable, they were confident that by banding together they could certainly capture him. How could the deputy city master be killed just because he wished it so? Li Yan would surely pay a painful price. Stay calm. The city master Lin slowly inhaled a breath, turned around and looked at the people in the hall. Li Yan was clever. He didn't hide the matter but instead revealed it in front of everyone, including Huang Luoqing. Whether successful or not, they were now in the wrong. If they acted rashly again, it would surely incite the anger of the entire city, unless they no longer wished to hold their positions. So we just let him go, someone asked. That's not possible. A dark light flashed in City Master Lin's eyes. What's overt can't be done, but covertly, who knows? On what grounds do you kill my uncle? On what grounds? I have to laugh. Only the Lin family can kill and I can't fight back? Facing Lin Xingyue's unreasonable questioning, Li Yan retorted, what nonsense reason giving you face? If you want to fight, let's fight. I don't care if you're S-class, as long as I'm alive it means your downfall. Despite being covered in blood and his injuries worsening, as long as Li Yan could hold onto his golden-framed wooden staff, he would not retreat an inch. Even if you Lin Xingyue possess the S-class phoenix talent and wield the all birds paying homage to the phoenix, I am not afraid at all. Seeing the murderous intent escalating in Lin Xingyue's eyes, she completely disregarded their past and saw Li Yan as an enemy. She tightened her grip on her gun, and with the S-class phoenix pressure manifesting behind her, waves of flame-like power surged out. You killed my uncle, that makes you in the wrong. With a fierce shout, Lin Xingyue's eyes gleamed brilliantly, her saintly majesty sudden as a descent from the heavens, rounds of phoenix feathers radiantly entwined around her, and at that moment everyone present personally experienced the full opening of an S-class talent's aura. Li Yan couldn't advance, the sweeping waves gradually forcing him back. At this level he was completely oppressed. This is how it should be. Gritting his teeth, Li Yan, despite the chest wound inflicted by Lin Zhongyan increasingly splitting open under this immense pressure, closed his eyes and tried to stimulate the Sun Wukong statue in his sea of consciousness to resist the phoenix. It was futile. Though overall strength I may not be as high as my uncle, but when it comes to level suppression, you're not yet qualified to fight me. Seeing Li Yan attempting to resist, Lin Qingyue, aided by the phoenix feathers, slowly ascended into the air, exerting absolute pressure from a high vantage, making it incredibly difficult for Li Yan to move. The wolf claw wound on his chest left by Lin Zhongyan grew even more severe. Impulsive actions, those were not something Li Yan could withstand. From a distance, Yang Jian, despite being so far away, could distinctly feel the oppressive aura of Lin Qingyue. It was hard to imagine the lowest ranked, closest and injured Li Yan, how he was struggling on the ground by sheer willpower alone. Li Yan, what are you doing? You mustn't. At a high vantage point, Li Qian hurried back to the assessment site upon hearing that Li Yan had returned. What she didn't expect was to witness a fight between Li Yan and Lin Qingyue, an S-rank fighter. As soon as she arrived, Lin Qingyue was not someone Li Yan could handle at his current level. He should not act impulsively, yet infuriated Li Yan dared to challenge Lin Qingyue despite his severe injuries. Was he not afraid of death? It seemed he could no longer fight. Lin Qingyue had him completely subdued, struggling in vain. This was extremely dangerous. Hey, oldly, things don't look good for your Li Yan. He's got a severe wound on his chest. Someone needs to stop the bleeding immediately, or he'll lose too much blood, said Yang Wangchuan, staring at the screen. Li Weiguo, already worried, could no longer stay put. He turned and left, apparently planning to rush to Jiangnan City overnight despite his illness. This frightened Yang Wangchuan, who hurriedly followed him. The intense clash of auras continued, with Lin Qingyue overwhelmingly dominating, making it difficult for Li Yan to maintain his stance. In desperation, Li Yan gritted his teeth, propped his wooden staff with a gold frame against the ground for leverage, and his expression slowly turned to excitement. He recalled the feeling of his standoff with Lin Zhongyan, where he managed to counterattack despite extreme pressure. Why would I fear you, Lin Qingyue? With this thought, Li Yan boldly cried out, Sun Wukong fights the Bull Demon King. Sun Wukong fights Yang Jian. Integration plus 0.3%. Integration plus 0.3%. Total integration, 11.62%. Feeling his strength surge, Li Yan's eyes hardened, and he swiftly pulled his golden-framed staff from the ground, unleashing golden energy from his eyes. The swirling energy orb ascended like fierce flames, and Li Yan advanced against the wind, pressing down with his 5 fingers, his form breaking through the layers of constraints and rapidly enlarging in Lin Qingyue's view. Take this strike from me. What? Lin Qingyue hadn't expected Li Yan to break free from her level suppression. Caught off guard, she instinctively reached for her 100 birds toward the phoenix to block. However, the golden-framed staff collided with a bough, startling the owner, who was none other than the head of the Jiangnan City Deep Space Combat Network. He was surprised to find himself matching blows with Li Yan, and momentarily neither could determine the victor. Stop, Li Yan! Huang Luoqing couldn't control himself any longer and shouted to awaken Li Yan, knowing that he was blinded by a killing rage hard to quell. For some reason, he sensed a demonic aura emanating from Li Yan. Li Yan's originally golden eyes now flickered with hints of red like the fires of hell. Was that Minister Huang Luoqing? My goodness, he actually stepped in to intervene? Huh? Li Yan could match him? Was that Huang Luoqing's descendant Bao? This was the first time seeing it. The first time seeing Minister Huang make a move. As Huang Luoqing suddenly helped Lin Qingyue block Li Yan's strike, the onlookers were incredulous. Most surprisingly, Huang Luoqing had drawn his descendant Bao, and yet Li Yan was still holding his ground, showing no signs of defeat. You should know that until now Li Yan's divine artifact was just a wooden stick. Sensing the gazes of the people around him, Huang Luoqing couldn't help but take things a bit more seriously, cursing inwardly at the audacity of the boy. With increased force, Huang Luoqing managed to suppress Li Yan, who was affected by a chest injury that vibrated with a hint of demonic aura, causing him to be pushed back and fall into the distance. Too much force, Huang Luoqing realized, immediately retracting his aura and quickly catching Li Yan mid-air, then both landed smoothly. However, seeing Li Yan now unconscious and observing his chest and other injuries, Huang Luoqing couldn't help but gasp. To think you could fight me to this extent. With such severe injuries, I've underestimated you, boy, he murmured, his respect for Li Yan growing. He then turned to Lin Qingyue, who was still somewhat stunned in the air, and loudly said, Miss Lin, please restrain yourself. After all, the fault initially lies with your uncle. From Li Yan's perspective, he was merely defending himself. Your impulse to attack him without understanding the reasons is misguided. Today with me here you won't be able to fight, if you truly wish to avenge your uncle. I won't stop you, but it must be a fair fight, not while Li Yan is injured. Turning around, Huang Luoqing then addressed all the candidates publicly. Li Yan, I vouch for him because he has passed the second round of assessments and even the final stress test. He is now a member of our Deep Space Combat Network. There was a sudden silence as the surrounding audience and candidates were stunned, unsure if they had heard correctly. Li Yan passed all the assessments? At a distance, Yang Jian suddenly burst out laughing. As expected of you, Li Yan, so it turns out that I, who just came to try my luck, got carried along unexpectedly. According to the assessment standards, if one member of a group passes, the other does too. Now that Huang Luoqing had personally confirmed Li Yan as a member of the Deep Space Combat Network, so was Yang Jian. Yang Jian had never thought that his mere presence for the excitement, because of his admiration for Li Yan and choosing to persist, would lead him to pass the assessment despite a severely injured leg. He felt he could wake up laughing from his sleep tonight. On the high platform, Lu Qian, who had been standing there worried, slowly relaxed his hands, smiling at Li Yan held in Huang Luoqing's arms. Father was right, this kid really is a miracle. Passing the Deep Space Combat Network assessment as an F grade, unprecedented, isn't it? Meanwhile, far away outside Jiangnan City, Shen Libang returned to the city with a worried frown, quickly pulling out his mobile phone to call Yang Jian. Hey Jian Yang. Bad news, Li Yan had an accident, Shenli Pang said. My men and I searched deep into the forest all the way to the cliff's edge, where we found signs of a fierce battle and bloodstains by the river. I'm sure someone fell in. I'm afraid it might be Li Yan. The river is deep and we couldn't find anything after searching for a long time. I'm now heading back to the main city for reinforcements. You should stop your assessment and come out to help too. It's in the deep forest directly opposite the southern hill of Jiangnan City. You should know where. What? Suddenly Shenli Pang stopped in his tracks, his face showing surprise, startling the bodyguard beside him. What's wrong, young master? A bodyguard asked. Shenli Pang ignored him and urgently asked Yang Jian on the phone, say that again. Li Yan has already passed the Deep Space Combat Network assessment, and Lin Zhongyan, he was killed. Oh, he was killed by Li Yan, damn, so the blood by the river was Lin Zhongyan's. Realizing this, Shenli Pang took a deep breath and exclaimed, Brother Li Yan, my brother, huh? Stop, please stop, listen. Look back, Li Yan has already won. He secured his spot in the assessment. Yang Guangchuan grabbed Li Weiguo, who was anxiously heading towards Jiangnan City, and Li Weiguo paused, turning to look at the distant screen behind him. On the screen, the audience at the assessment venue was jubilant, and his son Li Yan was being carried away from the assessment field by Huang Luoqing, while Yang Jian was slowly leaving with the help of the staff. Seeing this, Li Weiguo completely stopped, his face instantly overwhelmed with a sense of age. Okay, the dreams of his youth flashed through his mind. After so many years, finally someone had fulfilled his dream of entering the Deep Space Combat Network, and that person was his son Li Yan. Thank you, son. Li Weiguo rarely expressed such heartfelt words to his son. After speaking, he no longer continued to watch and turned back to hurry towards Jiangnan City, as Li Yan was injured and he needed to be with him. Since childhood, it had always been just the two of them. Yang Guangchuan chuckled and scurried behind Li Weiguo. Old the year Li Yan passed, and my Yang Jian did too. Beijing time 8 a.m. The following two pieces of news are announced. The deputy mayor of Beihai City, Lin Zhongyan, was found dead last night at 7 p.m. by the Yama River in Jiangnan City, killed by a freshman from Beihai University, Li Yan. The higher-ups are taking this news seriously and have ordered the mayor of Beihai City to submit a detailed responsibility report explaining why Lin Zhongyan would attack a freshman. The second piece of news, Jiangnan City conducted its annual Deep Space Combat Network assessment as scheduled, and the list of selected candidates has now been finalized, with the assessment concluding this morning. It's worth mentioning that Li Yan was personally booked in advance by Division Head Huang Luoqing. The next morning at 8 o'clock in the hospital, Li Yan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a completely new environment. He recognized it as a hospital, though his head felt heavy, making it difficult to sit up, and his chest still throbbed painfully from the wound left by Lin Zhongyan. You've won. Sitting beside him on a hospital bed, Yang Jian handed his phone to Li Yan, saying, this is the latest news just released by the officials. We've successfully entered the Deep Space Combat Network. The voice from the phone continued as Li Yan slowly reached out to take it and looked at the screen. Indeed, both his and Yang Jian's names were listed, personally mentioned by Minister Huang Luoqing. How's your leg? Li Yan asked, putting down the phone gently. It's alright, Yang Jian replied, his leg having been treated with a special medicine that allowed him to stand, albeit faintly. He looked at Li Yan with relief, but then his expression turned serious. To think you survived that encounter with Lin Zhongyan. Looking at your injuries, you've suffered quite a bit. Images of his battle with Lin Zhongyan flashed through Li Yan's mind. Unlike Yang Jian's expectations, Li Yan wasn't pleased but rather had a grim expression. I was nearly done for. Black Dragon had torn off an arm. I barely managed to win. This shows I'm still not strong enough. He looked up at Yang Jian. I remember the last thing I saw when I left the assessment site was a person. It was a Lin Qingyue. Who was it? Huang Luoqing. Minister Huang. Yang Jian explained. It was him who blocked you. You're so stubborn. Fighting so hard against him forced Minister Huang to take it seriously, which led to the severe injury on your chest and caused you to faint. He was the one who brought you to the hospital. Li Yan frowned. At that time I don't know what happened. My vision turned red and I felt a strange presence within me that I didn't recognize as my own. Yang Jian admitted he didn't know much about this. Just then footsteps approached the door of the hospital room and soon two familiar figures burst through the door excitedly. Jian, Yener, Dad, Dad? Both Li Yan and Yang Jian exclaimed in unison, surprised to see Li Weiguo and Yang Guangchuan, their fathers, suddenly entering the room, not expecting them at all. Hey, you little rascal, you had your old man worried to death. How's the leg? Can you still walk? Yang Guangchuan hurried over to Yang Jian, fussing over his leg, visibly eager to comfort him. You really went off without a word to Jiangnan City, and here I was searching everywhere for you. If I hadn't seen you participating in the assessment on the Central City's live feed, I would have thought you disappeared. But you did well, son, just like your old man in his days. You secured the Deep Space Combat Network spot. Well done. That was thanks to Li Yan, said Yang Jian. Hey, that's right. With that, Yang Guangchuan immediately turned to Li Yan, grabbing his hand with even more excitement than Li Yan's own father. Li Weiguo, Li Yan, you really did great. Look at you making your dad so excited. He can't even open his eyes, got sand in them. Oh, poor old Li, where does he fit in this? There's nothing to be embarrassed about with your son. Yang Guangchuan patted Li Weiguo's shoulder, signaling him to relax. You have a good son. Deep Space Combat Net quota, Tisk TSK. Just the name sounds impressive. In the future, anyone who wants to mess with your son will have to weigh whether Huang Luoqing agrees or not. Even without Yang Guangchuan mentioning it, Li Yan also noticed his father's mixed emotions of excitement and concern for his injuries. That's well said. A somewhat unfamiliar voice interjected from the doorway of the hospital room, causing everyone to turn their heads. It was Huang Luoqing himself, who had come to visit. He liked wearing black suits and always had a stern face. Upon closer inspection, his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, putting pressure on anyone he looked at. Seemingly aware of everyone's gaze in the room, Huang Luoqing calmly toned down his expression and approached Li Yan. Don't worry, I'm here to check on Li Yan's injuries and also to discuss some matters regarding our Deep Space Combat Network. But before that, may I ask a question? Li Yan, Minister Huang, please ask. Li Yan responded. Huang Luoqing asked seriously, why did Lin Zhongyan want to kill you? Because of some personal grudges and the red longsword in the hands of the black dragon sea monster. Li Yan replied truthfully. The red longsword, correct? Li Yan continued. This red longsword has special properties. If it weren't suppressed, the longer it is exposed to sunlight, the greater its lethality. What Lin Zhongyan didn't know was that the red longsword is no longer in existence. It has now become Fat Chinli and was given to a friend of mine, so its rare properties no longer exist. Huang Luoqing's furrowed brow gradually relaxed and he exhaled. I see. I never expected Lin Zhongyan to disregard his position as deputy city lord and engage in such acts of stealing treasures. Regardless, you should be careful when you return to Beha City. You angered Lin Qingyue in the examination and the Lin family won't let you off easily. What, have they openly declared their intentions to act against you? Yang Jian interjected. Not exactly, Huang Luoqing replied. Currently the senior officials need the city lord of Beha, Lin Chengzhu, to provide a report on why Lin Zhongyan took action. Lin Chengzhu publicly claims it was Lin Zhongyan's personal desire and grudge. He had never issued any orders to him and has promised to strengthen management in the Beha City Enforcement Department in the future. What a pretense, Yang Jian commented. Although I am not from the same city as City Lord Lin, we are colleagues, and without full certainty, I shouldn't speak too much. After a pause, Huang Luoqing changed the subject, looking at Li Yan and Yang Jian. Let me tell you about the basics of the Deep Space Combat Network, so you're not clueless when you enter. Firstly, the Deep Space Combat Network. It's the highest recognized virtual cultivation path in Huaxia, not governed by the national enforcement department but managed by the independent, Deep Space Department. Simply put, the Deep Space Combat Network is a virtual cultivation space established through virtual network technology able to perfectly replicate battlefield and combat scenarios. So far, the categories are divided into war history, mythical battlefields, heavenly chaos, and finally, undersea turmoil. What, son, I don't understand any of these, Yang Wangchuan said, his forehead creased with confusion. Huang Luoqing chuckled. These are the 4 simulation categories we have developed so far. There might be more in the future, but for now these are the ones we have. Let's start with the war history category and discuss what exactly it simulates, Li Yan asked, listening intently. How should I explain this? Huang Luoqing found himself at a loss for words and he tried asking, by the way, have you ever entered the ancient battlefield? My friend Shenli and I have been to the outskirts of the ancient battlefield. Does that count? Yang Jian replied. Just the outskirts? Huang Luoqing sighed. The outskirts are just the tip of the iceberg of the ancient battlefield. It's hard to explain this to you at the moment. Heal up quickly and I will personally take you into the war history category. After Huang Luoqing left, Li Yan and Yang Jian entered a period of recuperation. During this time, Qinli Fat, Yang Wangchuan and Li Weigua took turns taking care of them, and their class teachers Lu Qian also visited occasionally. Having witnessed many miracles from Li Yan, Lu Qian's heart grew firm, no longer harboring any doubts. Li Yan, you can't walk the dark paths alone anymore. The Lin family has been watching you closely, he said. Today, feeling almost fully recovered, Yang Jian got out of bed to stretch his legs and mentioned casually to Li Yan. He walked to the window, inhaling the fresh air outside. I think sooner or later you'll have to fight the Lin family. Are you afraid? What would you do if I said I am? Li Yan replied calmly. Now able to sit up straight, he pulled open his shirt to check the wound on his chest, which had almost healed. I would stand by you. Why? Yang Jian pondered seriously, finding it difficult to express while having spent these days with you. I think you're quite all right. Turning around, he added, in terms of strength, though it's low level, you have my respect. What if I said I'm not afraid? Li Yan asked. Ha, then let's stir up a storm. Excitement flickered in Yang Jian's eyes. What does it matter if one is a city lord or a S-class Phoenix Awakener with talent? Who says we D-class talents can't defy fate? For some reason I feel my abilities are far from limited, and so are yours. Your feeling is right, Li Yan thought to himself. Just then the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. Not by someone they knew, but 2 uniformed workers, one of whom said to Li Yan, your injuries are almost healed, right? Minister Huang has sent for you. He wants you to meet him at the Deep Space Building. All right. Li Yan and Yang Jian looked at each other and followed them out. As usual, Huang Luoqing stood in his high-rise office, gazing out the window at the bustling market below, seemingly detached from the mundane world. Behind him, footsteps approached the door and a voice announced, Minister, the persons have been brought here. Huang Luoqing slowly turned around to see Li Yan and Yang Jian. He waved his hand, dismissing the 2 staff members. Come in, he said to Li Yan and Yang Jian. Li Yan and Yang Jian stepped forward and stood before Huang Luoqing, who walked over to a wall and pressed his 5 fingers against it. Soon a beep sounded and a high-tech sensor emerged from the wall. Huang Luoqing then placed his hand on it, and after a moment the room vibrated slightly as a seam in the wall slowly opened into a door. Not rushing in, Huang Luoqing turned to Li Yan and Yang Jian and said, you are now members of the Deep Space Combat Network. Come record your fingerprints. And afterwards I'll take you to the Deep Space Hall. Nodding, Li Yan and Yang Jian quickly went over to record their fingerprints. All right, follow me, Huang Luoqing said as he entered what was clearly a descending elevator, but with double doors. Li Yan and Yang Jian stepped inside. The front door closed and the elevator descended for over a minute before stopping and opening the rear door. Huang Luoqing led them out from the rear. Upon exiting, dazzling lights initially blinded Li Yan and Yang Jian, who had not had a chance to adjust to the brightness, making it difficult to open their eyes. It took them a while to get accustomed. Looking around, they saw a technologically advanced space hall. In the hall, columns that refracted light stood tall, with people occasionally entering and exiting them, which made Yang Jian curious. What are these slick, dark columns? He asked. They are the entrances to the simulated training grounds, Huang Luoqing explained, then led them to one of the columns. This column had a door that also required biometric identification to enter. I'll use my access to open it, Huang Luoqing said. This will allow entry to 4 categories, but for now only war history and mythological battlefields are available to you newcomers. Li Yan and Yang Jian remained silent as they followed him inside the column, intrigued by this new technology that seemed more advanced than any holography or VR they had previously encountered, almost as if a mysterious force was maintaining the normal operation of the deep space hall. Once inside, before Li Yan and Yang Jian had much time to observe, Huang Luoqing waved his hand and a holographic screen appeared before them. Let me show you the war history simulation first. If you choose to train here, you will encounter many ancient battlefield gods. Huang Luoqing was operating a device while explaining. As everyone knows, the ancient generals from the old battlefield are of a much lower tier compared to the mythical generals. However, what makes these ancient beings valuable is their quantity and the fact that they can be awakened in multiples by a single awakener. Yang Jian listened, puzzled. Multiple awakenings? He asked. Yes, a single awakener can awaken multiple generals from the old battlefield, whereas you can only awaken one mythical general. Huang continued. For example, Yang Jian, what general did you awaken? Me? Yang Jian touched the back of his head. I'm a bit of an anomaly. During the awakening ceremony, it kept indicating that I was a grade D without specifying which general, just confirming the sacred beast. It's as if these two were competing to choose my body. Well, let's use Li Yan as an example instead. Huang Luoqing changed the subject. Li Yan awakened a sacred beast, a monkey, and if he enters the old battlefield he might gain favor from the ancient generals. Then he could awaken additional ancient generals like Ancient General Lubu, Ancient General Xiaohou and Ancient General Zhao Yun. It's a one-to-many relationship. As long as you're not facing a super powerful mythical general, awakening multiple old battlefield generals can still secure you a place to survive. I see. Yang Jian finally understood but had a question. How do you all know these things? And Yang Jian turned to look at the war history projection in front of Huang Luoqing. Why can't I understand the history described here at all? What? Yang Jian tried to read. The Ming Dynasty battle. Toyotomi Hideyoshi's invasion of Korea during the Wanli era. Brief overview. In 1585, Toyotomi Hideyoshi rose from a commoner to unify Japan, and in 1590 he sent a letter to King Seonjo of Korea declaring his intention to attack the Ming dynasty. In 1592, under the leadership of Konishi Yukinaga, 160,000 troops moved through Korea to invade the Ming dynasty. What does this say? Why can't I understand it? In Yang Jian's mind, the history he remembered was not like this, especially the so-called Ming dynasty, which they had never heard of before. Since that's the case, why does Huang Luoqing say this is a piece of history? How do they know this? What more secrets does this deep space department hide? However, before Huang Luoqing could reply, Li Yan, who was standing beside them, frowned deeply and stepped forward, pushing Yang Jian aside to stand next to Huang. Sorry, Minister Huang, could I please see more of this? Asked Li Yan. Huang Luoqing was puzzled but nodded and stepped back. Li Yan's gaze remained fixed on the historical segments. Isn't this the great Ming of China, founded by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, Toyotomi Hideyoshi? Konishi Yukinaga, this is the history of the Ming back. Then how did it come to this strange world? What on earth is going on? Puzzled, Li Yan closed the current historical segment and randomly pulled up another to study. As he read aloud to himself, Era, Three Kingdoms of China Battle of Red Cliffs. Summary. The Battle of Red Cliffs, also known as the Battle of Chibi, was a significant battle where the allied forces of Sun Quan and Liu Bei defeated Cao Cao. It is one of China's most famous battles, celebrated for a smaller force overcoming a larger one and for the weak defeating the strong. At this point, Li Yan felt there was no need to continue. The facts were essentially proven. This was indeed the history of ancient China. At that moment, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Before Li Yan could voice his thoughts, Huang Luoqing, noticing his expression, said, "You guessed right. These records are from the Ancient Saints Book of the Deep Space Department. Everything we know about the ancient battlefields and the old divine generals comes from this book. But a book is just a book. Our understanding is still far from complete. However, that's not an issue. You don't need much understanding to enter the simulated trial grounds. You just need to enhance your own strength once inside." Li Yan, intrigued, asked, "Where is this Ancient Saints Book? Who wrote it?" Huang Luoqing explained, "The Ancient Saints Book is a top-tier entity within our Deep Space Department, always sealed and guarded. It was written by someone who, through his own power, has made it unmovable, only available for later generations to peruse. As for the author, he is shrouded in mystery." Huang Luoqing added, "But what I can tell you is that if we were to divide between the realms of life and death, he no longer belongs to this world. That's the most I can disclose." Muttering to himself, Li Yan thought that perhaps someone had been here before him, though buried by the sands of time, almost turning into a myth. Huang Luoqing didn't linger on this topic for long, addressing Li Yan and Yang Jian. Alright, you now have a basic understanding of the war history category, would you like an introduction to others, or will you explore on your own? We'll look through it ourselves, Li Yan responded. Very well, soon you can choose between the war history and mythological battlefield categories for your first novice trial simulation, Huang Luoqing said as he turned to leave. He added a reminder, try to follow the sequence. The difficulty increases from low to high, don't choose a higher sequence until you feel confident. Li Yan and Yang Jian nodded, watching him leave. Shall we dive into one together? Yang Jian asked with eagerness. Even if Minister Huang said a lot, I can't remember all. We still have to break through it ourselves, right? Li Yan nodded. So which category should we choose? According to Minister Huang, as newcomers we can only select from war history and mythological battlefield. It seems like these are the only categories open for novice simulation, probably sequence 01. I'm not very interested in war history, maybe mythology? Suggested Yang Jian. Sounds good, let's proceed. Yang Jian initiated the biometric identification, summoning the virtual portal to the mythological battlefield category. Looking at the swirling blue vortex, he smiled. This looks interesting, I'll go first. Yang Jian stepped forward, and without hesitation Li Yan followed him into the portal. The interior was bizarre, like stepping into an expansive starry sky. Directly ahead a series of sequence numbers appeared. Recalling Huang Luoqing's earlier advice, newcomers should choose the sequence number 01. Li Yan reached out to press 01 and suddenly a dazzling white light struck them, blinding them momentarily. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence in Beihai City, under pressure from both his superiors and the citizens, the city lord Lin had finally resolved the affairs of Lin. Zhongyan, now alone in his bedroom, he pondered for a moment before leaving to enter Lin Zhongyan's room. He found a photo of Lin Zhongyan, looked at it intently, anger slowly rising within him. Rest assured, big brother will avenge you, he murmured and gently replaced the photo. By the door footsteps approached. City Lord called the incoming person. Lin took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before turning to face the person. How is the young lady? Still grieving, she hasn't eaten all day, the servant replied. I understand. Knowing his daughter's deep affection for her brother, Lin realized she would struggle to overcome Lin Zhongyan's death. Any news on Li Yan? Lin asked further. According to our informants, after becoming official members of the Deep Space Combat Network with Yang Jian, they followed Huang Luoqing into the Deep Space Tower, the servant reported. If I'm not wrong, they might be undergoing the simulation trial by now. Keep an eye on them and inform me the moment they leave the Deep Space Tower, Lin instructed. At the top floor of the Deep Space Tower, in the surveillance room, a bucket of instant noodles was passed under the dim light. The person holding it cheerfully said, these days of earning a salary just by sitting in the surveillance room are indeed comfortable. Come on, let's enjoy these noodles together. The attendant dressed in yellow took the noodles, ready to share a meal with his colleague. However, just as they were about to start eating, the monitor for sequence number 01 suddenly flashed red and an alarm sounded, startling them both. What's happening? They exclaimed in panic, setting down their noodles to focus on the monitor for sequence number 01. One of them widened his eyes and said, Isn't sequence number 01 the simulation site for new recruits? Why would it trigger a high-risk alarm? They immediately decided to report this to Minister Huang. In the office where Huang Luoqing worked, the clock on the wall ticked steadily. Feeling that it was about time, Huang Luoqing stood up, pushed back his chair and prepared to head downstairs for dinner. It had been a while since he had enjoyed a warm meal from the local eateries, and he remembered a place that served decent pig's trotter rice. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, an alert sounded. Warning, mythical battlefield type. Simulation Ground 01 has been assessed as high risk. Huang Luoqing's expression changed immediately. What's going on? At that moment, two staff members from the monitoring room rushed over, calling out to him from a distance. What's happening with serial number 01? Isn't that the simulation ground for newbies? Huang Luoqing asked anxiously as soon as he saw them. We're not sure, but we suspect that there has been a dangerous anomaly in the simulation ground, one of the staff explained as they led Huang Luoqing to the monitoring room. Since the newcomers Li Yan and Yang Jian entered simulation ground 01, our control over it momentarily faltered, as if invaded by a mysterious force, though it still remains within manageable limits. This force is very domineering. It originates from the high-risk simulation grounds that newcomers shouldn't be able to access. As they approached the door of the monitoring room, Huang Luoqing frowned and said, Are you suggesting that a high-risk deity has overridden Deep Space Tech's controls and displaced the guardian creature of Simulation Ground 01? Such incidents are rare. What is the name of this deity? The staff member hurried to the control panel to investigate the aura emitted by this deity. Soon his face turned pale. Oh no, it's him. Seeing his subordinate's distressed expression, Huang Luoqing immediately stepped forward to look for himself, his face soon mirroring the concern of his colleague. This shouldn't be happening, he has always been a compliant deity. What could have provoked him so? Huang Luoqing's forehead began to bead with sweat. Although he was unsure of the details, according to the ancient saint's scripture, this deity was not to be underestimated, a proud god once stationed at the south heavenly gate. This is beyond what newcomers Li Yan and Yang Jian can handle. We're in trouble now, another staff member remarked. They all knew that once someone entered the categorized simulation beam, although their physical body remained within the beam, their spirit transcended it and entered the simulated world beyond external intervention. A death in the simulation ground might not physically kill a person, but it could cause severe psychological trauma, potentially irreversible. What do we do now? One of the staff asked Huang Luoqing, who remained silent, unable to offer a solution except to wait. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Qian had bought some fruits and, along with a few classmates, came to visit Li Yan. But upon reaching the hospital room, they found both Li Yan and Yang Jian absent, the beds neatly made. With no choice left, Lu Qian decided to inquire with the nurses, who informed him that both had been discharged at noon. I guess I should call Minister Huang at the Deep Space Building, Lu Qian thought, pulling out his phone as his classmates waited quietly by his side. Not long after Lu Qian connected with Huang Luoqing's call, she asked, I heard from the nurses at the hospital that Li Yan and Yang Jian have been discharged. Are they with you? How are they doing? Have their injuries healed? Huang Luoqing hesitated for a moment before replying, they are with me, but things are not looking good. Not looking good. Lu Qian's expression changed immediately. Seeing her reaction, her classmates nearby also started to look worried. Huang Luoqing explained, I had them come over today to try the No.01 newcomer simulation training ground to get familiar with it, but an accident occurred during the process. A divine general forcefully invaded the No.01 area, driven by some impulse. Lu Qian frowned. Could it be that Li Yan or Yang Jian has something that the divine general wants? I'll ask my dad. She paused, then added, by the way, what is the assessment stage of that divine general? High risk. Lu Qian's pupils shrank as she realized the danger. That means Li Yan and Yang Jian are in danger. They can't handle that level of threat. Huang Luoqing remained silent, realizing that this was indeed beyond his expectations and a failure on his part. Lu Qian then called her father, Lu Tianqing, who was in the principal's office dealing with paperwork. Upon hearing about Li Yan and Yang Jian, he immediately stopped writing. Really? He asked, agitated. Why would I lie? Minister Huang said it himself. What do we do now? Once someone fully enters the simulation training ground, it can't be stopped midway unless those old guys from the Deep Space Department intervene, Lu Qian explained. Lu Tianqing's face darkened. Those old guys definitely won't come for such a trivial matter. This is troublesome. He was at a loss and could only hope that Li Yan and Yang Jian could manage on their own. He lost the mood to continue his paperwork, his face filled with worry, especially since he had never dealt with a kid like Li Yan before and didn't want him to perish prematurely. Knowing that her father was also helpless, Lu Qian and a few students rushed to the Deep Space Building. Although there was little she could do, at least she could wait at the closest distance possible. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, someone called out, Boss, got any beauties here? Hey, Master Qianli, what kind of question is that? I run a respectable business here, no funny business. Come on in, Master Qianli, have a few drinks, let's not talk about anything else. Our wine is definitely the best in the center of Jiangnan City. Qianli, looking disappointed, replied, just drinking is boring, I'm off, I still have to visit my family's Li Yan at the hospital. Oh, by the way, is there a wooden grocery store around here? My back is itchy, you know I like using those long-handled scratchers. Just a few steps away, the chubby 1,000 miles suddenly remembered something and stopped to ask the innkeeper in front of him. The innkeeper replied politely, yes, just follow this path straight ahead for about 300 meters, then turn right and walk another 100 meters and you'll see it. It's owned by a friend of mine. You should find the long-handled scratcher you want there. Speaking of which, you still haven't kicked that old habit of yours, always liking to use scratchers. Why, I don't know why, but I feel a special sensation when I use scratchers, 1,000 miles complained. He then muttered that the nickname Fat 1,000 Miles given by Li Yan didn't quite suit him. Maybe I should ask a blacksmith to make me a scratcher to use as a weapon in the future. It would look pretty cool. Following the innkeeper's directions, 1,000 Miles went off to buy his little wooden scratcher. Ever since he was a child, he had a peculiar fascination with these tools. Once he bought it, he joyfully scratched his itchy back while carrying 2 pounds of fruit to the hospital to visit Li Yan. This sight hardly resembled a young man in the prime of his life. He looked more like a lazy, food-loving old man. Seeing a beautiful woman passing by on the street, 1,000 Miles couldn't help but whistle at her, startling the young lady into thinking she had encountered a predator. She quickly screamed for help and fled. I played too much, better run before my father finds out and beats me to death, thought 1,000 Miles as he hurriedly ran away. Time passed and 1,000 Miles arrived at the hospital, but just like Lu Qian, he didn't find Li Yan or Yang Jian. After asking around, he went straight to the Deep Space Building. Leveraging his father's status as a prominent merchant, he was recognized by Huang Luoqing, who directed him to meet with Lu Qian's head teacher. So have Li Yan and Yang Jian entered a high-risk trial stage? Huang Luoqing, tell me straight if you want to kill my buddies. What are you playing at? 1,000 Miles exclaimed, calling Huang Luoqing by his full name, startling the bystanders. They wondered what kind of background this chubby man had to dare address Huang Luoqing so directly. Huang Luoqing, not expecting such loyalty from this plump man, explained, there was a malfunction in the simulation trial area. It wasn't intentional, I merely arranged them in a new sequence. Lu Qian also came forward to help clarify. Minister Huang is right, he's worried too. It wasn't his intention, but it was too late. 1,000 Miles was truly worried. He had heard from his father about the dangers of the high-risk stage and above, and knew Li Yan and Yang Jian couldn't possibly win. Aren't there power restrictions from the old masters of the Deep Space Department? How could the deity invade our domain? He asked Huang Luoqing. Even if it can't fully cross domains, if it's that deity, even a strand of his divine spirit could pose a significant threat to Li Yan and Yang Jian. Huang Luoqing replied. Who was he? Despite his family's significant background and not having read the ancient holy scriptures, 1,000 Miles had some understanding of the deities that had appeared. Taking a deep breath, Huang Luoqing said, Erlang, the manifested saint. 1,000 Miles turned pale. That's the end of it. Due to an anomaly at the No.01 simulated light column trial site, many disciples from the Deep Space Department had stopped and gathered in the Deep Space Hall to observe. This year, the new recruits who just joined were not very lucky. An anomaly occurred as soon as they arrived. It's quite unfortunate, one person remarked. I heard he came from a high-risk area and his spirit body is going to take a heavy hit. There was no way out. Once the simulation trial ground was activated, it couldn't be stopped midway. All they could hope for was that the two newcomers would be lucky and that the Divine General would show mercy. Meanwhile, inside simulation trial ground 01-inch Li Yan and Yang Jian's spirit bodies were transported to an unfamiliar zone. This was a desolate wasteland with no vegetation, just scorched earth occasionally swirling with black smoke. Yang Jian was completely baffled by the surroundings. Is this domestic or abroad, hell or the human world? Li Yan, uninterested in discussing it, moved forward. Let's go, treat it like playing a new map in a game. According to Minister Huang, this was just a trial ground for newcomers and shouldn't be too dangerous, just something to help them adapt and advance. Reassured by these words, Yang Jian followed Li Yan. It's just a newbie village, no matter how many come we can handle them. Let's go hunt some monsters. I played games before. Usually when you enter a newbie village you start by fighting low-level monsters to level up, then challenge the village's mini-boss. After defeating it you can leave the village. You're probably not as good at gaming as I am, buddy. I could beat you with one hand tied behind my back. Nonsense, I could beat you playing with my feet, retorted Li Yan. Stopping, he suggested, how about we make it real? Yang Jian's face turned awkward. Games are games, reality is reality. Suddenly a thunderous force descended from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. During their casual banter, Li Yan quickly grabbed Yang Jian's hand and pulled out a long stick from behind his left ear, stabbing it into the ground to anchor themselves. Just then a storm whipped up from ahead, violently swirling dust and sand off the ground. Li Yan and Yang Jian were caught in the gust in an instant. Had Li Yan not firmly grasped the deeply embedded stick, they might have been blown away to who knows where. Li Yan, can you hear me? What on earth is this? Why did a storm suddenly start? Yang Jian shouted, gripping Li Yan's foot from behind. How would I know? I've never seen a newbie village with such harsh conditions before. Just one storm nearly wiped us out, Li Yan replied. The ordeal was torturous, but after enduring for a few minutes, the storm gradually subsided, as if someone from beyond the heavens had breathed a sigh on the ground. Are you alright? Li Yan asked after pulling the stick out of the ground. I'm fine, just got a scare. We were having a good chat and nearly got blown away by the wind, Yang Jian replied, feeling an uneasy presence. He preemptively took out his halberd, suspecting it looks like the guardian monster of the newbie village is about to come out and fight us, be careful. Li Yan had just nodded when he suddenly sensed something looming overhead. He and Yang Jian instantly looked up, their eyes widening in shock. Forget what it is, if we don't dodge this blade, we're dead. It was Yang Jian who swiftly pulled Li Yan away, running towards the nearby mountain. Damn it, after we get out, we're definitely complaining about Huang Luoqing. This is not what a beginner's trial should be like. Even playing video games isn't this hard. As they ran, Li Yan kept an eye on the massive object falling from the sky, a weapon that resembled the one used by that person, although it was too far to see clearly. However, the reality was swiftly confirmed. Li Yan and Yang Jian hadn't run far when the weapon from the sky clanged loudly as it impaled itself into the ground, shattering stones and kicking up dust and debris. A tremendous oppressive force emanated from the epicenter, felt even from a distance by Li Yan and Yang Jian. Yang Jian realized that his right hand was trembling uncontrollably. He tried his best to suppress the nervousness in his heart. What kind of boss is this? Before Li Yan could respond, the skies above parted as a magnificent figure sliced through the clouds, illuminating the once dark earth. Accompanying the light was a voice filled with immense suppression. "Stinky monkey, you finally come. It's been years. How do you find my blade? Who are you?" Li Yan knew the figure was addressing him, but the presence was too overwhelming. Looking up, all he saw was a figure standing tall, radiating dazzling golden light, exuding unnatural hostility. In the air, the golden figure's eyes flashed, and with a light gesture, the trident blade that had fallen from the sky withdrew from the ground and shrank back into his hand with a resonant clang. "A wild monkey is still a wild monkey, obstinate by nature. Surely you haven't forgotten the old days." Yang Jian's left eye gleamed with an arc of light, and with a breath in and out, he appeared beside Li Yan like a shadow. His trident blade quickly slashed towards Li Yan's side. The sound of the wind was loud by Li Yan's right ear. His pupils dilated rapidly. His hands grasped a gold-framed wooden staff, one above the other, to block. Crack! In the instant of contact, the trident blade struck Li Yan's chest as if there was no resistance, and the gold-framed wooden staff snapped at that moment. Li Yan was sent flying backwards. He held back. Mid-air, Li Yan's expression was grim. He reasoned that the divine general merely wanted to engage in a fight, not a slaughter. With that thought, Li Yan slowly closed his eyes. Even as his body retreated amidst the tumultuous currents, he remained unmoved, letting go of everything. "What's wrong, demon monkey? Can't you even resist a single divine strike from me now?" From afar, after Yang Jian had cleaved Li Yan's staff, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. With a push off the ground, he soared toward Li Yan in midair, trailing a golden arc. "After all these years, is this all you can muster? Where is the courage you had when you once wreaked havoc in the heavens?" Approaching Li Yan with a gleaming tip, the trident dagger reflected points of golden light resembling a fireball poised to break the sky. Flames surged as Yang Jian held it firmly, making no apologies as he thrust towards Li Yan's forehead. As the fierce aura neared, Li Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, finally opened them. His pupils shone brightly, and the broken golden-framed wooden staff in his hand miraculously restored itself, seeming even more robust. "Yang Jian," Li Yan bellowed. Defiantly, unafraid whether his opponent was god or demon, he swung his staff with all his might. Seeing Li Yan's formidable demeanor, Yang Jian revealed a look of excitement, his trident dagger stabbing forward without restraint. "Now you're showing some spirit." In that instant, on the ground, Yang Jian's pupils saw the golden-framed staff and the trident dagger each flashing with golden light, about to collide. But just then Li Yan executed a surprising maneuver. Realizing he could not match Yang Jian in a direct clash, he let his staff hover to his right side. With a sudden stamp on the staff, he performed a front flip over it, landing behind Yang Jian. His left hand steadied the staff as he struck towards Yang Jian's back. Witnessing this change, Yang Jian remained unfazed, taking the hit squarely. After the strike, he turned around nonchalantly and spoke to Li Yan. "Indeed, you're still as unruly as ever." "Hey, you might be mistaken. Take a good look. I'm not Sun Wukong. I'm just his awakener." Unable to hover in midair as long as Yang Jian, Li Yan's body kept falling, ultimately sliding down the elongated golden-framed staff. The same logic applies. The demon monkey wasn't much to speak of, let alone his successor. With a wave of his arm, Yang Jian, too lazy to pursue, let the trident dagger hover above his head. Its tip gathered red fiery energy, converging at the center like a painted red dot, unleashing a murderous aura. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment seemed to react to his divine power, with winds and sand swirling around, tornadoes sprouting from the ground, and thunder flashing. "Oh my, when did max-level bosses start bullying newcomers?" On the ground, Yang Jian tightly gripped his halberd, wanting to assist Li Yan, but the enemy was floating out of reach in the sky. By now Li Yan had landed, feeling the unprecedented pressure from the trident dagger aimed at his head. He hadn't expected that just a fragment of Yang Jian's spirit could wield such power, let alone his peak form. Li Yan's mouth curled into a grin, excitement showing on his face. I'd indeed like to see how far I can go. Despite the situation, Li Yan was undaunted, golden light bursting forth from his dark eyes again. In his mind, the Sun Wukong deity was fully activated. Sensing an old rival outside, it vibrated intensely as if to bestow all of its 11.62% fused power onto Li Yan. Let's try this then. Li Yan suddenly clasped his hands together in prayer, sat down cross-legged on the ground, and placed his golden-framed wooden staff across the crooks of his arms, silently chanting a mantra. 3 loud bangs resounded, and 3 identical copies of Li Yan suddenly appeared seated next to him. For images unite, transform. The 4 Li Yans dispersed in all directions, shouting angrily. At that moment, their wooden staffs, framed in gold, grew enormously, extending from the ground into the mid-air, resembling 4 giant pillars holding up the heavens, seemingly waiting for the triple-bladed halberd to descend from the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, floating in mid-air, watched Li Yan set up with some satisfaction, but that was all. His eyes flickered with a red glow. In the next moment, he manipulated the triple-bladed halberd with his power, directing it towards Li Yan on the ground while letting out a long, heaven-piercing roar. Heaven's punishment, monkey holds up the heavens. Including the real Li Yan, the 3 ground versions simultaneously swung their large staffs wrapped in fierce flames and golden light, with dragons and tigers entwined around them, breaking through the clouds and shattering the void, directly challenging the divine weapon descending from the sky. Was it a god or a demon? Success or failure? One strike would tell. Warning. Sequence 01 unable to withstand high energy burst, simulation trial field breaking apart. Upon hearing this alert, in the blink of an eye, Yang Jian withdrew his momentum. He didn't want to destroy the original trial field because of his own actions. Below, Li Yan also heard the alert. Seeing Yang Jian retracting his power, he immediately dismissed his clones, suppressed the golden-framed wooden staff, and left just one standing upright on the ground. He stood at the top of this staff, facing Yang Jian eye to eye. You are still too weak. Yang Jian's statue spoke, its mouth moving slightly, not nearly as formidable as the legendary Monkey King. I am very disappointed. The trial field was too fragile. I will wait for you in the high-risk simulation trial field, Yang Jian declared. Without waiting for Li Yan to reply, he turned his gaze toward Yang Jian on the ground. Is this the human who has awakened me? Like you, his physical quality is too poor. My power cannot be limited to this D grade. Once a predecessor of his had at least been able to open my celestial light. This youngster. Hearing this, Yang Jian frowned. Until now he had only just realized that the statue standing beside the howling celestial dog in his mind was none other than the present Yang Jian, and now the latter was not acknowledging him. Even though it was only a manifested statue in this world, the lingering thought still carried a certain human consciousness, and without the deity's recognition, even if one awakened to him, full potential could not be developed. However, I am not without compassion, Yang Jian said. As he was about to disappear, he handed over the triple-bladed halberd to Yang Jian on the ground. If you can gather it completely, I will reconsider you. As soon as Yang Jian caught it, the celestial figure of Yang Jian in midair had already vanished, leaving behind a trail of afterglow. Clearly, having crossed realms for so long, he had exhausted his energy and needed to return to his original place. Seeing this, Li Yan also did not continue to stay in midair. He shortened the golden-framed wooden staff and descended to the ground next to Yang Jian. As he approached to admire the statue, Yang Jian was introduced to the double-edged, 3-pointed blade gifted by Yang Jian to Yang Jian. Yet before he could even touch it, the blade transformed into a large golden shard. Inscribed on the shard were the words, I am not the true self, but this shard is real. It is merely 1/4 of the whole. You may gather all the pieces and forge them into a true divine weapon. The message also mentioned the shards resonate with each other. In the Eastern Sea near your Jiangnan city, the resonance is particularly strong. Perhaps the next piece lies there. These words vanished in an instant, leaving Yang Jian and Li Yan no chance for a second glance. Li Yan hadn't expected to find himself setting out for the Eastern Sea, but resolved it's just a shard, but better than none. Let's start by merging this quarter. Its power should surpass that of the current halberd in your hands. Seeing Yang Jian's slightly disappointed face, Li Yan comforted him. After all, the weapon of the old god and ancient general Lu Bu isn't suited for you. Accepting the shard, Yang Jian remarked, truly the challenges of the deep space combat network are formidable. If this newbie village Here in Trial Ground 01 is this tough, I can't imagine the difficulties ahead. I was just standing below watching you both fight, unable to assist, dreading what might happen if you truly clashed in the final moment, thankfully. Li Yan exhaled slowly, then admitted with a serious tone, indeed, even a mere divine effigy of Yang Jian possesses such power. I am far too weak. I gave it my all just now, and I'm not even sure what the outcome of that encounter might have been. Yang Jian patted Li Yan's shoulder, signaling him to take heart. Every person needs to grow. Recognizing one's weaknesses is the first step to becoming stronger. And who says you'll always be weaker than him? A real man reaches his peak and then challenges others at their peak. Besides, you weren't completely outmatched just now. Who knows whether your monkey supreme could best his heavenly execution? The true heavenly execution is not so simple, Li Yan replied with a smile. Of course I'm not just a clone either. That's the spirit. Let's leave this newbie village. As they prepared to leave, Yang Jian's face lit up with joy from obtaining the shard, but then he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, he just mentioned that my physical constitution was too weak. I thought I wasn't that bad. Reflecting, Li Yan responded, he did mention something briefly, saying you can't open the heavenly eye. There might be something off with your body. Maybe you should see a specialist later. It could help break through your current level limits. Heavenly. What's that? Yang Jian pointed to the center of his forehead. Is it a new eye that's supposed to grow here? Sometimes I don't know why it feels particularly fiery here, but then the sensation vanishes just as suddenly. That's just how it is. As Li Yan and Yang Jian were about to leave, a series of notifications popped up before Li Yan's eyes. You have clashed with Erlangshan, the true lord, revealing the sacred fusion rate increased by 0.8%, total fusion rate 12.42%. Warning, simulation testing ground 01 cannot withstand the high energy burst and is fracturing. Warning. Inside the monitoring room, Huang Luocheng and others looked grim as rows of dangerous alerts appeared on their screens. It seemed that simulation testing ground 01 was breaking apart and Li Yan and Yang Jian were in danger. A staff member said, it must be because the high-risk deity Yang Jian used his heavenly punishment. As soon as the word heavenly punishment was uttered, Huang Luocheng's face darkened completely. He said, whether it's Yang Jian's heavenly punishment or the simulation ground failing under the strain, Li Yan and Yang Jian will suffer severe mental trauma. Prepare yourselves. Hearing this, Qinli Pangpang was the first to despair. I knew it would end this way, but then he steadied himself. No worries, I'll spend money to cure them, I have money. The others remained silent while Lu Chen focused intently on the distant light column of simulation testing ground 01, praying that Li Yan and Yang Jian wouldn't be too badly hurt. Warning. Warning cleared. Simulation testing ground 01 is recovering. Warning cleared. Simulation testing ground 01 is recovering. The sudden change in the mechanical voice caused everyone in the monitoring room to look up. The warnings were cleared. A staff member immediately focused on the screen and then joyfully announced, simulation testing ground 01 is repairing itself and the mental state of Li Yan and Yang Jian is normal. They are on their way back. Really? Qinli Pangpang was the first to get excited, squeezing past the staff. Let me see, my Li Yan. Meanwhile, similar news spread in the Deep Space Hall, where disciples of the Deep Space Department were waiting, each showing surprise. Those two newcomers were all right. They were up against a high-risk stage and they came back safely, someone said. Not only did they return safely, but it seemed they hadn't suffered any mental damage at all. Could they really have faced that high-risk deity? Are these really newcomers? High-risk levels I can't even enter, and they return just like that? Are all the new recruits these days so extraordinary? As they discussed, the blue light of the 01 pillar flashed, signaling the safe return of Li Yan and Yang Jian. Soon after, the doors of the light pillar opened and Li Yan and Yang Jian walked out, talking and laughing, causing the bystanders to be stunned. Just because we fought a newbie village, why are they all staring at us like that? Yang Jian wondered, but he didn't dwell on it, planning to head to Huang Luocheng's office to bid him farewell. But just a few steps later, a chubby figure appeared in the distance, rushing over. Li Yan, my Li Yan, you had me worried to death. I thought you'd come out a fool. Seeing it was Qinli Pangpang, Li Yan frowned, thinking to himself, how this guy seems to be everywhere. What was even stranger was the object in this guy's hand, a long-handled claw. Did he think he was Zhu Beiji? Come on bro, give me a hug, get lost. As Qinli Fatty lunged for a hug, Li Yan pressed his hand against Qinli's head, his gaze piercing through him to focus on Huang Luocheng, who was also approaching. He called out, Minister Huang, you've changed somehow since you came out. Your aura feels different from before. Unlike Qinli Fatty's jovial approach, Huang Luocheng was More reserved, with a keen sense of others' capabilities, he could tell that Li Yan had become stronger than before, which was quite a gain. This surprised him greatly. Not only had Li Yan not perished at the hands of that high-risk deity, but he had also benefited from the simulated trials. However, compared to Li Yan, Yang Jian seemed unchanged, though returning safely was an achievement in itself. Both of you just arrived and already caused a stir. I can't be at ease. Huang Luoqing eventually stopped in front of Li Yan. Seeing this, Qinli Fatty ceased his antics and stood beside Li Yan as Huang Luoqing continued. Just saw the simulation field in shambles, thought you guys would at least end up severely spiritually injured and need young Master Qinli here to treat you, didn't expect you'd return safely the next moment. Quite interesting. So how is that high-risk god? Very strong, Yang Jian answered for Li Yan, who remained silent. Yang Jian added, it seemed like just a divine soul, not its full form, but even so we nearly lost our lives there. A full form? No, in the Deep Space Combat Network you wouldn't see its full form. That's only the highest form our ancestors could perceive, not its ultimate form, Huang Luoqing said, then shifted the topic. But never mind, it's good you came back safe. By doing so you've set a new record for our Jiangnan City Deep Space Division. TSK, the principal of Beihai Lu Tianqing wasn't wrong. Li Yan, you really are a miracle worker, he said. The next day the Deep Space Building leaderboard saw a rapid appearance of two figures, Li Yan and Yang Jian, the newcomers, whose rankings suddenly soared. Since this was their first entry into the simulation field, they had only accumulated 500 points, but these 500 points had already surpassed many disciples in the Deep Space Combat Network, reaching a breakthrough into the top 100. This result attracted some journalists from Jiangnan City, always on the lookout for news to boost their traffic, closely watching the Deep Space Combat Network leaderboard. When Li Yan and Yang Jian, both newcomers, broke into the top 100, disbelief was evident on everyone's faces. People scrambled to cover this headline news. Soon after, with the release of the latest edition of the Deep Space Combat Network rankings, many citizens and merchants in Jiangnan City learned about these two newcomers. One citizen watching the news exclaimed, Li Yan, why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't he the young man who personally took down the East Sea Black Dragon in Beihai City just a few days ago? Now he's here in our Jiangnan City climbing the rankings, made the top 100 just like that. Another chimed in, these young men are impressive. It's a pity they didn't join the executors. What executors? They are now at the Deep Space Department. Look at that, seems like two rising stars are emerging right here in Jiangnan City. Back at the hotel, contrasting with the bustling scenes outside, Lu Qian returned to her room, prepared to take a shower, but just then her father called. How are things going? Lu Tianqing asked over the phone. Unexpectedly, Li Yan and the others came out safely, Lu Qian happily reported, indicating that their personal strength had also improved. Came out safely. Lu Tianqing's expression froze momentarily before he realized right that Li Yan always manages to do something extraordinary. I really didn't expect this. After a pause, Lu Tianqing seriously advised Lu Qian, both Li Yan and Yang Jian have good potential. Pay more attention to them and stop being capricious. They might end up helping us in the future. The ancient battlefield is opening in 2 weeks, right? I will arrange a nomination for them and ensure they get the necessary training resources. Okay. After these recent events, Lu Qian no longer doubted Li Yan and followed her father's arrangements. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqing hung up the phone, fatally sensing that there was something incredible about Li Yan. It was as if he had something powerful, like a dormant lion or tiger, hidden within him. Back at Beihai University, the classmates were thrilled to hear from the homeroom teacher that Li Yan and Yang Jian were safe. Unknowingly, Li Yan had become a role model for Class F. Many classmates were now using him as a benchmark for their studies, trying various methods to break through their own limits, all in an attempt to get closer to Li Yan's level. At the Lin residence, Mayor Lin, as usual, was busy handling affairs in the main city when the informant who had been monitoring Li Yan rushed back. The informant entered the room and announced, Mayor, come in and speak, Mayor Lin said, pausing his work and signaling the informant to proceed. Without hesitation, the informant reported, Lord Mayor, the Li Yan you asked me to monitor has left the Deep Space Building and it seems he's preparing to return to Beihai University. However, there's a bit of troubling news. Hesitating, the informant was urged by Mayor Lin to continue. It appears they've broken the Jiangnan City Deep Space Combat Network rankings top 100 record, scoring 500 points in their first newcomer trial simulation and entering the top 100. Now all the media outlets in Jiangnan City are buzzing with this news. Entered the top 100 of the Deep Space Combat Network rankings. How is that possible? Aren't they just new recruits? Mayor Lin was astonished, especially considering his daughter Lin Xingyue was also a recent newcomer to the Deep Space Network. How had Li Yan reached the top 100 so quickly? Was it possible that Huang Luoqing had made it easier for him? I'm not sure about the specifics anymore, the informant said cautiously. What should we do next? Do I need to keep watching? Mayor Lin's face turned extremely grim. He hadn't expected that a moment of slackness on his part would allow his opponent to climb to the top 100 ranks of the Deep Space Combat Network. This young man must not be allowed to survive. Of course, keep an eye on him, Mayor Lin said earnestly. Also do me a favor and contact the hidden Dark Division of our North River City, Dark Division. The informant was startled by the name. Just go if I tell you to. Yes, yes. The informant quickly left the room, leaving Mayor Lin with a sullen expression, sitting in silence. Eventually he slowly picked up a photo of Lin Zhongyan that was lying nearby, took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I will have him killed before he enters the ancient battlefield for his trial. I won't let him keep growing like this." After coming out of the Deep Space Building, Li Yan and Yang Jian, now disciples of the Deep Space Division, were revered by everyone due to their change in status. Moreover, because of their rankings on the Deep Space Combat Network, people in both North River City and the current Jiangnan City had heard of them. On the street, Chen Li Pangpang, who was returning to North River City with Li Yan and Yang Jian, was all smiles, as if he too had become a disciple of Deep Space. "So what's the situation in the Deep Space Combat Network? I saw several categories. Can we enter them all?" Chen Li Pangpang asked, recalling something. "Li Yan and I are newcomers. We have limited access to categories. It's a matter of permissions," Yang Jian replied. "If you're asking about what it's like inside, well, I think there are many secrets hidden here. If it weren't for the need to return to school, I'd love to stay here longer." Before we left, Minister Huang told us. Li Yan picked up the conversation. "We are still students at North River University. We just need to spend some time each month coming here for simulated trials. By the way, Fatty, you've never mentioned your awakened deity. What is your deity?" "Me." Now holding a long-handled claw, Chen Li Pangpang looked somewhat surprised. "Haven't I told you?" Li Yan and Yang Jian shook their heads. "No, I don't have a deity," said Chen Li Pangpang. "No deity? Is it a divine beast?" Yang Jian asked. Chen Li Pangpang shook his head. "No, I just don't have a deity, nothing at all. That's impossible. There's a faint power hidden within you, it can't come from nowhere." Yang Jian didn't believe. "I don't know then, my dad told me I don't have one." Chen Li Pangpang was nonchalant. "It's okay, I'm not as powerful as you guys. I'm just interested in treasures, food, and beauties. Oh, and I really like this long-handled claw I have now. I always feel a strong connection to it. The more I look at it, the more I like it." Deep inside, Li Yan thought to himself, "I think you are very close to the answer." During this casual conversation, the same message popped up on the mobile phones of the three individuals. "Election for the new batch of spots in the ancient battlefield will start in 2 weeks. Return to school promptly to prepare." The ancient battlefield was about to commence and they needed to be ready. Chen Li Pangpang read the message and said, "Li Yan, you promised me that you would accompany me into the ancient battlefield this time. I don't want to just wander around the perimeter anymore. There's nothing of great rarity there. Can I join?" Yang Jian, standing nearby, asked. "It's possible, but I've already hired Li Yan as my bodyguard," Chen Li Pangpang said proudly. "You're overthinking it. Having you would be a trouble. I want to follow Li Yan," he added. In the dark underground passageway, the long-neglected lights, struggling with the voltage supply, flickered on and off, intermittently illuminating the darkness. Amidst the dim light, 2 men in dark department uniforms walked side by side, one on the left and the other on the right. Both men wore silver masks, concealing their faces, but their shoulders bore badges marked with the numbers Silver 6 and Silver 7. Their black leather shoes echoed through the corridor, and soon they reached the end of the passage. There was a door there, and Silver 6 reached out to gently turn the doorknob and walked in. What appeared before them was a man sitting in the main seat. Unlike Silver 6 and Silver 7, this man wore a gold mask. As the door opened, the man in the gold mask slowly lifted his gaze and said, "You've arrived, leaders." Silver 6 and Silver 7 bowed in unison. The man in the gold mask wasn't in a hurry. He set down the letter he was holding, pushed back his chair, stood up and picked up a picture of a leaping tiger from the table to hang on the wall behind his seat. "Come help me with this," he said. "Yes," responded Silver 6 and Silver 7, immediately moving forward to help spread the tiger picture on the wall. Once the man in the gold mask let go, he pointed at the letter on the table and said, "Read it for yourself." Hearing this, Silver 6 and Silver 7 stepped forward, picked up the letter and scrutinized it closely. As time passed, their frowns deepened. After a moment, Silver 6 handed the letter to Silver 7 and said to the man in the gold mask, "Leader, does this mean that Lord Lin wants us to secretly kill Li Yan? But wouldn't that be an overuse of our silver wing duo? He's just a student from F class at Beihai University." The man in the gold mask, his expression calm, his tone serious, replied, "Have you ever seen an F class student who could kill a black dragon?" Even though the black dragon was severely wounded by Lord Lin, that student's hidden strength is definitely not just F grade. That makes sense, but Silver 6 hesitated, and Silver 7 also remained silent, not daring to speak even at this moment. "Then carry out my order," the leader said, having led with absolute rationality for many years, believing that the biggest difference between him and these silver ranks was his unwavering logic. "Employ the Dark Department, you two with the silver wings, and take an additional 5 bronze ranks, making a total of 12 people, to complete the task." Gold Medal Man reminded everyone to be cautious, emphasizing that no information about Lin Chengzhu should be disclosed under any circumstances. 12 people, plus we need another 10 bronze medals, he muttered, questioning when their leader had become so overly cautious. Silver Badge number 6 and Silver Badge number 7 were quite displeased with the situation, but seeing the seriousness in their leader's demeanor, they had no choice but to comply, albeit grudgingly. However, Silver Badge number 6 couldn't help but ask, "If I remember correctly, Li Yan and his group just hurried back from Jiangnan City. Where should we intercept them?" The leader pondered for a moment before responding, "They need to be dealt with before they enter the ancient battlefield for their training. So, let's make it at Shuangcha Ridge." Old Neo was there, and with him around, even if you fail the mission, he can salvage the situation. Silver Badge number 6 muttered under his breath about the lack of trust, then left the room with Silver Badge number 7. Walking through the dark corridors, Silver Badge number 6 felt sullen, pondering whether the leader's constant seclusion at the North River base had made him overly cautious. "To think we need so many people just to take down a student," he thought. It's important to note that the Silver Badges were rarely called into action, typically only for high-stakes missions involving major business figures, which they always executed flawlessly. Just a North River City student who managed to strike a blow to the Black Dragon using the groundwork laid by Lin Chengzhu. Does he really think he's something special? Compared to Silver Badge number 6's frustration, Silver Badge number 7 was more cautious. He remarked, "Actually, what Tiger Leader said makes sense. This Li Yan wasn't well known before, but now he's gaining some recognition in both North River City and Jiangnan City. We should be careful." To which Silver Badge number 6 scoffed, "Even you're scared?" Silver Badge number 7 replied, "It's not about fear, it's about being cautious. Let's go gather the 10 bronze badges and head to Shuangcha Ridge." Silver Badge number 6 sighed, "Just the mention of Shuangcha Ridge gives me a headache. Why did our Tiger Leader have to fall out with Wild Bull? They used to be brothers in arms, founding the Dark Sect together in North River City." He added, "I still can't get used to Wild Bull's bad temper. Every time I see him I tremble." Silver Badge number 7 nodded, "It can't be helped. If we could complete the mission smoothly on our own, we wouldn't need to involve him." As they talked, they reached the Dark Sect's personnel deployment hall, where those who had been waiting eagerly sprung to life. A bronze badge asked number 6, "Is there a new mission? What did Tiger Leader arrange? How many people are needed? Can I join?" Silver Badge number 6 gave him a cold glance. "Go to hell, you rat, go back and work on your hole." Having dismissed him, Silver Badge number 6 turned to the other bronze badge members and announced, "Listen up, we need 10 people, follow me." And number 7 inch, "We're going to pull off a big one." The hall buzzed with excitement at the mention of 10 people plus the Silver Badge's involvement. Clearly, this mission was of utmost importance, likely funded generously by some big shot. "Do we need to be involved?" asked a voice from the corner where several Silver Badge members were seated, identified by the numbers 3, 4, and 5 on their badges. Number 5 was the one who had spoken. Number 6 replied without turning, "No need, just need to take out a student from North River University." A student? The 10 bronze badges were baffled upon hearing this. Was such a force really necessary just to eliminate one student? The Silver Badges in the corner numbers 3, 4, and 5 also furrowed their brows, unsure if number 6 was joking. At that moment, Silver Badge number 7 stepped in to clarify, "Don't look at us. This is Commander Tiger's directive. We just have to do as we're told and complete the mission." My God, could it be that we are to assassinate Mayor Lin's daughter, Lin Xingyue, the one who awakened an S-rank ability? One of the bronze badges speculated. That makes sense, and she might just be worth the effort, especially since she recently made it into the Deep Space Combat Network. She's also had Mayor Lin's Resources backing her, boosting her strength significantly, another bronze badge added. But murdering the mayor's daughter right under his nose, won't he hunt us down to the ends of the earth? Who knows? We follow the dark department's rule. Whoever pays more, we do their bidding. As they speculated among themselves, Silver Badge number 6 hesitated to speak, unsure if he should interrupt their guessing game. Eventually, it was Silver Badge number 7 who broke the silence. Stop guessing. Our target is a student from Class F. Li Yan, a Class F student. That seems easy. Wait, what? Class F? Li Yan? The group was shocked, wondering why such a gathering was necessary for a Class F student. Li Yan? I think I've heard that name recently. Wasn't he involved in some major trouble with the Black Dragon and also appeared in the Deep Space Combat Network Top 100 a few days ago? Someone recalled. Do we really need this many people for just one Li Yan? No one spoke for a moment, then Silver Badge number 6 sighed. I don't understand it either. But since Commander Tiger has arranged it this way, we'll follow through. After the Silver Badges left, Gold Badge Commander Tiger thought it over and decided to forewarn his estranged brother. He made a call saying, "Old Bull, it's me." Not long after, Wild Bull stationed at Twin Forks Ridge responded coldly, "What, you're apologizing now?" Commander Tiger clenched his teeth, trying to keep his composure. "Can we not fight today? I have something serious to discuss." Wild Bull remained silent and Commander Tiger, without waiting for a response, continued, "I've sent Silver Badges 6 and 7 with 10 bronze badges to your area. They're intercepting a student on a task handed down by Mayor Lin. This person must die at Twin Forks Ridge. I have something to say. This student seems to be more than meets the eye. If the Silver Wings can't handle it, I might need you to step in." Upon hearing this, Wild Bull laughed unabashedly. "Tiger, since when did you become so cautious? Are you sure you need me to kill just one student? What's his name? I want to see what kind of demon has gotten my former brother so scared that he had to come to me." Tiger leader sighed deeply before responding seriously. "You should think about it. This student Li Yan from Class F managed to land the finishing blow on the East Sea Demon and also passed the recent Deep Space Combat Network assessment. Do you think he's just a simple kid? You're just being a coward," retorted Wild Bull unapologetically. "What's this Deep Space Combat Network assessment? I passed that back in my day too. I didn't even care for such things. Moreover, if it weren't for not wanting to waste energy, do you really think I couldn't handle that East Sea Demon when it came to my North River City? Just a minor East Sea Black Dragon strutting around in our human territory. Sooner or later, I'll chop those beasts up." Tiger leader remained silent, knowing that arguing with Wild Bull now would only worsen their relationship. Eventually, he simply said, "Well, I've told you about it. Whether you act or not is up to you." After hanging up the phone, Wild Bull at Shuangchao Ridge chuckled. "Li Yan, huh? I'd like to see what you're made of." Lin family. According to reports from his informants, the head of Lin City had already been informed that the Dark Division had begun to move. At that moment, a squad leader who knew the inside story approached and asked, "Master, can the people from the Dark Division handle it? As long as they are paid well, they will complete the task," replied Lin City's head, setting aside his work. "You all still know too little about the Dark Division," he continued. "They are not just mercenaries who do things for money and kill without blinking an eye. They are more like a hidden force within the city, ready to be mobilized in emergencies as long as their conditions are met." Moreover, the founders of the Dark Division, the brothers Tiger and Bull, have always been a troublesome duo. "Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to enter our Lin family's gray realm," said Lin Xingyue as she stood with her father at Lin Zhongyan's grave under a dim sky dotted with light rain. Her decision made, she looked earnestly at her father. Hearing his daughter's voice, even Lin City's head, who had been with her for so many years, was taken aback. He turned to her, asking seriously, "What did you just say?" "I said I want to enter our Lin family's gray realm," Lin Xingyue reiterated. "Do you understand what the gray realm means?" her father asked gravely. "It's the place our Lin family uses to test the next generation of city heads. It's extremely dangerous, with a high mortality rate. Some stay as little as 1 year, others up to 3 years before they can leave." "You're still so young, why would you want to go?" Master Lin's words revealed a sense of urgency and worry. He couldn't understand why Lin Xingyue had changed so drastically, becoming so serious and persistent, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. It seemed that Lin Zhongyan's incident had hit her too hard. "I need to become stronger." Lin Xingyue's black pupils shimmered with determination. "I don't want him to catch up to me. I must defeat him with an absolute advantage and avenge my uncle. The matter with Li Yan, I can handle it myself. I don't need your help." Lin Xingyue shook her head. Even so, I still must. After all, this is a mourning matter, isn't it? With only her as his daughter, who else could be more suitable to take over as the master of the city? Master Lin remained silent. At Shuangchao Ridge, what was once a quiet forest now stirred with activity as more than a dozen figures slowly emerged from the bushes. Silver Badge number 6 pressed his earpiece and asked, "Where are they now?" The answer came through the earpiece. Number 6 Li Yan and his 3 companions are nearing Shuangchao Ridge, including the driver. That makes 4. Wait for my command, and when they pass by the foot of the mountain, I'll signal everyone to strike. Eliminate them all, Silver Badge number 6 said. Calmly, including the driver. After speaking, Silver Badge number 6 closed his microphone and turned to Silver Badge number 7. "Let's just stay here for now, we probably won't be needed." Silver Badge number 7 said nothing, quietly waiting for Li Yan and the others to pass by in their vehicle at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, inside the driver's vehicle, the driver was responsible for driving while Qianli Pangpang sat in the passenger seat, gleefully playing music in the car, swaying his body while speaking to Li Yan and Yang Jian, who were sitting in the back. "I bet Li Yan and Yang Jian, when you go back to school, all your classmates are going to be so jealous. The disciples from the Deep Space Combat Network could only dream of achieving what you have, especially making it to the top 100. If only I could get in too." "You could, fatty, as long as you fully utilize your godlike abilities," Li Yan said, resting his left hand on the windowsill, his chin propped up by his hand. "Thanks, but I don't think I have much of a chance. That's just who I am, always indulging in pleasures, not one for struggle. So you guys have to protect me when we enter the ancient battlefield, okay? I feel like the bodyguards my dad sent aren't dedicated enough. They might just abandon me and run at the critical moment." "You wouldn't do that, right?" we would reply Li Yan and Yang Jian in unison. "What?" Qianli Pangpang was surprised. "Hey, no." He suddenly grabbed the seat and turned back to look at Li Yan and Yang Jian. "We've been together for so many days, and this is how you treat me?" "Just kidding. Fatty, watch out." Suddenly a double-edged trident knife appeared beside Yang Jian, swiftly passing near Qianli Pangpang's neck, the blade tip creating a gust. A loud clang sounded, and in Qianli Pangpang's widened pupils the arrow that had come crashing through the front car window was deflected by Yang Jian's swift knife. Realizing what had happened, Qianli Pangpang gasped for air, terribly frightened. "Damn it, someone's trying to kill me. Protect me, protect me. It must be the boyfriend of the receptionist from the front desk." "Calm down, fatty." Li Yan quickly stepped forward to restrain a terrified Qianli Pudgy, insisting that they were not after him. The attack had startled the driver, who now struggled to control the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve like a snake across the highway, its tires screeching dark arcs on the concrete. In desperation to stabilize the vehicle, Li Yan pulled a golden-framed wooden rod from his ear, which swiftly elongated, piercing through the car's front windshield and embedding into the mountain ahead. With a tremendous force, he jerked the rod, anchoring the car in place with a loud snap that momentarily shook everyone inside. As Li Yan commanded, he, along with the driver and 2 others, burst from the car, using it as cover. I'll get help," muttered Qianli Pudgy, his mind a blank slate, incredulous that he was experiencing an assassination attempt for the first time in his life. "Hey, Dad. I'm being assassinated at Shuangchao Ridge. Send reinforcements quickly." Qianli Pudgy shouted as loudly as he could into the phone, not waiting for his father's response before hanging up. He then called the president of Beihai University. "Hey, old man, it's me. I'm with Li Yan and Yang Jian at Shuangchao Ridge, and we're being assassinated. Send help fast. We're going to die. It's the Dark Department." After finishing his calls for help, Qianli Pudgy hid behind Li Yan, his eyes fixed on the surrounding woods, a potential hiding spot for enemies. He nervously said to Li Yan, "My life is in your hands now. Why are you so scared? Even the driver isn't as cowardly as you." Yang Jian, who was nearby, overheard and chimed in. Qianli Pudgy retorted, "Nonsense, I have no combat skills, and besides, they are from the Dark Department. That arrow, it's definitely their handiwork." Hearing Qianli Pudgy mentioned the Dark Department, the driver's pupils dilated with fear, and he too sought refuge behind Li Yan, appearing even more frightened than Qianli Pudgy. Yang Jian took a deep breath and looked at Li Yan. "What do we do? We've got 2 liabilities here, and the attackers are from the Dark Department. I've never encountered them before, and I don't know what to expect." Having lived in Beihai City for so long, Li Yan knew all too well what the Dark Department implied. However, he resolved that since trouble had come, it was better to face it head on. "Leave these 2 to me. You focus on protecting yourself. I feel they are coming." Li Yan's gaze was eagle-sharp as he concentrated on the forest ahead, where several masked men with formidable auras began descending the mountain. With his golden-framed wooden rod floating beside him, Li Yan grabbed it, and with 2 loud pops 2 clones of himself appeared next to Qianli Paji and the driver. Li Yan, having split himself into multiple forms, cautioned Qianli Pangpang and the driver, "Don't stray too far from me." This bizarre ability to split bewildered Qianli Pangpang and the driver, causing them to stare in astonishment. Meanwhile, at the Qianli household, the patriarch received a distressing call and, faced with his son's peril, urgently summoned all the family's bodyguards. "Hurry, everyone rush to Shuangqiao Ridge to save my son, there's a handsome reward for those who go," he commanded. Simultaneously at Beihai University, Lu Tianqing received a distress signal from Qianli Pangpang. The news left him stunned. He had not anticipated that the dark section would interfere at such a critical moment. After a moment's thought, he dialed the city's enforcer department, hoping that they would send official personnel to protect the student. As expected, the university president soon called the enforcers. A squad leader relayed the message to Mayor Lin, who responded indifferently. "Tell him the enforcers are aware and assistance is on the way." The squad leader inquired, "Are we really sending help?" Mayor Lin, smiling subtly, replied, "No rush." As time passed, Lu Tianqing, having seen no action from the enforcers, realized something was amiss. Cursing under his breath, he contacted his daughter Lu Qian. "Come here, we need to head to Shuangqiao Ridge together." "Oh, and bring our people too, Dad, what's happening?" Lu Qian asked, sensing the urgency and worry in her father's voice. Lu Tianqing explained, "Li Yan and his group have been targeted by the dark section and are trapped at Shuangqiao Ridge. We need to go there quickly to help." Lu Tianqing had already filed a request with the enforcer department, but those scoundrels had only given lip service without taking any real action. "We must go now or it might be too late," he said. Lu Qian, also surprised by the dark section's brazen move against Li Yan, agreed. "Okay, I'll bring our people immediately. Let's meet at Shuangqiao Ridge." As they ended the call, both wore grim expressions, knowing all too well the dangers posed by the dark section, a notorious underground force. In Beihai City, perched atop a hill, Silver Badge number 6 watched calmly, his gaze drifting casually over the impending battle below. 10 against 2, and they have 2 burdens. We have the upper hand, he commented to Silver Badge number 7, who leaned nonchalantly against a tree, arms crossed, seemingly uninterested in the fight. "Call me if needed," he said, aloof as ever. As the 2 avatars of Li Yan appeared, both Qianli Pangpang and the driver felt a bit more at ease. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant, their eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Yang Jian's expression was equally resolute. Ever since he had obtained a quarter fragment of the artifact from the divine general Yang Jian, he had spent the night seeking a blacksmith to forge a brand new weapon, a trident halberd. Although this trident halberd was not as formidable as the one used by Yang Jian himself, the quarter fragment it was imbued with gave it a significant presence in his hands, making Yang Jian feel as if he finally held his true weapon rather than the ancient divine general Lu Bu's sky piercer halberd he had used before. "Here they come," Li Yan murmured softly. Suddenly, from the quiet woods ahead, 10 figures leapt out swiftly, their hefty bodies landing on the concrete road. Their bronze masks glinted under the sunlight, each person wielding a weapon exuding a formidable aura. Even though their masks concealed their faces, Li Yan could sense their disdain. It seemed they felt disgraced to confront him, underestimated, indeed. Yang Jian muttered as he gripped his trident halberd tightly, closing his eyes for a moment. Inside his mind, he strained to summon the canine spirit, and when he opened his eyes again, a miniature howling celestial dog had appeared by his side, astonishing Qianli Pangpang and the others. "Don't get too excited, this is my first time using this, and it's quite draining. I'm not sure how long I can maintain it," Yang Jian said, turning to Li Yan. "Li Yan, don't underestimate these bronze masks, each of them is born to kill with sinister tactics up their sleeves. A slight lapse could cost you your life. I'll go first. Take care of the fat man and the driver." Li Yan nodded, watching as Yang Jian, alongside the celestial dog, charged towards one of the men in bronze masks with his trident halberd. Li Yan didn't rush into action, though his avatars were looking after Qianli Pangpang and the driver. He needed to assess the entire situation first. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they appeared. Hidden within the woods on the mountain, there seemed to be 2 more powerful presences lurking. "Foolish boy, charging in alone," one of the bronze masks remarked as he watched Yang Jian approach. In a flash, the man's fists, covered in black aura, glowed ominously as the aura seemed to climb over his knuckles, hardening them. Without hesitation, he swung directly at the approaching halberd. The impact shook Yang Jian, but he quickly countered, striking another bronze-masked assailant who had rushed at him from the left. The mask's wearer's eyes narrowed as he staggered backward. Yang Jian was always at a disadvantage with only 2 hands against multiple foes. In the midst of a swift maneuver, another bronze-ranked assassin attacked him from behind, yet before the assailant could even touch Yang Jian, a small but fierce celestial hound that had been following closely by Yang Jian's side leapt forward, its sharp fangs clamping down fiercely on the man's blade. Caught off guard by the dog's formidable strength, the bronze-ranked assassin was momentarily immobilized. Seizing the moment, Yang Jian's face lit up with excitement as he swiftly thrust his trident dagger into the assailant's throat. With a gurgling sound, the dagger was pulled out and the attacker collapsed backward. "Good boy," Yang Jian praised his celestial hound, but in that instant a heavy oppressive force struck from behind, the aura pressing against his head, making it impossible for him to react in time. Bang! Before the blade of another bronze-ranked attacker could hit him, a long gold-rimmed wooden staff struck the attacker's forehead head-on. As the man was sent flying backward, his blood splattered like water, accompanied by a scream of agony. As expected of Li Yan, Qianli Pangpang exclaimed in praise, seeing how Li Yan had skillfully handled the situation. Turning his head, Yang Jian saw the long gold-rimmed staff extending towards Li Yan, who held it single-handedly with an air of imposing calmness. Clearly, it was Li Yan who had come to his aid. Yang Jian expressed his gratitude, feeling as if he had strong support at his back, allowing him to fight more freely. 2 down already, something's not right here. On the hillside, Silver Badge number 6 noticed the scene and tapped Silver Badge number 7 on the shoulder. "Let's go," they signaled to each other, jumping out from the forest one after the other. Li Yan immediately noticed their arrival, quickly retracting his staff to support Yang Jian's side and focusing on the 2 new arrivals. These 2 were different from the earlier bronze-ranked assailants. They carried a distinctly different aura, clearly not to be underestimated. "Here come 2 more, and they're silver-ranked," Qianli Pangpang noted, his expression darkening as he realized they were not just any opponents. He had never expected that the Dark Sect would be so determined to eliminate Li Yan that they would send silver-ranked fighters. "Li Yan, you should feel honored that we have to use our top forces." The silver-ranked assailants were decisive and clear in their objectives. After jumping down from the hill, they bypassed Yang Jian and headed straight for Li Yan, aiming to end the fight swiftly. Now that Li Yan had withdrawn to a distance, Yang Jian, with the help of his celestial hound, managed to dodge and weave through the terrain, holding off the bronze-ranked attackers. Everyone knew, however, that without further intervention, capturing him was only a matter of time. In the midst of this, Silver Badge number 6 had already closed in on Li Yan. To avoid involving Qianli Pangpang and the driver, Li Yan left 2 decoys and moved forward alone. His eyes, dark as the night yet gleaming with a golden light, were locked onto Silver Badge number 6. Raising his staff, he struck down with the force of a dragon tiger spirit swirling around it. With a sinister grin, Silver Badge number 6 remained unfazed. A dark blue hand erupted from the ground behind him, catching the incoming staff. "Old 7, I've got it," he called out. Silver Badge number 7 did not hesitate when he saw the opportunity. As Silver Badge number 6 grabbed Li Yan's wooden staff, a crescent blade shimmered with a bloody hue in Silver Badge number 7's hand, erupting with purple energy. In the blink of an eye, he was at Li Yan's side, slashing the blade downward toward Li Yan's chest. "Die, do you even deserve to bark at me?" Facing the incoming orb of purple energy, Li Yan's left eye ignited with a fiery arc, elegant and flowing like a dancing red thread. The next second, his slightly reddened eyes locked onto Silver Badge number 7, and with an explosive punch enveloped in aura, he met the purple energy head-on, smashing it with a force that seemed to shatter everything directly into Silver Badge number 7's chest. With a loud thud, Silver Badge number 7 flew backward through the air, his face a mask of disbelief. How could he, a proud Silver Badge, not withstand a serious punch from his opponent? Before he could react, Li Yan slowly closed his eyes again. The next second, another faint red light appeared at the corner of his other eye, the energy flitting about like fierce fire. At that moment, Li Yan pressed down with his left hand, and the golden-framed wooden staff was once again wrapped in spirals of golden energy, extending to the far end of the staff, approaching Silver Badge number 6 like a coiling golden dragon. Suddenly, Silver Badge number 6 felt as if the staff weighed 10,000 caddies. He could no longer hold it back. Together with the eerie dark blue giant hand that erupted from the ground behind him, he was crushed into the earth with a thunderous crash. In an instant, Silver Badge number 6's body was smashed like juice, red liquid splattering, a sight too gruesome to behold. Only then did Li Yan retract his golden-framed staff, stepping forward toward the remaining Silver Badge number 7 and said, "How do you like my staff, weighing 16,000 caddies?" Silver badge number 7's pupils shrank suddenly. Wait, no, he hadn't even struck yet and his brother had turned into jam. Was this really Li Yan from Class F? Watching Li Yan advance with steady steps, the sudden reversal of the situation made Qin Li Pangpong's eyes sparkle and even the driver's mouth fell open slightly in amazement. The driver nudged Qin Li Pangpong beside him. Are you really students from Beihai University? Qin Li Pangpong replied, don't believe it, stopping Li Yan. Now stood towering over silver badge number 7, inches golden eyes with a faint red glow fixed on the face of silver badge number 7, sending a chill down the latter's spine. At that moment, silver badge number 7 was filled with regret, finally understanding why their leader Tiger was always so cautious. It was all the cursed fault of number 6. Silver badge number 7's expression froze for a moment, not immediately understanding what Li Yan was asking him, and in that brief pause Li Yan's golden-framed wooden stick was already smashing down towards his head. Hey, killing someone right before my eyes isn't too nice, is it? Accompanied by a coarse voice, a giant axe, like a speeding train, broke through the air and slammed towards Li Yan. Li Yan, with his gaze locked, retracted the wooden stick and tried to block with both hands, however. The power of the axe was formidable, sending him flying and crashing into the foot of a distant mountain, stirring up dust and debris. Li Yan. The sudden scene made Qin Li Pangpong jump, but seeing Li Yan's clone still standing safely beside him, he realized that the original must be alright and he sighed in relief. Qin Li Pangpong turned to look at the burly figure who had suddenly appeared by silver badge number 7. The figure was a rugged man, muscles bulging all over his body with a cross-shaped scar above his left eye. This feeling, is it the wild bull? Qin Li Pangpong exclaimed in surprise. Yo, you recognize me, huh, smart kid? Well then, I'll spare your life later and you can come and clean up my Twin Forks Ridge stronghold, said the wild bull, not expecting this chubby young man to know him. After all, since leaving the Dark Division to guard Twin Forks Ridge, it had been a long time since he had shown himself in public. Wild bull. Upon hearing this, the driver's legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Wasn't this one of the Tiger Bull brothers from the Dark Division? What is happening to me today? How is my luck so bad to encounter these brothers? Get up, Wild Bull said as he extended a hand to help silver badge number 7 up and told him that Li Yan is not simple. He survived even after taking my axe. Take your men and leave. Silver badge number 7, still not fully recovered from the pressure Li Yan had put on him, spoke with a trembling voice. It's not possible. Commander Tiger said we can't return if we don't complete the mission. Hearing this, Wild Bull became irritated and immediately scolded. Why listen to him? Who is standing in front of you now? Silver badge number 7 froze, not daring to speak further. Wild Bull, disliking Commander Tiger's style, had long had a falling out with him. Wild Bull grabbed silver badge number 7 and flung him towards the bronze badges, saying, since you won't leave, go and deal with that knife-wielding guy quickly so he stops messing around. Yes. Mid-air, silver badge number 7 complied, landing amidst the bronze badges. It was then he noticed that of the 10 bronze badges he had brought, one was now missing, leaving only 7. What's with these students? Silver badge number 7 struggled to comprehend how the students of North River University had become so formidable. Despite their numbers, they ended up in such a disgraceful situation, even alarming Wild Bull. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, struggling to maintain his composure, saw silver badge number 7 coming to assist. Relying on his current abilities and his newly forged twin-edged knife, he was barely managing to hold his own against the bronze badges. Now, with a silver badge joining in, the delicate balance was broken. He couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to enter the woods to use them as cover and buy time for Li Yan. Surround him. Silver badge number 7, having guessed Yang Jian's intentions, ordered all the bronze badges to encircle him and he followed suit. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain behind the car, as the dust slowly settled, including Wild Bull, everyone's gaze turned there. In the midst of swirling dust, Li Yan stood tall and unyielding, his eyes blazing with an intense spirit. In his hand he nonchalantly held a golden-framed wooden stick, exuding an impressive aura. Tiger was right, this young man was indeed not as simple as he appeared. Wild Bull, with a wide grin revealing his excitement, seemed to agree. I like this, he exclaimed as he swung his arm, recalling the massive axe that had been cleaved into the mountain. With a powerful grip, he seized the axe, the force vibrating in his hand, and charged towards Li Yan, laughing heartily. You are the youngest opponent I've faced so far, Li Yan. Know that even Black Dragon is nothing to me. Even if you die today, you'll die by the hands of the Dark Faction's Bull King. Li Yan, unfazed by the charging Wild Bull, placed his left hand's fingers between his lips and nose, pondering how the world had changed since the Monkey King vanished. Demons and deities had taken new forms, and even the lowliest spirits dared to proclaim themselves kings. Compared to the bull demon king, you are but a feather from these twin fork ridges, yet you dare call yourself a king? A sudden oppressive force emanated from Li Yan, stirring up dust and wind. Recalling his recent battle with the mighty Yang Jian, he felt no fear of this so-called bull king. His eyes, already tinged with a reddish glow, shone even brighter with a mix of gold and red. His hair fluttered up as if descending from the heavens. In a sudden burst of movement, Li Yan's muscles tensed and he darted forward, a streak of gold and red colliding fiercely with the oncoming wild bull. The golden-framed stick met the giant axe, clashing for a brief second before separating evenly. But before Wild Bull could react, two equally formidable long wooden sticks pierced from either side, forcing him to jump back to evade. Those are his clones, Wild Bull realized, impressed by the capability of the clones that turned the fight into a 3-on-1. Go help Yang Jian. He's in grave danger. The real Li Yan instructed his clones, who immediately left to assist Yang Jian. With only one enemy left, as long as Li Yan was present, Wild Bull couldn't harm Qin Li Pang Pang and the driver. You're quite arrogant, Wild Bull snarled, his muscles bulging as he prepared to take the fight seriously. You don't even inquire who founded the Dark Faction. Seeing this, Li Yan swiftly swung his stick, striking before Wild Bull could cast his spell, effectively interrupting him. The buffalo had no choice but to dodge, crouching and circling around. With a leap, he was mid-air, his giant axe now wrapped in blue energy striking down towards Li Yan with a fiery breath. However, Li Yan remained unmoved, his golden-framed wooden staff quickly enlarging in his hands, now weighing 16,000 pounds. You want to clash head-on? I'm not afraid. As the wooden staff collided with the giant axe, the buffalo was caught off guard by his disadvantage. The weight of the golden-framed staff was overwhelming. He quickly tried to dodge to the side, but just as he moved, the ground beneath him suddenly swelled up. What is this? Just as he felt puzzled, another pillar burst from the ground, propelling him into the sky, where he gasped in shock. Another clone, but it was too late for any realizations. Li Yan, the original, had unknowingly positioned himself directly in front of the buffalo. With a leap, using his pole, he reached above the buffalo's head, his fingers tightly gripping the golden-framed staff. The energy of the fiery dragon and tiger wrapped around his right arm, extending to the staff. Li Yan then fiercely thrust the staff into the buffalo's chest, piercing through. The staff elongated at a visible speed, sharp as steel. As the pillar that lifted the buffalo disappeared, he was left to fall freely through the air, unable to find any cover or control his direction, helplessly watching as the fiery staff pierced towards him. The staff went right through the buffalo's chest, crashing him into the ground, creating a cloud of dust and shock. The ground shook, mountains and trees trembled, birds scattered in fright, and cracks spread through the cement of the nearby road. The buffalo was pinned to the ground by the golden-framed staff, his eyes wide with disbelief as blood forced his brain to sense extreme danger. Tiger. As his consciousness faded, he could only think of his brother, Tiger Leader, but by then it seemed all too late. Li Yan continued his assault, pressing a hand to the ground as he fell, instantly creating numerous smaller golden-framed staffs in midair, which simultaneously drove into the ground. Divine fall! Clang, clang, clang. The staffs rained down like a sudden downpour, mostly gathering around the buffalo on the ground, his body now pierced all over like a hedgehog. Without hurry, Li Yan hooked one of the long staffs, leaping onto it and slowly descending towards the buffalo. As the buffalo neared his end, he watched the young man approaching him step by step, listening as he softly said, "In the realm I have reached, I am invincible. This is my pact with the great sage." Amidst the mountains and forests, a flash of light glinted on a tree trunk, a three-pronged double-edged knife thrusting into it. The wielder, using his feet against the trunk, pushed off, powerfully pulling the knife out with his left hand as he disappeared, reappearing on the next tree trunk. Behind him, the presence of pursuers loomed closer, making Yang Jian's forehead break into a sweat. Aside from that one time he had followed Chubby into the ancient battlefield, he had never faced such a multitude attempting to take him down. He wondered how Li Yan was faring, hoping he hadn't fallen to the buffalo. "Wait for me," he muttered inwardly, his eyes flashing with determination. As he summoned the roaring celestial dog from his mind once more with a press of his right hand, only to feel a sudden thump in his chest from the backlash. At that moment, Yang Jian could no longer care about the consequences. Gritting his teeth, he leapt down from the tree trunk to the ground. It was at this instant that the howling celestial dog grew in size and he mounted it. Where did that boy go? Just a moment ago his trace was faintly visible, but now he seemed to have vanished swiftly. It seems like he rode off on a dog. Damn it, chase him. 7 bronze medallions emerged from the jungle, quickening their pace as they pursued Yang Jian, silver medallion number 7, realized something. Continuing this way they would surely not catch up. He chose to take a detour. While the other bronze medallions followed Yang Jian's path, he alone predicted the route Yang Jian might take and chose to cut through the mountains, successfully intercepting him at a mountain pass. You can't escape. Silver medallion number 7 stood in the middle of the road watching Yang Jian charging towards him on the howling celestial dog, his hand swirling with purple energy. Unexpectedly, silver medallion number 7 had chosen to take a roundabout route. Yang Jian knew he could not avoid confrontation. Like a soldier charging into battle, he pointed the blade of his trident dagger directly at silver medallion number 7's face. Ferocious, as the blade's aura neared, silver medallion number 7 showed no fear. His purple energy wrapped around his fist. He dodged the blade by tilting his head and struck upwards with his fist. The howling celestial dog, sensing the threat to its master, stopped its furious charge and bit the incoming fist. Yang Jian, seizing the moment, pushed off its back, flipping over to land behind silver medallion number 7, his blade slashing towards the latter's neck. Unperturbed, silver medallion number 7 with his left hand vertical blocked the blade, while his right fist, increasing in force, burst through the forehead of the howling celestial dog. Li Yan deceives me, and you dare deceive me too. Do you think my silver medallion is just for show? With a blast, the already unstable howling celestial dog shattered under the force of the purple energy fist, vanishing into nothingness. Silver medallion number 7 turned and grabbed towards Yang Jian's face. Don't you know your own strength? His right hand, like an iron clamp, swiftly enlarged in Yang Jian's pupils, approaching his face in a blink. Reluctantly, Yang Jian stepped back to dodge, abandoning his trident dagger. However, as he retreated, his chest tightened once more, the backlash from summoning the howling celestial dog striking him again. Damn it! Pressure surged in Yang Jian's heart, now without the howling celestial dog and with his trident dagger in silver medallion number 7's possession. The 7 bronze medallions gradually closed in. They had caught up. Run! Can I still run? A bronze medallion approached Yang Jian. After being chased for so long, anger had already built up in him. So all 8 of you are here to catch me, huh? What now, not running with your dog anymore? The other bronze medal contenders twisted their necks, their bones creaking audibly, clearly eager to beat Yang Jian first. Get out of the way. Only silver badge number 7 seemed to maintain his sanity. He reined in his aura and, wielding a trident dagger, charged towards Yang Jian. With a swift stab aimed directly at Yang Jian's throat, he intended to kill him on the spot to prevent further trouble. The crowd, taken aback by silver badge number 7's decisiveness, stepped aside. At that moment, Yang Jian fully perceived the lethal intent in his adversary's eyes. He was out for blood. Since that was the case, Yang Jian no longer cared about the backlash. He quickly shut his eyes and for the 3rd time forcibly attempted to summon the divine statue of the howling celestial dog. Cough, cough. But instead of invoking the divine canine, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, the sharp trident dagger was already inching closer to his throat. On his forehead, a new eye began to form between his brows, burning intensely as if alive with its own consciousness struggling to open. Yang Jian had never experienced such a strong signal of struggle. A searing sensation of red flames enveloped his brain and he began to scream in agony. Was this the scream of a man facing death? I'll grant your wish. Silver badge number 7 thrust the blade completely towards Yang Jian's neck, but the next moment the tip stopped just 2 centimeters from Yang Jian's throat. Confused, silver badge number 7 pushed harder only to find that he could not reach Yang Jian at all. Looking down, he was shocked to see a long golden-framed wooden stick pressed against his chest, not knowing when it had appeared. You want a howl? I'll give you enough barking. Opposite him, a clone of Li Yan with dark pupils ignited by a trace of golden light manipulated the golden-framed stick, extending it rapidly. In just an instant, silver badge number 7, unable to advance an inch with his trident dagger, felt as if the stick on his chest had the weight of 1,000 pounds, pushing him backward and launching him into the air. How could this be? Hovering in midair, silver badge number 7's complexion changed. He glanced down at the ground and thought to himself, thankfully he wasn't flying too high. But just as he finished the thought, a dangerous presence suddenly approached from behind, quickly turning his head. His eyes widened in shock. Another one. Meanwhile, another clone of Li Yan had been waiting for a while. Taking advantage of the moment silver badge number 7 was propelled into the air, he clapped his hands together and the golden-framed stick in his hand suddenly grew massive. Although it didn't reach the original 16,000 pounds, it was still a formidable 10,000 pounds. He swung it at the falling silver badge number 7. The large stick moved through the air, its aura stirring and the wind howling. In Silver Badge number 7's eyes, it looked like a pitch-black ceiling relentlessly crashing down upon him, leaving no room to dodge. This is a monster. As the stick struck the ground, shook flesh turned to mud, and Silver Badge number 7 was dead before he could even scream out loud. On the ground, the other bronze contenders were also affected by this devastating blow. As the dust settled, the two clones of Li Yan, each holding a golden-framed stick, casually walked towards Yang Jian shoulder to shoulder. Yo, Yang Jian, you're quite injured. Too bad that guy didn't scream as loudly as you did. Stop the nonsense. It's this third eye suddenly burning up and I don't know why. Yang Jian's breath gradually steadied as he recovered from the intense pain. Just then behind them a group of figures rapidly approached. On the run, Lu Tianqing noticed people ahead and looked up to see it was Li Yan and Yang Jian. His face lit up with joy and he quickened his pace. Just then a question arose: why are there two Li Yan? Quick, spread out and keep watch. Lu Qian loudly instructed the people she brought with her. During such times one must not relax. Although she had never personally clashed with the members of the dark sect, she was very aware of their formidable ability to launch surprise attacks. Lu Tianqing also strongly agreed with this approach. Even as he stood in front of Li Yan and Yang Jian, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. However, seeing the tense expressions of his group, Yang Jian couldn't help but smile and said, "Relax, look over there, they are all lying down." As Lu Tianqing and others looked in the direction indicated, they saw in the distance behind Li Yan the ground was sticky with blood and several bronze badge corpses were scattered around, some even unable to stand due to their injuries. Instantly Lu Tianqing and Lu Qian, among others, showed surprised faces. Is it all taken care of? The clone of Li Yan remained silent while Yang Jian nodded. Mostly by Li Yan and the wild buffalo? Lu Tianqing asked. He knew that the Tiger Buffalo brothers were stationed separately, one in the center of North River City underground and the other at this Twin Fork Ridge, which was their military base at the time. Are you talking about him? A voice came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to see Li Yan, his expression indifferent, using a golden-framed wooden stick to pick up the body of the wild buffalo, walking over with Chinli Fatty and the driver. He then casually threw the buffalo's body onto the ground, commenting, "He indeed fights like a buffalo." The moment the body of the wild buffalo thudded onto the ground, everyone including Lu Tianqing and Lu Tian, who had rushed to help, were momentarily stunned. Lu Tianqing even turned his head to glance at the two Li Yans behind him, but at that moment the two clone Li Yans disappeared with a pop. On the other side, Lord Chinli hurriedly brought a group of bodyguards driving swiftly to the scene. Suddenly seeing so many people standing on the road ahead, he quickly shouted to the driver to stop abruptly. Their car was followed by a long convoy, about more than 10 vehicles, which swiftly surrounded them and halted. Lord Chinli stepped out of the car, and upon seeing his son Chinli Fatty safe, his eyes filled with tears, he exclaimed, "Oh my son, you're all right, thank goodness you're all right. You really scared your dad to death." For some reason at that moment Chinli Fatty felt his father's actions were even more embarrassing than his own, and he quickly stepped forward. "I'm fine, stop crying, there are a lot of people here. What about those dark sect people? Are those the ones behind you? Don't worry, leave it to your dad." Previously crying Lord Chinli's face suddenly turned serious, and he shouted to all the bodyguards nearby, "Go, get moving." Chinli interrupted him, "Those are my classmates and teachers. Without them your son would have died long ago." Master Chen's face changed instantly, and he hurriedly walked towards Li Yan and the others. My saviors, look, I don't have anything valuable on me, but I'll give you this gold chain I'm wearing. Don't worry, I'll send you more later. Come." As Li Yan and the others watched, Chinli quickly touched his face. "You have successfully killed the buffalo demon. Integration rate plus 0.32%, current total integration rate 12.74%. Watching the prompt that popped up, Li Yan felt a bit dazed in the classroom, marveling at how quickly time had passed. His integration rate had increased from the initial 0.1% to the current rate, and his strength had improved significantly. However, Li Yan was not satisfied with just this. Even though he had been victorious against the enemies he faced these days, the profound impact of Yang Jian's divine spirit was still indelible. Li Yan disliked facing uncertain opponents. Now, sitting in a corner bathed in the spring light, Li Yan merely sitting there quietly was enough to attract the attention of many classmates, especially the girls. Throughout the class, they couldn't remember what the teacher had taught, but every move Li Yan made was etched in their memories. Aware that his presence was deeply affecting his classmates, Li Yan asked for a leave from the homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu Qian, after class and then headed to the principal's office. with his current status, whether it was in the hands of homeroom teacher Lu Qian or Principal Lu Tianqing, he was considered a treasure and they would agree to his requests as long as they were not too excessive. To his surprise, when Li Yan reached the office, he found Yang Jian also standing quietly there waiting for Lu Tianqing to fetch something. "Why are you here?" Li Yan asked. "He asked me to come," Yang Jian replied, glancing at Lu Tianqing, who had gone to fetch something. "If you hadn't come, I guess I would have had to call you soon." "Is it the ancient battlefield recommendation list?" Li Yan guessed. "Probably." As Yang Jian spoke, Lu Tianqing seemed to have found something. He turned around and walked towards Yang Jian and Li Yan, finally sitting down lightly and beckoning them closer. "Come here, let me explain something to you first." Li Yan and Yang Jian stepped forward quickly, their eyes falling on the desktop in front of Lu Tianqing, where he had placed a book, a map book, not just a single map. Merely flipping open the first page revealed densely packed routes and strongholds, all carefully marked. "This is the ancient battlefield map book, compiled and drawn from the experiences of every student who has entered the ancient battlefield over the years," Lu Tianqing began to explain, opening the first page of the map book. "First of all, based on many years of exploration, we have found that the ancient battlefield has always been like a deep abyss secret realm. The overall structure is divided into three parts: the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the wind shuttle cave. The outer perimeter, which is where Yang Jian and young Master Qianli once set foot, although considered a barren land without treasures by challengers, still surprises newcomers. The inner perimeter is a bit more complicated to explain. If you've ever eaten an egg, if the eggshell can be considered the outer perimeter, then the inner perimeter would be the egg white." "Is the wind shuttle cave the core then?" Yang Jian interjected. Lu Tianqing nodded. "Let's not discuss the wind shuttle cave for now, as it's beyond your current reach. Let's talk about the inner area. Once you enter the ancient battlefield, if you feel that the outer area is insufficient, promise me that you'll only venture as far as the inner area. Do not approach the wind shuttle cave. In the inner area, each specific location will give birth to a phantom gate. Once an awakener steps through this phantom gate, they can reach the world of the ancient gods and generals." "The world of ancient gods and generals?" Yang Jian frowned. "Is it like the history recorded in the ancient holy book?" "You know about the ancient holy book? That makes things easier." Lu Tianqing was surprised that both Yang Jian and Li Yan knew of this book. He happily continued, "For example, one of our past graduates, when he first entered the inner area, didn't have this ancient battlefield map. Just by luck, he ventured alone inside. He crossed through forests, past narrow mountains, and arrived at a place called Huarong Path. When he stepped through the phantom gate at the entrance of Huarong Path, the skies suddenly changed, and he witnessed the grandeur of an ancient general leading his troops in battle. He recognized a general with phoenix eyes, wielding a green dragon crescent blade, a man of loyalty and chivalry named Guan Yu. Unfortunately, at that time, the student's identity was merely that of a soldier under Guan Yu's command, only able to wait for orders from Guan Yu, let alone recruit Guan Yu as an awakened god general." Li Yan and Yang Jian slightly frowned, as this example provided them with a lot of information. From the principal's words, this inner area contained many phantom gates. Passing through a phantom gate could lead to a world related to the ancient gods and generals, possibly at the same time and place, or perhaps a different time and place, and what happens after crossing was unpredictable. If unlucky, one could end up in a peaceful scene with beauties and wine in a brothel, or on an ancient battlefield experiencing life and death like the Battle of Red Cliffs. The thought was thrilling. Most importantly, after going back, it seems you can't choose your own identity. You might be a commander leading hundreds of soldiers or just a lowly foot soldier. No wonder so many awakeners enter the ancient battlefield and fail to awaken as ancient gods and generals. It seems to depend on one's own charisma. Do you understand now? Keep this ancient battlefield map well. This is all I can help you with as the principal. The rest is up to you." Lu Tianqing handed the ancient battlefield map to Yang Jian, who did not take it but passed it to Li Yan instead. "You take it, I'll just follow you." Meanwhile, in the dark department of Beihai City, chaos erupted early in the morning in the underground office where Commander Hu was based. All the bronze and silver badges gathered in the mobilization hall, causing widespread panic. "Where's Commander Hu? Wild bull, he's dead. Doesn't he know? This is driving everyone mad. Yes, that was a wild buffalo. How could this happen all of a sudden? Could it be because of yesterday's operation involving Silver Badge 6 and Silver Badge 7? It was this very operation neither Silver Badge 6 nor Silver Badge 7 returned. What, reflecting on the years with the Dark Faction, when have we ever been in such disarray as today? Weren't Silver Badges 6 and 7 supposed to assassinate just one student from Class F at Beihai University? How could they have been completely wiped out, and even lost the wild buffalo? With this, our dark faction will struggle to hold any ground in Bayha City moving forward, a bronze badge expressed worriedly. Having been on missions here for so long, he deeply understood the importance of the wild buffalo. Many recognized the dark faction because of it. Many business owners chose to involve the dark faction in their assassination tasks because of the presence of the Tiger and Buffalo brothers. Now, with one brother gone, this was going to be a massive blow. Moreover, with a total of 7 silver badges, losing 2 suddenly, specifically the ones known as the Silver Wings, Silver Badge 6 and Silver Badge 7, was a significant impact. What would happen to the remaining silver and bronze badges? Would they now only follow Tiger, the leader of the... More the people in the mobilization hall thought about it, the more restless they became. They had never imagined that the dark faction would face such dark times. While they were heatedly discussing and finding no peace, the heavy sound of leather shoes echoed from afar in the corridor. At that moment, everyone stopped their discussions and turned towards the dark hallway. There a figure wearing a gold mask appeared. Though he didn't speak, his presence felt as cold as ice, chilling everyone until he stopped at the center of the mobilization hall. "Are you done?" asked Tiger the leader indifferently. Everyone was silent, no one dared to speak. Tiger's eyes flashed coldly. "If you're done, assemble." The people looked at each other, unsure of what Tiger planned to do next, but even with their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to comply. A slight breath escaped from Tiger the leader as he locked his gaze onto Silver Badge 1, who was lining up. "Number 1, how did the deal with the Wang family go?" Silver Badge 1 responded truthfully, reporting to leader Tiger. "The elder Mr. Wang has already heard about the loss of the wild buffalo and he has reneged on his agreement with us, no longer willing to cooperate." "Is that so?" Tiger seemed to have anticipated this and then turned to another. "Silver Badge 2 and the Liu family?" Silver Badge 2 paused, his voice low. "The same." Tiger then looked at Silver Badge 3. "And you?" Silver Badge 3 remained silent and Tiger didn't need to ask further. He sighed deeply and said, "As you can all see, our dark faction is no longer regarded highly, not even able to secure significant deals anymore. With the departure of the wild buffalo and Silver Badges 6 and 7. Business leaders no longer trust us, in other words, the dark faction. Perhaps today will be the day it all ends." With a pause, the leader of the Tigers weary turned around. "Disperse, do not return." As these last words were spoken, the remaining silver and bronze ranked members looked shocked. Silver Rank 1 immediately asked, "Leader, are you disbanding us?" "What about you, leader?" The Tiger leader did not respond, but Silver Rank 1 saw something and said, "When has our dark division ever been afraid? Leader, are you leaving us behind to seek revenge on Li Yan alone? Don't you trust us?" Finally, the Tiger leader spoke, turning back to glance at Silver Rank 1. "Don't you see? The wild ox is already dead and it's likely I won't return either. Going now would be a death sentence." As he spoke, a flash of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. "I warned Silver Wings and Wild Ox, but alas, they did not listen." Meanwhile, at the Lin's estate, a forbidden path in the mountains behind the main city reserved only for the descendants of the Lin family was where the city lord Lin Chang stood watching his daughter Lin Qingyue step into the Grey Realm. He had thought that Lin Qingyue would disappear forever, but at the last moment she turned back to say, "Dad, when I return it will be the Lin family's moment of glory." Moved, Lin Chang felt pride in his daughter's determination. "Go and focus on your cultivation. It could be a year, maybe 3, but when you return I will personally welcome you back and our Lin family will finally embrace its glory." Lin Qingyue nodded, holding her phoenix spear, and fully entered the pitch-dark path, vanishing into the Grey Realm. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chang felt a ripple in his heart. This was, after all, the daughter he had watched grow up every day, now throwing herself into danger for the family. He had hoped she would at least graduate from college before entering the Grey Realm. Well, going early has its advantages, he comforted himself, turning away. Just then, a captain from Lin family hurried towards him with a grave expression, saying, "Lord, there is trouble." Hearing the seriousness in the captain's voice, Lin Chang's expression darkened as he asked, "Is it about Li Yan?" The captain nodded. "Yes, the Dark Division acted yesterday at Twin Fork Ridge. They even deployed Wild Ox, but sadly Wild Ox and over a dozen Dark Division members fell at the hands of Li Yan and Yang Jian. The incident stirred up a storm in North River City by yesterday evening, but I didn't want to disturb you since you were accompanying the young lady into the Grey Realm." Surprised, Lin Chang wondered about the identity of this Li Yan who even the Dark Division couldn't handle and pondered whether he, an old man, must personally take action. The captain remained silent, leaving Lin Chang feeling the gravity of the situation. He asked, "Where is Li Yan now?" The squad leader replied, We have returned to Beihai University and expect to enter the ancient battlefield in a few days. Due to this, Beihai University has been protecting Li Yan as much as possible. Furthermore, after hearing about this, Huan Luoqing from Jiangnan City has secretly spread the word that anyone who dares to touch Li Yan will be making an enemy of his Deep Space Division. This makes it extremely difficult to touch Li Yan now, but I'll think of something. Meanwhile, the mayor of Linqing felt his qi and blood circulation was somewhat blocked, possibly due to a surge of anger. He slowly sat down on the floor, helplessly rubbed his face with his left hand, and thought that he had no choice but to ask for that person's help. 5 days passed and it was morning again. Today, Beihai University held another large assembly, not just for freshmen but also for upperclassmen, all in preparation for the ancient battlefield that would open in 2 hours. The assembly was chaired by President Lu Tianqing, who, standing on the podium, picked up the microphone and addressed the faculty and students. I am delighted that all of you could attend the ceremony before the opening of the ancient battlefield. We hold this ceremony annually, and it's necessary to discuss it every year because the ancient battlefield is of utmost importance and cannot be taken lightly. As everyone knows, besides the central city of Beihai, our university also has a direct passage to the outer areas of the ancient battlefield. This passage will only open for those who are recommended. Only those who are on our recommendation list can enter the ancient battlefield. Those who are not on the list should take care to avoid the area when the ancient battlefield opens and should not be discouraged. Try to make it onto the recommendation list next time. Fortunately, this year the individuals on the ancient battlefield recommendation list are not only from classes A and B but also from classes F and D, including Li Yan, Yang Jian and Xinli Pangpang. Upon hearing this announcement, the students below the podium were momentarily stunned, then began to murmur among themselves. Li Yan and Yang Jian actually made it onto the recommendation list. Impressive. Isn't that obvious? The slots from the Deep Space Combat Network were secured. How could the president not give them face? But what's the deal with Xinli Pangpang? Why is he also able to go? Are you out of your mind? He comes from the Xinli family. What can't money solve? He even dares to call our president an old man in public. Haha. Li Yan, remember to look out for me when you go in. On the side, Xinli Pangpang, visibly thrilled to see his name unexpectedly on the list, slapped Li Yan on the shoulder and said, got it, just pay me. Li Yan smirked, no problem. If it's just a matter of money, then it's no big deal, right? Yang Jian. Xinli Pangpang turned to look at Yang Jian, who simply turned his head away. Xinli Pangpang's face stiffened momentarily. At that moment, Ms. Lu Qian, the class advisor of Class F, approached Li Yan and Xinli Pangpang with a few female students. She earnestly told them, don't get too excited. Many have lost their lives in the ancient battlefield. When you enter, don't rush. Start by exploring the periphery. If you don't find anything valuable, then consider moving to the inner areas. Remember, absolutely listen to my father and do not enter the Wind Shuttle Cave. That place is not for you to tread. Xinli Pangpang assured her, don't worry teacher, we'll behave. Ms. Lu Qian glanced at him, it's you I'm worried about the most. Xinli Pangpang fell silent. At this moment, Lu Qian seized the opportunity when no one was paying much attention and quietly handed Li Yan a jade bracelet. Li Yan, puzzled, accepted it. What is this? He asked softly. You don't know about this, do you? Come, let me tell you, Lu Qian began. While others might covet this bracelet, Xinli Pangpang had seen many and was completely uninterested. He would bet that his father had prepared a whole box of these for him. This was called a casting wind bracelet. In times of danger, one only needs to crush it to withstand a major attack. It was a kind of life-saving charm. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian, who was nearby, exclaimed in amazement. He was no longer staying in his Class D but had come to join the bustling Class F. What do you want? 1, 2. Come on, call me Grandpa and I'll give you one. Xinli Pangpang teased as he began to reach for something at his waist. This casting wind bracelet, I can pull out several just like that. Lu Qian remained silent and the others followed suit. Finally, Li Yan stretched out his hand to stop Xinli Pangpang. Stop messing around, fatty. The ancient battlefield is about to begin. As he spoke, Xinli Pangpang paused, and sure enough, in the middle of the playground where students had gathered, they quickly dispersed at the principal's shout. Soon after, the flat ground began to transform, revealing square cement slabs which rose and converged with a mysterious energy to form a portal. The door radiated a swirling blue light, seemingly endowed with a magical power that captivated everyone's attention. Go on, farewell. Even if you don't summon the ancient gods, it's fine. Just get familiar with the situation inside, Lu Qian told Li Yan. Li Yan nodded and, under everyone's watchful eyes, stepped towards the ancient battlefield. portal along with Qinli Pangpang Yang Jian and other nominated students. Regardless of what the predecessors had said about how dangerous or challenging the ancient battlefield was, Li Yan was determined to experience it firsthand. The moist ground beneath their feet splashed up tiny droplets of water with each step. Feeling the warm sweat trickle down his cheeks, Qinli Pangpang wiped his face and asked Li Yan, who was leading the way, "Haven't found the exit yet?" "Almost. There is a narrow path here that someone has taken." Li Yan paused and looked back at the group behind him. Apart from Qinli Pangpang and Yang Jian, there were a few other schoolmates. The rest had scattered in different directions after crossing the portal and did not follow Li Yan. These few students were probably close by, since this was just the periphery. If not familiar, disputes would inevitably arise. Unfortunately for Li Yan and his group, they had entered a forest in the ancient battlefield, and to find their way out, they had to wander aimlessly through the mountains, causing Qinli Pangpang to sweat profusely. Fortunately, Li Yan and his party found a narrow path that led them away from the students following them. It was at this point that their journey to the ancient battlefield truly began. Outer Ring had once been visited by Qinli Pangpang and Yang Jian, and Qinli Pangpang, analyzing the current terrain, quickly deduced that there would be a rocky area to the east where more treasures could be encountered. After a lengthy walk, Li Yan and his group finally entered the rocky area. The weather was dry and hot, making everyone thirsty just by standing there, urging them to move quickly. "Hurry, hurry, don't let those bastards get there first. The treasure seems to be found in the crevices of the rocks. If they dare to take it, I'll be the first to swing my knife. Who dares to snatch my stuff?" From ahead, roars of rage could be heard, drawing the attention of Li Yan and his companions. Yang Jian frowned, wondering what kind of treasure could drive people to such madness, even risking their lives. "Should we also go and take a look? Generally, the crazier the situation, the more extraordinary the treasure," Qinli Pangpang suggested. However, Li Yan refused, saying, "We are new here and don't yet understand what's happening. Let's not get involved blindly. Besides, I can sense that these people are very strong, many of them surpassing you guys." "Okay, since you're the bodyguard, you decide," Qinli Pangpang said, though clearly disappointed. "Then let's go in another direction. If there are treasures here, it definitely means there are more hidden around." To avoid being chased and robbed by others, Li Yan suggested they keep their movements as stealthy as possible. Yang Jian and Qinli Pangpang agreed, following Li Yan as they skirted around the rocks to enter deeper into the rocky area. There they encountered many people, but fortunately none noticed them. Suddenly, as they walked, Yang Jian, who was following closely behind Li Yan, noticed a weapon embedded high up in the rocks. The weapon was wrapped in red aura, which seemed to narrate the battles it had witnessed over the years. Another fragment of the Feng Tian Huaji. Qinli Pangpang picked up the conversation, turning back to Yang Jian. "Isn't this just like the fragment we found when we first came here? Do you still want it?" Yang Jian shook his head. "No, I now use a trident dagger." "Then let's go. The Feng Tian Huaji isn't suitable for me either," Li Yan said, ready to move on, but Qinli Pangpang stopped him, chuckling. "Hold on, just because it's not suitable for us doesn't mean it isn't for others. After all, it's a fragment of a weapon from an ancient divine general. It would fetch a crazy price at an auction outside the ancient battlefield. Besides, aren't you forgetting that Yang Jian still has another fragment? If combined, that would make half of the Feng Tian Huaji. Think about the profit, wouldn't it be huge?" "That made sense," Yang Jian agreed, then looked up, his gaze fixed on the broken Feng Tian Huaji embedded in the rock wall. "Then I'll go get it." "Let me do it, it's easier for me," Li Yan said. As he spoke, a golden-framed wooden staff appeared in his hand. With a casual snap of his fingers, the staff extended and lengthened, one end reaching the rock wall. Without hesitation, Li Yan stepped onto the wooden staff and walked up to retrieve the Feng Tian Huaji. However, as he reached the top of the rock, two more pieces of equipment burst forth. Li Yan's pupils constricted slightly in surprise as he gazed at the weapons and armor lying beside the Feng Tian Huaji, a broken Xinglong Yenue Daoan Guanyu's battle robe. "What's going on?" From below, Qinli Pangpang, curious, asked, seeing Li Yan pause in his actions. After thinking for a moment, Li Yan took down the three items from the rock wall. A broken Feng Tian Huaji, a broken Xinglong Yenue Daoan, a light green battle robe, the latter two famously belonging to Guan Yun Shang. As they realized these were valuable items, Qinli Pangpang and Yang Jian approached with faces full of anticipation. "Check this out. The Feng Tian Huaji needs no introduction, but have you guys heard of this Xinglong Yenue Daoan Guanyu's battle robe?" Li Yan asked. Qinli Pangpang nodded. "I've heard some things from my dad, but I don't know much." Yang Jian shook his head. "I'm not sure. I only know the Feng Tian Huaji belonged to the ancient war god Lubu." Just as the two finished their replies, A competitor nearby seemed to notice something and shouted towards Li Yan Qinglong Yenua Dao, "Hey kid, that's not something you should touch, hand it over, you're robbing us?" A flash of anger crossed Qinli Pongpong's face. The nerve. Beside him, Yang Jian waved his trident blade. "It's just him, if he comes over I'll split him with one strike." Li Yan then handed the Fengtian Huaji to Yang Jian, gave Guan Yu's battle robe to Qinli Pang, and holding the Qinglong Yenua Dao he turned and said, "Let's get out of here, there are many people around and it wouldn't be good if they swarm us." Sorry, too late. Li Yan had just finished speaking when they found themselves surrounded by a group of people who had clearly heard the shouting. At this point, Qinli Pang addressed the crowd, "There are plenty of treasures in this rocky area. Why are you so obsessed with the Fengtian Huaji, Qinglong Yenua Dao and the battle robe we have?" His words made one want to laugh. Among the crowd, a young man in a black robe chuckled, "Entering the ancient battlefield, if you're not here to rob, seize or kill, then what are you here for? Did you really think it's just about recruiting ancient war gods?" His gaze fell on the Guan Yu's battle robe in Qinli Pangpong's hands. "Moreover, you're holding something of Guan Yu's. What does Guan Yu mean to you?" Puzzled Qinli Pang didn't understand. The black-robed youth showed disdain and waved at his numerous minions, signaling them to start the assault. "Dead men don't need to know. Just coming up and fighting without a word suits me just fine." When it comes to fighting, Yang Jian had never been afraid. As long as he wasn't dead, his enemies would be. At that moment, his trident dagger wrapped in golden light seemed to resonate with the power of his body, vibrating increasingly. In the next second, Yang Jian's dagger cut through the air, aiming at an enemy charging towards him. The cold light from both sides of the blade revealed its lethal sharpness. An audacious D-level opponent, but today he would learn to respect him. Facing the incoming trident dagger, the enemy showed no trace of fear on his face. He was a C-level fighter with an integration rate of 8%, already surpassing ordinary people. Meanwhile, Li Yan kept an eye on Qinli Pang beside him. He was puzzled why these people did not react to Lu Bu's Fengtian Huaji, yet fought desperately over Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade. Qinli Pang assured Li Yan, "I'm fine for now. I have many wind-casting bracelets. You go ahead and do what you need to." He then added, "These guys are too damn arrogant, thinking we're easy to bully." Listening to his boss, Qinli Pang said, "Then let's follow the boss's instructions." Can you hold this for me, boss?" Li Yan handed over the green dragon crescent blade to Qinli Pang and left a clone to protect him. Then he turned around, his muscles tensed as he charged with the golden-framed wooden staff directly at the opposing team's leader, a young man in a black robe. The black-robed youth's gaze sharpened, wondering if this challenger was courting death. Had his reputation as Black Shah diminished in these times? Murmuring to himself, the black-robed youth reached behind his back and soon drew two swords. Li Yan, observing keenly, recognized them as the ancient General Liu Bei's paired swords, though they seemed to be damaged and incomplete. The black-robed youth was unlike any opponent Li Yan had faced before. His aura was calm and his sword handling was uniquely skilled. He positioned the female sword slightly forward and downward in his left hand while raising the male sword above his head in the right, readying his stance, quietly waiting for Li Yan to approach. At that moment, Li Yan blinked and a clone appeared on his right side. Together they rushed towards the black-robed youth. Capable of cloning, a peculiar ability indeed, the black-robed youth thought, slightly containing his aura. The next second he stepped back and swept the male sword horizontally over his head, unleashing a fierce sword chi. Li Yan's interface suddenly flashed warnings. "Danger, detected." Ancient General Liu Bei's exclusive skill, male/fiery flame, male/fiery flame. A fierce fire sword chi sweeps out in a fixed direction forward, burning the target upon impact and causing severe bodily harm, especially to skin, blood vessels and wounds. Dodge advised. Was this a warning specific to ancient general skills? Li Yan's eyes narrowed as he dodged to the side, but his clone on the right wasn't so lucky. The black-robed youth seemed to have aimed precisely at it. The clone raised its golden-framed wooden staff to block, but the damage from the male/fiery flame was significant, causing the clone to stagger back, thrown into the air. Helplessly, the clone enlarged the wooden staff to halt its backward motion. Even so, the sword chi inflicted considerable damage, likely shortening the time it could fight alongside the real Li Yan. The clone warned the real Li Yan, "Don't take too many hits from that sword chi, or it'll wear you down." Li Yan understood completely. The golden-framed wooden staff in his hands swiftly elongated, spanning the distance to strike at the young man in the black robe. However, in that fleeting moment, a layer of black malevolent aura appeared around the young man, forming a shield that the staff couldn't penetrate. The young man smirked at Li Yan and said, "Sorry about that, this is a skill from the ancient divine General Liu Bei, the twin swords of yin and yang." quite useful, right? Simultaneously a prompt appeared before Li Yan. Detected ancient divine general's body protection skill, Black Malevolence Shield. Black Malevolence Shield, any damage received within 0 to 2 seconds after activation triggers a malevolent aura shield, which can effectively block attacks up to 5 times the strength of the attacking force. Only attacks exceeding this multiplier can break the shield. Duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, 3 minutes. So, attacks need to be more than 5 times stronger. With this new understanding, Li Yan retracted his golden-framed wooden staff and leaped into the air. His normally black eyes suddenly turned golden as the aura of a fierce dragon and tiger spiraled up along the staff. In the next instant, as Li Yan's fingers tightly grasped the staff, it visibly grew larger with each passing second. From below, it looked like a towering pillar above Li Yan's head, causing the complexions of many enemies below to turn pale. The young man in the black robe, known as Black Malevolence, also felt a hint of foreboding. He wagered that the forthcoming strike might exceed 5 times the strength, and only then did he realize that the man before him was not to be trifled with. He quickly ordered his subordinates, surround him and engage in guerrilla tactics, avoid direct confrontation. I'll hold him off. You deal with that chubby one and the clone, he won't last long. Yes, his subordinates scattered, heading straight for Chinli Fatty and Li Yan's clone. Since they couldn't overpower the original, perhaps they could manage the clone and the chubby one. Seeing his foes heading towards Chinli Fatty, Li Yan turned to his clone and Yang Jian. Protect the chubby one. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian immediately abandoned his fight and rushed to guard Chinli Fatty's side. Simultaneously, the clone of Li Yan guarding beside Chinli Fatty enlarged the golden-framed wooden staff from beneath their feet, swiftly lifting them into midair to avoid whatever the original Li Yan was planning. Back on the ground, Li Yan changed his strategy. He smashed the now 16,000-pound golden-framed wooden staff onto the ground where the enemies were converging on Chinli Fatty. The impact split the earth, dust billowing. In an instant, all enemies who had closed in were blown away by the shockwave, while Chinli Fatty and the others remained unscathed in midair. This caused Black Malevolence to show a furious expression. No respect for the rules of combat, he shouted at Li Yan. Li Yan laughed as he kicked mid-air, diving downward. You dare speak of martial morality with me? Seeing this, the young man in the black robe positioned his paired swords in front of him, apparently ready to block Li Yan's strike. Look at yourself, how much do you even weigh? He taunted. Are you talking to me? The young man's eyes narrowed. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yan, who had descended from the sky, traced a golden-red arc in the air with the wooden rod framed in gold in his hand, flashing quickly and piercing through the center of the black-robed youth. Stopping in his tracks, Li Yan was already standing behind the youth, the golden-framed wooden rod dripping drops of red blood. No, don't. At that moment a frantic voice called from afar, don't kill He Sha, but the voice was too late. The golden-framed rod ablaze with golden flames flashed away, and the black-robed youth, who had been standing upright, rolled his eyes, his mouth slightly open, his paired swords losing support and clanging to the ground. In his line of sight, his chest burst open with a splat, blurring the scene before his eyes with blood as a breeze passed by, bringing a chill through the hole in his chest. How could this be? His head stiffly lowered to look at the hole in his chest, disbelief in his eyes. He glanced back at Li Yan. It was, you monkey lord. The other man didn't have the strength to finish his question, but Li Yan answered for him as he watched him fall to the ground with a thud. It was then that Li Yan turned to look at the source of the voice that had just spoken. The man was a stranger, dressed in a black uniform, carrying a long sword on his back, its blade straight and somewhat bright under the sunlight. His face showed surprise as he approached Li Yan. Didn't I tell you not to kill him? Li Yan glanced at him. Are you teaching me how to do things? The man in the uniform stiffened, not expecting his junior to be so difficult to communicate with. He took a deep breath and made clear his friendly intentions. Okay, first off, I mean you no harm, and I know you're Li Yan. I am your senior brother. Hearing the word senior brother, Li Yan's aura gradually softened and the golden-framed wooden rod in his hand disappeared. He asked, are you also a disciple of the Deep Space Sect? Yes, and I'm directly under Minister Huang. The man in black relaxed a bit and introduced himself. My name is Lu Mian. I entered the Deep Space Sect 2 years before you. Minister Huang knew you were entering the ancient battlefield today. He wasn't very reassured and asked me to look after you in secret, but it seems you don't really need my care. He then shifted his gaze. The reason I told you not to kill He Sha wasn't because he couldn't be killed, but because he has significant backing that could bring trouble. Now, before more people find out, let's take your people and follow me. Li Yan didn't refuse Lu Mian's suggestion. Firstly, the fact That the other party knew about Huang Luqing and the deep space sect meant his words weren't false. Secondly, from the look in his eyes, the man indeed bore no malice. Thus Li Yan along with Qin Li Pangpang and Yang Jian followed Lu Mian through a rocky path, passing through several cracks and entering a cave and finally exiting the cave to completely leave the rocky area. However, along the way Li Yan had a lingering doubt that he couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked Brother Lu why were He Sha and his people so obsessed with Guan Yu's equipment. They were willing to risk their lives for it. Why else? It's for the mighty and brave Lord. Wei Ling Hui Yong Lu Mian led the way, speaking. Actually, those who entered the ancient battlefield this time are quite lucky. A phantom gate opened directly at the periphery, which is quite rare. Before you came in, someone had entered through this phantom gate. They entered the world of an ancient general, and according to the descriptions of those who came out, the general was called Lord Wei Ling Hui Yong. Lord Wei Ling Hui Yong? Qin Li Pangpang and Yang Jian looked puzzled, not knowing who he was. However, Li Yan was different. He murmured to himself, Zhou Cong, a follower under Guan Yu, yes. Lu Mian explained further, I've read a little about him in the ancient saint scripture. It is indeed Zhou Cong. What does this have to do with Guan Yu's equipment? Yang Jian asked. It's a big deal, Lu Mian said. Up to now many awakeners have entered the Zhou Cong Phantom Gate, but so far no one has been successful in getting Zhou Cong to agree to a contract. Zhou Cong even said, how dare these juniors even dream of recruiting me? Which made the awakeners quite disheartened. However, it was discovered by chance that he greatly admires Guan Yu. If someone can present objects related to Guan Yu or has had interactions with him, it could greatly enhance Zhou Cong's favorability. When the favorability reaches a certain threshold, there's a chance to contract and recruit Zhou Cong. Just think about it, this is just the periphery. Even before entering the inner periphery, having the chance to contract ancient generals is something extremely exciting and insane for those who can never enter the inner periphery. So that's how it is. After hearing Lu Mian explain, everyone understood. But just then Li Yan suddenly stopped walking. Lu Mian and the others, realizing this, stopped and asked in confusion, what's wrong? I want to try, said Li Yan. You want to get involved too? Lu Mian was surprised, his gaze falling on the green dragon crescent blade in Li Yan's hand and the Guan Yu's robe in Qin Li Pangpang's hand. Indeed, with Guan Yu's relics you can significantly boost Zhou Cong's favorability towards you, but now after many disruptions by other awakeners, Zhou Cong has become averse to those who overtly try to curry favor with him. Moreover, he's now entrenched in a mountain stronghold acting like a bandit, and it's hard to persuade him. If you annoy him, he might even come out and chop you. Li Yan with a calm expression turned to look at Qin Li Pangpang. Fatso, do you like Zhou Cong? Everyone was puzzled by Li Yan's intentions, and Qin Li Pangpang could only try to reply, nonsense, of course I like him. I like all ancient divine generals. I'm not protected by any divine general right now. Having him might just save my life. Then give me the robe of Guan Yu in your hand and I'll help you, Li Yan said, then turned to look at Lu Mian. Please lead the way, brother Lu. Lu Mian simply could not comprehend his junior brother. How could he possess such bravery and determination? Was he not afraid of death? In the mixed origin realm among the three kingdoms of China, a brightly lit wooden house held a grim scene. A woman was bound to a cross, her arms and legs shackled heavily, her hair disheveled, immobile. Only the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest indicated she was still alive. Directly in front of her, a burly man heated a pair of tongs in a fire until they glowed red. As he waited, he had the young woman tied to the cross from top to bottom, muttering to himself, the thin parts thin, the large parts large, the white parts white. I must say you are the fairest lady I've seen since becoming the leader of this bandit stronghold. Just as he finished speaking and the tongs turned bright red, the burly man pulled them from the fire and approached the woman, saying, it's a pity really, you're so uncooperative and tight-lipped, otherwise you could have been considered for the bandit chief's wife, perhaps bore some children. Suddenly a shout interrupted him. Report, Chief Zhou, there are more outsiders at the gates challenging us, demanding to see you. Zhou Cong, just as he was about to touch the woman with the red hot tongs, paused as one of his slightly nervous subordinates appeared at the door and yelled out, these damned fools. Zhou Cong's eyes flashed with annoyance. He detested being disturbed while handling his affairs. He immediately set down the glowing tongs and said to his subordinate, keep an eye on her, I'll be right back. Yes, the subordinate replied, watching as Zhou Cong left the room. Then his gaze involuntarily fell back to the woman on the cross, murmuring about her strange attire. Outside the stronghold, a group had gathered. The battle team was in formation, ready for action. Seeing Chief Zhou Cong emerge, the team captain stepped forward and asked, Chief, those people are at the gate, should we tie them all up now? No need, I will handle this myself. Zhou Tsang stormed out of the wooden house furious. It had been days, and despite dealing with many intruders, some still dared to disturb him. He was determined to teach these newcomers a lesson. "Follow me," he commanded. And the captain immediately led the troops to follow him. At the main gate of the stronghold, 3 young men dressed in ancient robes stood prominently, drawing the attention of those nearby. Li Yan wore a black robe, Qianli was in a chubby yellow robe, and Yang Jian also donned a yellow cloth robe. These were the changes their bodies underwent upon entering the door of Zhou Tsang's illusion. Once inside, it was as if they had stepped into another life, their minds filled with a mix of chaotic memories. According to these memories, Li Yan found himself acting as a villager born in Guanxi, having been separated from Lu Biao during a war in his early years, and upon reuniting with his troop, he found that Lu Biao could not last much longer and was soon killed, making him a retired veteran returning to his village. However, to many he was not seen as a veteran at all, but rather a deserter scorned by his village. But none of this concerns Li Yan. His current mission is to gain the favor of Zhou Tsang by exploiting his identity and then attempt to awaken the contract, persuading Zhou Tsang to follow Qianli Pangpang. Are those 3 idiots, he thought, why provoke Zhou Tsang at this time? Don't they know that Zhou Tsang was recently angered? They must have just heard about the newcomer from the Phantom Gate. Tisk tisk, just wait for the show. These fools coming in without observing the atmosphere. Didn't they see that none of us dared to make a move, yet they blatantly demanded to see Zhou Tsang? What audacity! Among the people around Li Yan, unfamiliar youths and elders lingered, seemingly just passing by, but Li Yan knew that most of these individuals were awakeners from outside, not native characters of this world. Nearby, Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian also overheard the low murmurs of these people. Qianli Pangpang whispered Li Yan, "Although I really hope I can contract and employ Zhou Tsang, isn't the atmosphere a bit off now?" Yang Jian also sensed something and worriedly added, "Zhou Tsang seems tough. Look, even Senior Lu has stepped aside to watch. Can we really handle this? Maybe Zhou Tsang will come out swinging his giant sword at us." Far away, Lu Mian, who had entered this mixed realm of 3 kingdoms with the trio, kept his distance, waiting on the sidelines. He didn't believe that Li Yan had any feasible method to recruit the ancient warrior Zhou Tsang, especially since others had already irritated him by their continual disturbances. It was said that Zhou Tsang, in a fit of anger, had even captured a female awakener and now held her in a wooden house in his stronghold. Zhou Tsang was formidable indeed, having turned the tables and arrested an awakener from the outside world. "Oh, Minister Huang, the disciple you've entrusted to me is quite stubborn." Lu Mian sighed deeply, touching his forehead. He truly hoped that Li Yan would not need his intervention, for even he was not confident in facing Zhou Tsang. "Are you scared, Li?" Yan asked lightly, addressing the concerns of Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian. "Scared? Not really," but Yang Jian replied, "I think it's best to avoid direct confrontation for now. From what the people around are saying, Zhou Tsang seems to have been provoked just now, and trying to appease him at this moment might be extremely difficult." "Who said I was going to appease him?" Li Yan's dark eyes flashed with determination, his gaze steady as if he already saw Zhou Tsang charging at them with a large sword, intending to win him over with virtue. "Boom! Which damn fool dares to yell at my doorstep? I'll chop him to pieces. Come out." Sure enough, just as Li Yan finished speaking, a rough man wielding a large sword burst through the gates of his stronghold, bellowing loudly. Behind the burly man, more than 10 men wielding various weapons lined up and spread out on both sides, forming a formidable stance. "I knew it would come to this," murmured an awakened being, his identity concealed. "Those 3 young fools are practically begging for death. Zhou Tsang has lost his temper and no one can stop him now. Another side, I thought we might have influenced him to change slightly, but now with these 3 fearless newcomers, who knows how long it will take for things to settle down again. Maybe it's time to leave this place and look for other treasures during this period." Some chose to leave, while others decided to stay and blend in with the locals to watch what would happen to Li Yan and his companions. Just when people thought Li Yan would retreat in face of difficulty, he calmly stepped forward, slowly pulling a golden-framed wooden stick from his ear, which astonishingly grew longer and larger in front of everyone's eyes. Yang Jian realized something and patted Qian Li's chubby shoulder, signaling him to leave it to Li Yan. "What is that boy doing? Is he really going to challenge Zhou Tsang?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Has he gone mad, or have I?" Zhou Tsang, an outsider with both martial and divine skills, was not someone easily confronted. "That boy must be crazy. Just wait and watch, he'll come to his senses soon enough," another commented. "Remember those from the Black Evil? Weren't they just the same and ended up crawling out of the illusion gate? And this newcomer only has a wooden stick." Even those wielding dual swords of Liu Bei Couldn't defeat Zhou Tsong, this boy is truly daring. You're the one causing trouble at the entrance of my mountain stronghold, huh? Very brave. Zhou Tsong acknowledged the young man advancing towards him, slightly surprised but pleased as it suited his taste. He grinned and motioned his men to stand back, indicating he would handle this duel himself. A true chieftain never cowards away, cheered his men. Our leader once faced aid without fear, why would he fear a boy with a stick? He looks so frail. Could he even withstand a single strike from our leader? It's a shame for such a face. If I were him, I could have married many from our clan by now, they jeered. As Zhou Tsong's followers cheered, Lu Mian, concerned, peeked out. He couldn't help but draw the straight sword from his back, ready to assist Li Yan in case of an emergency. Not that he expected to defeat Zhou Tsong, but he was confident enough to rescue someone from his grasp. Just as everyone thought Li Yan was about to embarrass himself, in a swift motion, his eyes gleaming with a golden hue, Li Yan moved like a shadow and suddenly appeared beside Zhou Tsong. With a forceful swing, he struck Zhou Tsong's arm with his golden-framed wooden stick and humbly said, "Apologies, elder, I seek your guidance." The sudden change startled everyone, especially Zhou Tsong's younger brother and the awakened ones sitting around waiting for the show. They couldn't believe that Li Yan had such speed. Senior brother Lu Mian furrowed his brow slightly, clearly surprised as well, momentarily retracting the hand that was about to draw the straight knife from his back. Interesting. Unlike the others, Zhou Tsong was actually pleased to see Li Yan's speed, feeling that it was a good opportunity to vent. Facing the sweep of the golden-framed wooden stick coming from the side, Zhou Tsong's broadsword ignited a circle of fireworks, swinging it backhandedly. Come again. With one swing, he fended off Li Yan's golden-framed wooden stick. Zhou Tsong chuckled, his entire demeanor like a beast set aflame, a hint of murderous intent sparking in his otherwise calm eyes. But he didn't rush, choosing to first test the young man's strength with a basic attack. The floor cracked under the pressure of his foot. As he surged forward like a python, his speed reaching an extreme, in an instant his blade aimed straight for Li Yan's face. This single strike was a clear display of Zhou Tsong's fury and murderous intent, causing everyone to stiffen with shock. Li Yan remained unfazed, and suddenly a golden-framed wooden stick crossed horizontally, perfectly blocking the blade. Clang! A numbing vibration traveled up Zhou Tsong's arm, causing him to look surprisingly at the wielder of the stick, only to frown as he realized there are two identical ones. Just as he spoke, Zhou Tsong felt a strong kick to his abdomen. Looking up to see it was Li Yan right in front of him, he staggered backwards, his face showing disbelief. "Senior, don't get distracted in a fight." As he spoke, Li Yan moved to his clone's side, lightly jumped, and with his clone interlocking fingers to support his feet, pushed upwards, propelling Li Yan into mid-air. At that moment, the accompanying golden-framed wooden stick suddenly enlarged, weighing 16,000 pounds, and launched vertically into the sky. The returning winds brushed past the tip, leaving shadows of the stick and clouds behind. Before the crowd could react, they saw Li Yan with both hands gripping the base of the stick, fiercely swinging it downward. With a sudden move, the rising dust from the ground made Zhou Tsong feel an unprecedented pressure. His feet rubbed violently against the ground, trying to halt his body, and at the same time he held nothing back. Standing erect, the previously dim light in his eyes flashed green, and his broadsword glowed with a green flame. Martial technique, Song's green flame slash. Skill detected of ancient warrior Zhou Tsong. Song's green flame slash. Zhou Tsong's technique, the green flame slash, emits a blade of chi that deals triple damage to awakeners with a fusion degree below 10%, while those above 10% receive normal damage, and it has the ability to break armor. Suddenly, a green light shot out from in front of Zhou Tsong, slicing towards a large gold-framed wooden club plummeting from the sky. Unmoved by the incoming attack, Li Yan's club continued on its trajectory, striking with a loud crash against the green light. The club was unaffected and kept descending. At this moment, Zhou Tsong realized that the young man wielding the club was no ordinary foe, wondering why such a powerful warrior was hidden in the small region of Guanxi amidst these tumultuous times, where heroes like Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Sun Tzu and Cao Cao had already made their names. Realizing that his martial skill could not cut through the massive descending club, Zhou Tsong decided not to hold back anymore. He placed his fingers between his nose and mouth, and soon the glow in his eyes intensified. Veins on his right hand, which gripped his broadsword, bulged as a cyan green energy transferred into the blade. Just as the huge wooden club was about to crush him, Zhou Tsang exhaled a breath of turbid air and unleashed his divine technique, Azure Wolf Blazing Flame. The system detected the ancient general's divine skill, Azure Wolf Blazing Flame, which imparts armor-breaking enhanced damage to a locked target. It's an almost unavoidable skill that deals both offensive and defensive damage and includes piercing and burning effects, with the piercing damage being half of the frontal damage. Zhou Cong's divine skill immediately slashed out, sending a fiery crescent moon towards the sky, which fiercely collided with the descending golden-framed club. The club was split in half by the divine technique, and Zhou Cong grinned, thinking that was all there was to it, but in the next instant his eyes swiftly narrowed and his body tensed. What about the second, third and fourth clubs? From nowhere 3 identical Lians appeared in the air, each wielding a club as oppressively large as the first, and began to descend towards Zhou Cong. Quadruclub strike, Li Yan murmured, instructing his clones to swing their clubs, casting massive shadows as if the sky itself was falling. The ground below darkened and everyone froze at the sight, especially the awakeners, who could hardly believe Li Yan's capabilities. Could this still be considered human? On the ground, Zhou Cong chuckled lightly, feeling no need to struggle anymore, as today he truly met his match, a person who could stand out like his revered Guan Yu. Observing the attire, it seemed they were both from Guanxi. When had Guanxi ever produced someone so formidable? Nearby Lu Mian seemed to understand why Minister Huang had such a high regard for Li Yan, his eyes widening slightly at the revelation of such abilities. Just as everyone thought the clubs were about to crush Zhou Cong, Li Yan gestured for his clones to retract and retreat, and the 3 clubs shrank rapidly before vanishing, leaving the onlookers baffled. With relief washing over them like a purifying rain, the underlings of Zhou Cong breathed a collective sigh of relief as the wooden clubs vanished and the sky returned to a brilliant azure. In this moment, none dared to underestimate the figure of Li Yan, who descended slowly from the mid-air. Zhou Cong too was stunned. He had thought his life would end here today, but unexpectedly, the young man before him had ceased his aggressive stance. Death before dishonor, accept the bet and admit defeat. What do you mean by this? Zhou Cong asked, his voice a mix of confusion and awe. As he spoke, the awakened ones hidden in the surroundings finally snapped out of their daze, beginning to murmur among themselves. Did that young man win? My heavens, Zhou Cong was actually subdued by brute force. I can't believe we were thinking about how to curry favor with him just moments ago. With the power displayed in those 4 strikes, anyone would be compelled to yield. We truly underestimated this youngster. No longer did anyone dare to look down upon Li Yan. Instead, they felt a twinge of ignorance for their earlier underestimation. Who else in this era could subdue an ancient warlord like Zhou Cong in such a manner? Indeed, in these recent days, Li Yan had emerged as the foremost among them. From a distance, Qinli Pangpang, having witnessed the magnificent battle, grew even more admiring of Li Yan. He had never expected that even when faced with an ancient warrior from the ancient battlefield, Li Yan could handle himself so adeptly, even forcing his opponent to use a divine technique. Despite the divine technique having the power to break Li Yan's golden-framed wooden club, what did it matter? Li Yan possessed 3 avatars, and with 4 consecutive strikes, who could withstand him? He was indeed the one who had fought toe-to-toe with the divine spirit Yang Jian. Observing this scene, Yang Jian crossed his arms and muttered to himself. After Li Yan gently touched down on the ground, his golden-framed wooden club disappeared the next moment, and he walked towards Zhou Cong. To recruit you, I first had to defeat you. It's that simple, Li Yan stated calmly, his steps halting in front of Zhou Cong. Hearing this, Zhou Cong burst into laughter. Haha, indeed, the fight was spectacular, unlike any I've encountered in years. But young man, you're still too green to recruit me. Have you ever heard of Guan Yunshang? Only such a general is worthy. Guan Yunshang, known for his loyalty and bravery, had ridden 1,000 miles alone for his lord Lu Xinde, unwavering in his devotion. In response to Zhou Cong's words, Li Yan remained composed. He turned and waved over Qinli Pangpang and Yang Jian, who seemed to realize something significant and approached, carrying Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade and battle robe. As the crowd's gaze fell on these 2 items, eyes widened in shock. Is this the green dragon crescent blade of Guan Yu? My goodness, that young man actually found it. Impressive. He not only subdued Zhou Cong, but now he's even brought out Guan Yu's favorite weapon. Could he really succeed in winning Zhou Cong over? How lucky is this youngster? Amidst the envious stares of the onlookers, Qinli Pangpang and Yang Jian approached Li Yan. Taking the green dragon crescent blade and the battle robe from their hands, Li Yan extended them towards Zhou Cong, his eyes flashing with determination. I know General Zhou admires Guan Yu, he said, and I must tell you that we all do as well. Hearing this, it was as if Zhou Cong had found a kindred spirit. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he reached out to take the blade and Guan Yu's battle robe. His excitement palpable, Li Yan continued. General Guan is known for his righteousness, loyalty and unmatched martial prowess. He was also well-versed in the spring and autumn annals, standing as one of the mighty 5 tiger generals under Liu Bei. Who wouldn't admire such a man? Indeed, these words struck right at Zhou Cong's heart. He eagerly took the blade and robe from Li Yan's hands, his joy evident as he examined them. Seeing an opportunity, Li Yan pressed on, "Just now I too addressed you as general, not as the bandit others call you. In my eyes, a man of your talents should not be content to languish in obscurity within the confines of this narrow mountain stronghold. This is an age of chaos where heroes rise. We have sheathed our swords for 10 years, waiting for the moment to unsheathe them and leave no enemy unscathed. General Zhou." Li Yan's gaze hardened. This stronghold is no long-term solution, nor should it be a cage that traps you. Why not step out with me, join the fray on the riverside roads and meet Guan Yu? Zhou Cong, gripping the green dragon crescent blade, looked up. "You can take me out of this place to see General Guan?" "Of course," replied Li Yan, "and who knows, you might even become brothers in arms in battle." "That's exactly what I want," Zhou Cong declared, his voice filled with resolve. Buried in this stronghold, his spirit had been suppressed for too long. He had longed to venture out and prove himself, to meet Guan Yu, to become comrades, to strategize over the land. The young man before him was competent, and following him until he could meet Guan Yu seemed fitting. Besides, he too revered Guan Yu. "Brother, what is your name?" Zhou Cong asked. "My family name is Li, given name Yan." Li Yan responded. Just then, within the phantasmal space, a transformation occurred in Zhou Cong's body, slowly turning into an ancient god statue, entirely golden. Realizing what was happening, Zhou Cong gratefully said, "Thank you, young friend, for allowing me to step beyond this realm. Before I meet General Guan, if there's anything you need from me, just command it." Li Yan nodded. "Then I shall rely on General Zhou. My body cannot yet contain a divine spirit, so I must inconvenience you to form a pact with my friend." Command accepted. As Zhou Cong transformed into a virtual god statue, his consciousness began to blur, reducing his human autonomy and becoming a divine general to protect his lord. His pact spirit began to ascend. Seeing this, Li Yan turned to Qin Li Pangpang. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Coming to his senses, Qin Li Pangpang hurried forward, approaching the golden statue of Zhou Cong and entering into a pact with him within his own mind. Moments later, the two of them entered into a covenant, their bodies emanating a faint golden energy that merged together. Around them, the Zhou Cong illusion space started to disintegrate bit by bit, first the hillsides, forests, stones, and then the villages, followed by the villagers, all transforming into a fading spiritual light and gradually vanishing. The clothing of other awakened beings that resembled native garments turned into starlight and disappeared. Their faces shifted from surprise to admiration, and they looked at Li Yan with genuine respect. The ancient general, Zhou Cong, had indeed been awakened by him. He had truly done it. He had managed to summon an ancient general right in the periphery. Back at Beihai University, the clock on the wall ticked steadily. Lu Tianqing's expression was tense as he kept an eye on the students entering the ancient battlefield. Soon after, the door to his office was pushed open and Lu Qian entered with a troubled look on his face. "How is it going?" Lu Tianqing asked. Lu Qian approached him and said, "There's good news and bad news regarding our students who've come back from the periphery. The good news is, the students who entered the ancient battlefield this time were lucky. A divine ancient general appeared spontaneously in the periphery, reportedly a follower of Guan Yin named Zhou Cong." Zhou Cong, Lu Tianqing recalled slowly from his memory and then realized, but he's also an ancient general with martial and divine skills, not a weak one at that. The awakened ones coming out of the periphery might not be able to handle him, which could lead to chaos. Thinking of this, he looked up worriedly and asked Li Yan and the others. "They just entered the ancient battlefield as newcomers. They weren't involved in this conflict, were they?" "The bad news is just about that." Lu Qian frowned deeply. According to those who came out early, the awakened ones in the periphery knew about this and it stirred up a commotion. Many got involved, even Black Sha was drawn into it. "Black Sha, isn't that guy a disciple from the Black Luo Rock in Jiangnan City?" Lu Tianqing was surprised, not expecting to encounter that group, hoping Li Yan and the others hadn't run into them. After all, Black Luo Rock is a madman. The situation is even worse. Lu Qian continued. Due to many interfering, Zhou Cong was reportedly very unstable emotionally and even took a female awakener into the village. It was a situation where anyone who entered would be attacked. Did Li Yan and his group enter? Seeing his daughter's troubled face, Lu Tianqing guessed. Yes, and Lu Qian hesitated, almost in disbelief. Not only did they enter at that time, but Li Yan also killed Black Sha. What? Even the normally composed principal Lu Tianqing was taken aback, his hand trembling as he reached for his teacup, spilling tea over the table. he didn't bother to drink it, putting down the cup and saying, "These kids, they really make one worry." Lu Qian remained silent. Firstly, she never expected Li Yan to be able to defeat He Sha. Secondly, contrary to everyone else who was evacuating, Li Yan led Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian into the Zhousong Illusion Gate. They were newcomers who had just entered the ancient battlefield, and it was particularly risky for Zhousong, who had just been stimulated by the previous events. Suddenly, amidst the quiet, a student hurried to the office door, seemingly with urgent news to report. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianqing, despite any emotions he might have been feeling, tried to calm himself and turned to look at the student at the door. "Come in, what's the matter?" The student entered and said, "Principal, I have a shocking message from Chu Zifan of Class A, who just came out of the ancient battlefield. He's been injured and is currently at the school's medical center." Chu Zifan was a student well known to both Lu Tianqing and Lu Qian. He was a key student at Beihai University and a member of Class A. He was with Li Yan and the others when they entered the ancient battlefield, and it's surprising that he's only just come out, the student continued. Chu Zifan said that after Li Yan and his group entered the Zhousong Illusion Gate, they had a fierce fight with Zhousong, and now Zhousong has been successfully contracted and has become Qianli Pangpong's warrior. The head teacher Lu, your student Li Yan is really impressive. None of Class A managed to do this, and yet Li Yan did, even though some from Class A went into the inner area. We still don't know the situation there." As he spoke, the student's eyes shone with excitement. It was evident he was thrilled and also hopeful of someday entering the ancient battlefield himself. Li Yan had set a great example for him. If Class F could do it, he believed he could do it in the future as well. However, at that moment he suddenly noticed that the expressions on Principal Lu and Lu Qian's faces were somewhat odd. What's going on with them? Why aren't they saying anything? Did I say something wrong? The atmosphere suddenly froze and the clock on the wall continued to tick quietly. In the next instant, sighs of relief were heard from both Lu Tianqing and Lu Qian. This kid really made us worry unnecessarily." Lu Tianqing's face, previously filled with concern, now radiated joy. Lu Qian also remarked, "Indeed, but Father Li Yan managed to recruit an ancient warrior even in the outer area. Isn't he the first in Beihai University's history to do so?" "Yes, how could he not be? Ever since this boy joined our school, he's been breaking records," Lu Tianqing said. "It's really unexpected that he actually managed to secure Zhousong." "Wait, what did you just say? It was Qianli Pangpang, not Li Yan, who made the contract?" Lu Tianqing turned to the reporting student, who confirmed, "Yes, it was Qianli Pangpang, not Li Yan." "Well, that's quite the twist. You should know that people fought tooth and nail for Zhousong." "Father, what about the He Sha matter?" Lu Qian suddenly asked. Hearing the name Haishad, Lu Tianqing felt another headache coming on. Indeed, how should he handle this situation? He wasn't sure if Minister Huang could help smooth things over. Meanwhile, at Beihai University, the ordinary class students were stunned after hearing the accounts from classmates who had returned early from the ancient battlefield. What? Zhousong from the periphery was actually taken down by Li Yan, and that's in the periphery no less. Li Yan was impressive. Despite many trying to capture him, only he succeeded. Moreover, it was said that Li Yan had actually fought Zhousong first and only subdued him amicably afterwards. "A fight? Are you sure?" "Yes, that's what they said. He won him over with virtue after fighting him." "Incredible, this is the talk of the town, an F-class student taking on an ancient military commander. This is unprecedented. Where is Li Yan and his group now? He truly deserves recognition for passing the assessments and the Deep Space Combat Network time and again. I am truly convinced the F-class. I respect him the most." Due to this news, Li Yan's reputation at Beihai University soared to even greater heights, and there was hardly anyone who didn't know about him. This was the case for some teachers and leaders as well. Elsewhere at the Deep Space Building, Huang Luoqing stood by the skylight, savoring a rare red wine, his gaze as usual enjoying watching the hustle and bustle of the street below through the window. Behind him, a door opened and someone entered, bringing with them familiar footsteps echoing in the office. "How did you get out?" Huang Luoqing turned around to find it was Lu Mian, whom he had sent to look after Li Yan and his group. Lu Mian casually pulled up a chair to sit down, already an old acquaintance of Huang Luoqing, his face showing a bit of embarrassment. "Staying there didn't make much sense anymore. I left after giving Li Yan the twin swords of Liu Bei." "What do you mean, Huang?" Luoqing was somewhat puzzled, his brows furrowing slightly. "It means, Minister Huang, our junior brother is impressive. In the periphery he didn't really need me looking after him." Lu Mian sighed slightly. "Do you know about the sudden appearance of Zhousong's fantasy gate in the periphery? Zhousong has now been subdued by Li Yan, serving as a contract ancient god general for Qianli Pangpang." "Subdued? and you gave him to Qin Li Pang Pang? Even Huang Luoqing had a moment of doubt, wondering if he had heard wrong. Zhou Cong, after all, was a famous general in the Sangui of the mixed Yuan realm with formidable strength and almost infallible martial and divine techniques. It was unexpected that such an ancient military general would be subdued by Li Yan. The key point was Li Yan not only subdued him but also gifted him to Qin Li Pang Pang. What is this, some kind of disdain? Zhou Cong is being looked down upon, so what kind of ancient god general does Li Yan want a contract? Taking a slight breath, Huang Luoqing, the director of the Jiangnan City branch of the Deep Space Combat Network, quickly regained his composure. He then remembered something and asked, where are Li Yan and the others now? Do they plan to continue exploring the outskirts, or are they coming back? He assumed they would continue, thinking that with Li Yan's strength, as long as he didn't provoke the wrong entities. Wait, that's right, there's something I need to remind you, Director Huang. Lu Mian, who had been speaking calmly, suddenly changed his tone to remind Huang Luoqing, before entering the Zhouzong illusion gate, that annoying Haisha provoked him and was killed by Li Yan. Is that Haisha from our Jiangnan city's Heluoyan disciples? Huang Luoqing asked while feeling troubled. If it's Heluoyan, that could be problematic. Lu Mian nodded. Yes, that's him. In my opinion, such a beast deserves to die, but with Heluoyan around, nobody dared to touch him. Now Li Yan has killed him without knowing the full situation. Director Huang, how should we handle this? Heluoyan is quite troublesome, Huang Luoqing murmured. In Jiangnan City, everyone openly acknowledges that Huang Luoqing of the Deep Space Combat Network is not to be trifled with, and they generally show him respect. After all, behind the branch is the headquarters, and the headquarters belongs to the Deep Space Division. However, everyone also understands that Heluoyan is equally a force in Jiangnan City. Before Huang Luoqing came to the city, Heluoyan already had his own covert forces. For a long time, Huang Luoqing and Heluoyan have had an unspoken agreement not to engage in conflict. Firstly, neither side wants to suffer significant losses, and secondly, neither is sure of the outcome should a full confrontation occur. Thus, such matters are best avoided to prevent direct conflict. Seeing Huang Luoqing's silence, Lu Mian also recognized the complexity of dealing with Heluoyan. However, he firmly added, but if they truly start bullying my disciples, I must confront him. Ultimately, Huang Luoqing spoke these words and Lu Mian's expression gradually brightened. Meanwhile, in Beihai City's Lin family, when the ancient battlefield opened, Lin Qinghua did not enter due to being in the Grey Realm. Nevertheless, the Lin family had still sent some of the family's young talents into the battlefield, and some have already returned. Beihai University could find out that Li Yan was in the outskirts and had contracted the ancient god general Zhou Cong. Naturally, the current head of the Lin family could learn this from his experienced disciples. A tense atmosphere pervaded the council hall. Both the head of the Lin family and the team captains looked uneasy upon hearing the news, particularly the family head, who saw Li Yan becoming stronger right under his nose time and again, felt increasingly anxious and uncomfortable. With Li Yan inside the ancient battlefield and protected by Jiangnan City's Huang Luoqing, it was difficult to take action against him. It was infuriating. Rest assured, City Lord, although Li Yan seems to be thriving and has even contracted the ancient god general Zhou Cong, he is still no match for our combined forces. One of the team captains tried to reassure the City Lord, sensing something. Moreover, with you here in Beihai City, this chess game will eventually turn in our favor. He won't be able to jump around for much longer. Hearing this, the other team captains nodded in agreement. Another squad leader also said, Our Lady has entered the Grey Realm, hasn't she? When the lady comes out, she will surely make sure that Li Yan has no place to be buried. Right now, there's no need for the lady who is still in the Grey Realm, as we have the City Lord here. Exactly, don't hold Li Yan in too high regard. After all, he is just a student from Beihai University. That's true. The atmosphere in the hall was broken as everyone expressed their thoughts. However, at this point, the always silent City Lord Lin finally spoke up. I can't wait any longer. We can't let Li Yan continue to grow step by step. What does the City Lord mean by this? A squad leader asked. The City Lord, with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, looked at the squad leader who asked the question and said, Go take this letter from me and pay a secret visit to Heluoyan in Jiangnan City. Heluoyan will know what to do. Saying this, City Lord Lin took out a letter from under the table and handed it to the squad leader. Everyone then realized that the City Lord had been prepared all along. They knew very early on that the City Lord might seek help from outside, especially since only Commander who remained in the city's dark department, and they were not very confident. However, what they did not expect was that City Lord Lin would seek out He Luoyan of Jiangnan City. That man was a notorious madman who kills without blinking an eye. Understood. The squad leader immediately took the letter with joy. With He Luoyan and our Beha City's Dark Department commander who taking action. Together Li Yan is doomed. At the ancient battlefield in a forested area on the periphery, Li Yan and Yang Jian stood with their arms crossed over their chests, quietly watching the chubby Qinli who was squatting on the ground. Seemingly growing impatient, Yang Jian pouted and said, "What is this fatty up to? It's taking so long. Looking at his current aura, it seems it will be soon." Li Yan's gaze stayed focused on the aura around Qinli's body, noticing that it was becoming increasingly stronger. The next moment, Qinli's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. He stood up from the ground, a determined look flashing between his pupils. He reached down and grabbed the large sword that had been prepared on the ground, then swung it through the air at a large boulder in the distance. The martial technique Warehouse Green Flame Slash was executed. A streak of green light flashed by, and a loud boom came from the boulder, which was then split into two halves, leaving a deep slash mark. The birds in the forest were startled awake, and a slight tremor passed through the land. "Not bad, well done, fatty." Seeing this, Yang Jian, who had previously felt bored waiting eagerly, took a three-pointed, double-edged sword and walked towards Qinli. "Your recent sword move reminded me of Jotsong, perhaps because you've just mastered it. However, it still feels somewhat lacking overall. By the way, you used martial skills, right? Divine techniques are still beyond your reach, aren't they?" "Indeed," Qinli Pang replied, relaxing his stance and turning back. "If it were the infallible effect of a divine technique, the power would be far greater." "True, but possessing such abilities should suffice to handle those third-rate opponents. Without needing Li Yan to guard you every day." Yang Jian nodded in agreement. "It's better to count on Li Yan for protection." "I'm far from ready," Qinli Pang said, casting a pleading look at Li Yan. "You must know, for every day you stay here I have to pay you once we leave." "Don't worry," Li Yan responded with a smile coming over. "Yang Jian is right. For now the protection of Jotsong is enough for you. You should also try to enhance your fusion with him as much as possible, and if you hit a bottleneck, feel free to seek my help. I may not know Jotsong thoroughly, but I certainly understand him more than most in this world. This makes it easier for me to know how Qinli Pang can quickly and maximally increase his fusion with Jotsong, thereby boosting his strength." After packing their belongings, Li Yan suggested they explore the outer periphery a bit more. After all, it's rare to enter the ancient battlefield, and since we are newcomers, we might as well stay a bit longer. I wonder if the principal and the others have heard about our current situation from those who've already left. Along the way, Yang Jian couldn't help but feel envious of Qinli Pang, who seemed to effortlessly reap benefits, filling his coffers. In the outer periphery of this ancient battlefield, one could encounter numerous fragments of ancient divine generals' weapons, but weapons are just weapons, far less convenient than contracting with an ancient divine general, Li Yan remarked. "It's an idea, but for that we might need to enter the inner periphery." Li Yan too was interested in contracting with an ancient divine general, but for someone familiar with the Three Kingdoms, a warrior like Jotsong did not quite match up to the figures in his heart. After all, contracting with a divine general is a delicate affair, and everyone would want to contract with the most powerful ones available. As for Qinli Pang choosing Jotsong, well, he did consult me beforehand, didn't he? So what's there to fear? Suddenly stopping in his tracks, Yang Jian's trident halberd struck the ground with a clang. "You weren't afraid even when fighting the divine spirit, Yang Jian, so why fear entering the inner periphery? Besides, so many others have gone in, and Qinli Pang now has some self-protective abilities, not to mention all the life-saving items his father gave him. If not now, when? The next time the ancient battlefield opens could be ages away, and I can't wait any longer." Clearly, Yang Jian's eagerness to contract an ancient divine general was palpable. With a hint of excitement in his heart, Li Yan naturally looked to Qinli Pang for the final decision. After all, he was the weakest link in the team and also Li Yan's employer. Li Yan had to ensure his safety first and foremost. I stopped in my tracks, unsure why, but under Yang Jian's intense gaze, Qinli Pang felt an overwhelming pressure. Would this guy devour me if I said no? Sweat started to bead on my forehead. Finally, with gritted teeth, Qinli Pang said, "All right, I need the experience too. Let's give it a try. Just promise me we won't go to the Wind Shuttle Cave." "Nice, fatty. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear, huh?" Yang Jian's previously tense face broke into a laugh, and he came over, hooking his arm around Qinli Pang's neck. However, just as Li Yan and his two companions decided to bravely explore this inner perimeter, two injured awakeners hurried out of the time-space portal that led there. This scene quickly drew the attention of Li Yan and the others. they approached to inquire about the situation. "Brother, how did you get so severely injured? What happened?" Shinli Pang Pang, already adept at dealing with people, was the first to speak up. Are you adventurers from the outer perimeter, the injured?" Awakener asked, his face pale as he turned the question around on Li Yan and his group, who nodded in response. From the outer perimeter, you should stay outside and pick up some benefits. The inner perimeter is now in complete chaos with countless dead or wounded. Many have been left inside," said the injured Awakener, his voice trembling with residual fear. "Everyone who enters the inner perimeter knows they are going for the contract of ancient divine generals, but without real power. It's really tough." He suddenly looked up at Li Yan, his eyes revealing a trace of fear, like one who had experienced the horrors of a battlefield, not to mention the distant ones. Just take the illusion gate nearby, where the general is like a warlord from a chaotic era. Many of our awakeners who ventured in were beaten back and forth by his spear, and even when surrounded he single-handedly counterattacked, decimating both native world soldiers and our awakeners. Some, in order to save their lives, simply gave up fighting, discarded their helmets and armor, and turned into deserters. This ancient battlefield is utterly insane. No one told me it was this terrifying before I came. Images of drawing a spear and plunging it into an enemy's heart flashed through his mind, nearly driving the Awakener to collapse. He only wanted to contract an ancient divine general, never expecting such a blow to his spirit. Then, the disheveled Awakener supporting him also advised Li Yan and his companions, "I urge you not to go in. If you must, try to find some dropped treasures or look for weaker ancient divine generals to attempt. Definitely do not try to challenge that white-robed general. In our world he is known as a single spear to command the nation, and no one can defy him." Pausing for a moment, the Awakener struggled to recall the words spoken by his white-robed general when he had left. "After single-handedly defeating these soldiers," he said, with a heart brave enough to calm the chaos, "a spear in hand to stabilize the realm within 3 moves, I shall claim your lives. The strong winds rise and the dragon soars." Can you believe these are words spoken by a mere mortal? Standing behind him, watching him alone on that white horse with his spear striking the ground, my legs turned to jelly from the sheer intimidation. It was a powerful presence. Interesting. Just hearing this from the 2 awakeners who had just escaped from the inner circle stirred something within Yang Jian. Shenli Pang Pang slightly furrowed his brows, his pupils clearly showing a hint of surprise. Clearly he had never heard of such an ancient divine general, and even the mention seemed more formidable than his own Jotsong. Among the 3, it was Li Yan who appeared the most unfazed. The strong winds rise and the dragon soars. Who else could it be but Zhao Yun from Changshan? It was unexpected that the first one they encountered upon entering the inner circle was him. "My brother, this white-robed general sounds formidable. Does he possess any remarkable skills or techniques?" Shenli Pang Pang asked, having recovered from his surprise. "Or perhaps, does he have a title like the ancient divine general Lu Bu?" "Yes, indeed." Both awakeners got excited at this question, especially the injured one, who replied, "After we entered the mixed Yuan realm's 3 kingdoms, we found ourselves at a place called Changban Slope. At that time, many of us awakeners had become soldiers under Cao Cao's command, standing opposite this white-robed general. This general named Zhao Yun, seemingly from Changshan, faced us alone. When our lord saw him charge in with a long spear, he was shocked and immediately ordered our assembled army of 800,000 to surround him. It should have been easy to capture Zhao Yun, but like a divine general, his bravery unmatched, his spear moved like rain and none could withstand him around him." Yes, another awakener supporting him continued, "Zhao Yun possesses both martial techniques and divine techniques. Our internal awakener information even revealed a title for him that matches exactly what's written in the ancient saint's book. He's one of the 5 tiger generals under Liu Bei. What are his martial techniques and divine techniques?" This time it was Yang Jian's turn to inquire, his interest piqued primarily by the ancient divine general's capabilities. Everything else seemed less important. "Zhao Yun, as an ancient divine general, was different from others we had encountered or heard of," said the injured awakener. "He appears to be an advanceable divine general. Whether it involves his martial techniques or divine techniques, they haven't been fully developed yet. However, from the battle at Changban Slope, his martial techniques included 7 charges in and out, instant spear, thunder spear, brave heart, and power of 5 tigers. Each skill embodies a domineering power, and we have yet to see him use brave heart or power of 5 tigers. Interesting. Just hearing about these martial techniques alone is impressive, not to mention the divine techniques. How great it would be to form a pact with him, surely a high combat power." Yang Jian's expression grew eager, and soon the 2 awakeners in front of him looked at him as if he were mad. "Form a pact with him? Wait, were we just talking to ourselves here? Madmen, they're simply madmen. Forget it, if you guys want to go and go ahead, but if you're seeking death, we won't be able to help you, they said before leaving. The two awakened had tried to advise kindly, but it seemed their words only spurred the trio on, making them even more determined, sensing that staying any longer was a mistake. Jin Dan and Li Yin bid farewell and left. Chen Li spat out in exasperation, his worry evident as he turned to Li Yin. Li Yin, you heard them too, right? Should we really go in? He questioned. This ancient god Zhao Yun is no simple character. Many awakeners have died at the Battle of Changban Slope. Li Yin, however, was neither hurried nor reckless. Yet the prospect of encountering Zhao Zilong, one of the 5 tiger generals, did stir his heart. The possibility, despite the risks, was too tempting to pass up. That's what I was waiting for you to say, Yang Jian exclaimed, happily leading the way with his trident blade towards the inner area. As time passed, the principal of Beihai University Lu Tianqing waited but did not see Li Yan and the others return from the ancient battlefield. A sense of unease crept into his heart. He summoned a student who had recently come from there, only to learn that not only had Li Yan and his group not left the battlefield, but they had also ventured into the inner area. These guys, he muttered with a change of expression. He and Lu Qian had thought that after contracting Zhou Song, Li Yan and his group would emerge. They never expected them to suddenly enter the inner part of the battlefield. Lu Tianqing regretted not having someone accompany them. We should have had someone watch over them. They're being too reckless, he said. Before Li Yan and Yang Jian had set off, he had called them into his office to make it clear that they should not act rashly once inside the ancient battlefield. Yet now these newcomers had ignored his advice completely and headed straight for the inner area. If anything were to happen, not only would Beihai University lose 2 promising students, but it would also be difficult to explain to Huang Luoqing. Alright, send a message to Huang Luoqing and inform him about Li Yan and the others entering the inner area. Lu Tianqing eventually instructed his daughter Lu Qian. She quickly set about the task. In fact, with the capabilities of the Deep Space Combat Network, Huang Luoqing had already been informed before Lu Qian could relay the message. Surprised by Li Yan's sudden decision to delve deeper, he lamented to his colleague Lu Mian, you shouldn't have left early, you could have still tried to persuade them. I didn't know they would suddenly change their minds either. At the time I handed over the paired swords to them and they said they would just go around the outskirts. Lu Mian frowned, not expecting his 2 junior brothers to be so disobedient. Logically, they should have known about the Zhaoyun illusion gate inside. The matter had caused quite a stir. So many people had chosen to flee, yet these 2 juniors still wanted to enter. Could it be that they were really blinded by the temptations before them? Were they unaware of the dangers? This could lead to big trouble. Entering the ancient battlefield midway requires strict conditions, and Huang Luoqing had no way to send Lu Mian, the senior brother, in again at this moment. All he could do was wait quietly outside. But this wasn't much of an issue for Huang Luoqing, who knew that Li Yan was not an impulsive person. What worried him more was that he had silently observed the dark forces in Jiangnan City stirring. Luoyan, disregarding the extensive use of resources, had sent his men to enter the ancient battlefield midway. The purpose was clear, to find Li Yan and deal with him. Most importantly, Luoyan had this time allied with the remnants of the Dark Department from Beihai City led by Commander Hu. These 2 forces combined, Li Yan accompanied only by Yang Jian and Qinli Pangpang, would find it difficult to withstand, or rather, might not be able to withstand at all. It seems it was time for me to break the rules. With this thought, Huang Luoqing finally sighed. Under the dim light, a chair was neatly placed in the room. On both sides, over a dozen members stood in a line, their expressions serious, their gazes respectful as they looked at the bald man sitting on the chair. The bald man extended a hand, which he gently rested on the edge of the table. Soon, a green snake crawled along the edge of the table onto his hand. To anyone else, the skin of the green snake would feel cold, but the more the bald man looked at it, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but grab the snake, bringing it close to his face, and gently stroked its head with his other hand. Commander Hu, you've brought quite a number of people, said the bald man in a voice that was authoritative yet had a soothing tone. The subordinates standing beside were startled. Only Commander Hu, who had come from Beihai City, remained unmoved. Aside from me, the remaining members of the Dark Department have all come, Commander Hu said bluntly as he stepped forward. Everyone here has been a leader. Your Luoyan is a commander in Jiangnan City and I am equally a commander in Beihai City. This is a partnership. There's no need to be too concerned about your feelings. Chuckling, he listened to Commander Hu's indifferent words. Luoyan laughed, slowly placing the green snake down on the table, letting it lie there. True to your name, Commander Hu, you exude pride. You know, back in the day, the dark department of Beihai City was once a prominent force, a trading tool in the eyes of many business tycoons, yet now it's been stirred up by a young man named Li Yan. However, straightening his posture and with a serious look in his eyes, "Commander who retorted, your disciple Haisha also died at the hands of this Li Yan, didn't he? Since we are partners with a common enemy in this young man, why not speak openly and directly? Although I no longer have the dark department, most of its members are willing to follow me. With your help I can lead my people to enter the ancient battlefield midway, including myself and 5 silver medalists. Combined with your manpower, Li Yan won't be able to escape. After the deal is done, I will retire permanently. There will no longer be the Tiger and Bull brothers in Beast City, and you He Luozhen can continue to be the underground boss in Jiangnan City without disturbances. If you don't mind, I can also hand over these silver and copper tokens to those who still want to be involved. I will also provide you with some funds. How does that sound? Is this true?" Although the leader Tiger is retiring after this job, He Luoyan is quite interested in the silver and copper tokens under his command. After all, it's not easy to train a bunch of followers, especially since those with the silver tokens are quite capable. Moreover, getting some funds and dealing with Li Yan from the ancient battlefield makes this deal seem worthwhile. Thus He Luoyan is willing to go through with this trade. Truly, leader Tiger muttered under the dim light. In the realm of Hunyuan, among the 3 kingdoms, there is a fortress. It is now night, and a fire pot made of wood stands tall with torches burning vigorously on top, casting a faint glow in the darkness. Standing at the gate acting as guards, 2 soldiers find themselves bored due to the lack of activity. One of them starts a conversation. "You have to admit our General Zhao is impressive. Just a few days ago he charged alone into Cao Cao's army of 800,000, treating them as nothing, and miraculously rescued the Lord's son after entering and exiting their camp 7 times. Apart from Lubu, who else could match him?" "Indeed," replied the other. After General Zhao withdrew from the several 100,000 troops, even Cao Cao himself was inquiring about who this formidable warrior was, scarcely believing that someone other than Lubu could be so fierce. "Who could he be a part of?" "Haha," his companion added joyfully. Unable to contain themselves, the first guard thrust his spear into the darkness, proclaiming, "No matter what, we've followed General Zhao for a while now. Though we can't compare to him among the current soldiers, who else could be a match for us?" "Exactly, not bad at all," his companion swung his spear, adding, "Although we're not as good as General Zhao when it comes to individual soldiers, not everyone can stand against us. You two seem to be getting restless and itchy for a fight. Not everyone's opponent, huh? I could turn around and spear you right now, believe it or not." Getting all fired up, "Are we?" Just as the guards were getting carried away, their squad leader Zhang appeared holding a long spear. Squad leader Zhang, under Zhao Yun's command, was known for his fierce and robust character. Seeing him, the 2 guards immediately stiffened, not daring to move, and quickly straightened up, holding their spears upright. Captain Zhang's seriousness was palpable. "I've been itching for a place to vent my anger," he declared, brandishing his spear at one of the guards. "That scoundrel Liang Zhua, always showing off in front of General Zhao, always one step ahead of me. Don't let me catch him off guard, I'll deal with him. You come out and spar with me. I, Zhang Haojie, may not compare to General Zhao, but among the captains I believe I am no less capable than Liang Zhua." That man only got his position by sucking up to the general, always trying to look strong in front of him. His words spilled out fiercely, leaving the 2 young guards dumbstruck, too terrified to even squeak, and to think they were just boasting about their pride and vigor. "It seems you're the real deal, Captain Zhang, aren't you?" Though they understood this internally, both guards were well aware that agreeing to spar with Zhang Haojie was akin to courting death. His reputation as a formidable captain wasn't just talk, after all. Who would dare challenge him in combat, especially now, with Liang Zhua having gained favor from General Zhao? Zhang was more irritable than ever. "Please, Captain Zhang, we were just joking around. How could we possibly be a match for you?" stammered the guard at the pointed end of Zhang's spear. "You are the best among all captains, second only to General Zhao himself. Liang Zhua doesn't stand a chance." The other guard chimed in, supporting his comrade. They knew well that siding against Captain Liang Zhua could bring trouble, but who could dare to face Zhang Haojie in a duel? One fight would mean certain defeat. Angrily snorting, Captain Zhang withdrew his spear. He decided not to trouble the guards further, but stormed off in a worse mood. Just as the guards breathed a sigh of relief, shadows of 3 enemy soldiers loomed in the dark distance. Eyes wide with alarm, the guards shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly report to General Zhao." Unlike the guards, Zhang Haojie, who had just stepped out still sulking, saw the enemy soldiers sent by Cao Cao. Instantly gripping his spear, he charged into battle. Meanwhile, half an hour earlier, after listening to the wounded survivors, Li Yan and two others didn't retreat but entered deeper into enemy lines, finding themselves in a world governed by Zhao Yun's illusion. Here Li Yan held a slightly higher rank than his comrades, acting as their squad leader. This illusionary world was still abuzz with the recent heroic deed of Zhao Yun, who had single-handedly charged through Changban Slope to rescue Liu Bei's son Lu Shan, stirring admiration and rivalry among Cao Cao's ranks. Many generals were eager for a chance to prove themselves against Zhao Yun in hopes of earning glory in front of Lord Cao himself. Li Yan and his companions, now under Cao Cao's command, were ready to make their own mark. In the dead of night, it was their turn to stand guard, but Li Yan, along with Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian, quietly left the camp alone. Such actions were not uncommon among the awakeners who entered this realm. After all, Cao Cao had no real knowledge of these soldiers' true identities. It seemed they were off to seek out Zhao Yun again, truly fearless of death. Some of the awakeners had already noticed the departure of Li Yan and his group. In recent days, many awakeners had continuously entered this chaotic realm of the three kingdoms, all invariably drawn to Zhao Yun, yet none had fared well. Zhao Yun, having been through the battle of Changban Slope, might have lost his murderous aura, but his strength remained undiminished. Provoke him and you would face the wrath of his dragon lance head-on, a man dressed in the uniform of Cao Cao's soldiers remarked. Clearly, after entering this mixed realm of the three kingdoms, he too played the role of a soldier, albeit one lacking the courage of Li Yan to defy orders and leave their post under cover of night to seek out Zhao Yun. Those familiar with the battlefield dynamics knew well that Cao Cao and Liu Bei were adversaries. Thus, whether it was generals or soldiers from Cao Cao's camp who went to find Zhao Yun, they, including Zhao Yun's own soldiers, would perceive them as the enemy. Facing an enemy, would Zhao Yun hold back? Let's not bother about them. Dawn is almost upon us. I wish them luck and hope we don't hear bad news tomorrow, his companion said. Meanwhile, under the leadership of squad leader Li Yan, Qianli Pangpang and Yang Jian had already left their post and were nearing Zhao Yun's temporary residence. Li Yan knew that there were likely curious awakeners following them, but he neither cared nor paid them any heed. Li Yan, isn't this too risky? Qianli Pangpang, who was following alongside, voiced his concerns, not to mention Zhao Yun's formidable strength. We are defying orders and abandoning our duties. If we run out in the middle of the night, Cao Cao's side will surely find out. What if we not only fail to secure a pact with Zhao Yun but also lose our positions as guards, leaving us with no excuse to remain under Cao Cao's command? We entered the Yi Zhaoyun illusion gate to forge a pact with Zhao Yun. If you want to serve under Cao Cao, that's your choice. Li Yan stopped and looked at Qianli Pangpang. That's not what I meant. Qianli Pangpang became anxious. This is all so sudden. We've barely settled into Cao Cao's camp and here we are rushing to find Zhao Yun. Couldn't we have prepared a bit more? How would you have prepared? Li Yan questioned. Yang Jian interjected. Do you really intend to be the vanguard under Cao Cao and fight Zhao Yun? When would that even happen? If you ask me, we should just go for it directly. Why all the needless chatter, acting all cowardly like those other awakened ones? How boring. But this could get people killed. Qianli Pangpang shouted. You two might be fine, but what about me? What am I supposed to use to fight Jotsong? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Quickly report to General Zhao, we are under attack. Just as Qianli Pangpang finished speaking, panicked shouts from soldiers could be heard in the distance. This startled him. It's all your fault, fatty. Why did you have to shout so loudly? Yang Jian exclaimed, convinced that the guards in the distance had heard Pangpang's loud voice. Li Yan remained silent. At that moment, the three of them saw a young man with a distinctly different aura holding a long spear and charging towards them. He roared like an angry lion. Perfect timing. I'll go first and leave none alive. The young man radiated a visible aura of murderous intent, as if Li Yan and his companions owed him millions just by appearing. His gaze seemed ready to devour them alive, filled with grievances unknown. Behind him, two guards continued shouting. Captain Zhang has gone ahead, alone, with just his spear. That's just like him. Quick, we need to call for reinforcements. Within Li Yan's view, one of the guards quickly disappeared into the distance to fetch help, while Captain Zhang continued his relentless approach. Drawing nearer to Li Yan and his companions, he declared, I am Zhang Haojie, under General Zhao's command. Within 3 moves, your heads will be mine. Zhang Haojie's eyes blazed with fury, eager to vent the frustrations he had suffered from Zhuo Liang on these unsuspecting soldiers. He wanted to prove himself to Zhuo Liang and General Zhao that Zhang Haojie was no less competent. The captain has spotted us. I'll make it quick. Before Yang Jian and Qianli Pangpang could respond, Li Yan slowly drew a golden-framed wooden stick from beside his left ear. his muscles tensed as he tapped the ground, bursting from the dark underbrush straight towards Zhang Haojie. What, going in just like that? Shenli Pongpong's eyes widened, unprepared and already discovered by the enemy. Yet they were charging in. Unlike Pang Pang, Yang Jian was itching to move, his eyes fixed on Li Yan as if ready to take his place at any moment, eager and impatient. Madman, Pang Pang muttered under his breath. A streak of golden light flashed through the dark underbrush, and as a veteran small team leader, Zhang Haojie knew an attack was incoming. He welcomed it, his excitement growing. His spear cut through the air with a whistling force aimed at the golden flash charging towards him, but to his surprise, what appeared before him was not a weapon but a golden-framed wooden stick. The stick, swift as a yellow dragon and fierce as a coiling tiger, pierced through the air with an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Haojie's pupils contracted sharply, and before he could react, the golden-framed stick shattered his spear and pierced through his chest. Along with the golden hue of the stick, the figure who had by then unknowingly stood behind him also came to a halt. Li Yan caught the wooden stick framed in gold single-handedly, his expression slightly despondent. "Aren't you the squad leader? Your fury is negligible." At this moment, under a special tent guarded strictly, soldiers stood earnestly on both sides of the entrance. Suddenly a soldier was seen sprinting from a distance, frantically yelling, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly report to General Zhao, we are under attack! Enemy attack!" Hearing this, the two guards outside the tent were startled. Without further ado, they decided to lift the flap of General Zhao's tent to report. Before this occurred, inside the tent, seated in the main chair, a young man with a slightly weary but resolute and handsome face slowly took off his white robe and armor, hanging them on the rack beside him, exuding the aura of a general. Behind him, another young man, still clad in his battle robe, spoke. General Zhao, having been through the battle at Changban Slope, regarded Cao Cao's army of 800,000 as mere weeds moving in and out 7 times. Now you appear only slightly fatigued. In example we cannot hope to match. Zhuo Liang, less flattery in the future. Zhao Yun turned around, seeing through the other's intentions, and slowly seated himself in the main seat. Let's talk about Zhang Haojie. It seems he has some misunderstandings about me. I heard from my men that he went to drink alone again. The reason I value you more is that I see you possess both courage and strategies, not as they describe. Zhao Yun picked up the tea from the table and gently brought it to his lips, taking a sip before setting it down. I understand, as Zhuo Liang replied unapologetically. I never claimed to be far stronger than Zhang Haojie. In fact, I quite admire him. If it comes to a serious challenge, I wouldn't be fully confident against him. His words might be brash, but largely true. Besides you, General, and a few others, I doubt there's anyone among the captains who could match him. That said, as you mentioned, his thinking might be a bit simple. Sighing, Zhuo Liang continued, and his temper is quick, his thoughts narrow. Otherwise, General, you would have him sitting here in this tent like me, wouldn't you? Zhao Yun didn't deny it, his demeanor calm, his eyes bright with thought. Zhang Haojie does have some understanding in spear techniques. I remember you had a contest once. Is it really as you just described? Since he lacks in strategy, maybe I could try teaching him the dragon spear technique: forceful, dominant, precise. Reflecting on his only sparring session with Zhang Haojie, Zhuo Liang seriously recalled, and in the aspect of spear thrusting he has a bit of your technique, General Zhao. He turned his head sharply to look at Zhao Yun. So if General Zhao truly intends to instruct him, he could indeed achieve great success. By then, I'm afraid I indeed won't compare to him, but these are trifles. As long as General Zhao does not disdain Zhuo Liang is willing to follow General Zhao for a lifetime. Zhao Yun's gaze steadied, and just as he was about to say something, the tent door at the entrance was suddenly lifted, and 2 guards rushed in. Report, General Zhao, Captain Zhuo, we are under attack. What? Zhuo Liang, who had just bowed slightly to Zhao Yun, suddenly raised his head and turned back. Is it true? Has that Chao's men caught up? It was reported by the guards at the main entrance. I don't know the specifics, the guard answered loudly. General Zhao, allow me to go and investigate. After saying this to Zhao Yun, Zhuo Liang walked to the side, picked up his long spear, and headed out of the tent. But before he vanished, Zhao Yun still reminded him, take Zhang Haojie with you. Will do. Without turning his head, Zhuo Liang took his spear and followed the guards out of the tent, disappearing from Zhao Yun's view. After a while, the bustling tent quieted down. Zhao Yun's brow twitched slightly. He faintly felt that this matter was not simple. Hesitating for a moment, he dragged his slightly weary body to stand, went to a wooden rack nearby, took down his freshly placed white battle robe and wore it. He then picked up his dragon lance, put on his helmet and armor, and walked out of the tent with a straight posture. Thump! In Zhang Haojie's wide open eyes, his body slowly fell, finally collapsing onto the ground. Far away, a guard who witnessed the scene had his pupils shrink and his mouth agape. How is this possible, Captain Zhang? He died in less than a round. The remaining guards slowly turned their heads, looking towards Li Yan as if they had seen a fearsome tiger. Who exactly is this person? This guard could never have imagined that a soldier from Chao's side could be so formidable. Nearly wielding a golden-framed wooden stick, he had burst out from the dark bushes. Captain Zhang had raised his spear to confront him, only to be pierced through the chest by the golden stick, the next second blood splattering, falling dead to the ground. Moreover, the person holding the golden stick looked so young. When did such a person appear in Xiao Chao's camp? Who is this youngster daring to be so presumptuous at our main gate? While this guard was still in shock, afar Zhuo Liang, carrying a long spear and accompanied by many troops, hurried over. Seeing Zhuo Liang, the guard's panicking heart found some reassurance, and he quickly ran towards Zhuo Liang. Captain Zhuo, it's bad, Captain Zhang. He's dead, killed by a raider from Chao's camp. What? Zhuo Liang stopped in his tracks, and like many others who heard the words, his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Where is the person? I wasn't even fully confident of defeating Zhang Haojie, and a soldier from Chao's side took him down. Captain Zhuo, look. The guard immediately turned around, pointing to Zhang Haojie lying behind Li Yan. From a distance, Zhuo Liang and many soldiers who rushed over saw that the person lying there was indeed Zhang Haojie, each of them stunned. How could this be? It was always Captain Zhang who led us in charge. To say he died just like that. Who exactly is this young man who stormed in here on this dark night? I am infuriated. Go, all troops, follow my command, surround this youngster, avenge Zhang Haojie. Upon witnessing that the dead was indeed Zhang Haojie, Zhuo Liang was the first to react, erupting in fury. Upon hearing his roars, the dozen or so soldiers following him quickly surrounded Li Yan. Their guns and spears were all aimed at Li Yan, closely watching his every move. It was as if they were not facing just a soldier but a formidable enemy general. It's all over. Has Li Yan killed someone significant? Why are they suddenly surrounding him, still hiding in the dark bushes? Qianli Pang was worried. Should we make a move now? Not yet, let's see what happens. Yang Jian, with his 5 fingers firmly gripping the trident knife, hadn't expected that Li Yan would strike the opposing squad leader through the chest with a staff, killing him instantly. Now the situation was difficult to manage. Zhuo Liang was the quickest to arrive with his squad. Now under his command, a dozen soldiers with long spears tightly encircled Li Yan. At this moment, these soldiers were thinking, with squad leader Zhuo Liang and so many of them present, this guy shouldn't be able to cause much trouble, right? But how could this man single-handedly kill Captain Zhang? Stability and instability filled their minds, and for a moment, these soldiers were uncertain whether to advance or not, all awaiting Zhuo Liang's command. It was at this time that Li Yan spoke up. He was unaware of Zhuo Liang's rank and simply addressed him as General. Junior, Li Yan is not truly an enemy. The general earlier had no choice. He was enraged and came at me with a long spear, aiming for my head. Those of you who have fought for years should understand that in such situations on the battlefield, it's either kill or be killed, and one cannot hold back. Ha! Zhuo Liang pointed his long spear fiercely at Li Yan. Listen to what you're saying. Do you think I would believe that, even if Zhang Haojie was the first to kill, it was because you launched a midnight raid on Chao's camp? Tell me, if you saw an enemy, wouldn't you kill them? Stop your nonsense. Zhuo Liang will now take your dog's life. Saying this, Zhuo Liang was about to charge into the crowd, but at that moment Li Yan still spoke calmly. To put it plainly, General, you think I'm from Chao's camp, which is indeed hard to clarify, but no matter, I can prove it to you. Before Zhuo Liang could rush into the crowd, they saw Li Yan's staff suddenly transform. In the next second it elongated, and Li Yan used it to leap into the air, then landed outside the encirclement. What? The soldiers who had just surrounded him were stunned by this feat. How could a human achieve such a thing? Li Yan felt a cold sweat on his forehead, and from that moment on he knew that Li Yan in front of him was no ordinary person. Just when they thought Li Yan was going to escape in that manner, Li Yan slowly closed his eyes, finally tuning into his hearing as if he was listening to every little sound in the universe. Soon after, his dark pupils suddenly opened wide. In his hand, the gold-framed wooden stick suddenly extended, thrusting through the dark bushes to his right. With a controlled force, it struck the chest of a soldier from Chao's camp who had secretly followed him, sending the soldier flying backward into Li Yang's line of sight. 1. Li Yan then quickly retracted the gold-framed wooden stick and struck rapidly in another direction, revealing another hidden soldier. 2. And so it continued. 3, 4, 5, 13. What was he doing? Was he proving his innocence by exposing his accomplices one by one? A soldier next to Li Yang spoke up. If that was the case, then those were not his accomplices after all. Could it be that this man was just misunderstood and had blundered into their camp? What was he doing here then? Another added. After all, who comes on a mission doesn't kill the enemy and instead exposes his own people to the enemy? Even if it was a misunderstanding, he had killed Zhang Haojie, and that was something Left Liang found hard to swallow. Seeing Li Yan's actions, Left Liang believed that he was not truly one of Chao's men. It was just that his old comrade in arms Zhang Haojie was no longer there, and he felt uncomfortable about it. He knew Zhang Haojie was quick-tempered and impulsive, but without such a rival, something seemed missing. Alright, a total of 15, Li Yan stopped, not bothering with the soldiers from Chao's camp he had exposed, and turned to walk towards Left Liang. I have now exposed them. How you deal with them is up to you. I have also made my stance clear. If you still truly think I am the enemy, then let us battle. After all, this is just the Zhaoyun Mirage Gate. Your existence is not real, although I would rather not have it this way. We are all warriors, no need for too many words. Li Yan had expressed his current attitude as fully as he could. Was he supposed to calculate the days before entering this Zhaoyun Mirage Gate? The conflict arose too early. It was just Zhang Haojie being too impulsive, attacking me with a spear straight to my head. If I don't kill him, should I wait to be killed by him? Everyone stepped back. Left Liang couldn't be bothered with the soldiers from Chao's camp that Li Yan had exposed, nor did he want to continue listening to Li Yan's words. He decided to go up and fight it out first, regardless, not just for avenging Zhang Haojie, but because he simply disliked Li Yan. To hell with it, otherwise General Zhao would come and see me hesitating here. Kid, let me test my spear on you. Left Liang shouted, his figure already closing in on Li Yan. Seeing that he didn't let the surrounding soldiers join in but came alone for a duel, Li Yan instantly understood his intention. This wasn't hard to understand. His teammate had died, and even if it was a manslaughter, there was still hatred in his heart. Let's fight 300 rounds first, otherwise when the superiors come and you are dead, they will say you did nothing. How can you be a captain like this? Thinking to himself, Li Yan didn't exert much force, just enough to match him. Thus, to the other soldiers, it seemed Li Yan and Left Liang were evenly matched, which somewhat reassured them. Luckily, this man wasn't as strong as they had imagined, a soldier remarked. However, Left Liang now felt a bit embarrassed. Li Yan had not expected that the young man in front of him, Zhuo Liang, had already seen through his little tricks and wasn't taking things too seriously. How could someone so young be even more scheming than himself? Was General Zhao coming soon? Zhuo Liang was finding it increasingly difficult to keep up his act. Had he given himself away? Observing Zhuo Liang's uneasy demeanor, Li Yan became even more earnest. Suddenly, with the appearance of a large group in the distance, the sound of an army marching in unison reached their ears, startling everyone present. Zhuo Liang and Li Yan separated after another heavy exchange of blows and turned their heads to look. In everyone's view, the leader of the troops, mounted on a warhorse and clad in armor, his spear glinting under the increasingly bright sky, exuded a chilling aura. His eyes, dark and piercing, were filled with a murderous intent, his expression stern and cold, leading hundreds, perhaps thousands behind him in a formidable array awaiting his command. Was this the legendary General Zhao Yun? From a dark thicket, Qinli Pang whispered softly, "This doesn't seem like him." Li Yan had said Zhao Yun was very handsome. This one well seems a bit off. Yang Jian also murmured in agreement. General Ma? As a soldier exclaimed in surprise, everyone got a clear view of the fast-approaching general. Hearing this, they saw the stern and cold General Ma died with his long spear, gesturing towards Zhuo Liang from afar. "Captain Zhui, you spoke of a night raid, and here I am, Ma Dai, with 1,000 men." The moment the name Ma Dai was mentioned, Li Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Nearby Qinli Pang also looked oddly perturbed, as if he had heard of this name before. The one-blade man, Li Yan thought to himself. Ma Dai, one of the 4 major generals under Zhao Yun and a younger cousin of Ma Chao, had a notable history in the Three Kingdoms era. Following Ma Chao, he joined Liu Bei and later served under Zhuge Liang in the northern expeditions. In his final campaign, when the vanguard general Wei Yan refused orders to retreat and clashed with the Prime Minister's chief clerk Yang Yi, even going so far as to burn the trestle roads to prevent the army from returning and counterattacking Yang Yi. His actions posed a severe threat to the state of Shu. Yang Yi then ordered Ma Dai to pursue and kill Wei Yan, and it was during this operation that Ma Dai famously earned his nickname by beheading Wei Yan from behind after Wei Yan defiantly shouted thrice, "Who dares to kill me?" Now alerted by reports of a nighttime attack on the camp, Ma Dai had hurried from afar with his 1,000 men standing neatly before Zhuo Liang. Seeing no enemy in sight, his frustration evident, he loudly questioned Zhuo Liang about the whereabouts of the attackers. Faced With General Ma Dai's questioning at the moment, Zhuo Liang took a slight breath through his nostrils, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, a soldier beside him promptly said, "General Ma, that's the man." The soldier pointed at Li Yan and spoke to Ma Dai. Quickly, Ma Dai followed the soldier's gaze towards Li Yan. "Just him alone? Are you joking with me? Shouting enemy attack so loudly in the early morning, I thought Cao Cao's troops were attacking, waking up without sleep, donning armor, and calling my brothers from afar only to find just this one person. Even if I Ma Dai stay silent, the multitude of thousand soldiers behind me cannot be pacified." Before Li Yan could respond, from a distance 3 more generals, Zhang Yi, Dang Ji and Xiang Chong, arrived rapidly on their warhorses, each leading their men. Like hunting tigers in full sprint, their killing intent was palpable and their eyes emitted endless ferocity. They appeared ready to devour any of Cao Cao's soldiers daring to attack at this hour. Now it seemed they had stirred up a hornet's nest. All the station generals under Zhao Yun had come thinking a major enemy attack was underway. Hidden in the dark bushes, Qinli Pangpong's palms sweated as he turned to Yang Jian beside him. "Oh my dear mother, were we too rash tonight? Should we have stayed as soldiers under Cao Cao to think it over for a few days?" These 4 generals seemed much stronger than Zhang Haojie from before. This situation, there was no pressure before, but with 1,000 soldiers and 4 great generals, Yang Jian also felt enormous pressure. He didn't know Li Yan's decision and dared not speak or act rashly. They could only continue hiding in the bushes, ready for any sudden needs. Yet even so, he could imagine the immense pressure Li Yan must be facing, standing between the soldiers and the generals, Zhang Yi, Dang Ji, Xiang Chong. While each one a renowned warrior, Li Yan inwardly sighed, curious to see how many more generals would arrive under this camp's command. General Zhang, General Deng, General Xiang, General Ma, they all came. This young man is probably doomed. Seeing so many generals rushing together, the soldiers who had come earlier with Captain Zhuo Liang were overjoyed, feeling that Li Yan could no longer escape their grasp. Unlike these jubilant soldiers, Zhang Yi, similar to Ma Dai, pulled his horse to a stop and immediately pointed his spear at Zhuo Liang, loudly asking, "Zhuo Liang, where is the enemy?" "That young man behind you in the distance," said Ma Dai, also mounted in from a higher position. Without waiting for Zhuo Liang to answer, "What, General Ma, are you teasing me? Just him alone?" Zhang Yi turned to Ma Dai in disbelief. "Just that young lad, he dares come alone. Why haven't you swiftly chopped him down? Why keep him?" "Exactly." Just as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Dang Ji and Xiang Chong also quickly pulled their horses to a stop. Dang Ji loudly saying to Ma Dai, "We came galloping here to fight the large army sent by that scoundrel Cao Cao. What's this with just a lad? Does Cao Cao underestimate us?" Xiang Chong also shouted, "Cao Mengda, this despicable and arrogant man, must think we are easy to bully. Let me take this lad's head and then we'll quickly move on." "General Xiang, do not be impulsive. We have yet to receive General Zhao's orders." At this moment it was Zhuo Liang who grew worried. He had intended to put on a show for Zhao Yun, but Zhao Yun hadn't arrived and instead 4 of his generals had. This was getting out of hand. After all, Zhang Haojie was indeed impulsive and Li Yan's killing was unintentional. Li Yan also expressed his attitude just now, not wanting to cause greater mutual harm. "Who is the person lying there? Did you notice anything?" Zhang Yi asked. "It's Captain Zhang Haojie," someone replied. Zhang Haojie? How did he die? Was he killed by this young man?" Zhang Yi was shocked and then clenched his long spear, ready to charge at Li Yan. "Good, very good. So a soldier under this treacherous Cao dares to be so arrogant, attacking our camp with despicable tactics at dawn. I will take your head now." Zhang Yi spurred his horse fiercely, his fingers tightening around his spear, the tip charging straight towards Li Yan. In Li Yan's field of vision, the silver spear rapidly enlarged before his eyes. He knew that talking further was useless at this moment. A fight would suffice. Let him meet this ancient divine general, Zhang Yi. Before Li Yan could make a move and before the silver spear could touch him, a flash of light appeared. Suddenly, a dragon lance cut through the air, slipping from its original owner and passing between Li Yan and the silver spear. With a clang, it blocked Zhang Yi's thrust. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi's face turned pale and he immediately retracted his spear and turned to look behind him. Other generals and soldiers also turned their heads, all showing signs of astonishment. In their field of view, Zhao Yun in a white robe sat on his horse, his expression calm. With a slight gesture, the dragon lance that had flown out was summoned back to his hand. Zhao Yun's deep eyes glanced at Li Yan and his white horse took steps forward, making a tapping sound with its hooves. These footsteps resonated in the ears of all the surrounding soldiers. Zhang Yi, Ma Dai, Deng Ji and Xiang Chong, 4 generals, all stepped aside to clear a path. Zhao Yun rode along this path towards Li Yan, eventually stopping in front of him, looking down at him from a high position. The dragon lance in his hand, held at his side, emitted a powerful tiger-like presence. Under this pressure, all the soldiers slightly stepped back, with the soldiers bowing their heads even lower. Silence fell for a moment. After a brief pause, the intense atmosphere dissipated. Zhao Yun waved his hand, signaling his men to first handle the body of Zhang Haojie, and then his gaze turned coldly towards Li Yan, asking, "If it is just you, why come to my camp?" "To recruit the general," Li Yan replied truthfully. "To recruit?" Even the typically composed Zhao Yun frowned at this. The four generals and many soldiers around were stunned, doubting whether Li Yan was out of his mind. A mere youth daring to speak of recruiting General Zhao to his face. How utterly shameless. "General, this young man is spouting nonsense. I will chop off his head now." "Deng Ji, when did you also learn this kind of temper?" Zhao Yun's eyes, sharp as blades, briefly swept over Deng Ji, who immediately stepped back and held his forces. Turning back around, Zhao Yun adjusted his mood and continued to speak to Li Yan. "Young man, you entered my camp alone, somewhat reminiscent of my solo venture into Cao Cao's camp. However, you still lack something compared to me, yet making friends wouldn't be a bad idea. Moreover, I have pledged my loyalty to Lord Liu Bei, and loyalty is the very essence of my being beyond just courage. Go back." With a light tap on his steed, Zhao Yun turned around. Though unaware of the exact details of what had transpired earlier, Zhao Yun could tell from the current situation that it was all a misunderstanding, a trivial matter. He planned to rest for the day and adjust the military formations before dawn to prepare for any possible pursuit by Cao Cao's forces. Zhao Yun had promised Liu Bei to hold the line here. As long as he remained, not a single soldier from Cao Cao's camp would cross this point, yet he wondered how long he would have to wait. At that moment, Captain Zhuo Liang exhaled in relief, pleased that things were resolving well. Truly, General Zhao, he thought. Just one glance at the aftermath and he understood the gist of it. He felt that as long as Li Yan truly agreed to leave peacefully, the matter would be settled. Am I really determined to try this? Damn, why does what I fear always happen? Hearing these words behind him, Zhuo Liang spun around and glared at Li Yan. "Li Yan, are you seeking death on purpose? General Zhao has already forgiven your past offenses. Why do you still linger here? Do you even understand what you are saying? Enough, enough." Zhuo Liang felt a rare pang of pity for the young man and grabbed Li Yan, saying, "You must be mad, spouting nonsense." He reassured Zhao Yun, "General, this boy is just impulsive. I'll take him outside and teach him a lesson myself. He'll come to his senses." "No need for that," Zhao Yun replied nonchalantly, while next to him, unable to hold back any longer, Zhang Yi loudly addressed Li Yan. "Such a minor figure dares to speak of recruiting our general. Rest assured, General Zhao, there's no need for you to intervene. I, Zhang Yi, will deal with him first." Zhang Yi, having never seen such a brazen and delusional young man before, felt it was time for a harsh awakening. "Don't think you can be arrogant just because you defeated Zhang Haojie. You're still far from it. Listen to the reputation of Zhang Yi." Saying this, Zhang Yi, unable to contain himself any longer, kicked his horse forward and charged at Li Yan with his long spear, determined to give the young man a sobering lesson about what should and shouldn't be said. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhuo Liang immediately stepped aside. If Li Yan was intent on dying, he was not inclined to save him. Doing his due diligence was enough. Zhang Yi, one of the four major generals under the command, though not as skilled as Zhao Yun, was a formidable force on the battlefield, far surpassing Zhang Haojie. Around them, the 1,000 soldiers on standby watched eagerly, expecting to see the event unfold. How dare any random fellow come forth and speak of recruiting their General Zhao? You're not worthy, they thought, ready to see General Zhang Yi teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, unmoved, quietly spoke to Ma Dai at his side. Ma Dai immediately clasped his hands in salute. "General Zhao, rest assured we're just going to give this youngster a hard time." General Zhao had been through the battle at Changban Slope not long ago and was weary. With no interest in watching the fight, he could go back and rest well. Without a response, Zhao Yun nodded, slapped his horse and left. The attention of the crowd gradually shifted away from him. After Zhao Yun had left, Ma Dai turned to Zhang Yi, who was charging towards Li Yan, and said, "Zhang Yi, just don't kill him, that's all." Zhang Yi understood. By the time he responded, he had already approached Li Yan, thrusting his long spear towards Li Yan's face, shouting, "Boy, watch the spear." Zhang Yi's spear thrusts and withdrawals were as powerful as wielding a heavy axe. This young man, even if he could handle Zhang Haojie, was bound to suffer. Deng Ji couldn't help but speak up, his gaze tightly fixed on the battle. Xiang Chong commented, "Beating up a youngster isn't much of a spectacle. Since General Zhao is left, let's also take our troops and leave." Ma Dai slapped his horse and turned to Xiang Chong, who was beside him. "What General Ma said is right." Xiang Chong also found little interest in the battlefield, and he, along with his troops, followed Ma Dai in leaving. After all, their station location was quite a distance from where Jia Yun was, and it would take some time to get back. Thus, what was originally 1,000 soldiers had now dwindled to a few hundred. They were fortunate that Zhang Yi and Deng Ji had not left, otherwise they too would have had to depart. Meanwhile, some dozens of miles away from Zhao Yun's camp and the camp under Cao Cao, dawn was breaking. The squad leader, feeling the urge to urinate, got up to relieve himself but unexpectedly saw soldiers continually fleeing back to the camp. Shocked, he initially thought it was Liu Bei's troops attacking, but upon closer inspection realized they were his own men. He immediately demanded, "What's going on? What happened, Captain?" A fleeing soldier, not expecting to encounter their squad leader, suddenly changed his expression. The squad leader didn't give him a chance to fabricate any lies, grabbing him by the collar in anger. "Where have you been? Leaving the main camp without my orders? Speak quickly or face military punishment." Hearing the threat of military punishment, the soldier turned pale and spoke the truth, reporting to the squad leader. "It was our turn to be on duty and suddenly we saw Captain Li Yan leave with 2 others. Curious about what was happening, we quickly followed them." The leader bellowed. Li Yan laughed. "That idiot, what did he take people to do?" The soldier stammered, "I don't know, sir. Li Yan left with 2 people early in the morning and it seemed he knew we were following from behind, so we thought he tacitly allowed it." The soldier spoke with a tremor in his voice, but who would have thought that Li Yan would go mad, charging directly at Zhao Yun's camp with just 2 men. The guards at Zhao Yun's camp were shocked upon seeing this and quickly reported it while calling for reinforcements. Li Yan, swinging his club, charged forward, fighting alone against Zhao Yun's subordinates Zhang Yi, Deng Ji, Ma Dai Xiang Chong and 2 squad leaders. Now he is surrounded with no way out. It looks like he's going to meet his end there. Such foolishness. The squad leader was so frustrated he could have cursed out loud, lamenting, "God, why can't this fool sleep at night?" Instead, he decides to attack the neighboring camp with just a handful of men. "Isn't this plainly seeking death? Wake everyone up. I need to report this to our lord immediately." With those words, the squad leader hurried towards Cao Cao's tent. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, someone was already reporting last night's incident beneath Cao Cao's tent. Cao Cao did not get angry or rebuke anyone. Amidst the gaze of many generals, he slowly stood up, propping himself up with his hands on the bed, and to everyone's surprise he smiled slightly. "Interesting, after so many years on the battlefield, it seems my camp too has produced a soldier daring enough to break discipline." Su Chu. As Cao Cao approached the standing Su Chu, he commented, "Your men truly have your spirit from back in the day." Su Chu bowed his head slightly, unsure of his lord's intentions, whether he was genuinely pleased or if there was sarcasm hidden behind his smile. After all, Li Yan was under his command, and with the current situation, Cao Cao was bound to hold him accountable. Previously, we had fierce generals who fought their way through enemy lines, and now we have brave soldiers daring to counterattack. Cao Cao's mouth curled into a smile as he surveyed the generals gathered under his tent. "The soldiers under my command should indeed be so proud. Not just Liu Bei's Zhao Zilong can achieve such feats. Look here, even a mere squad leader under my command dares to do the same. Let the Zhao Zilong of Changshan see that my soldiers too possess a heart of fierce courage." The generals and vanguards were confused by their lord's response. Instead of punishing Li Yan, he actually praised him. Could it be that he had a pleasant dream last night, waking up in a merciful mood? Since they did not understand, they dared not answer hastily, merely nodding in agreement. So did Li Yan really force Zhang Yi, Deng Ji, Xiang Chong and Ma Dai to come out? After a moment, Cao Cao regained his composure and asked the person reporting to him. The squad leader replied, "It seems likely that these generals suspected that you had mobilized the entire army, and it wasn't really Li Yan's capability alone. On the contrary, Li Yan is now besieged by these 4 generals, surrounded by soldiers on all sides. He cannot escape. If no one is sent to rescue him, he will surely die at their hands. After all, Li Yan is still far from Zhao Zilong, who could treat our vast army as nothing, charging through 7 times. Gradually, Cao Cao calmed down. He sat back on the bed, resting his chin on one hand, gently rubbing his beard. "Zhao Yun is following the big-eared thief's orders, blocking and hindering me. If we deploy troops now, it will surely lead to a battle between both sides." He suddenly looked up. "Do you think it is time?" The generals, not daring to speak rashly, simply responded, "We await your command, my lord." "I thought as much." Cao Cao sighed. "Agua jia, I miss you," he said as he left the tent. Su Chu also returned to his quarters, his eyes filled with anger. Just before entering his tent, he abruptly turned, questioning the squad leader following him. "Isn't Li Yan working with you? Why do you have such a low opinion of him?" On a good note, he stormed into enemy lines alone. On a bad note, that's practically marching to his death. I, Su Chu, have led troops for many years, and never have I had someone so reckless under my command, making me lose face in front of our lord. It infuriates me. should we dispatch troops to rescue Li Yan? The squad leader asked cautiously, keeping his head low. Rescue? Is there even anyone left to rescue? He would have died before we even get there, Su Chu sighed, revealing his concern for his soldiers. I just don't understand what Li Yan was thinking. By now he's probably been pierced through by Zhang Yi and Ma Dai countless times. Watch the spear. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yi, mounted on his horse, thrust his spear towards Li Yan's face. The spear tip, like a streak of cold light, magnified rapidly between Li Yan's pupils. Hidden in the darkness, Shenli Pang Pang and Yang Jian gripped their weapons tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they stared intently. On the contrary, Li Yan remained unmoved by the attack. With a swift movement of his arm, he raised his golden-framed wooden staff. Clang! He easily blocked the incoming spear. A numbing shock traveled through the handle, causing Zhang Yi to frown, slightly surprised. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate. Believing it was just luck, he pulled on his horse, turned around and swept his spear towards Li Yan's side. Die, are you talking to yourself? Li Yan's dark pupils flared with a golden light, and a sphere of energy danced near the corner of his eye. Li Yan's gaze hardened as he moved to Zhang Yi's side before the spear could reach him. With a swing of his right hand, his golden-framed wooden staff struck at Zhang Yi. The latter's pupils contracted, his mind racing with the thought of how fast Li Yan was hurriedly retracting his spear to block. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Li Yan had already vanished, leaving only a voice pressing down from the sky. Sorry, everyone, it's time for your General Zhang to taste defeat. Such arrogance. Feeling the pressure above him, Zhang Yi was also surprised. He hadn't expected a junior to force him to use his martial technique. Martial technique, silver wing spear lock. Regardless of Li Yan's location, as long as Zhang Yi sensed his approximate position, he would thrust his spear into the sky. Under this martial technique, he had never seen anyone dodge it midair. Just moments ago, everything was normal. How had it suddenly forced Zhang Yi to use a martial technique? This youngster. Beside him, after Ma Dai and Xiang Chong had left, only Deng Ji remained, murmuring to himself. The soldiers around him also cast surprised glances. They wondered who exactly Li Yan was, to be able to soar in the sky and even exert a pressure far surpassing General Zhang. Warning. Ancient warlord Zhang Yi launched a martial technique called Silver Wing Spear Lock at me. This technique, known as the Silver Wing Spear Lock, involves a silver spear that penetrates any target within its locked range. Though it may slightly miss its exact mark, its power is formidable. For those inferior to Zhang Yi, it's a deadly strike, while those superior may suffer severe injuries if hit directly. Yet I thought, what if he hits me head-on? As I pondered, the earth surged and the heavens seemed to fall. Suddenly, a huge golden-framed wooden rod erupted from beneath Zhang Yi's feet, causing the ground to shake. At the same time, directly in front of Li Yan, another massive golden-framed wooden rod wrapped in a swirling aura of dragons and tigers thrust towards Zhang Yi from the front. This rod collided with the incoming silver wing spear lock. Thinking the spear could block me, with a flash of light in his eyes, Li Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden-framed wooden rod, which then flung the silver wing spear lock into the air, causing it to crash violently into another rod that had erupted from the ground. This created a crushing pincer movement. Not good. Deng Ji, who saw this unfold, was shocked by Zhang Yi's rapid defeat. The other standing soldiers were equally surprised, their faces showing disbelief. Before Deng Ji could react, the two golden rods smashed together. Though they seemed to hold back, sparing Zhang Yi from being caught in between, the mere proximity to the collision's energy sent him and his warhorse flying backwards. He turned over in the air, his expression drastically changing as he quickly swung his spear to stabilize himself upon landing. The residual energy dispersed around, lifting Zhang Yi off his feet as he clung desperately to his spear amidst the turbulent winds. Nearby soldiers stacked their shields on the ground, bracing against the furious gusts, their faces grim as they struggled to stabilize. After the storm subsided and they looked back at the battlefield, all that was left was a huge crater. Li Yan stood over it, holding his golden-framed rod, his demeanor calm as he observed everything. After a long silence, he said to Zhang Yi, who had managed to steady himself, "You have lost. Bring me to see your General Zhao." His words were plain but astonishing and unbelievable to those who heard them. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed, his hands gripping his spear tightly, his gaze still sharp and unyielding, yet it seemed he could not change the past events. In that moment he realized that the young man had held back, otherwise the massive golden rod could have crushed him completely. The soldiers who had followed Zhang Yi gasped in disbelief. General Zhang has actually lost. This young man truly has some skills. What now? They murmured among themselves. Deng Ji too was shocked by the outcome, unable to believe that such a formidable general had been bested by a mere soldier. Truly, my brother Yan is formidable, he sighed with relief from the dark bushes, admiring Li Yan for his prowess, having recently defeated Zhou Tsang and now Zhang Yi. Still, they couldn't let their guard down. After all, they were surrounded by enemies. Yang Jian wasn't too surprised by Li Yan's victory over Zhang Yi, yet he was concerned since Li Yan was alone against hundreds. As the words left Li Yan's mouth, the air grew heavy and silent. Eventually Deng Zhi, carrying a long spear, stepped forward and said, "You wish to see General Zhao through me? Very well, but you must truly impress us. I am Deng Zhi and I wish to test my skills against you, Mr. Li." Clearly, after Li Yan's victory over Zhang Yi, everyone's attitude towards him had softened, including Deng Zhi's. But finding the challenge too mundane, Li Yan provocatively suggested, "You alone seem too dull. Let both of you come at me." His eyes briefly flicked to Zhang Yi. This bold declaration shocked the crowd, but no one dared call it arrogance at that moment. Zhang Yi didn't back down either. "If he wants to face two of us, let's indulge him," he said, eager to see whether Li Yan could still hold an advantage even against two opponents. Everyone stepped back, Deng Zhi commanded as he brandished his spear ready to engage. The soldiers quickly retreated about 15 meters. At that moment, with the dawn just beginning to break, Deng Zhi with his spear and Zhang Yi with a long pike charged towards Li Yan, who stood calmly framed by the golden morning light. Their eyes were sharp, determined to reclaim their honor. After the confrontation, Xiang Chong together with Ma Dai returned to their respective tents. Too tired to even remove his military boots, Xiang Chong simply took off his hat and uniform and laid down on his bed. As daylight brightened, he rose and called to a guard at the entrance of his tent. Soon the tent flap lifted and the guard entered. "How did it go with Zhang Yi? Did that kid get his legs broken and thrown out?" Xiang Chong asked. The guard, however, appeared awkwardly embarrassed by the question. "What? No," Xiang Chong frowned, slightly puzzled. "General Zhang, he couldn't defeat Li Yan in a one-on-one fight," the guard confessed. "What?" Xiang Chong, still groggy from sleep, suddenly became fully alert and shot up from the bed. "The mighty General Zhang lost to that boy? This is preposterous, it can't be true." He stared intensely at the guard, who, startled by Xiang Chang's formidable presence, quickly shook his head. "No, it's true. General Zhang was defeated. And what now? What's the situation? I heard that Li Yan proposed a 2-on-1 fight against General Zhang and General Deng. The audacity of that young man to challenge two at once. I, Xiang Chong, will capture him myself." Without waiting for the guard to respond, Xiang Chong moved quickly to don his armor and helmet, but then thought better of it. Considering it too much for just disciplining a young upstart, he simply grabbed his long pike and stormed off. After emerging from his tent, he quickly mounted his warhorse and sped towards the camp's main gate. Soon Xiang Chong appeared in everyone's sight. From a distance his loud voice could be heard shouting, "Zhang Yi, Deng Zhi, what on earth are you doing? You haven't subdued that boy even after midnight? Move aside, let me." Xiang Chong capture him with a single spear thrust. On the other side, Zhang Yi and Deng Zhi looked visibly distressed. The reason was simple: they realized that even with a 2-on-1 advantage, they couldn't gain the upper hand over Li Yan, who seemed not to take the fight too seriously. "This kid must be possessed. How can he have such strange strength?" Zhang Yi, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, leaned on his spear to catch his breath. "My spear couldn't even scratch him. His skills are exceptional." Deng Zhi's complexion wasn't any better. After a series of exchanges in the field, both he and Zhang Yi had been sent flying back by Li Yan's staff, unable to get close. The next moment Xiang Chang's voice came from behind them and they turned their heads to see Xiang Chong. "This guy." Zhang Yi wanted to stand straight and tell the furiously charging Xiang Chong to not be reckless, but it was already too late. Xiang Chong, without even donning his armor, was holding a long spear while mounted on his warhorse, charging towards Li Yan. He swiftly thrust his spear towards Li Yan's neck, shouting, "Boy, watch the spear. Are you here to make it 3 against 1? Li Yan, with a calm expression, didn't rush to act but just glanced at him. "To clean up, I, Xiang Chong, am enough alone." The spear, with a gust of wind, quickly approached Li Yan's throat. Li Yan, with a slight smirk, simply crossed his arms in front of his chest. Including Xiang Chong, everyone was somewhat bewildered. The next second, however, they saw a wooden staff suddenly traverse from the side, directly hitting Xiang Chang's chest, sending him flying. "What?" Xiang Chong exclaimed. His spear hadn't even touched Li Yan, and this wooden staff coming from the side, where did it come from? To Li Yan's. From a distance, the soldiers noticed something and were surprised. "What's going on?" Zhang Yi and Deng Zhi were also confused. At that moment, they saw the clone of Li Yan speak to the just-flung Xiang Chong. "General Xiang, shouldn't you have worn your armor before going out?" Meanwhile, outside General Zhao Yun's tent, Ma Dai, clad in armor, appeared. Fearing that Zhao Yun's rest might be disturbed, he first inquired with the guards at the tent entrance. General Zhao returned late last night and has been resting. He might still be asleep, the guard replied. Then I shall wait for him here. Ma Dai was about to wait at the entrance, but just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yun's voice emerged from inside the tent. Please come in. General Zhao has awakened, please enter, the guard informed. After hearing the voice, Ma Dai nodded, handed his long spear to the guard, and entered the tent empty-handed. Inside, Zhao Yun was not just getting up. Instead, he was already engrossed in reading a book by the window. Admiringly, Ma Dai thought, truly General Zhao, skilled in combat and strategy, yet never forgetting to study military texts. He commented, and then joined Zhao Yun in reading. Without rushing to respond, Zhao Yun slowly put down the book and looked at him. What brings you? Ma Dai, with a grave expression, spoke of the quagmire. It's been days and our people still haven't been able to truly leave this place. Though our lord commanded us to block Cao Cao's pursuing forces ever since we came back from Changban Slope to here, we seem to have entered a quagmire. We can't break free. I've grown weary of these repeated experiences. Have you noticed, General Zhao? With a flash of seriousness in his eyes, Ma Dai spoke. Within this cycle of predicament, we occasionally encounter some outsiders dressed in bizarre clothing. These individuals seem as if they belong to a different time and space, akin to people from the West, yet their features resemble ours. It's strange, very strange indeed. Zhao Yun's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a sign that he too had noticed what Ma Dai had observed. Besides the odd individuals Ma Dai mentioned, Zhao Yun had also noticed that the space they were in seemed to be bound by some sort of restriction. For instance, whether he charged into Cao Cao's camp alone or when troops from the camp came over, both sides seemed to suddenly appear as if there were no great distance involved. It felt to Zhao Yun like two separate timelines, each enclosed within itself, connected by a swift hidden passage. Extremely chaotic. He didn't know how to describe this sensation with words and decided to set the matter aside for now. However, the truth was they couldn't leave this place. He and his generals had fought Cao Cao countless times, as if in an endless cycle, forever trapped within this predicament space. Each cycle seemed to erase their memories, but after numerous times, both Zhao Yun and Ma Dai, with their wisdom, began to sense that something was amiss. Anyway, let's talk about what happened at dawn. Zhang Yi and Dang Ji didn't kill anyone, did they? As that young man left, Zhao Yun asked. May I sit down to discuss? Ma Dai asked casually. Feel free. Thank you, General Zhao. Ma Dai sat down and earnestly replied, actually, I wasn't there at dawn, so I'm not sure what happened, but such a minor incident must have concluded by now, and Zhang Yi, Dang Ji and the others probably went back to rest. They follow the general day and night. They need to rest properly. But speaking of which, Ma Dai turned to Zhao Yun. That young man named Li Yan came alone, showing quite a bit of courage. He did seem a bit too proud though. Zhao Yun, supporting himself on a stool, stood up and began to pace casually. At that moment, anxious footsteps came from outside the tent. Report, hold your peace, General Zhao and General Ma are in discussion, do not disturb. Let him in. Zhao Yun instructed the guards outside the tent not to stop the soldier, who hurried to report. Soon the soldier arrived in front of Zhao Yun and Ma Dai, clearly panicked, and knelt on one knee saying, no good, they lost 3 against 1. That Li Yan wants to see you, General Zhao. He is already on his way here carrying a wooden stick and no one can stop him. What? Ma Dai jumped up, staring intently at the reporting soldier. Are you joking with me? I dare not, sir. If General Ma does not believe, you can verify it yourself, the soldier, pale-faced and trembling, cried out. Zhang Yi, Dang Ji and Xiang Chong have been fighting since dawn, and yet Li Yan remains unharmed. Impossible, Ma Dai exclaimed in surprise. How can Li Yan have such ability? 3 of us went together and still couldn't capture him. He suddenly turned to look at Zhao Yun. General Zhao, let Ma Dai go and find out the truth. Without waiting for Zhao Yun's response, he grabbed his weapon from the guard outside the tent and quickly headed towards the camp gate. Inside the tent, Zhao Yun waved his hand, dismissing the soldier who had reported to him, and then gently sat down on a stool. This man indeed has some skills. Regardless, Zhao Yun was now intrigued by Li Yan and decided to check the situation himself later. Meanwhile, Ma Dai, not riding his warhorse this time, walked confidently with a long spear in his hand, but unexpectedly encountered Li Yan halfway. Just as the soldier had described, Li Yan was holding a golden-framed wooden club, his eyes shining with a golden hue, confidently stepping towards Zhao Yun's tent. Behind him, Zhang Yi, Xiang Chong and Dang Ji looked uneasy but did not stop him. The soldiers on both sides also made way for Li Yan. At the end of the road, Chen Li, Pang Pang and Yang Jian were also seen, apparently having been allowed to follow Li Yan into the camp. Look at our path, not a single soul dares to obstruct. Li Yan has indeed forged a path for us, Chen Li, Pang Pang remarked, delighted no longer to hide. In the dark bushes, a single club defeating 3 generals apart from Li Yan, there is no one else, Yang Jian added with a faint expectation on his face, clearly eager to engage in battle with these great generals. Huh, why have we stopped? The leader in front suddenly halted and Qianli Pangpang stopped as well, looking ahead to find a tall soldier standing there. The man looked familiar. It was Ma Dai from the previous midnight, and it seemed he was preparing for a 4-on-1 fight. Let's move aside and watch, Yang Jian said, patting Qianli Pangpang's shoulder. The two moved away, leaving Ma Dai with a somber expression as he indeed saw Zhang Yi, Dengji and Xiang Chong following Li Yan, all with grim faces. It seemed the soldier's report might have been true. Thus, despite his doubts, Ma Dai did not impulsively attack like Xiang Chong had done before, but instead said, I did not expect Brother Li Yan to be such a fierce warrior capable of single-handedly challenging our 3 great generals. I truly admire you. If so, Brother Li Yan, you are welcome to join our General Zhao, but how about one final battle? As he spoke, Ma Dai emitted an imposing aura, his eyes filled with seriousness and confidence. A flash of golden light from Li Yan responded, his aura even more powerful, stirring up dust around. Everyone stepped back surprised. Hearing the noise outside the tent, Zhao Yun knew the man had arrived. He slowly exhaled, stood up and walked over to a wooden rack to take down his white armored robe again. In the light streaming through the window, his dragon spear shone with a bright silver glow. After donning his armor, Zhao Yun took the dragon spear and walked slowly towards the tent entrance. These days he had faced various challenges, but never before had an opponent pressed so close to his own doorstep. This Li Yan is truly interesting. Is this all that the 4 great generals amount to? A voice boomed from mid-air. Just outside the tent, Zhao Yun, who had just emerged, furrowed his brow slightly. A serious glint flashed across his eyes as he looked up. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yan had used his power to leap into the air, wielding a giant golden-framed wooden club that descended like a shadowy ceiling from above. Directly below him, Zhang Yi, Xiang Chong, Deng Ji and the last Ma Dai had all gathered together, their eyes showing the unmistakable mark of warriors. To counter the immense downward force of the giant wooden club, the 4 generals unleashed their martial skills simultaneously. Around them, soldiers who had initially come to spectate now found themselves immobilized by the oppressive force. Their eardrums, brains and legs bore the weight as if trembling on the brink of instability. Even Zhao Yun, who had just stepped out, felt this subtle sensation. Were Ma Dai and the others so disheartened? Observing their disheveled garments, Zhao Yun knew the extent of disarray these 4 generals under his command had faced before he stepped out. This Li Yan suspended in mid-air was indeed beyond expectations. If so, struggle. A glint of light flashed from the dragon lance beside him, and in the next second it vibrated and flew up, cleverly supported by a pale blue force. A white light flashed in his eyes, and with his left hand's fingers together, Zhao Yun held them vertically in front of his mouth, exhaling a breath. Instant spear. The dragon lance, responding to the call, vibrated abruptly and shot forward. At the same time, the giant golden-framed wooden club descending from the sky collided with the 4 generals on the ground. The intense pressure made it difficult for the generals to execute their martial skills, but at that moment the flying dragon lance fiercely struck the wooden club. Clang! At the moment of impact, Zhao Yun's brow furrowed. As expected, the dragon lance had only managed to deflect the wooden club, not shatter it. What is this? Zhang Yi and the others instantly noticed the suddenly appearing dragon lance and turned to look at the man wielding the weapon, General Zhao. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yun had already appeared and with his martial skill saved their lives. Withdraw, Zhao Yun told them. Zhang Yi and the others exchanged looks, understanding that General Zhao was about to take matters into his own hands, and promptly retreated with their weapons. Little did they know, even their combined efforts had not been enough to defeat Li Yan. Instead, they had enlisted their General Zhao. General Zhao, we meet again. A figure descended from midair, landing heavily on the floor in front of Zhao Yun, stirring up dust. Soon after, the enormous golden-framed wooden rod shrank and receded. With a clang, a hand reached out from the dust, firmly grasping it. Finally, Li Yan emerged slowly, holding the golden-framed wooden rod. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, reached out and retrieved his dragon spear, which had just flown out. Now, young man, I must face you squarely. Walking slowly down the steps, Zhao Yun approached with his dragon spear, sparks flying as the spear's tip scraped the ground. From midnight till now, you alone have defeated 2 of my squad leaders and 4 generals. I must say I am impressed, Zhao. Holding the dragon spear just a few meters away from Li Yan, Zhao Yun paused and slightly raised his spear. Perhaps your brother Li Yan have not heard of it, but it will not remain obscure in the face of an unfamiliar foe. I know it. do you know it? Li Yan's reply made Zhao Yun frown slightly, then he realized, right, you were previously in Xiao Chao's camp, you must have heard about it at Changban Slope. No, Li Yan shook his head, what I know goes beyond just that. General Zhao's origins, initially following Gongsun Zan, now serving Lord Liu Bei, and your brothers Guan Yu Zhang Fei, I have heard of all these, even why you have not been able to leave this place. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. You actually know? What he meant wasn't just that Li Yan knew about his past, which although important was not as crucial as what Li Yan had last said. Li Yan actually knew that he had been unable to leave this predicament. This fact, unnoticed by others, was slightly perceived only by him and Ma Dai. If so, Li Yan was indeed no ordinary person. From Zhao Yun's expression, Li Yan could tell he had guessed correctly. Being trapped here for so long, Zhao Yun had already subtly realized that there were constraints set in this place. They were merely ancient battlefield, godlike figures once liberated by the Awakened One's contract. They would become ancient god generals of the Awakeners, disappearing into the mixed realm of this fantasy gate. It was clear General Zhao had long been aware, seizing the opportunity. Since Zhao Yun was wise, perhaps it wasn't necessary to convince him through force. So General Zhao, why continue to stay here? Why not follow me, Li Yan, out of this trapped world to reunite with Lord Liu Bei and brothers Guan Yu Zhang Fei? Can you get me to see them? Indeed, when Li Yan spoke these words, even the usually calm Zhao Yun could not keep his composure. Li Yan not only knew his past but seemed to hold many secrets unlike anyone else he had encountered before. Over the years, he thought only he and Ma Dai had glimpsed something, always with doubt. Now awakened by Li Yan's point, this world was indeed as he had imagined. Now Li Yan and his two companions had come out of the inner circle. Following closely by Li Yan's side, Qinli Pangpang was excitedly chatting with him. So Li Yan, does that mean you can now use Zhao Yun's instant spear with just a contract? Can you also use the dragon's courage spear? Li Yan nodded. I can, but it won't unleash Zhao Yun's full strength. The fusion isn't complete yet. Moreover, I feel that the ancient war generals here in this ancient battlefield are not at their peak strength. They are kept in a kind of extreme balance, otherwise the Awakeners wouldn't contract them so easily. That's natural, Yang Jian interjected. My father said that the heroes contracted in the ancient battlefield are indeed not in their peak state. After coming out, they still need to synergize with the Awakeners to improve. Regardless, Li Yan, you are truly a brother to me. None of the other Awakeners managed to contract with the 5 Tiger Generals like you did. Qinli Pangpang said with unhidden admiration in his eyes. Recalling something, he continued, did you guys hear what the other Awakeners said when you just came out? When the Zhao Yun Phantom Gate started to shatter bit by bit, Cao Cao and his generals like Su Chu Xiahogwu Jia and others were all surprised. Ha! I bet Cao Cao must have searched everywhere after that and still couldn't find you, Li Yan. What a pity! Not only that, but the other Awakeners are still astonished by the gradual shattering of the phantom image, Yang Jian said. That's true, Qinli Pangpang agreed. The two praised and teased each other, but Li Yan remained indifferent. For some reason he always felt an unusual aura around him since they left the inner circle. Meanwhile, in a desert area, a group of Awakeners was moving towards the inner circle entrance. Leading the group, an Awakener turned back and said, we are close to the entrance of the inner circle, near where the Zhao Yun Phantom Gate, one of the 5 Tiger Generals, was created. We should quicken our pace to contract it before others arrive. Captain, many Awakeners have already entered before us. Could they have contracted with him first? A female teammate asked softly. The captain stopped walking. That's unlikely. After all, Zhao Yun, even as a phantom in this world, possesses significant strategic acumen and loyal bravery. He values one's strength and isn't easily subdued. Unless someone like us sneaked a peek at his historical information from higher-ups, which could resonate with Zhao Yun. Moreover, using martial prowess to impress him along with promising great rewards might just work. The discussion about military strategies was going somewhat smoothly, though there was an undertone of concern. The female teammate voiced a subtle worry, given that they are the 5 Tiger Generals and have had a sneak peek at the fragmented replica of the ancient sage's book. They surely knew it wouldn't be easy. Indeed, Zhao Yun alone, a prominent figure from the 3 Kingdoms era in the mixed Yuan realm, possessed skills like instant spear, thunder spear, 7 entries and exits, loyal courage and strength of the 5 Tigers, not to mention. After the fusion enhancement, Divine General Zhao Yun would ascend a whole new level of power, making him nearly invincible against ordinary warriors. At that moment, a male teammate chimed in with a boost of confidence. Who could possibly surpass our team captain? He proclaimed. Our captain is among the top 30 fighters in the Deep Space Combat Network's rankings of Jiangnan City. who else, besides the top 30, could possibly compare? Another male teammate added, moreover, some of those top 30 have shifted their focus from the war history category to pursue even higher realms. They aspire to become divine, now in this category of war history. No one dares to contradict our captain when he speaks. Laughter broke out among the team. Absolutely, our Team 30's Captain Wang is incredible. The jovial mood was palpable as everyone praised Captain Wang enthusiastically. However, just as the cheerful banter peaked, the scout Captain Wang had sent to inspect the inner perimeter hurried back, his expression somber. Sensing the mood shift, Captain Wang signaled for silence and approached the scout. What's wrong? Why the long face? The returning teammate reported. We've come here for nothing. What do you mean? Asked the others, their faces turning serious as they gathered around to listen. The scout explained, just 2 hours ago, Divine General Zhao Yun was defeated and taken by someone who has already left the inner perimeter and is now among us in the outer perimeter. Shocked silence followed, broken only by Captain Wang's urgent question. What? Zhao Yun has been defeated so easily? Who is this person? The scout carefully recalled the details before responding. It seems to be our junior, the newcomer Li Yan, who right after being ranked in the Deep Space Combat Network's top 100 following his debut in the mythical history category, managed to take Zhao Yun down. Li Yan, again this guy? A male teammate expressed his frustration. Damn, our junior beat us to it. How did he manage that? We even pulled strings to learn about Zhao Yun's historical exploits, and yet Li Yan just went and persuaded him so easily. According to the scout, it wasn't just persuasion. Li Yan also fought Zhao Yun after entering the gate of fantasy. Unlike most awakeners who end up under the command of Cao Cao, Li Yan ignored the usual protocols. In the dead of night, he along with his companions Qinli Pang Pang and Yang Jian rushed to Zhao Yun's camp. There Li Yan, fighting alone, faced Zhang Yi, Deng Xiang Chong and Ma Dai, defeating them all even under 4-1 odds. And after that he even battled Zhao Yun, though the outcome of that fight wasn't disclosed. The duel was so intense that it nearly shattered the fabric of the fantasy void. After their exchange, Zhao Yun joyfully and confidently exclaimed, with such strength and talent, brotherly, I am willing to follow you for now. Sigh. With that final statement, Captain Wang and the rest of the team knew the significance of this battle. It definitely impressed Zhao Yun. What exactly does this Li Yan do? How did he start breaking records all over Jiangnan City's deep space building as soon as he arrived? I have no idea. Damn it, all I know is that coming here was a waste of our time. So infuriating. I traveled across this vast desert only to end up with nothing. I remember Li Yan was ranked around 90th in the last Deep Space Combat Web Top 100. How could he possibly impress Zhao Yun with that? 90th. Unlike his teammates, Captain Wang had a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes upon hearing the number 90. In the current periphery, Captain Wang wasn't the only one shocked. Many awakeners, either preparing to enter or already inside the inner circle, couldn't believe their ears when they heard someone had defeated Zhao Yun, one of the 5 Tiger generals. At this moment, Li Yan, the hefty Qinli and Yang Jian decided not to stay in the ancient battlefield any longer and planned to leave the periphery. Having experienced the divine generals and treasures of the inner circle, they no longer valued the offerings of the outer areas. As they approached the exit, just as they were about to step out, 2 figures in black appeared beside them. One of the young men in black looked disdainfully at Li Yan and sneered, Li Yan, who are you trying to fool? Think you're strong? You're nothing. Silver Badge 4 and Silver Badge 5 had been hearing about Li Yan all the way. Things like entering the inner circle or forging a contract with an ancient divine general didn't concern them. They were under orders from the Tiger leader and had forcefully entered the periphery of the ancient battlefield through the methods of He Luo Yan. Their mission was to ambush and kill Li Yan. Silver Badge, those Shadow Department folks again, huh? I didn't expect them to dare cause trouble after Wild Bull's death, said Qinli, noticing the opponents clearly. Just a defeated foe. Li Yan, let me handle this. Pressing down on his trident dagger, Yang Jian stepped forward, glaring at Silver Badge 4 and Silver Badge 5. If they dared to make the first move, he would not hesitate to swing his weapon. These days Yang Jian had not been idling while accompanying Li Yan. Not only had the fusion rate with his roaring skydog improved, but the statue of the god Yang Jian had also gradually become clearer. All he lacked was a chance to open his heavenly eye to use Yang Jian's powers. Facing the Shadow Department's Silver Badges again, Yang Jian felt that this time he would not be as embarrassed as before. Fools, did you really think we would hold back this time? Under the watchful eyes of Yang Jian and the others, Silver Badge 4 used a secret communication method. Soon from the surroundings, more than 10 figures swiftly approached. These are the other 3 silver medals. Wait, those people without masks are... As soon as these people appeared, Chinli Pangpang, who had seen a lot in his time, felt a hint of familiarity and then his face changed with shock. Oh no, these are the people from Haloyan. Li Yan, it must be that Haloyan found out about your recent killing of Haisha. And they've teamed up with Commander who's men to kill you. Good lord, more than 10 experts have come this time. Judging by their aura, Yang Jian knew that each one of them was formidable, especially the leader, Commander who charged forward with overwhelming momentum. He is one of the pillars of the dark forces with strength comparable to a wild buffalo. Beside Commander who there was a young man in a red leather jacket radiating a daunting presence, surely not much less powerful than Commander who himself. Commander who was that Li Yan, the kid with the trident dagger. He looks somewhat commanding in stature. Let me handle him personally, the young man in the red leather jacket said as he ran alongside Commander who. No, it's the one behind him, replied Commander who. Him? He doesn't look that impressive. Can such a person really defeat your brother Wild Buffalo? The young man in the red leather jacket expressed disbelief, seemingly looking down on Wild Buffalo. Has Wild Buffalo become too rusty letting such a kid dance around him? Commander who remained silent while someone else said, well, it's no fun if the Red Ghost personally takes action. Why don't we try our hands first? Otherwise our trip here would be a waste, wouldn't it? Another added, exactly, Red Ghost, your strength is almost on par with Commander who now, and you are our leader, the proud disciple in the eyes of our boss. If you go up and snap him in one go, it would be so boring. How about this? Let those silver medals stand back and we'll beat him up first, then leave the killing blow to Red Ghost. That way it'll be fun for everyone. Makes sense, not everyone is as clumsy as Wild Buffalo, the young man in the red leather jacket said, smiling as he gradually approached Li Yan and the others. Do you see Yang Jian, who would be foolish enough to challenge you alone? We'll gang up on you and poke you full of holes. Silver medal number 4 grinned, patting silver medal number 5 beside him. Hey, I think the trident dagger in Yang Jian's hand looks pretty good. How about I take it for you later? Sure, I've been missing a good long weapon for a while now. The trident dagger looks just right. What a waste to let that kid have it, isn't it? Oh, are we starting to fight over weapons now? That weapon does look pretty good. Silver medal number 4 and silver medal number 5 laughed together, noticing Commander who and silver medals number 1, 2 and 3 behind them. Who knew they would show up in such a godforsaken place, huh? And that chubby guy, is he holding Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade? Wow, Commander who, that's a fine blade. Make sure it doesn't just go to that chubby guy. Speaking, silver medal number 3 noticed the green dragon crescent blade in Chinli Pangpang's hands. That Chinli Pangpang is old Master Chinli's son. We could spare him, but we must thoroughly loot what he has. Right, said silver medal number 2. The man's going to die, might as well take his stuff, right everyone? Everyone nodded. At this moment the youth known as Red Ghost also landed beside Commander Tiger, pouting as he looked at Li Yan and his companions. It seems a bit overkill, doesn't it? Needing so many of us to take down 3 little brats. But oh well, considering Li Yan managed to kill a wild buffalo, I suppose it's justified. Red Ghost glanced at his followers. Didn't some of you say you wanted to go first? Well, what are you waiting for? Just leave them some breath. Don't worry, Red Ghost, if we can't hold back, don't blame us or Commander Tiger, huh? Upon his command 4 or 5 of his men approached Li Yan's group, their aura murderous. These men, well trained by Red Ghost, were not only muscular but also possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. We shouldn't fall behind either, send out the silver badges. Seeing Red Ghost's men taking the initiative, Commander Tiger couldn't show weakness. He spoke to his own elite group, the silver badges. I've been waiting for your command, Commander. The silver badges grinned eagerly, stepping forward. In just a moment the number of adversaries Li Yan and his 2 companions faced increased to 9. 5 silver badges and 4 muscular warriors, all looking rather unfriendly. Fatty, make sure to take good care of yourself. With Jotsung, the ancient divine general, by your side, and the life-saving techniques your dad gave you, these people won't be able to take your life for now. I'll go up first. Hut. Yang Jian's words were urgent, but he was cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly a gleaming silver spear materialized, swiftly moving between him and Chinli Fatty and thrusting towards the 9 advancing men. Instant spear. Li Yan's voice echoed in everyone's ears, yet just as people thought that was it, another voice of Li Yan suddenly emerged. Wukong technique, borrowing wind. Was this? After splitting his form, was one using the ancient divine general Zhao Yun and the other utilizing the powers of a mythical beast? Could it really be used this way? Chinli Fatty and Yang Jian, realizing it was Li Yan, widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape. And as Li Yan's dual voices ceased, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind, ultimately converging behind the spear. Suddenly, with the boost of this wind power, the spear, like thunderous lightning, zigzagged like a bolt of refracted electricity among the 9 charging men. In an instant their bodies seemed frozen midair, blood splattering. A single move proved fatal. What more was there to say when one spear solved everything? As the bodies of the 9 men were impaled by the spear and then fell from midair, Lian, his true form holding a golden-framed wooden stick, slowly walked forward, his dark pupils fixed on Commander Tiger and Red Ghost. Still feeling fierce now? Their minds turned blank. Tiger Leader and Red Ghost stood frozen in shock. Qian Fat and Yang Jian also watched in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, never anticipating that Li Yan would wield such power. The skill he had just acquired from Zhao Yun in the inner circle, the instant spear, was deployed with devastating effect. The 9 attackers didn't even have time to react before they were immediately slain. Who else could match such prowess? Suddenly I felt that my own pact with Zhou Cong was somewhat lacking. Qian Fat cast an envious glance at Li Yan. Zhao Yun's skill combined with Li Yan's divine beast looked so cool. Come on, both of you gained benefits from this ancient battlefield, only I got nothing. Qian Fat continued, his face also showing envy. Yang Jian added, but it's true that Li Yan looks awesome. On the other hand, Tiger Leader and Red Ghost quickly turned extremely grim. They had brought so many men thinking they were fully prepared that Li Yan would have no escape. Yet, they had just met, and before their men could even strike, most were already dead or wounded, leaving only them and a few ordinary followers. How could this happen? Ignoring whether Red Ghost was present or not, seeing their former comrades turned into corpses in an instant, left the remaining 3 followers retreating weakly, died. With just one shot, one of the followers couldn't suppress his inner fear anymore and turned to run, his forehead breaking into a cold sweat. Did I say you could leave? But just as he took 2 steps, Li Yan used his staff to propel him into a wall, creating a dent. Li Yan, his expression cold and detached and his eyes mysteriously shifting to a golden hue, retracted his golden-framed staff. Meanwhile, another Li Yan retrieved the Glandon spear stuck in a body. The Glandon spear radiated light as the clone Li Yan, pointing the spear at Tiger Leader and Red Ghost, taunted, "What's the matter? Weren't you going to kill me?" Even the wild buffalo had more courage than this. Scared silly, truly worthy of being Li Yan, even my clone has such a presence. Qian Fat couldn't help but cheer at these words. In contrast, the faces of Tiger Leader and Red Ghost turned a ghastly green, especially Red Ghost, who had never seen any opponent so arrogant before under Hailuo Rock's command. Damn it, stop acting. Unable to hold back any longer, Red Ghost transformed into a red blur, charging at Li Yan. Don't think I wouldn't dare to touch you. With his hands slowly morphing into tiger claws, Tiger Leader was not idle either. Now that Li Yan's strength had exceeded his expectations, he took the opportunity with Red Ghost to attack from both sides, aiming to catch Li Yan in a pincer move. However, just then Li Yan smiled, placing 2 fingers in front of his mouth, whispering softly, "You like 2 against 1 so much? This is how you do 2 against 1 properly." With 2 pops, as Li Yan's real body concentrated, 2 more clones appeared, each facing the charging Red Ghost and Tiger Leader. Suddenly, the scene had 4 Li Yans, causing both Red Ghost and Tiger Leader's expressions to change. But at this point, they had no choice but to exert all their power. They wanted to see if these clones of Li Yan also possessed such formidable power. Tiger Claw. 4 claws appeared in front of Li Yan's clone, and the expression on the clone's face tightened as he thrust his dragon gut spear upwards fiercely. Clang! The vibrating air dispersed all around, and the Tiger Commander was shocked back, feeling numbness in his right hand, staring at this clone of Li Yan in surprise. He hadn't expected that even a clone using the ancient General Zhao Yun's techniques would possess such power, that a single spear thrust could force him back. Truly, Zhao Yun's spearmanship is unique, the Tiger Commander murmured. Then, with a loud shout that captured everyone's attention, a tiger spirit image appeared behind him, engulfing him in a massive white glow. At the same time, the ground beneath him cracked, seemingly unable to bear his weight. The Tiger Commander's face began to show veins as he felt waves of strengthening power surge through his body. Soon he opened his mouth wide as if to let out a mighty tiger's roar. PFF, a wooden staff pierced through the Tiger Commander's chest. Coughing and spitting out blood, all his rage was cut off by this sudden blow. "Did I allow you to roar?" Li Yan said indifferently, almost wearily, as he looked at the far end of the wooden staff. Without hesitation, he fiercely pulled out the staff, spun it beside him, flinging off the blood that had stained it. Nearby, Qianli, Pang Pang, Yang Jian and Hongui, among others, were stunned, watching the scene in disbelief. Especially Hongui, who had just been fighting alongside the Tiger Commander. The brother who had initiated the dark forces of Beha City years ago was now pierced through the chest with a staff. This can't be possible. Even the bravest heart would falter upon witnessing such a scene, and any previous courage Honggue had was now gone, completely clearing any doubts he had about Li Yan's capabilities. What now? Not fighting anymore? Li Yan turned to look at Honggue, who was staring in shock as the tiger commander's body fell to the ground, and spoke lightly. Hot, just like that, Honggue. No more barking. Li Pangpang crossed his arms over his chest, smirking at this moment. For some reason Li Yan now gave him a very strong sense of security. He was fully committed to following Li Yan, feeling that Li Yan had far surpassed him in Yangjian. Entering this ancient battlefield, Li Yan had used his mythical beast clone technique, the Wukong method, and Zhao Yun's ancient general skills one after another. Hearing Li Pangpang's words, Honggue, already uneasy, was at a loss for words, but the next second he was struck by a staff on his side, the heavy blow knocking him back against the tree roots, breaking 5 or 6 of them before he finally stopped. This fool, he doesn't even know how to divert his attention, chuckled Li Pangpang, looking up at Li Yan in midair. Well done, Li Yan. Can that blow of yours kill him? He estimated it was almost enough. Sure enough, under the gaze of the 3 of them, the red ghost used his ability to protect his body as he crashed into the tree, narrowly saving his life. Li Yan wanted to go in for another strike, but at that moment Yang Jian couldn't hold back and said, "Wait, Li Yan, let me do this. Watching you fight has made my hands itch. He's already taken a hit from your stick. I think I can handle him now." With a loud shout, roar heaven, a golden celestial dog appeared beside him. Pressing down hard with his trident, Yang Jian charged forward, his weapon aimed straight at the red ghost, who was slumped against a tree root. "Let's see how you handle my blade. Dare to rob again?" The blade swiftly expanded before their eyes. The red ghost hurriedly supported himself with a tree root behind him and shakily stood up. His eyes, filled with endless malice, stared intently at the tip of the approaching blade. "Think you can bully me?" he roared. With a burst of strength, Red Ghost's hands, covered in steel-red cuffs, lunged forward, striking towards the tip of Yang Jian's blade. Clang! Surprisingly, despite his injuries, Red Ghost still possessed such strength, repelling the blade with a single punch. "Not bad, roar heaven, bite him." At Yang Jian's command, the golden celestial dog instantly leaped behind Red Ghost. With a powerful jump, the dog snapped its jaws towards Red Ghost's neck. "Think again." Red Ghost quickly dodged, taken aback by the sudden attack from the celestial dog. Even so, the dog managed to clamp onto his shoulder, hanging on tightly, making it impossible for Red Ghost to shake it off. "Your end is near." Seeing this, Yang Jian didn't hesitate any longer and swung his trident again. A flash of light and the blade sliced across the opponent's neck. At that moment, back at Beihai University, the university's compound was often bustling with students, especially since people regularly returned from the ancient battlefield portal eager to share their stories. This time, the ancient battlefield had undergone some strange changes. Ancient generals like Zhou Cong had appeared on the outskirts, and not far inside, Zhao Yun, known as one of the 5 tiger generals, had been sighted. His formidable strength had attracted many hopefuls. It had been a while, and it was uncertain if anyone had managed to form a contract with him. Principal, what brings you here today?" asked a student as Principal Lu Tianqing appeared once again on the sports field, drawing the attention of many. "Looks like the principal is really worried about the students who enter the ancient battlefield," said one student. "Of course, think about the kind of environment inside. It's not just complex but filled with dangers at every turn. The principal must be worried," another added. "Dad." Unexpectedly, Lu Qian appeared behind Lu Tianqing, looking surprised. "What's up? You've been coming here every day, so I thought I'd come and see." Lu Qian joined his father, adding, "Dad, Li Yan and the others have been in there for so many days now, haven't they come out yet? I hope He Luoyan hasn't succeeded." Hearing this, Lu Tianqing's already furrowed brow deepened with worry. "I hope nothing's wrong. Huang Luoqing has already sent people in and there's still no news back. I don't know what's happening either." Just as Lu Tianqing finished speaking, a blue light illuminated the gateway to the ancient battlefield on the sports field, capturing everyone's attention. "Look, someone is coming out again, and there are 3 of them." Upon hearing it was 3 people, Lu Tianqing and Lu Tian quickly turned their gaze, intently watching the gateway. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gateway shone brightly and 3 figures slowly emerged, the blue light around them gradually fading. "Ha, finally back, and I'm not dead," said Li Pangpang as he stepped out of the gateway. "The gains from this venture into the ancient battlefield are not bad either. I've contracted with Zhou Cong, Li Yan has contracted with Zhao Yun, and we've acquired quite a few weapons and treasures." Yang Jian joining in asked, "Speaking of which, Yang Jian, even though you're no longer using the Fengtian Huaji, did you bring that other broken piece?" I did. Don't worry, this Fangtian Huaji is the only thing that can comfort me now, Yang Jian replied. He realized that his haul from the ancient battlefield was much less compared to Qinli Pangpang's. Especially with the ancient general Zhou Song, it seemed like Qinli Pangpang had effortlessly gained a lot. Turning to Li Yan, Qinli Pangpang remarked, speaking of which, Li Yan, you're really impressive now. Remember how we used to struggle against wild oxen? Now you handle both the tiger leader and the red ghost with ease. Probably only the high-risk divine spirit Yang Jian from the deep space combat net can suppress you now. Hey, are you even listening to me? Li Yan, however, was busy checking the gains from his recent venture into the ancient battlefield. He noted the dashboard indicating that his integration with Sun Wukong had increased slowly during fights with others but surged by plus 0.6% during his battle with the tiger leader. This was unexpected, and his total integration had now reached 15.1%, a significant improvement. He also noticed a new change on the dashboard as his integration passed 15%. Next to his name there was a grade displayed. D grade. It suggested that at 20% integration he might try upgrading to D grade. Li Yan pondered this, knowing that pushing his integration to 20% would not be easy. With this in mind, he set his hopes on the upcoming journey to the eastern seas to find the Golden Cudgel. In addition to this, Li Yan found that his mastery over Wukong's technique's strength and speed had significantly improved. Now, he had trained his body to react instinctively with muscle memory, making him invulnerable to ordinary awakened beings. Only those close in power to the high-risk divine spirit Yang Jian could pose a threat to him. Crucially, he had also acquired the ancient general Zhao Yun's capabilities, this time managing to utilize some of Zhao Yun's abilities, like the instant spear. The subsequent abilities Thunder Spear, Loyal Heart and Power of the Five Tigers were still in development, along with various other treasures. His gains were substantial. With these thoughts, he considered heading to the Eastern Sea to search for the Golden Cudgel to further enhance his integration, hoping to break through to grade D. Plus, there was Yang Jian's trident. While pondering, Li Yan suddenly turned to look at Qinli Pangpang. Qinli Pangpang was startled and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Want to eat me?" Deciding to ignore him, Li Yan redirected his gaze. At that moment, waves of surprised voices could be heard around them. "Li Yan, it's actually Li Yan and his group. My god, they're all right. Not only were they unharmed, but they also carried numerous treasures with them. Hey, isn't that another piece of Lu Bu's broken sky piercer in Yang Jian's hands? And isn't Qinli Pangpang holding Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade in his armor, and there seems to be Liu Bei's twin swords on his back? Weren't they supposed to have entered the inner circle? Did they really defeat Zhao Yun?" The astonishment in these voices engulfed the ears of Li Yan and his companions. At this moment, the distinctive voice of Principal Lu Qian rang out, "Welcome back safely. My dad and I were worried." Laughter followed. "You rascals actually came back safely." As he finished, Lu Tianqing appeared behind him, his voice joyful yet shocked as he continued to scan Li Yan and his group. "So you really did contract Zhao Yun?" he remarked, amazed. Hearing this, the crowd was visibly shocked. Many people contended for it, yet it was Li Yan from Class F who managed to contract him? "That's really something," someone said. "Yet, those from Class A who entered didn't have such good luck." "Not at all. Have you not heard? Li Yan went in and defeated major generals in single combat. It wasn't some dumb luck," someone explained. Amidst these discussions, people began to understand just how Li Yan managed to contract Zhao Yun, and their respect for him grew. Principal Lu Tianqing was no exception, but he soon calmed down, looking once more at Li Yan and his group, asking, "Any injuries?" "None," Qinli Pangpang replied. "Those guys couldn't even touch Li Yan. How could they have hurt him?" "That's good," Lu Tianqing said with a placid exterior, but internally he and his daughter Lu Qian were anything but calm. These youngsters had entered the inner circle unscathed, successfully acquiring the divine generals within. More importantly, despite the assassination attempts by the covert leader of Heilong Rock and the northern city's tiger commander, they had managed to retreat safely. This signifies a tremendous increase in strength, especially Li Yan. The aura emanating from him is already difficult to suppress, thought Lu Tianqing. Does this mean that the tiger commander from Heilong Rock? Lu Qian hesitated, barely able to believe it. She softly inquired, "Indeed, Li Yan and Yang Jian have taken care of everything." "Alas, I'm not nearly as formidable as they are," Qinli Pangpang said with a hint of regret. "If only I had known I'd feel this remorse after coming out, I would have definitely tested Zhou Song's abilities. Now, there's no chance left. Well, I'll just have to wait for the next trial, perhaps in Jiangnan City." At the Deep Space Tower, the usual tea on the desk has been replaced with coffee now, as Huang Luocheng wanted a change in flavor. After consuming so much tea, as usual, no one disturbed him during his solitude. The only sound in the entire room was the ticking of the clock on the wall, its echoes resonating quietly. Just as Huang Luoqing lifted his coffee to take another sip, his office door was pushed open. It was his familiar disciple Lu Mian who entered. "What's the matter? Has there been a problem with the Deep Space Combat Network system?" Huang Luoqing asked. "No, I came to ask about Li Yan and the others," Lu Mian replied as he unceremoniously took a seat. "After I left the outer perimeter, you must have contacted Beihai University to send help midway, right? How are Li Yan and his group doing now?" Thinking back, I really shouldn't have left early. Maybe if I had stayed, the people from Haloyan could have been of some help. The people Haloyan sent a red ghost who collaborated with the Tiger Commander from the North River City's secret forces. Even if you Lu Mian had gone, it probably wouldn't have made much difference, Huang Luoqing said with a slight sigh, his brows furrowed. Red Ghost, I've met him once before. The fellow was quite skilled, as senior brother of Haisha. At the mention of Red Ghost, Lu Mian's expression gradually darkened. He too had heard of this character. To think that Haloyan would deploy such a person to deal with Li Yan and even collaborate with North River City's Tiger Commander for an assassination. And if the Lin family were involved as well, it would indeed be a triple alliance against one student. From Li Yan's perspective, the pressure must be immense, Lu Mian murmured, and Huang Luoqing remained silent. At that moment, Huang Luoqing's private office phone rang. His expression froze for a moment before he quickly went to answer it. "Hello, this is Huang Luoqing, Minister Huang. We are late," the voice on the phone said. Li Yan, Yang Jian and Qianli Pangpang seem to have already left the ancient battlefield and they appear to be unharmed. "We found the bodies of Red Ghost and Tiger Commander near the outer perimeter exit. It seems someone else has dealt with them on behalf of Li Yan's group, so there was no need for us to intervene." "Are you saying that someone helped Li Yan's group by killing Red Ghost and Tiger Commander? Have Li Yan and the others come out safely?" Huang Luoqing asked with a hint of disbelief. "Yes, I guess so," he replied, and then added, "All right, you guys come out too. I'll make a call to Beihai City to check." After hanging up the phone that had been used to coordinate reinforcements, Huang Luoqing immediately called the president of Beihai University, Lu Tianqing. As soon as he connected, he asked excitedly, "President Lu, did Li Yan and his team safely come out of the ancient battlefield?" "Yes." "Oh my, I thought you already knew, so I didn't mention it," Lu Tianqing replied, his voice filled with joy. It was only now that he realized he hadn't reported to Huang Luoqing in Jiangnan City. Li Yan and his team are safe, unharmed, and they even managed to gain quite a lot from the ancient battlefield. They even managed to contract with General Zhao Yun of the 5 Tiger Generals. "Is that so? The child is indeed remarkable." Huang Luoqing smiled with relief upon hearing Lu Tianqing's confirmation, finally putting his worries to rest. "I wonder who helped them. Huang Luoqing will definitely repay them well." "Are you talking about the Red Demon and Tiger leader?" "It wasn't someone else who helped," Lu Tianqing quickly added, getting more excited. "Those two were dealt with by Li Yan and Yang Jian themselves. It seems they couldn't gain any advantage from Li Yan. Li Yan and his team handled it themselves." Huang Luoqing was incredulous, his eyes widening slightly. "President Lu, you must be joking. The Red Demon is a disciple from Black Luo Rock. You must have heard of such a person. And the Tiger leader as well. Both are tough nuts to crack, not to mention they brought a silver badge and more than a dozen assassins with them. Li Yan and his team could handle them on their own? I can hardly believe it myself, but it's true." "If you Minister Huang continue to nurture Li Yan well, he's sure to accomplish great things," Lu Tianqing remarked sentimentally. "Well, Minister Huang, I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll leave you be. Let's leave it at that for now." Huang Luoqing hung up the phone with a slight tremble in his voice. Lu Mian, who was nearby, noticed his unusual expression and asked anxiously, "Did something happen to Li Yan and the others? What did the president of Beihai University say?" "No, they came back safely. Not only did they handle the Red Demon and Tiger leader on their own, but they also gained quite a lot from the ancient battlefield." "What?" Lu Mian stood up abruptly, unable to sit still from shock. Meanwhile, near the back mountain of Beihai University, footsteps slowly echoed through the woods before coming to a halt. Before heading out to sea, it was time to properly cultivate the art of Wukong's doppelganger. By the tranquil lakeside, Li Yan sat cross-legged, his hands joined in a prayer position, finally tuning into the frequency of his own breathing. In his mind, he continuously recalled the experiences of Sun Wukong from his past life during the journey to the west. He vaguely remembered that among the techniques of duplication his master Bodhi had taught Sun Wukong 3 types: the blood clone, the astral projection, and the external incarnation. The first 2 had significant drawbacks and were seldom used by Sun Wukong, but the last was frequently employed in actual combat. So far Li Yan had not yet focused on cultivating this art of duplication. The previous encounter in the mythical battlefield category with Yang Jian, who possessed a trace of divine spirit, had forced him to use the duplication technique for the first time. Li Yan has continued to test his abilities in real combat situations. Although the results were satisfactory, they still paled in comparison to the divine son Wukong. The most notable differences were in the number and durability of his external incarnations. Currently Li Yan could only create 3 clones at most, yet their resilience was quite commendable. For now, even his clones could wield the capabilities of Zhao Yun, one of the 5 Tiger Generals, and even match the Tiger Commander in combat. Considering this, Li Yan decided to first focus on refining and enhancing this particular skill. Murmuring to himself, he slowly opened his eyes. The blood substitute technique, although having significant drawbacks and being inferior to the other 2 cloning techniques, could still be useful in special circumstances. Li Yan believed in having capabilities he might not always use rather than needing abilities he didn't have. As he gradually entered a state of deep cultivation, the scene shifted to Lin family in Beihai City. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall of the Lin residence was tense. Sitting at the head of the hall, the Lord of Lin City looked grim and his eyes were dark with worry. In front of him, the captains of the Lin family were equally distressed, none daring to speak out. The reason was simple. Their plan to have He Luoyan and the Tiger Commander assassinate Li Yan had failed miserably. Instead, He Luoyan's subordinate, the Red Ghost, along with the Dark Department's Tiger Commander, had been killed by Li Yan. This left them in a passive situation. They had intended to remove a disruptive element within their city, yet they couldn't eliminate him. Lord, I think we should stop hiding our intentions and take decisive action, one of the captains suggested. Indeed, Lord, another chimed in. Both the Red Ghost and the Tiger Commander failed to kill him. This indicates that Li Yan's strength has far exceeded our expectations. If we delay further, he will only grow stronger and may eventually retaliate against us, making things even worse. Frustration was evident as another captain added, damn it, what on earth did Li Yan gain in the ancient battlefield to have increased his strength so dramatically? The captains were both worried and astonished at Li Yan's rapid growth, sensing an impending crisis. Back when Li Yan was less powerful, he was merely a pawn for these captains to manipulate. Now he had become a major concern. A change they found hard to accept. That's easier said than done. Surprisingly, there was opposition among the captains. Even if Li Yan has grown significantly, as long as our Lord remains the ruler of the city, Li Yan has no reason to openly defy us. But if we are the ones to break the truce, we must be prepared to give up our roles as the city's lord and protectors of the Lin family, facing condemnation from the entire city and higher authorities. Thus, whatever we do, it must be done covertly. This way, to outsiders, our Lord still appears blameless and can continue to securely occupy the position of Beihai City's Lord. Miss Lin, who is currently honing her skills in the Grey Realm, possesses a talent that surely makes everyone believe she can defeat Li Yan upon her return. After all, she is an S-tier Phoenix Awakener, a talent not to be underestimated and certainly not one that Li Yan can rival. The statements silenced the team leaders in the hall, as the truth of the matter was undeniable. If possible, they really did not want to openly confront Li Yan just yet. As long as Lord Lin is in charge, they can continue to thrive in Beihai City. Moreover, Lin Xingyue has already entered the Lin family's Grey Realm. When she emerges, it will surely spell doom for Li Yan. What do you think, Lord Lin? The speaker asked, looking towards Lord Lin, who was seated at the head of the table. At that moment, Lord Lin maintained a stern face. He had promised his daughter that he wouldn't need her to handle the situation himself. This is a matter for the future. For now, I wish to meet with He Luoyan in person. Lord Lin sighed, indicating the gravity of the situation and his impatience to wait any longer. Also, how is the investigation into Li Yan's movements coming along? Where is Li Yan planning to go next? Lord Lin inquired. According to our informant at Beihai University, it's very likely that Li Yan will head out to see someone, reported. To the Eastern Sea. Lord Lin frowned, remembering the agreement humanity had signed with the great demons of the Eastern Sea. With such a treaty in place, what could Li Yan possibly be up to in the Eastern Sea? Recently, the demons there have been restlessly eyeing our lands, barely kept in check by the elders here in Huaxia. Keep an eye on him, Lord Lin ordered. You may all leave now. He stood up and prepared to travel personally to Jiangnan City to find He Luoyan. Meanwhile, in a burst of white smoke, Li Yan transformed into a tree and then back to his human form within seconds. Sweat formed on his face and he appeared somewhat pale. He was thirsty and turned to look at Qianli Pangpang, who had unexpectedly appeared beside him. How did you get here? Li Yan asked. Well, I'd been following you for a while, and when I saw you weren't in the dorm, I knew you must be here practicing. Chinli Pang Pang replied with a smile. He handed Li Yan a bottle of mineral water and then slowly pulled out an ice pop from his pocket, unwrapping and placing it in his mouth. Can money solve it? If it were in a past life, Li Yan would have said yes without hesitation, but not here, or rather, it would be very difficult. It's difficult because it requires a moment of enlightenment. Reflecting on how Sun Wukong learned his cloning technique, it wasn't something achieved in a second, it always required a process. Let's call it a day, he said. After drinking some water and gradually relieving his fatigue, Li Yan left with Chinli Pang Pang. Like Shu Beiji, this guy loves to eat all the time. After exiting the primitive forest behind the school, Li Yan and Chinli Pang Pang took a leave from their homeroom teacher to go home. Now Li Yan's status at Beihai University was no simple matter. Even the principal Lu Tianqing was easy to talk to, not to mention Chinli Pang Pang, who was accompanying him. The Chinli family had a rich heritage, making them desirable acquaintances for anyone. Yenner, who was this? Exclaimed Li Weigui in surprise when Li Yan showed up at his doorstep with Chinli Pang Pang. Oh, my name is Chinli Pang Pang, I'm Li Yan's little follower. Oh no, I mean his classmate. Hello uncle. Chinli Pang Pang misspoke, revealing an honest and awkward smile. Li Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips. I see, but why do you look so familiar? You remind me of the young master of the Chinli family. That's him, Li Yan interjected before his father could finish. Ah, Li Weigui was immediately startled, momentarily forgetting his own son, and hurried forward to shake hands with Chinli Pang Pang. Young Master Chinli, I knew you looked familiar. Please come in, come in. Oh uncle, you are too kind, Chinli Pang Pang replied as he followed Li Weigui inside, leaving Li Yan smirking and following behind. Once inside, Li Weigui treated this young master hospitably, offering the best things in the house, astonished at how his son Li Yan managed to befriend such an esteemed guest. After the atmosphere had settled, Li Weigui remembered something and said to Li Yan with emotion, you don't know how happy I was to hear that you safely came out of the ancient battlefield. I don't care about that ancient divine General Zhao Yun or whatever, I only care that you came out safely. Now that I see you standing in front of me, I can rest easy. The son of old Yang next door, Yang Jian, also came back today a bit earlier than you. I heard about your venture into the ancient battlefield from him, and I must say, son, well done. Well, that's right uncle, your son Li Yan is really incredible. Holding the tea Li Weigui had offered, Chinli Pang Pang joined in the conversation. Li Yan led the two of us deep into the inner circle of the ancient battlefield. Taking on the four generals alone, Li Yan long managed not only to break the long spear but also to seal the deity. Before retreating, he swiftly decapitated the tiger commander and quelled the red ghost, thoroughly ending the dark forces of Beihai City. Furthermore, he put an end to a disciple under Heluoyan in Jiangnan City, who could match such feats of valor. Heluoyan, that name sounds. Li Weigui was not surprised by the achievements Qilian Pudgy mentioned. Instead, he was worried about the name Heluoyan. As an ordinary citizen, he seemed to have heard it somewhere. It seemed this person was one of the two tigers under Jiangnan City, though he wasn't sure of the name. If that was the case, wouldn't Li Yan be in danger? Oh, not Heluoyan, it's Bai Luyan. Realizing his words might worry Li Weigui, Li Yan glanced at Qilian Pudgy, who quickly corrected himself. Don't worry uncle, your Li Yan is very powerful. As for Bai Luyan and the like, they're just small fries, not worth bothering about. You fool, why didn't you just say he doesn't exist? At that moment, Li Yan wanted to knock some sense into Qilian Pudgy's head, but ultimately took a deep breath to calm himself. He'd handle it personally. Dad, I might need to take a trip far away. This was no time to get entangled in this matter, so he swiftly changed the topic, and it worked effectively. When Li Weigui heard Li Yan mention going far away, his body stiffened. He turned and asked, a long trip? Where to? To Jiangnan City to continue participating in the deep space combat net? No, this time it's a real long journey, Li Yan reassured. Just stay calm at home, okay? Minister Huang Luocheng might contact you at any time with updates from me. If you're worried, you can reach out to him. Of course, he's promised to make sure someone looks after you while I'm not home. I'm not disabled and my legs are fine now. I don't need anyone looking after me. But tell me, you rascal, where are you going? That's so serious? Li Weigui asked earnestly. I might be going overseas. Overseas, in a dimly lit room elsewhere, a blue snake once again slowly climbed onto the table. Heluoyan picked it up, allowing it to crawl over his body. He was aware of the defeats of the Red Ghost and the Tiger Commander, but panic was never his style. Yet, in this dim room, someone was indeed in a hurry. Boss, the Red Ghost and the Tiger Commander are dead, and that kid Li Yan was not eliminated. One man stepped forward. Another added, it's really shameful. The Red Ghost always neglected his training, and now he's lost his life to a mere student. and the tiger commander fell too. It's a wonder how they ever managed to establish a dark force in a small place like Beha City. That's what you don't understand. A somewhat hoarse voice came from behind them. The men turned to see a middle-aged man. At the head of the table, Haloyan, bald and with a gleam in his eye, gently removed the snake that had climbed onto his head, placed it on the table and, with a flick of his finger, indicated for the snake to leave. He had serious matters to discuss. As the obedient snake slithered along the edge of the table and disappeared into the room's darkness, the subordinates, recognizing the middle-aged man, stepped aside to give him space, watching curiously. As an official coming personally to find me in Jiangnan City, spreading such words might jeopardize your position as city lord. With a slight smirk, He Luoyan looked at the visitor, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. It's worth noting that he had never taken such serious notice even when the leader who had come to see him. However, what did City Lord Lin mean by saying we don't understand? I've come to see you, and that's what it means. Under the dim light, Lin's City Lord's face was now half visible. What is Big Boss He making me stand? That's not it. Huang Taihao, fetch a comfortable chair for City Lord Lin of Beha. He is a dignitary who has graced us with his presence and must be treated well. He Luoyan had already stood up, smiling, though no one knew whether his happiness was genuine or feigned. Upon hearing the command, the young man named Huang Taihao turned around, walked to the side, and fetched a chair for City Lord Lin, placing it in front of He Luoyan. City Lord Lin, not one to stand on ceremony, casually brushed his garment and sat down. After all, as long as he remained an official and the City Lord of Beha, He Luoyan wouldn't dare to touch him. Can we talk now? He Luoyan asked lightly after seeing him seated. It's simple, don't underestimate Li Yan now. My advice is you should take action personally. He Luoyan, in return I can give you 2% of Beha City's annual tax revenue, said City Lord Lin. 2% of the annual tax revenue. When this percentage was mentioned, murmurs of disbelief spread through the room. Though Beha City was small, the taxes collected from its citizens were not insignificant. The fact that City Lord Lin, as the city lord, could manipulate and skim off this 2% of the tax revenue indicated just how deeply embedded he was in the financial affairs of Beha City. A reward of 2% of the annual tax revenue was certainly substantial. Needless to say, the disciples under He Luoyan were all shocked. Indeed, such generosity was fitting for a city lord. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this reason, He Luoyan burst into loud laughter unreservedly, his gaze afterwards filled with disdain for City Lord Lin. Is that all? In your eyes, Lin, is the value of my action worth only this much? If Big Boss He thinks it's too little, that's not what I mean. He Luoyan interrupted. City Lord Lin walked over and gently placed a hand on Lin's shoulder, exerting a not insignificant pressure. City Lord Lin, I don't need your so-called compensation. If officials want to cooperate with me, they need to show some sincerity. I, He Luoyan, have been entrenched in Jiangnan City for many years, and there's no amount of money I haven't seen. He Luoyan's sleek, bald head slowly lowered as he leaned closer to Mayor Lin, his eyes revealing a serious glint. Since you've come to me, you must trust me, right? He Luoyan continued. I understand, Mr. Mayor, you mean that I look down on you? Mayor Lin quickly clarified. I absolutely did not mean any disrespect towards you, Boss He. It's just that Li Yan has become too formidable to be underestimated by ordinary people. If you, Boss He, personally take action, I would feel more at ease. He Luoyan scoffed at the mention of Li Yan, his body tensing up in anger. What's so special about him that warrants my involvement? Mayor, you've been in your position for so many years, don't you know who I am? Have you considered how I, He Luoyan, known for my reputation in the underworld, would look if I personally attacked a mere student from North River City? Forget the rest. How would Huang Luoqing, the head of the Deep Sky Combat Net Division in Jiangnan City, view me? Mayor Lin, are you intentionally trying to make a fool of me? You should know. He Luoyan leaned even closer, his gaze fixed intensely on Mayor Lin. In the underworld of Jiangnan City, I, He Luoyan, am the second tiger of Jiangnan City, an entity not even Huang Luoqing would dare to provoke openly. As for Li Yan, even if he's jumping around, he still can't compare to you, right? You won't make a move yourself and come to me to do your dirty work. I understand you want to protect your reputation so you can continue to survive in your North River City, but isn't this a bit too selfish? You only care about yourself, don't you? Mayor Lin remained silent, unable to respond. Seeing this, He Luoyan laughed disdainfully, casting a look of contempt at Mayor Lin, and removed his hand from the mayor's shoulder. A city mayor scared by a junior like this? I won't see you out. As He Luoyan spoke, his underlings, though regretful about the lost opportunity for gain, had no choice but to step behind Mayor Lin. It was clear that if Mayor Lin didn't leave, they would have to forcibly remove him. With no other option, Mayor Lin stood and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to step out, Hai Luoyan added, "Remember, only someone like Huang Luoqing is worthy of my intervention. That Li Yan, he's not qualified, foolish." Internally cursing, Mayor Lin turned and left. It seemed Hai Luoyan was unreliable. Mayor Lin knew that although Li Yan might currently not be a match for Hai Luoyan, he didn't want Hai Luoyan to repeat his own mistakes. The people he sent had died or been injured without ever managing to kill Li Yan. "Boss, Mayor Lin has left," one of the lookouts reported to Hai Luoyan, who was now seated in the chief's chair. Without waiting for Hai Luoyan to respond, Huang Taihao suggested, "Really gave Mayor Lin too much face. Why should he even get to voice his opinion to our boss?" "Boss, how about I take care of Li Yan myself, unlike Red Ghost who just idles his days away? I can definitely handle him." Hai Luoyan, having calmed down after a few deep breaths, nodded in approval. Huang Taihao had always been one of his favored subordinates. "Remember, since Mayor Lin doesn't trust us, let's put on a good show for him. Don't let me down, make it look good," Hai Luoyan instructed. "Rest assured, he may have defeated the Red Ghost and Commander Tiger, but when he faces me, he will truly understand what a gap in strength means." Huang Taihao curled the corner of his mouth. "Just a young kid with fluffy hair, no one would pity him if he died. What does he have to compete with me?" "The boss is right. Taihao is brave and wise. He will definitely handle this beautifully and dazzle Lord Lin of the city," someone said cheerfully, then asked Huang Taihao, "How about we team up? Where should we start? I heard that Li Yan and his group are planning a trip to the Eastern Sea." "It's simple," Huang Taihao confidently said. "Isn't there a young master always by Li Yan's side? We'll take him down first. Others might fear the Qianli family of Beihai City, but I, Huang Taihao, am not scared." In 3 days, in Beihai City at Li Yan's home, preparations were underway for the trip to the Eastern Sea. The house was bustling with notable figures such as Yang Jian, Qianli Pangpang, Principal Lu Tianqing, his daughter Lu Qian, and even Huang Luoqing from Jiangnan City, all gathered in a rather cramped room. The spectacle startled Li Weiguo, the neighbor, who stared wide-eyed. Li Weiguo was also all smiles that morning, proud of the glory his family was experiencing. Thus Li Weiguo acted like a waiter, bustling about as his son Li Yan discussed important matters with these influential figures, serving tea and pouring water, making Huang Luoqing and the others chuckle. "All right, Li Yan, let's talk business," Huang Luoqing said, sensing that the atmosphere was ripe for serious discussion. Principal Lu Tianqing and Lu Qian paused to listen while Yang Jian and Qianli Pangpang perked up their ears. "Since the last great battle between humans and demons, we've signed a non-aggression pact," Huang Luoqing began, with everyone quietly waiting. "You may not know this, the human-demon war is a topic many avoid. It involved heavy casualties. The great demons of the Eastern Sea are just a part of the demon race known for being dragons, a particularly strong and representative type. Facing these dragons, our lower-level enforcers in China rarely come out ahead unless it's an emergency. Usually, only elites are mobilized." "What is this pact?" Yang Jian asked. "The pact," Huang Luoqing explained, "is a 20-year non-aggression treaty which also allows specially permitted individuals or dragons to mutually use sacred grounds for cultivation during this time." 20 years? Wasn't the last human-demon war just 18 years ago? Isn't this pact almost at its end? Qianli Pangpang interjected, surprised. Huang Luoqing nodded. "Yes, that's why, although the Eastern Sea appears comets actually ambitious and unstable behind the scenes, during this pact period both parties seemed willing to accept mutual cultivation members. In fact, the mutual cultivation members are being used to investigate the situations of both parties." Speaking of this, Huang Luoqing's expression became somewhat solemn. "As you know, our Huaxia is currently in a trough. The hidden monsters around Huaxia have been looking forward to this day, and I think after this agreement ends they might not comply peacefully to renew it, which will definitely lead to great chaos. So," Huang Luoqing changed the topic, looking towards Li Yan and others. "According to the higher-ups' orders, your trip to the East Sea for training also carries an additional task, that is to use the identity of mutual cultivation members to investigate the specific situation on the East Seaside and see if they are indeed preparing their armies. Though this result is inevitable, we at least need to understand the number and strength of the troops, and I need as detailed a report as possible. Of course, you are just additional investigators. The main task is to gain experience, and it's fine if you can't manage it. There are other mutual cultivation member teams that have already set off." "That's good. I think this task is quite tough." Qianli Pangpang smacked his lips and asked, "Minister Huang, do the three of us set off on our own, or is someone leading us?" It's our first time heading to the East Sea. We might not know the area well and could accidentally stumble into a dragon's lair. Don't worry, I'll have Lu Mian lead you. He went there once with another team last time, Huang Luoqing said, adding Lu Mian is a good guy, reliable and also one of the stronger among your senior brothers. Alright, but before that I think I need to go home first to get ready. Every time Qianli Pangpang was about to leave, both he and his father Lord Qianli insisted he take a plethora of life-saving measures with him, otherwise they wouldn't be at ease. Huang Luoqing and the others understood this and naturally did not stop him, allowing Qianli Pangpang to leave first. Feeling that the time was about right, Huang Luoqing also stood up, saying to Li Yan and Yang Jian, it's not just Qianli Pangpang who needs to prepare, you two should also get ready. Once you're prepared, contact Lu Mian by phone and he will drive you to the port, okay? Nodding, Li Yan watched Huang Luoqing leave, then turned his gaze to Principal Lu Tianqing and Lu Qian. There's not much to say, Minister Huang has already said it all, but what I want to say is, Li Yan Yang Jian, you must be careful when you set out to the East Sea. Although you have the identity of mutual cultivation members, monsters are still monsters, and that doesn't mean they won't kill when provoked. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianqing continued, although I don't know why you must go to the East Sea, I really don't recommend it, but it's too late now. I guess advising you to turn back is probably not possible. Remember, if you truly encounter danger in the East Sea and can't handle it, go find other teams. Your senior brothers and sisters can still help. My father is right, Li Yan Yang Jin, pay attention to your safety, and if it really gets too tough, contact me and I'll send help to the East Sea as soon as I can. Lu Qian also stepped forward to speak, now very fond of Li Yan and constantly worried about his safety. Thinking back to what she said on the first day of school, Li Yan found it hard to believe. Okay, got it. With a wave goodbye, Li Yan watched as the two departed before turning his attention to Yang Jian. You go and prepare as well. Do you remember that divine spirit Yang Jian we met on the deep space combat net? Do you still have the shard he entrusted to you? Yes, I'll bring it with me, Yang Jian assured, his mind drifting back to that encounter, anticipation building for his upcoming journey to the eastern seas. According to the divine spirit, the shards had a way of sensing each other and would emit a signal when in proximity. Moreover, the second shard was likely to be in the eastern seas. Since switching his weapon from the Feng Tian Huaji to the trident dagger, Yang Jian felt more adept, his movement more fluid. The prospect of acquiring a complete trident dagger excited him even more. If he could find the second shard on this trip, only two more would remain thereafter. Li Yan, meanwhile, had his own quest in the eastern seas, to find the fragments of the Golden Cudgel. So far he had only managed to gather a few pieces from the original red long saber of the Black Dragon. We'll meet up later, Li Yan said as they planned to regroup with the stout man to head to the port. Walking out of Li Yan's house, Yang Jian called back, see you later. After his departure, the once bustling room quieted down, leaving only Li Weiguo and Li Yan. Hey dad, your son needs to rush back. Send someone to pick me up. I'm headed to the eastern seas. At the 10 Fingers crossroad, the plump man dialed his father. Living in a posh area quite distant, he preferred not to hail a taxi but to have his father send a personal driver. All right, my son, wait there, I'm sending someone right away, came the enthusiastic reply over the phone. True to his word, a personal driver appeared at the crossroads about 10 minutes later and the plump man got into the car. Home please, he said. The driver with sunglasses engaged the gear and slowly released the clutch, smoothly starting the car and blending into the road home. The ride was peaceful until suddenly the driver's pupils dilated as he slammed on the brakes. A dull thud sounded from the front bumper and the driver quickly grabbed the plump man who was about to lunge forward, gripping the seat tightly, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. The black car, having hit something, skidded across the ground, leaving long marks before coming to a stop. What happened? At that crucial moment, the plump man grabbed the handrail. His shoulder was firmly held by the driver, yet his head still slammed violently against the front windshield, bringing a wave of pain. Without a scream, ignoring the blood on his forehead, he turned to look at the driver. The driver was hardly better off, his head also having hit the windshield, leaving him dizzy. I don't know, probably hit someone, the driver speculated. Get out of the car and look. As Qianli Pangpang was about to push open the passenger door, 2 figures in black clothes and sunglasses suddenly appeared in front of the car, one on the left and one on the right. Their faces were unfriendly and their eyes fierce as they pushed against the front of the car and cursed, "Are you looking for death? Why are you driving so fast?" After speaking, the two kicked the car and bent down to drag up the person who had been knocked down, loudly discussing in front of Qianli Pangpang. So this is Li Yan, not so tough after all. Come on, let's take him to Black Boss. The two sunglass-wearing men dragged the blood-covered Li Yan away, stepping towards the alley of a distant building. Inside the cart, Qianli Pangpong's eyes widened in shock and he shouted towards them, "Stop, let him go." But then the exclusive driver beside him intervened. "Wait, young master, what are you doing? Are you getting out of the car? Those two are clearly not ordinary people, you can't just get out." The driver grabbed Qianli Pangpong, who was trying to chase after them. Qianli Pangpong suddenly turned and glared at him. That was Li Yan, who was knocked down, and they took him away. "Follow them." "Are you sure that was indeed Li Yan?" The driver, not knowing who Li Yan was, sought confirmation from his young master, whose state was quite agitated and urgent. "Stop talking nonsense. How could I not recognize what Li Yan looks like? Hurry up and drive after them, those are clearly Black Luo Yan's men. I'll call for backup, just make sure not to lose them." While ordering his exclusive driver, Qianli Pangpong pulled out his phone to call Li Yan, but Li Yan was unreachable. Growing more anxious, Qianli Pangpong then called his father and also sent a message to Yang Jian asking him to alert everyone. Why on earth would we run into Li Yan all of a sudden? Hurry, they went into the alley, keep up. After hanging up, Qianli Pangpong urged the driver to follow the two men in sunglasses. Feeling increasingly that something was off, but he was certain the person they hit was indeed Li Yan. Qianli Pangpong couldn't take a risk with such a situation. With Black Luo Yan stirring trouble and Li Yan's phone unreachable, his anxiety deepened. He felt that right after leaving Li Yan's house, Li Yan might have fallen into the clutches of Black Luo Yan. Damn, report to Captain Huang Taihao that young master has indeed been tricked into the alley. In the alley, a young man hiding on a rooftop of one of the houses called Huang Taihao to report. "Just as you said, this young master really cares about Li Yan. Just needed someone to impersonate Li Yan and block the signals near his residence to easily lure him in. So what's next? Tie him up and bring me his phone." Huang Taihao instructed over the phone, smirking. "Li Yan is so tough, who wants to fight him?" "Got it, haha." The young man hung up and then ordered the people lurking around to get ready to capture Qianli Pangpong, who had walked into their trap. Meanwhile, at Li Yan's house, about an hour and a half had passed since Li Yan had started preparing to head to the East Sea, ready to leave at any moment. "Here, your phone, you left it in your bedroom." At that moment, Li Weigua fetched a mobile phone from his bedroom and handed it to Li Yan, casually asking, "How come your phone has no signal?" Frowning, Li Yan took the phone and indeed, there was no signal. He was slightly puzzled but didn't think much of it, assuming maybe someone's renovating in the complex. "It's fine, I'll go to Yang Jian's place myself and get that guy moving." As Li Yan left the house, Li Weigua reminded him, "Be careful on the road." Li Yan acknowledged, "Got it, Dad. If anything comes up, remember to contact Minister Huang." Stepping out, Li Yan headed straight for Yang Jian's house. Considering the distance and the fact that Yang Jian's family had a personal driver, Li Yan expected him to return shortly. It was hard not to envy the young master's lifestyle. Suddenly, in front of Li Yan, Yang Jian appeared, anxiously rushing towards him with a double-edged sword. Upon recognizing Li Yan, Yang Jian halted abruptly and exclaimed in surprise, "Li Yan, what are you doing here?" Li Yan, with a furrowed brow, responded, "What do you mean? Aren't I here to fetch you?" He then eyed Yang Jian's current state. "You're heading out armed with just that double-edged sword. Are you sure about this? Are you the real Li Yan or an imposter?" Yang Jian was confused and concerned. "What are you talking about? Just now Fatty called me in a panic saying you were hit by his personal driver, bleeding profusely, and might have been taken by Black Luo Yan's men. What's actually going on?" Yang Jian was overwhelmed, unable to discern the truth. Moreover, he wondered if this person standing before him was indeed Li Yan. If so, why would Fatty make such a frantic call? Hearing this, Li Yan was even more shocked than Yang Jian. "I was hit by Fatty's driver and bleeding. Could I really be hit by a car?" he questioned, where Fatty was convinced that Fatty must have been misled in his panic. "Exactly, how could you be knocked down by a car? That idiot." Finally realizing the situation, Yang Jian concluded that Fatty must have been deceived. Looking up at Li Yan, he said, "Fatty might be in trouble. We need to get to him quickly. By the way, why didn't you answer his call?" Li Yan's expression darkened as he pieced together the scenario. "Someone tampered with the signal tower. Our neighborhood signals are being jammed. Let's find Fatty first." It was clear to Li Yan that this was a move by Black Luo Yan. They wouldn't dare confront them openly, so they targeted Fatty first. "Those bastards," Yang Jian cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation as a red glow intensified in his eyes. "If the fat man loses even a pound of flesh, I'll have their hometown razed, damn it." At that moment, in a dimly lit basement where a sickly green light flickered occasionally, Qianli Pangpong and his personal driver were bound by their hands, sitting on the floor, their faces pale with fear. They hadn't yet fully grasped where they were when footsteps approached. Thud thud, the sound stopped and Shinli Pang and his driver slowly lifted their heads to see a man in a white checkered shirt looking at them with disdain. Shinli Pang guessed this might be a disciple from the Black Luo Rock sect, probably one who hadn't shown his face in a long time as he hadn't seen him before. "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me, young Master Chinli," the man introduced himself with a smirk. "My name is Huang Taihao and I'm the mastermind behind this kidnapping." As he spoke, Huang Taihao casually buttoned up his shirt. "So, I'm afraid young Master Chinli will have to suffer a bit. Don't worry, as the sole heir of the Chinli family, I currently have no reason to oppose the entire Chinli clan. I won't kill you, but as for the person beside you..." At this point Huang Taihao paused and one of his men, realizing something, promptly stepped forward. This subordinate approached Shinli Pang's side, grabbed the panicked driver and then pulling a dagger from his sleeve, plunged it into the driver's throat. A gurgling sound followed as the driver, unable to react in time, felt the icy penetration in his throat. Blood spilled from his mouth and streamed down his esophagus. His eyes widened in horror as he looked at the man holding the knife, his body quickly losing the strength to struggle. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Shinli Pang was startled, his pupils constricted and his body trembled as he desperately struggled to help his increasingly collapsing driver. No one could save him. The driver thudded to the floor in front of him, his blood slowly spreading across the ground. The knife-wielding man paid no heed to Shinli Pang's cries and coldly returned to Huang Taihao's side. Huang Taihao then smirked and said, "Don't worry, young Master Chinli, we just wanted to quiet you down a bit, you maniacs." The blurred bloodstains on the floor seemed not to blur the floor but the entirety of Shinli Pang's vision. He gently lifted his head, unaware that his eyes had begun to thread with red, his gaze turning fierce. Meanwhile he frantically delved into his mind, attempting to invoke his ancient divine general Wukong. A dim golden hue slowly emerged from his body, but shortly Shinli Pang's heart violently spasmed. Not only was his summoning of the ancient divine general interrupted, but he was also in excruciating pain, sweating profusely as his body curled up on the floor, his expression hideous. "I'd advise you not to struggle, young Master Chinli," Huang Taihao explained with a smile, looking indifferently at Shinli Pang. "We prepared extensively before kidnapping you, using a special drug to seal your heart. If you try to force your mind to invoke the ancient divine general, it will affect you. Unfortunately, this drug is hard to administer, but it seems, young Master Chinli, you weren't very wise. Of course, this also concerns the divine general in your mind, Joseon, merely a follower of Guan Yu with much strength left to be desired. Given that you have only recently formed a contract with him, the strength you can harness is limited, certainly not enough to break the constraints on your heart." After finishing his statement, Huang Taihao was too lazy to tease Shinli Pang any further. He ordered his men to retrieve the cell phone from Shinli Pang. Their operation this time was specifically targeting him because he ventured out without any means of safeguarding himself, carrying only a mobile phone. It seemed that upon his return to Beihai City, Shinli Pang had placed too much trust in the city folk, or perhaps in Li Yan. Here one of his subordinates handed over the cell phone they had found on Shinli Pang and at the same time instructed those stationed in the Beihai City district to remove the signal jamming device. Huang Taihao personally dialed Li Yan's number. "Master Chinli sure lives a lavish life, no need for a password lock. Is this Li Yan?" Soon Huang Taihao got through the call. "Where is he?" Immediately the voice on the other end sensed something was amiss and retorted by inquiring about Shinli Pang's whereabouts. "No rush on where he is. What's urgent is that you need to become our target," Huang Taihao said indifferently. "Listen carefully, Li Yan, if you really want to save this dead fatty, then come alone to the alleyway we designate. Don't think about any tricks and don't wonder whether we will know if it's just you. You should trust our Haloyan intelligence network. You know, even Huang Luoqing himself would personally commend it. To be honest, I don't really want to kill this fatty at the moment, given his family background as old Master Chinli's son, but that doesn't mean I won't start chopping off his fingers one by one if you break the rules. Leaving one I should suffice, right? In the future, even if old Master Chinli comes after me, I can easily find another eye to compensate him, can't I? Give me the location." "Oh, so straightforward? Alright, I'll use this fatty's phone then." He hung up and Huang Taihao sent a location to Li Yan using Shinli Pang's phone. Huang Taihao didn't care how others would act, he only needed the person entering the alleyway to be Li Yan alone. After all, who else would know that this location was the entrance to the Huangfeng Dongqing for their Haloyan gang? Over here Li Yan had just set down his personal phone. He had been on speakerphone, so Yang Jian, who was nearby, had heard everything clearly. "Are you really going alone?" Yang Jian asked worriedly. Given that person's mind, he surely anticipates that we won't comply easily. You've already notified Huang Luoqing and the others, right? Told them not to approach the alley. Li Yan took a deep breath and turned to look at Yang Jian. Stay outside. Those people are indeed from Heluoyan and they are very well grounded in intelligence. They must have spies arranged around us already. From now on we need to be more cautious with our words. These guys. Yang Jian subconsciously looked around, feeling that Li Yan's concerns were valid. However, the idea of Li Yan entering the alley alone worried him and he was unsure what to do. Don't worry about me. Pudgy is what matters. Even if it's a trap, I have to try. Those under Heluoyan are specifically targeting me. There are some things I have to face alone. He didn't want to end up crippled, missing an arm or a leg. That wouldn't be the cheerful Pudgy anymore, but a disabled man. What did you say? As Li Yan was about to head towards the alley, Huang Luoqing in Jiangnan City received a call from Lu Tianqing, which immediately changed his expression. What are the executors in Beihai City even doing? The trouble has come to your doorstep in Beihai City and now you tell me that young Master Qinli has been kidnapped to threaten Li Yan. Mayor Lin of Lin City is a lazy bum pretending to be oblivious. At the time Lu Tianqing, Lu Qian and Huang Luoqing from Jiangnan City were preparing to take action in Beihai City at the Lin family's council hall. Mayor Lin sat in his usual seat. A team captain came up to report to him. It's just as you guessed, Mayor. After hearing about the incident, Huang Luoqing cursed at you and is now rallying troops from Jiangnan City. It seems he will soon intervene in our affairs in Beihai City. Mayor, how shall we handle this? How else? Pretend we don't know. Before Mayor Lin could reply, someone interjected. Our Mayor Lin governs Beihai City. Why should a division head from Jiangnan City dictate our actions? Moreover, if Heluoyan is taking care of Li Yan for us, it's killing two birds with one stone, so why show our hand? Even if Huang Luoqing brings people here, he still has to ask if Mayor Lin agrees, right? He's overstepping his boundaries. Exactly, another voice chimed in. When Huang Luoqing comes asking why our city's executors haven't acted, we can just pretend to be busy with other matters. We're only finding out now, aren't we? I agree, I also agree. It saves us effort. Finally, the always silent Mayor Lin spoke, scanning the many members below. Although Heluoyan might be foolish, they still have the capability to deal with Li Yan. We should pretend ignorance but still make some moves to avoid being too obvious. Thus I will assign you some scattered tasks to keep you busy. By the time Minister Huang arrives in our city, there won't be many people left. Wise decision, Mayor. As per Mayor Lin's arrangements, the team leaders soon received various patrolling tasks. Under the guise of patrolling and guarding Beihai City, they were dispersed to remote areas around the city, essentially ensuring that even if Huang Luoqing arrived, he wouldn't find a good reason to reproach them. At that moment, hearing that Huang Luoqing was indeed bringing his proud disciples from the Deep Space Division, Lu Tianqing, the president of Beihai University, quickly took his daughter to welcome them. However, upon arriving at the gates of Beihai City, Lu Tianqing found that only two team leaders from the city's executive had come to meet them, which infuriated him to the point of clenching his teeth. Is this the attitude of Master Lin of the city? Truly aloof. Dad, let's not bother with him for now. The Lin family's reputation in North River City is gradually deteriorating and his downfall is inevitable. We should meet with Minister Huang first, Lu Qian reminded Lu Tianqing as he followed behind him. Soon a line of black cars quickly stopped at the entrance of North River City and from them alighted Huang Luoqing and his 5 proud disciples, including Lu Mian. Where's that idiot Lin? He didn't come to meet me. From a distance, upon seeing Lu Tianqing, Huang Luoqing shouted. He was really anxious, having finally encountered a decent Li Yan, and now he had to go alone to a place demanded by the enemy because of Master Qinli's issues. Moreover, as the Lord of North River City, he pretends to be unaware and shows no sign of action. Minister Huang. Before Lu Tianqing could reply, 2 captains of the city's main execution squad approached, attempting to explain the situation to Huang Luoqing. However, Huang Luoqing glared at them and shouted, "Get lost, your city lord is so high and mighty, huh? Even a high-ranking official like me doesn't have the privilege to meet him now. Fine, no wonder I've been hearing scandals about the Lord of North River City these days. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems I must investigate thoroughly." Without giving the 2 squad captains a chance to make excuses, Huang Luoqing scolded them and then turned to Lu Tianqing to inquire about the likely destination of Li Yan, as they needed to hurry there. Minister Huang, you can't go in now." Seeing this, the 2 squad captains said, though they were visibly nervous. Hearing this, Huang Luoqing was utterly bewildered and Retorted, what? Not only does Lin the city lord fail to act, but he also wants to restrict my movements. The others watching the scene shifted uneasily, not daring to intervene. It's not like that, it's just that our city lord Lin has just returned from a meeting outside and isn't fully aware of the events happening in the city, one of the squad captains explained. And as you know, being the minister of the Deep Space Buildings branch in Jiangnan City, you should consider your status. Is this disdain? Huang Luoqing was flabbergasted. Everyone respects the Deep Space Department, yet the Lord of North River City is so astonishing, showing no respect, and now even his subordinates dare to block me. It's not that, another captain tried to clarify. We mean that, Minister Huang, you also need to consider whether your status is suitable for this operation. After all, He Luoyan is known as one of the two tigers of Jiangnan City's underworld, and he hasn't personally acted yet, only having his men handle matters. By intervening personally, aren't you initiating a fight with him? In Beihai City, which we currently govern, we have limited authority and have no desire to intervene in the conflicts of your Jiangnan City. Damn it, didn't you see the disciples behind me? Did I say I was going to take action myself? Can't I just come to observe? Hearing these words, Minister Huang, usually a calm figure, couldn't help but curse, startling the two squad leaders and the people around him. Seemingly intimidated by his aura, one of the squad leaders quickly nodded. If that's the case, it's not impossible. Please, Minister Huang, come in. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley, Li Yan walked alone, his footsteps echoing around him with a tap-tap-tap sound. Aside from his footsteps, it was quiet with no one around, but Li Yan was not naive enough to think he was truly alone. He had now reached a dead end in the alley with no path ahead, causing him to stop, puzzled. Just as he wondered if he was in the wrong place, a man wearing a white checkered shirt slowly stepped out from the wall of the dead end. You've arrived, said Huang Taihao with a grin, standing confidently in front of Li Yan. Not bad being able to kill my family's red ghost, but that guy was just loafing around, not practicing, no real skill. It seems you're quite capable. I'm not extremely skilled, but I'm more than enough to deal with you, Huang Taihao said, and in that instant his clothes began to tear slightly under the strain of expanding muscles. Soon visible hairs started to grow and sharp claws emerged from his hands and feet. Two tiger-like heads appeared on the sides of his head. If not for retaining a human face, Li Yan might have believed his opponent had transformed into a tiger in that moment. I am Huang, the awakening tiger vanguard. May I challenge you beyond this dead-end's wall, he said. Although Li Yan knew stepping forward would lead into a trap, his eyes slowly ignited with a golden hue, and he habitually drew a golden-framed wooden stick from beside his ear. But you, King Huang the wind monster, were just that, and you tiger vanguard, what can you really do to me?